Chapter 1: A wife given by heaven. All members of the Zhou family who are 18 years of age or older but whose cultivation has not yet broken through to the 6th level of the body tempering realm should immediately assemble at the Mandarin Duck Hall. From this day forward, all cultivation resources will be discontinued, and you are prohibited from accessing any cultivation techniques or martial arts. You will also be required to accept wives assigned by the family. From now on, you will have only one task: to reproduce and expand your family. Any child born with exceptional talent will be rewarded with 1,000 spirit stones. The chilling voice carried further and further, eventually resounding throughout the entire Great Zhou aristocratic family. Zhou Ping was swept along by the crowd towards the Mandarin Duck Palace. His feelings were indescribable. He thought that he had finally turned his life around and become the master of his own destiny after transmigrating into the body of a scion of a powerful family. However, he was unlucky enough to transmigrate into the body of a good-for-nothing who had not even reached the 2nd level of the body-tempering realm. On the Tianyuan continent, cultivation realms can be divided into body tempering, qi condensation, transcending mortality, forging spirit, ultimate palace, domain C, conferring marquis title, becoming king, severing the Tao. Host has been detected to have triggered a Tao companion development quest. A person of the opposite sex who develops a positive relationship with the host greater than 90, or who enters into a marriage contract with the host, can be considered a Taoist partner. The cultivation level, techniques, and other benefits gained by the Taoist partner will be returned to the host tenfold. Zhou Ping was slightly taken aback. The golden finger had arrived? Hurry up and don't be picky when you choose. If it weren't for the family's kindness, you good-for-nothings would have been kicked out of the family long ago and left to fend for yourselves. The elder's reprimand interrupted Zhou Ping's thoughts. He had already arrived at the Mandarin Duck Palace and didn't have time to check the system functions. Kindness? Kindness, my foot! Zhou Ping couldn't help but curse in his heart. This was clearly exploiting their remaining value. These so-called high-ranking members of the family simply treat those of them who have no talent for cultivation as breeding stock, their only purpose being to produce a large number of children in order to strengthen the family. Besides, isn't our Zhou family a prestigious clan? How come the women in this palace are all ugly and deformed, each one more distinctive in appearance than the last, making one want to vomit their dinner from the night before? After quickly scanning the area, Zhou Ping noticed a disheveled girl with tattered clothes. She also seemed to be injured and could barely stand. After careful observation, Zhou Ping discovered that the girl's face, hidden beneath the black mud, still possessed a certain beauty, especially compared to the other women. She was practically a celestial being. "Elder, I choose her." Zhou Ping pointed at the girl and immediately asked the elder for the marriage contract. The girl sighed softly as she watched the man walk towards her. She, Xuelingyun, is the divine venerable of the Holy Fire Palace. She was a peerless beauty who looked down on countless strong people, but she was murdered by someone's scheme. Fortunately, she had a backup plan. After her soul wandered for countless miles in the Tianyuan continent, she has finally been able to return to the world in another body. Although Xuelingyun retained her memories of her past life, all her cultivation was lost. Moreover, the condition of her current body is not optimistic. Because her supreme bone was dug out by her own sister, all her meridians were broken, making it impossible for her to cultivate. Now, she is about to marry a good-for-nothing from her family, which is incredibly frustrating. Zhou Ping approached the young woman, handed the marriage contract to Xuelingyun, and smiled gently. "Once we sign this marriage contract, we'll be a family." Looking at the unremarkable man before her, even though Xuelingyun was unwilling, she had to sign the marriage contract now, otherwise the Zhou family elders in the main hall would not hesitate to take action and eliminate her, this disobedient person, on the spot. The moment she signed her name, that voice in Zhou Ping's mind rang out again. Relationship successfully bound. The host is rewarded with a bottle of healing elixir, capable of repairing all injuries, as a betrothal gift. Zhou Ping was overjoyed. This restorative elixir was just what he needed to heal his wife's injuries. Seeing that Zhou Ping had beaten them to it, the others behind couldn't help but grumble and curse. In particular, one of the men who rushed over was named Zhou Kai. His strength had already reached the peak of the 5th level of the body-tempering realm. He originally wanted to go into seclusion to break through to the 6th level of the body-tempering realm in one fell swoop, so that he would no longer have to be a stud for his family. But breakthroughs are never easy, and Zhou Kai ultimately failed. Faced with those strangely shaped women, Zhou Kai didn't want to look at them anymore. But when his gaze fell on Xuelingyun, his eyes lit up. Although her appearance was ordinary, she was much better than the others, especially her figure, which was really good. "Zhou Ping, you're not good enough for this woman. You should give her to me." Zhou Kai interrupted, shoving his nose at Zhou Ping as he spoke. Is this some kind of attempt to steal my wife? Don't even think about it, get the hell out of my way. Zhou Ping naturally refused, and his attitude was very firm. Zhou Kai's face immediately turned extremely gloomy. Although everyone was a family waste, there were still different levels among the wastes. Zhou Ping was the kind of person who was at the bottom of the group of wastes. He usually wouldn't dare to fart when he saw him. But today, this bastard dared to disrespect him. He must have a death wish. Elder, I request a duel with him to decide who will be the woman. The family elder in charge of maintaining order nodded. This did not violate the Zhou family's rules. He turned to Zhou Ping and asked, are you willing to agree to this? Zhou Ping glanced at the other party and said calmly, you want to get something for nothing without even a small reward? Greed knows no bounds. How about a marrow cleansing pill? Zhou Kai said nonchalantly. Dealing with Zhou Ping, who hadn't even reached the second level of the body tempering realm, was as easy as crushing an ant. Upon hearing the name marrow cleansing pill, the people around immediately revealed a strong desire for it. It was a rare and precious item. For those of them whose cultivation was struggling to break through to the 6th level of the body tempering realm, taking one pill would greatly increase their chances of breaking through. Zhou Ping's eyes lit up. If he could get a marrow cleansing pill for his wife to take, and then get a tenfold return, wouldn't he be rich? Seeing Zhou Ping's reaction, a mocking look immediately appeared on Zhou Kai's face. This country bumpkin has never seen anything like this. It's just a marrow cleansing pill, right? Useless trash, penniless wretch. You said it yourself, so I agree. Upon hearing Zhou Ping's words, the Mandarin Duck Palace erupted in an uproar. Observing Zhou Ping's actions, Shui Lingyun couldn't help but shake her head inwardly, feeling disappointed in him from the bottom of her heart. This person didn't even consider his own capabilities before daring to rashly agree to a duel with the other party. This was really unwise. No wonder he became a good-for-nothing in the family. After all, the marriage contract between the two has already been signed, so what can Zhou Ping do even if he doesn't agree to a duel? Seeing that both sides had agreed, the family elder announced to the public. You two will have a duel in the square in front of the Mandarin Duck Palace early tomorrow morning. Chapter 2 Tenfold Return. My dear wife, please sit down and rest for a while. I'll go get some hot water for you to wash up. After leaving the Mandarin Duck Palace, Zhou Ping took Shui Lingyun back home. Looking at the shabby state of the room, Shui Lingyun sighed softly. To be able to make it this far in a prestigious family, Zhou Ping was truly one of a kind. Before long, Zhou Ping brought over a large wooden tub filled with light blue hot water, with white steam swirling around the rafters. This is a medicinal bath I prepared. My wife, please go in and soak in it. It will be good for you. Medicated bath? Shui Lingyun couldn't help but think to herself, they're so poor, how can they afford a medicinal bath? No wonder this person agreed to the duel earlier, he's just an arrogant idiot who can't see reality. As Zhou Ping spoke, he pulled her to the wooden tub, where he had already poured the restorative elixir. Don't touch me. You want me to take a bath here? No way. Shui Lingyun's cheeks flushed. There were no other cubicles in the room. Wouldn't washing like this mean that the other party would see everything? Bah! What a lecherous scoundrel! But this is the only room I have. Now that we're husband and wife, why should we care about such trivial matters? Then you go out first, and I'll come back after I've finished washing. Bang! Under the night sky, Zhou Ping stood bewildered in the wind. He was kicked out of his house by his wife on the very first day of their marriage. What kind of situation is this? Inside the room, Shui Lingyun closed the door before slowly taking off her clothes, lifting her jade-like feet and stepping into the tub, her fair and delicate body submerged in the hot water. Although she has now signed a marriage contract with Zhou Ping, Shui Lingyun is not willing to stay here as a breeding machine. If she has more time, she can repair her meridians and start cultivating again, and then find an opportunity to escape from the Zhou family. As Shui Lingyun was washing herself and racking her brains for a way to break the deadlock, she suddenly felt a warm current coming from her dantian, and her whole body shuddered. Warm, comfortable. It feels like the meridians in my body are being repaired? What's going on? Even with Shui Lingyun's calm demeanor, she couldn't help but cry out at this moment. She quickly covered her mouth and, with great excitement, began to examine the condition of her meridians. Not only were my dantian and meridians completely repaired, but they were even much larger than before, and their efficiency in absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was several times higher. Unbelievable. Incredible. Surprised, Xueling couldn't help but wonder how Zhou Ping, the bottom-ranking good-for-nothing in the family, could create such a powerful medicinal bath. How did he manage to do it? In the world of cultivation, repairing one's meridians is almost considered defying fate and is a major event that affects a cultivator's entire life. Generally speaking, it requires a high-grade elixir to achieve this. Given Zhou Ping's current situation, it's impossible for him to afford such a pill. In fact, very few people in the entire Zhou family could afford it. Could this kid have unknowingly found some valuable medicinal herb and given it to me? Xueling frowned, but since Zhou Ping was outside, she couldn't very well ask him. After taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes and began to circulate her cultivation technique. Now that her meridians had been repaired, the most important thing in this dog-eat-dog world of cultivation was to improve her strength. Xueling previous life's cultivation technique was called Crimson Flame Heart Method, which was the strongest divine skill of the Holy Fire Palace. It was one of the most highly regarded cultivation scriptures in the entire Tianyuan continent, and it was known for its reputation of when the Crimson Flame is unleashed, it burns the 8 wastelands. Silently reciting the incantation, Xueling body emitted a circle of sacred golden red light, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged in from all directions, causing the distribution of spiritual energy in the entire Zhou family to become unbalanced at this moment. This was the result of Xueling deliberate control. Otherwise, if the Crimson Flame Heart Sutra were to operate at full power, the surrounding heaven and earth energy would be instantly drained away, since this is a rare top-grade heaven-rank cultivation technique in the world. Dazzling divine light and brimming with vital energy, Xueling at this moment was like a goddess descended to earth, incomparably noble. After just one cycle of cultivation, she broke through from an ordinary person to the first level of the body-tempering realm, and the feeling of regaining her cultivation was absolutely wonderful. At this moment, Zhou Ping, who had just climbed onto the roof, suddenly felt a huge surge of energy within his body. Detected that Xueling is practicing a cultivation technique, triggering a tenfold return. The host is rewarded with a divine skill that amplifies the power of cultivation tenfold, the Burning Heaven Heart Technique. The Heaven Burning Heart Sutra surpasses even the highest grade heavenly rank, reaching an unprecedented saint rank, completely overwhelming all other cultivation techniques on the Tianyuan continent. If he weren't afraid of falling, Zhou Ping would have jumped up excitedly by now. As far as he knew, the strongest technique on the Tianyuan continent was the Heaven Rank Supreme Technique, and he had never heard of anything stronger. Now, he actually possessed the first saint rank technique. What a great fortune this was! He quickly tried circulating the Burning Heaven Heart Technique, and the surrounding heaven and earth energy seemed to have found a home, rushing madly towards Zhou Ping and vying to enter his meridians. If Xueling cultivation of the Crimson Flame Heart Method resulted in the surging heaven and earth energy converging into a small stream, then Zhou Ping's cultivation of the Burning Heaven Heart Method resulted in the surrounding heaven and earth energy flowing like a great river, with both the speed and quality of absorption being significantly higher. Breakthrough! Reached the second level of the body-tempering realm. The bottleneck that had plagued the original owner for many years was broken so easily. Zhou Ping was immediately jolted awake. It seemed that his wife was no ordinary woman. Women who could be sold to be with useless people like them were basically from the bottom of the Tianyuan continent. They would never have the ability to cultivate. Even if his current cultivation technique was weakened tenfold, it would still be extremely precious. What kind of person did I marry? Before he could think it through, an immense surge of vital energy suddenly erupted from his body. Xueling breaks through her cultivation realm, rewarding the host with 10 times the amount of vital energy. Feeling the expanding vital energy within his body, Zhou Ping felt a surge of pride. Right now, no martial artist at the second level of the body-tempering realm could withstand a single punch from him. However, Zhou Ping could sense that his cultivation level remained unchanged. In other words, although the vital energy returned from his wife could directly improve his cultivation level, it still needed to be cultivated through techniques before it could be used to improve his realm. Realm and cultivation level are not the same concept and cannot be confused. Call. Inside the room, Xueling finished her first cultivation session. With the help of the powerful Crimson Flame Heart Technique, her cultivation level had already risen to the 6th level of the body-tempering realm in just 1 hour. It's a pity that the Supreme Bone was taken away, otherwise I might have been able to formally condense Qi today. Since I borrowed this body, I must also bear the consequences of her actions. I will definitely avenge this in the future. As a former deity of the sacred fire palace, Xueling had this confidence. Squeak! Just then, the door was pushed open from the outside. My wife, an hour has passed. Your husband is coming in now, Zhou Ping said with a light laugh. No, wait a little longer. Shui Lingyun screamed, her pretty face turning bright red, and hurriedly and clumsily put on her clothes. Zhou Ping was stunned when he saw his wife, who had just come out of the bath. So beautiful. That aloof and elegant temperament, that skin as white as mutton fat, is simply stunning. A gift from heaven, a priceless treasure, Zhou Ping murmured to himself. What did you say? Shui Lingyun frowned. This person was indeed a lecherous fellow, so good at sweet talk. What I mean is, it's late, let's get some rest. I'm warning you, don't look around. Shui Lingyun put on a fierce look, then pointed at the wooden tub and asked, what's this medicinal bath all about? There's only one bottle of spiritual liquid left in the house. I noticed that my wife seemed to be injured, so I poured the spiritual liquid into it. Did my wife feel unwell after washing? Zhou Ping asked anxiously. Seeing Zhou Ping's appearance, it seemed that he did not know the true effect of the bottle of spiritual liquid, and that what happened before was probably just a result of accident. Shui Lingyun was touched. Her family was already in such a state, yet Zhou Ping was willing to use this precious spiritual liquid on himself, which showed that he was not a bad person. No, you should go wash up too, and then rest. Soon, the two lay down on the bed, but their position was very awkward, and Zhou Ping couldn't even hug Shui Lingyun. Shui Lingyun has now repaired her meridians and recovered some of her cultivation. It's only a matter of time before she leaves the Zhou family, so there's no way she would be willing to submit to a family's good for nothing. However, there was only one bed in the room, and Shui Lingyun felt embarrassed to kick Zhou Ping out, since he had just helped her, so she could only keep a safe distance from him. It was already past midnight when a series of groans could be heard from not far away. Ah. Hearing these lewd sounds, Shui Lingyun's cheeks flushed slightly, and her heart raced. How shameless. But this is actually quite normal. After all, those members of the Zhou family who went to the Mandarin Duck Palace to pick up their wives today now have only one goal, to have children for the family. So naturally, they will put in their best effort tonight. My wife, we should do something too. Zhou Ping seized the opportunity to speak. Chapter 3 Strange Phenomena of Heaven and Earth. No. Shui Lingyun immediately interrupted. Zhou Ping sighed softly. These days, you can't even touch your wife after you've married her. Is there no justice in this world? The next morning, a large crowd had gathered in the square in front of the Yuanyan Hall. After a night of hard work, everyone was exhausted and came to watch the excitement and rest for a while. Do you think Zhou Ping can win? What are you thinking? Did you lose your mind last night? If he wins, I'll do a handstand and have diarrhea. There's no hope at all. With Zhou Ping's bottom tier strength at the first level of the body tempering realm, Zhou Kai could easily kill him with a single slap. Zhou Kai, who had been waiting there, was whistling and looking relaxed when suddenly a man and a woman appeared in his line of sight, and his eyes widened in shock. The woman had a face like a peach blossom, flowing hair, and skin as delicate as white jade. Although her clothes were simple, they could not conceal her stunning beauty. Zhou Ping, who arrived with his wife, instantly attracted everyone's attention. Compared to Shui Lingyun, what kind of ugly gourds and cracked dates were they holding last night? This woman is so stunningly beautiful, damn Zhou Ping. How could a bottom-tier loser like him deserve such good fortune? Seeing that such a beautiful woman was with Zhou Ping, this good-for-nothing, Zhou Kai's eyes turned red. He was determined to take this woman away from him today. Seeing that both sides had arrived, the elder immediately announced the start of the duel. Zhou Ping, if you admit defeat now and obediently hand over your wife to me, you can avoid physical pain. Otherwise, you might blame me for being too rough later. Zhou Kai stared at the unremarkable Zhou Ping, his eyes filled with disdain. Brother Zhou Kai, smash him with one punch. The onlookers also joined in the commotion, saying that Zhou Ping had gotten incredibly lucky this week, getting such a beautiful wife for free, and they were now extremely envious. Did you hear that? Nobody here has any faith in you. Why don't you kneel down and beg for mercy? With the crowd's support, Zhou Kai felt he could kill Zhou Ping with just one finger. Enough with the nonsense, bring it on, Zhou Ping said calmly. Yesterday, after receiving a large amount of yuan qi returned by Shui Lingyun when she broke through to the 6th level of the body tempering realm, Zhou Ping's cultivation level increased dramatically. Because the burning heaven heart method he cultivated was an unprecedented saint-level technique, each breakthrough in his realm required more yuan qi than other techniques. Therefore, although he was currently only at the 2nd level of the body tempering realm, his total yuan qi was comparable to that of the 7th level of the body tempering realm. He had more than enough yuan qi to deal with Zhou Kai and was not afraid at all. The two walked onto the opposite platform. Zhou Ping stood with his hands behind his back, his body slightly trembling. Boom! The aura of the second level of the body tempering realm burst forth, causing a stir among those around him. No one expected that Zhou Ping would break through the bottleneck that had troubled him for so many years. But what can we do about it? Seeing this, Zhou Kai curled his lip in disdain and said, "It's just breaking through one level. At most, it's like the worm has grown a little bigger, but it's still a worm, isn't it?" Zhou Ping smiled slightly. "You can give it a try. You think you're so great? I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget." Zhou Kai roared, unleashing his full power as a peak 5th level body tempering realm cultivator. He clenched his right fist and slammed it forcefully toward Zhou Ping's face. The momentum of this move was extremely strong, with a faint gust of wind whistling through it. At this moment, Zhou Kai was overjoyed. He was confident that this punch would send Zhou Ping flying more than 10 meters, which meant that he would soon be able to win the heart of his beauty. When Xuelingyun, who was watching the battle, saw this scene, she couldn't help but feel a little worried. With Zhou Ping's current level of skill, it seemed impossible for him to withstand this punch. With a light lift of her jade-like foot, just as Xuelingyun was about to help Zhou Ping to prevent him from getting hurt, the scene before her made her stop in her tracks. To everyone's surprise, Zhou Ping stood still without dodging or flinching, casually extending his palm and grabbing the attacking fist, preventing it from advancing even an inch. This doesn't make sense, does it? What do you imagine Zhou Ping would be like to be punched and sent flying? Zhou Kai was taken aback. Had he made a mistake in how he applied force? Or was it just that the opponent was too lucky and accidentally broke his move? Zhou Ping clenched his fist tightly and scolded, "Why is your fist so weak? Did you not eat?" Zhou Kai was in pain and became furious. He tried to pull his fist back, but he was shocked to find that he could not break free from Zhou Ping's grip. When did this kid become so strong? Die! With a roar, Zhou Ping's fist landed heavily on his opponent's abdomen, sending Zhou Kai flying more than 10 meters, crashing right into the gate of the Yuanyan Palace. Puff! Zhou Kai spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes glazed over, his face filled with disbelief. How could this be? Zhou Ping, a mere waste at the second level of the body tempering realm. Puff! Zhou Kai, a dignified person at the peak of the 5th level of the body tempering realm, was easily defeated by a trash who had just broken through. Recalling his arrogant appearance just now, Zhou Kai's face turned pale and then red. He was so angry that he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood again. From today onwards, I am no longer the person I used to be. Zhou Ping muttered to himself, then jumped off the battle platform. The elder who was acting as the referee was stunned for a while before he reacted and quickly announced the result of the duel. Zhou Ping wins this battle. The audience fell silent until a moment later, when they couldn't help but rub their eyes, fearing they were hallucinating. What just happened? Zhou Kai was defeated so easily? Zhou Ping was a universally acknowledged good-for-nothing in the clan, the kind of good-for-nothing who couldn't be better off, yet he defeated Zhou Kai with ease? If you hadn't actually seen it, anyone who heard this news would think it was a joke. It's only been one night, but Zhou Ping seems like a completely different person. Could it be that his strength has greatly increased due to his dual cultivation with his wife last night? Xuelingyun was also a little surprised. She didn't expect Zhou Ping to be such a hidden talent. He was indeed somewhat shrewd, but that was all. Having been a divine venerable of the Holy Fire Palace in her previous life, Xuelingyun had seen many people, including peerless geniuses and peak experts. Although Zhou Ping's performance was not bad, in her eyes, he was at most only slightly stronger than an ordinary person. Look! Zhou Kai has fainted. Oh no, his meridians have been shattered. Zhou Ping has really messed up this time. Zhou Kai's older brother, Zhou Yu, is a prodigy who was accepted as a disciple by the Misty Sect. If he comes back and sees his younger brother crippled, he will definitely not let Zhou Ping off the hook. Zhou Ping, you'd better run. Although you defeated Zhou Kai, there's still a huge gap between you and Zhou Yu. If he comes after you, no matter how many tricks you have up your sleeve, you won't be a match for him. Hearing the chaotic sounds around him, Zhou Ping walked expressionlessly to Zhou Kai's side and pulled out the marrow-cleansing pill from his body. Thank you for your generosity. If your brother comes back to seek revenge, remember to remind him to bring more pills. Zhou Ping snorted coldly and left the square with Xuelingyun, leaving behind a group of clansmen who were too shocked to speak. After returning home with the marrow-cleansing pill, Zhou Ping did not take it himself, but instead handed it to Xuelingyun. My wife, here's the elixir for you. At this moment, Xuelingyun's heart couldn't help but stir. For Zhou Ping, this was such a precious elixir. Thinking back to the medicinal bath last night, Zhou Ping always gave her the best things and never considered himself. No, this pill was won by you in a duel, how can I accept it? Ah, as a husband, it's only natural to save the best things for my wife. I've left the pills here, you must take them. After saying that, Zhou Ping put down the pills and ran out of the house, not giving Xuelingyun a chance to refuse. He's a kind-hearted person, it's just a pity. Xuelingyun muttered to herself, if she weren't a deity of the Holy Fire Palace, she might actually have become a Taoist partner with a man like Zhou Ping. Picking up the marrow cleansing pill, Xuelingyun immediately swallowed it. She did indeed need to cleanse her marrow and meridians to increase her cultivation speed and regain her strength to take revenge as soon as possible. Xuelingyun took the marrow cleansing pill, triggering a tenfold return, and rewarded the host with a life creation pill. Hiding on the roof, Zhou Ping looked at the cyan pill that had appeared out of thin air in his hand, and he couldn't help but feel excited. The marrow cleansing pill could transform a person's meridians and improve their talent for cultivation, and the life creation pill, which was 10 times stronger, was obviously much more effective. Just as Zhou Ping put the life creation pill to his lips, a sudden inspiration flashed in his mind. If he gave the life creation pill to his wife and triggered a tenfold return, wouldn't he get a reward 100 times better than the marrow cleansing pill? Genius! This idea is absolutely brilliant. Zhou Ping immediately ran home, but halfway there he suddenly became worried. It seemed like he was exploiting a loophole in the system. What if he didn't get the reward back? After pacing around his doorstep and thinking it over, Zhou Ping decided to give it a try. Take a gamble, and your bicycle might turn into a motorcycle. That evening, Zhou Ping suddenly presented the life-creating pill to Xuelingyun. My lady, I happened to obtain a pill while I was out today. What do you think? Where did you get this? Xuelingyun wanted to refuse, as the origin of this pill was unknown, and who knew what would happen if she took it. Besides, Zhou Ping's ancestors were already incredibly fortunate to have passed down that bottle of spiritual liquid. How could he possibly have obtained any powerful pills? You know, some trashy pills not only don't help, but can actually cause harm. I found it on the road. It was probably a reward from an elder in my family who saw that I had behaved well today. After hearing Zhou Ping's explanation, Xuelingyun felt it was even more unreliable and immediately tried to push away the pills that were offered to her. However, at this moment, Xuelingyun was suddenly shocked by the amazing spiritual energy emanating from the pill. This was definitely not an ordinary pill. Even in the Holy Fire Palace, she had never seen anything like it before. So what was originally an outstretched hand intended to push Zhou Ping away turned into a grabbing of his hand, taking the life-creating pill, and swallowing it on the spot. Boom! Wa'ada! In an instant, a fierce wind arose all around, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and thunder shook the heavens and the earth. Xuelingyun felt a huge surge of energy surging within her body. This energy was full of vitality, as if everything could be revitalized and restored to its original state, no matter how thoroughly it was destroyed. Then, to her surprise, she discovered that a burst of light appeared on her chest, instantly unleashing an earth-shattering aura. Immediately, 7 colored crimson clouds fell from the sky, transforming into flowing light that entered her chest inexhaustibly. Xuelingyun was overwhelmed with excitement. She never expected that the pills Zhou Ping gave her would have such miraculous effects. At this moment, her chest was crystal clear, and there appeared a small, blazing sun. Upon internal observation, one could see that her essence and blood were circulating, transforming into a bone that was gradually taking shape. Then, with a boom, she almost burst into flames, her flesh, organs, and bones emitting radiant light, drawing out all her divine power and sending it to the bone in her chest. Within Xuelingyun's chest, the supreme blood revived, reaching its peak strength, and then rebuilt his bones. There, a small golden sun shone, constantly condensing, revealing the translucent white bone fragments. It was pure white and crystal clear, radiating a terrifying light, forming a golden divine disk around it, which transformed into a blazing sun, as if it possessed the aura to suppress the 3 realms and 6 paths. Most terrifyingly, symbols flickered on it, and then a tiny, blazing figure emerged, sitting cross-legged on the supreme bone, uttering Taoist chants as if reciting scriptures. Ha ha ha! The supreme bone has been recovered. It's truly a blessing from heaven. With this good fortune, I, the god, will surely avenge my great grudge. Xuelingyun was shouting excitedly from the depths of her heart. The person who plotted against and harmed her was incredibly powerful, a figure who ranked among the top in the entire Tianyuan continent. Under normal circumstances, it would have taken Xuelingyun countless years to take revenge. But now that the Supreme Bone has been revived, coupled with her own foundation as a divine venerable of the Holy Fire Palace, her future cultivation path will be unobstructed, and she may even be able to advance further than before. Such a miraculous pill exists. Even the elixir of immortality couldn't compare. And he just gave it to me like that. As she experienced the changes brought about by the life-creating pill, Xue Lingyun couldn't help but think of Zhou Ping, the man who had become her husband by a twist of fate. He had always given her precious things without reservation, and she felt she owed him so much. Detection of the Supreme Bones revival within Xue Lingyun's body, triggering a tenfold return, rewarding the host with immortal Emperor Bones. Warning! The returned rewards can only be used by the host. If the rewards are used on a character you are raising again, no rewards will be returned. Zhou Ping sighed deeply. It seemed this method wouldn't work anymore. It was getting harder to fleece people. The immortal Emperor's bone will attract extraordinary phenomena that will shake the heavens and earth. Should the host conceal it? Zhou Ping was astonished. If the phenomenon of the Supreme Bone was already so terrifying, wouldn't his own phenomenon have alarmed all those immortal monsters on the Tianyuan continent? Cover. Immediately afterwards, Zhou Ping's entire spine emitted a 9-colored divine light, and an aura of immortality arose spontaneously, enough to suppress the heavens and the earth. If it had not been quietly concealed, it would have certainly alarmed countless peerless experts. However, the extraordinary phenomena caused by Xue Lingyun's Supreme Bones revival alone had already shocked the entire Zhou family and had even been noticed by a major sect nearby. Elder, there are unusual signs in the Zhou family, the main sect of our sect. It must be that a genius has been born. You should personally go and accept a disciple on my behalf, lest another family beat us to it. Yes. Chapter 4: The Misty Sect. The Zhou family's council hall. Patriarch Zhou Yongchang took a sip of fragrant tea. Beside him sat an elderly man with an air of otherworldly grace. This man looked ordinary, but his identity and strength were quite terrifying. He was the Grand Elder of the Misty Sect. At this moment, Zhou Ping and Xue Lingyun were standing in the center of the hall, being looked up and down by many eyes. From yesterday until now, the entire Zhou family had been shaken by the strange phenomenon that Xue Lingyun had caused, and everyone was discussing it heatedly. How can Zhou Ping's luck be so good that he gets lucky twice? It's one thing to have picked up a beautiful wife, but to have such amazing cultivation talent, where can we go to complain? That's right, he's turned his life around. Zhou Ping can live off his wife from now on. He. What are you thinking? That woman has such outstanding talent, and now the Grand Elder of the Misty Sect is personally coming to take her as a disciple. How could she possibly be willing to spend her life with Zhou Ping, this good-for-nothing? The Zhou family members were abuzz with discussion, with almost everyone believing that Zhou Ping would definitely be abandoned. After all, the two were from completely different worlds, a very realistic assessment. Elder Mo Qiufeng, I've already summoned the person. You think it's correct? Zhou Yongchang said with a smile, putting down his teacup. Mo Qiufeng stroked his long beard, his gaze towards Xue Lingyun filled with admiration. This woman's talent was truly astonishing. Just by standing there, the surrounding heaven and earth energy would automatically flow into her body. She was definitely a cultivation genius that was rare to see in 100 years. No wonder she could attract such a celestial phenomenon. Thank you for your trouble. Elder Mo, you're being too polite. Many of my Zhou family's younger generations are cultivating in the Misty Sect. We've always been grateful for your sect's care. This little thing I'm doing is just a small token of my gratitude. I've also prepared a small gift, so please be sure to take it with you when you go back. It must be said that Zhou Yongchang's words were truly eloquent, and Mo Qiufeng found them very pleasing. Clan Chief Zhou, rest assured, my Misty Sect will never mistreat the Zhou family disciples who cultivate within the sect. In that case, thank you very much. Zhou Yongchang cupped his hands in greeting, his smile radiant. Having understood, Mo Qiufeng stood up and walked to Xue Lingyun, stroking his beard as he asked, my Misty Sect wishes to take you as a disciple. Are you willing to agree? I do. Xue Lingyun originally wanted to leave the Zhou family, and the Misty Sect had abundant cultivation resources, so she could recover her cultivation levels sooner if she went there. However, I have a small condition that I hope you will grant. Oh? Mo Qiufeng raised an eyebrow slightly, feel free to state your conditions. My condition is that he also joins the Misty Sect. Xue Lingyun pointed her jade finger at Zhou Ping beside her. Mo Qiufeng was stunned, Zhou Yongchang was stunned, and the other members of the Zhou family present were also shocked by Xue Lingyun's actions. This plot is wrong, isn't it? Shouldn't the first thing he does after reaching the shore be to kill the person he loves? Moreover, Zhou Ping isn't even Xueling Yun's sweetheart this week. He's just a useless member of the family, with a cultivation level of only the second level of the body tempering realm. He should be a burden that needs to be gotten rid of as soon as possible, right? Seeing this, Zhou Ping, who was standing to the side, touched his nose, feeling a warmth in his heart. Mo Qiufeng frowned slightly. As far as he knew, Zhou Ping had no outstanding qualities and was not worthy of Xueling Yun at all. If he were to take him to the Misty Sect, he would only hinder Xueling Yun's cultivation progress and would have no other use. Those who fly with the phoenix must be magnificent birds, those who walk with tigers and wolves must be fierce beasts. This matter violates the rules and is quite inappropriate. I think you should change the terms, Mo Qiufeng said in a deep voice. Taking Xueling Yun as a disciple was an order personally given by the sect leader, who intended to cultivate her properly. However, bringing along a burden like Zhou Ping would be detrimental to Xueling Yun's growth. However, Xueling Yun's attitude was very firm. She knew in her heart that she was able to have her current opportunity all thanks to Zhou Ping. This man could have changed his fate with the spiritual liquid and pills he had used before, but he gave them to her without reservation. This wife, whom she had only known for one day, was both grateful and guilty. If she could bring Zhou Ping to the Misty Sect with her, it would be a way of repaying him. Zhou Ping also expressed a strong stance, insisting that he must go with Xueling Yun no matter what, otherwise, if he stayed in the Zhou family, he wouldn't be able to take advantage of the system. Seeing that the two were determined, Mo Qiufeng did not want to leave a bad impression on Xueling Yun. After thinking it over, he suddenly took out a token and handed it to Zhou Ping. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. My Misty Sect's disciple recruitment ceremony will be held in 5 days. You can take this token to participate in the entrance examination. As long as you pass, I will grant Xueling Yun's request and let you enter the sect. In Mo Qiufeng's perception, Zhou Ping's current strength is too weak to pass the assessment, and he is not even qualified to participate in the entry assessment. He is giving Zhou Ping this token now simply to get rid of him and tell him not to get in the way. Thank you, Elder. I will definitely pass the test in 5 days. Zhou Ping smiled as he accepted the token, looking confident. They are so arrogant and ignorant. The others present couldn't help but mutter to themselves, the Misty Sect is one of the top sects in the Northern Territory. Even a powerful family like the Zhou family can only recruit a handful of people into the Misty Sect each time. What is Zhou Ping? Without violating the sect's rules, this is all I can do. What do you think? Turning to Xueling Yun, Mo Qiufeng asked with a smile. To be honest, if it weren't for the sect leader's desire to take in this precious disciple, he wouldn't bother with Zhou Ping at all. Xueling Yun nodded slightly. She had done her best in this regard in hope that Zhou Ping would live up to expectations and successfully pass the entrance exam in 5 days. Swish! A white jade leaf floated out of Mo Qiufeng's hand. In midair, the white jade leaf gradually grew larger and larger, and then he lightly leaped and stood on the white jade leaf. Such divine skill immediately caused a stir. He truly deserves to be called the Grand Elder of the Misty Sect. When will they be able to possess such a treasure? Come with me to the Misty Sect. Mo Qiufeng waved his hand gently, and Xueling Yun felt an invisible force carrying her to the white jade leaf. Before leaving, Mo Qiufeng bowed to Zhou Yongchang and said with a smile, "This matter is settled, so I will not bother you any longer. Clan Chief Zhou is welcome to visit my Misty Sect." Zhou Yongchang also stood up and returned the greeting, saying, respectfully seeing off the elder. Watching Xueling Yun and her companion fly into the sky in the blink of an eye and become a tiny black, Zhou Ping said to himself, "My wife, you go ahead first, I will follow soon." Chapter 5 Introductory Assessment. Tianyuan Continent, Northern Border, Misty Mountains. In the Northern Territory, there are more than 1,000 sects of all sizes, but those that have been passed down for more than 100 years are quite rare, not to mention the Misty Sect, which has been passed down for thousands of years and is a veritable holy land of cultivation. Today happens to be the time when the Misty Sect recruits disciples, and outside the sect's mountain gate, young geniuses from all walks of life have already gathered. Zhou Ping, who had left the Zhou family alone, arrived in a hurry. He climbed the mountain with the others and soon reached an ancient cloud platform at the summit. Standing on the cloud platform, gazing at the Misty Sect's immortal gate, Zhou Ping saw it nestled among the mountains and standing amidst the celestial mist, giving the impression of a celestial palace in the mortal world. Looking at the majestic, continuous mountain range and the lush, verdant forests, Zhou Ping couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "Such is the beauty. It's truly magnificent. The Misty Sect feels like a paradise on earth. Aren't you going to talk nonsense? This is one of the sacred training grounds in the north, a place that countless people dream of. There are so many people here today, probably 2 or 3,000. The young people were all talking excitedly, secretly dreaming about the glorious moment when they would join the Misty sect, something that would make the whole family proud. Before long, several figures dressed in blue and white robes arrived at the cloud platform. Each of them had an auspicious cloud embroidered on their chest, which was the identity mark of the Misty sect. The leader was an elderly man in his 50s, but although he looked somewhat old, his eyes were bright and piercing. Welcome everyone who has come all this way. As you can see, I am in charge of the disciple recruitment assessment today. You can call me Elder Chio. As soon as Elder Chio spoke, the platform became completely silent. The first rule for our sect to recruit disciples is that anyone who is at least 18 years old and whose cultivation level is below the 6th level of the body tempering realm will be eliminated. Almost everyone knows this, and those who aspire to become disciples of the Misty sect are generally no less than this level. Therefore, among those present, only Zhou Ping is an exception, with a level of only the 2nd level of the body tempering realm. Friend, please leave as soon as possible. A disciple of the Misty sect approached Zhou Ping, preparing to drive him away. Zhou Ping shook his head, indicating that he did not want to leave. You brat, how can you be so arrogant? This is the rule of my Misty sect. You are not qualified to recruit disciples. Get out of here. The Misty sect disciple immediately became angry. The other people who came to become his apprentices also laughed. In their eyes, Zhou Ping had no self-awareness at all. Swish. Zhou Ping remained calm as he revealed the token that Mo Qiufeng had given him. Do any of you recognize this object? Upon seeing the token, not only were the disciples of the Misty sect taken aback, but even Elder Chio's eyes widened. This was clearly the Grand Elder's token. Could it be that this person had some special qualities that they had not yet discovered? After a moment's thought, Elder Chio said, "All right, since that's the case, let's give him a chance." Yes. The Misty sect disciple returned to Elder Chio's side in a muffled voice, but there was a hint of mockery in his eyes when he looked at Zhou Ping. He wanted to see how this weakling at the 2nd level of body tempering realm would be able to join the sect. Elder Chio continued, to make a long story short, according to past practice, there is only one way for you to join my Misty sect, and that is to pass the entrance examination set by the sect. Immediately, someone in the crowd asked loudly, "May I ask, Senior, what exactly is the entrance examination?" Upon hearing this, Elder Chio raised his hand and pointed from his feet toward the entrance of the Misty sect. From this cloud platform to the cloud top ladder outside the sect, there is a total of 280 miles of mountain road. This section is not only teeming with demonic beasts, poisonous insects, and plants, but also with tests set up by the sect for disciples to block the way. Ordinary body tempering realm cultivators cannot pass through alone, and once surrounded by demonic beasts, they will surely die. Elder Chio raised his eyelid slightly and continued, this entrance test is to challenge this 280-mile-long deadly road, and to successfully climb the heavenly ladder to the cloud top before sunset tomorrow, and you will become a disciple of our sect. These words immediately sparked a flurry of discussion on the platform. Isn't this entrance exam far too risky? It's just about joining a sect, why do we have to risk our lives? That's right. Everyone knows that there are many ferocious demons and beasts living in the jungle near the Misty sect. If you encounter a 2nd-tier or even a 3rd-tier demon beast, you'll lose your life immediately. You're right, I think I'd better not go. At this moment, a young man dressed in rather expensive clothes asked, Elder Chio, since this entrance exam is so difficult, are there any rewards? Of course. Elder Chio said affirmatively. As long as you reach the top of the cloud ladder within the specified time, you will be rewarded with 1 chi condensation pill. If you rank in the top 5, you will receive an additional 2 chi condensation pills. As for the top 3, Elder Chio paused slightly, his voice becoming a few decibels louder. 3rd place will be awarded 3 chi condensation pills, and the winner can choose any high-grade martial art that only inner disciples are qualified to practice. 2nd place, for chi condensation pills, a high-grade martial art, plus a low-grade yellow rank treasure. And the 1st place winner will receive 5 chi condensation pills, a high-grade martial art, and a mid-grade yellow rank treasure. Whoosh! Upon hearing this, the people on the cloud platform immediately became uneasy. Treasure weapons are weapons used by cultivators. Their power far surpasses that of ordinary weapons. Their levels can be divided into yellow rank, profound rank, earth rank, heaven rank, etc. Each rank is further divided into low grade, middle grade, high grade, and supreme grade. What a grand gesture! A mid-grade yellow rank treasure, the Misty sect is incredibly wealthy. Yes. I've grown up so much, and I've never even touched a magical artifact before. I'll give it my all. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Here I come, the ladder to the top of the clouds. Upon hearing about such a generous reward, many people were eager to participate. Although the competition for the top 3 was fierce, as long as one reached the top of the ladder, one would receive a chi condensation pill, so it was a win-win situation. Those who want to challenge themselves to climb the sky ladder to the top, please gather at the entrance of the Trial Valley in the north. As soon as Elder Cho finished speaking, some powerful and confident young geniuses headed towards the Trial Valley without a second thought. Watching the crowd gradually leave the cloud platform, Zhou Ping did not hesitate for long and immediately stepped down from the cloud platform, heading towards the Trial Valley on the north side. On the way, Zhou Ping made up his mind that he had to climb the cloud top ladder no matter what, and then give the reward to his wife. These past few days, Xuelingyun was far away in the Misty Sect, and Zhou Ping had no chance to take advantage of the system at the Zhou family. He felt uncomfortable all over. Chapter 6 Trial Valley. At this moment, outside the Trial Valley, in a pavilion, a young man dressed in blue, with an extraordinary appearance, was fanning himself with a paper fan and holding a book. This man had a tall and straight posture, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. Even from behind, he exuded an awe-inspiring majesty. He is Zhou Yu, a disciple of the Misty Sect. He is the top of the 10 strongest inner disciples of the Misty Sect and an absolutely renowned prodigy. He calls himself the Deadly Scholar. Not long after, a light footstep came from behind. A richly dressed man clasped his hands in a fist salute and raised his hands in greeting. Lin Wei greets senior brother Zhou Yu. I have long heard of the name of the Deadly Scholar. Meeting you today, you are indeed as bright as the stars and the moon, inspiring awe and all. Zhou Yu looked at the elegantly dressed young man in front of him and said calmly, You must be Lin Wei, Elder Lin Fian's nephew. I have a good relationship with Elder Lin Fian. I have heard her mention you. With your strength, you can easily win the first place among this year's new disciples. You flatter me, Deadly Scholar. I am only at the 3rd level of Chi Condensation Realm. I dare not claim to be strong in front of you, senior brother. Although Lin Wei spoke modestly, there was a hint of smugness in his eyes. With his strength at the 3rd level of the Chi Condensation Realm, he has already met the standard for entering the inner sect. As for this year's newcomers, there is not a single one who can rival Lin Wei. In Lin Wei's eyes, he was already an inner disciple of the Misty Sect. Today was just a formality, and he could take the reward for climbing the cloud ladder. Seeing the subtle glint of brilliance in Lin Wei's eyes, a hint of amusement appeared on Zhou Yu's face. There's something I need you to do. My younger brother, Zhou Kai, has had his meridians shattered. Zhou Yu said expressionlessly, although he is a good-for-nothing in the family who only knows how to eat, drink and have fun, he is still my younger brother. Father ordered that he must be torn apart by 5 horses. Upon hearing this, Lin Wei's face showed a hint of surprise, then his smile turned cruel. Senior brother, do you mean that person also participated in this entrance assessment? Zhou Yu nodded and said calmly, do it cleanly, don't leave any trace. After it's done, you will be under my protection in the Misty Sect. Upon hearing this, Lin Wei was overjoyed. Although he had an elder as a backer, elders generally could not interfere in the struggles between disciples. Zhou Yu, on the other hand, was different. Moreover, Zhou Yu had a bright future and would definitely become a high-ranking member of the Misty Sect in the future. With Zhou Yu's protection, wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wants in the Misty Sect? Lin Wei, somewhat excited, did not inquire about the other person's background, because in his eyes, that person was already dead. Don't worry, senior brother, I will keep that person here forever. Lin Wei was a smart man. He knew that Zhou Yu's identity was too conspicuous, and it was also an important day for recruiting new disciples. There would definitely be many eyes watching on the cloud top ladder. Therefore, it was inconvenient for Zhou Yu to do the killing himself, but it was different for Lin Wei. During the entrance examination, he would have plenty of opportunities to assassinate. Zhou Yu was very satisfied with Lin Wei's answer. This man became famous at a young age. It is said that he had already broken through to the 6th level of the body tempering realm when he was only 15 years old. He also fought for his family in various places and expanded their territory by a considerable amount. This person was unruly and ruthless, a trait that Zhou Yu greatly admired, as he shared some similarities with him. Work hard. I won't be able to do without someone like you in the Misty Sect in the future, Zhou Yu said with a smile like a tiger. Lin Wei understood the deeper meaning behind this, and immediately said in a deep voice, from now on, I will definitely follow senior brother's lead. Zhou Yu nodded, handed a portrait to Lin Wei, and then said, this is what that person looks like in his name. Get ready, I'll be waiting for your good news at the top of the cloud ladder. Joan took the portrait and examined it carefully, then smiled and said, "Don't worry, senior brother, I will definitely not let this man named Zhou Ping live." Then, with a whoosh, a white sword light flashed out, and Zhou Yu disappeared directly in front of Lin Wei. The Trial Valley is located in the southeastern region of the Misty Mountains. At this moment, some elders and disciples of the Misty sect have gathered on a high platform. They all want to see what kind of new disciples they can recruit this time. At the entrance of the valley, Zhou Ping and the others arrived one after another at a bluestone square. Elder Qiu, who was in charge of the trial, was already waiting there. He glanced at the group of young people and said, "Remember, if you reach the top of the cloud ladder before tomorrow evening, you will pass the test. Anyone else will be deemed a failure and will be unable to join the sect. Furthermore, this path is fraught with danger. If you are unfortunately injured or even die, the sect will not take any responsibility. I hereby declare that the entrance examination shall now begin." As soon as he finished speaking, a large group of people rushed out of the bluestone square. The Trial Valley is 280 miles long and is full of difficulties and dangers. To get a good ranking, you have to race against time. Without any hesitation, Zhou Ping immediately embarked on the path of assessment. "Elder Qiu, these newcomers seem to have a lot of drive," an elder from the sect said from the high platform. Elder Qiu nodded and said, "The newcomers are too ambitious. We must temper their arrogance before they enter the sect. This will be good for them." The sect elder smiled and continued, "I just took a look, and there's a guy named Lin Wei this time. He's probably going to be the new king of rookies. He's quite a promising talent. Elder Qiu, would you like to take him on as a disciple?" "Hee, I also think it's good, but it's a pity it's not my turn. Lin Wei is Elder Lin Fian's nephew, so he will definitely become her disciple." "Elder Lin's nephew?" The sect elder was surprised. Lin Fian's strength was among the top in their group of elders. No wonder Elder Qiu chose to back down. Just as the two were talking, a figure suddenly flew over from the sky. After Elder Qiu saw the person's appearance, he quickly bowed respectfully and said, "Greetings, Grand Elder." Imo Qiufeng waved his hand and said, "Qiufeng, what do you think of the qualifications of this batch of newcomers?" Reporting to the Grand Elder, the overall situation is not bad, especially Lin Wei, who should be even better than last year's first-place winner, but... Upon seeing Imo Qiufeng arrive in person, Qiufeng suddenly remembered the strange boy holding the Grand Elder's token. "Don't beat around the bush, just say what you mean. There is a man named Zhou Ping whose cultivation level is only the second level of the body-tempering realm. I was originally unwilling to let him participate in the assessment, but he had your warrant, so I agreed to let him enter the Trial Valley. I wonder if the Grand Elder saw something special about him, which is why." Qiufeng hesitated, but in fact, strictly speaking, Imo Qiufeng's actions were still suspected of violating the sect's rules. However, given his status as the Grand Elder, the sect leader turned a blind eye and let it go. "Zhou Ping? I didn't expect him to actually have the guts to chase after me. He really doesn't know his own limitations." Mentioning this person, Imo Qiufeng frowned. This kid was really like a piece of dogskin plaster once he stuck to Schwellingen, he couldn't get rid of her. "You don't need to waste your energy on this guy. He's just a complete waste. I only gave him the warrant because of junior nephew Shui. You should mainly focus on Lin Wei and other people the sect will focus on cultivating in the future. As for Zhou Ping, just let him fend for himself." "Yes." Chapter 7 Heart Cold. In the Valley of Trials, Zhou Ping looked up at the sky. Moonlight streamed through the gaps in the trees, like white jade adorning the earth. "I've already covered about 170 or 180 miles, and there's only 100 miles left to reach the cloud top ladder. At my current pace, I estimate I'll be able to reach the summit before sunrise." Zhou Ping wiped the sweat from his forehead. He couldn't wait to see Schwellingen. However, just as he passed a large tree, a cold aura suddenly appeared. Zhou Ping's pupils contracted slightly, and he subconsciously took a step back. Bang! A long sword gleaming with a cold light pierced through the tree trunk, almost striking Zhou Ping's chest. The image of the sharp sword was reflected in his eyes. If Zhou Ping hadn't retreated in time, he would probably have already met a tragic end. "Who is it?" Zhou Ping immediately questioned sternly. His only response was the cold blade of the sword, which pierced through the tree and hurtled straight toward Zhou Ping's throat. Seeing that his opponent was determined to take his life, Zhou Ping no longer held back and, while dodging, threw out his right fist. Boom! The fist and sword collided, creating a shockwave that instantly shattered the large tree. A fierce-looking figure then flipped and leaped into the air. Zhou Ping stood with his fist clenched, staring coldly at the newcomer. This person was dressed in luxurious clothes, with an arrogant demeanor, and the sword he held in his hand was clearly a treasure. Lin Wei pointed the tip of his sword at Zhou Ping, his face full of contempt. "Who I am is none of your business. You need to understand one thing, you are about to die. I don't think I know you at all. Why would I kill you when we have no grudge against each other?" Zhou Ping clenched his fists even tighter. "Humph." Lin Wei sneered, "Do I need a reason to kill trash like you?" With that, Lin Wei charged forward with his sword, which burst forth with a dazzling light. Zhou Ping pushed off with his foot and quickly dodged to the side. Lin Wei slashed his sword at a bluestone behind Zhou Ping, splitting the nearly 1 meter wide stone in two. Not very strong, but quick to dodge. Lin Wei flicked his wrist, sword light swirling around him, a resounding sword cry rang out, and the longsword thrust out, aiming straight for Zhou Ping's heart. Lin Wei possessed the cultivation level of the third stage of the Qi condensation realm. With the added enhancement of the sword in his hand, his attacks were fierce and deadly. The other party's unforgiving attitude ignited Zhou Ping's anger. Although his strength hadn't changed much since he defeated Zhou Kai 5 days ago, don't forget that Zhou Ping now possessed the immortal Emperor Bone, which was even more powerful than the Supreme Bone. In an instant, Zhou Ping moved swiftly, easily dodging Lin Wei's powerful attack, and simultaneously used his palm as a blade, aiming straight for Lin Wei's throat. Lin Wei's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected Zhou Ping to be able to fight back. In his haste, Lin Wei managed to dodge the attack, but Zhou Ping's hand still grazed past him, leaving a shallow bloodstain on his neck. "You!" Lin Wei touched his bleeding wound and roared angrily, "You dare to hurt me? You lowly cripple, how dare you hurt me? Do you know who I am?" Lin Wei's murderous aura surged, and his eyes burned with rage. The sword in his hand surged with energy, causing the air around Lin Wei to churn. The invisible sword aura scattered the fallen leaves in all directions as he launched a powerful attack, his killing intent boundless. Zhou Ping's expression turned cold as he calmly said, "Who are you? What does it have to do with me?" As he finished speaking, the immortal Emperor Bone within Zhou Ping's body emitted a deep tremor, and an invisible current of energy gathered towards his fist. Although he could only unleash a small portion of the power of the immortal Emperor Bone at this moment, it was already enough for Zhou Ping to look down on countless people. Whoosh! 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 Zhou Ping's figure shifted rapidly, his movement speed reaching its limit. Suddenly, two figures appeared in front of Lin Wei. Two figures moved like swallows in flight, crisscrossing each other, closing in on each other. One real, one illusory, one true, one false. Lin Wei couldn't tell which was Zhou Ping's true form and which was the false phantom. Lin Wei's mind went blank, and he could only thrust his sword wildly. The result was predictable, the sword missed its mark, and Zhou Ping appeared on Lin Wei's left side like a ghost. He threw a punch, striking Lin Wei squarely in the abdomen without holding back. Ah! Pain spread throughout his body, Lin Wei's body trembled, and he could not even hold the sword in his hand, and then fell to the ground. But he was not afraid. Instead, anger surged through his brain. Who is he? He is the eldest son of the Lin family, the nephew of Elder Lin Fian of the Misty Sect, and a high-ranking prodigy. From childhood to adulthood, no one has ever dared to treat me like this. I'll tear you to pieces. I'll slice you into 1,000 pieces. Lin Wei kicked Zhou Ping in the head, and a sharp dagger suddenly emerged from the toe of his boot. Zhou Ping sneered, "A seemingly luxurious exterior hides a filthy heart. I gave you a chance to live, but you didn't cherish it." Reaching out, Zhou Ping grabbed the sword Lin Wei had dropped and slashed it with all his might. Clang! A sharp sword light struck Lin Wei's leg, the space seemed to freeze, blood rained down like flowers, and Lin Wei's leg flew off. Ah! What followed was Lin Wei's extremely shrill scream. With one leg severed, he lost his balance and fell to the ground from mid-air. Lin Wei was filled with shock and anger. His eyes widened as he stared intently at the severed leg, his mind blank. My legs, my legs? Lin Wei was shocked. He never expected that dealing with a mere ant at the second level of the body-tempering realm would end like this. It was truly unbelievable. Ah, I will never let you get away with this. I'll chop you up and feed you to the dogs. Hearing the vicious words from the other party, Zhou Ping gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, his heart growing colder and colder. He came to the Misty Sect only wanting to be with his wife, but he didn't expect that there would still be people who wouldn't let him go. Are you determined to keep this up until you kill me? Zhou Ping said in a deep voice. So be it. Zhou Ping, have already lost everything. What is there to fear in this new life? From this day forward, whoever blocks my path, I will kill them. A cold heart makes the sword even colder. Unbeknownst to him, Zhou Ping's state of mind had quietly undergone a change. In that case, I'll see you off. Before he could even scream, Lin Wei felt a chill on his neck, and then his head was detached from his neck and flew out in a spinning motion. Blood splattered across the sky, and Lin Wei died on the spot. Lin Wei's headless corpse fell limply to the ground. After a brief hesitation, Zhou Ping turned around and continued towards the heavenly ladder to the cloud top. Soon, several more figures arrived at the location. There are signs of a battle? What? No way? I thought we were the fastest, but I didn't expect someone to be ahead of us. As far as I know, there is a newcomer with outstanding strength this year. He has already reached the 3rd level of the Qi condensation realm. His name seems to be Lin Wei. Yes, I've heard that too. Lin Wei is incredibly strong. He's almost certainly going to be this year's Rookie of the Year. It seems that the few of us can only try to get 3rd place. Before the group could exchange more than a few words, one of them suddenly shouted, "Look ahead quickly!" The group looked in one direction and saw a headless corpse lying on the ground in front of them, while a head lay in a pile of fallen leaves about 7 or 8 meters away. The crowd cautiously gathered around the corpse. Who did this? Have no idea. Could it be Lin Wei who did it? He's the strongest. Before they could finish speaking, another person pulled the head out of the pile of fallen leaves. The next second, his face turned ashen, and he turned around to look at the others with a look of horror. Lin Wei. It's Lin Wei who's dead. What? At that moment, everyone's face drained of color. Chapter 8 Hug. The next day, the distant sky began to lighten with the first hint of dawn. At the end of the trial valley, the sky ladder to the cloud top stretches straight to the sky like a dragon's spine, lofty and ethereal. Climbing this heavenly ladder is extremely difficult for ordinary people, and it can even be said that it is practically impossible. Today, the newcomers who participated in the entrance examination not only had to successfully pass through the more than 200 miles of swampy jungle, but also had to climb 100 steps on this heavenly ladder avenue. At this very moment, on the 100th floor of the cloud top heavenly ladder, several powerful figures took their seats. They were high-ranking members of the Misty Sect, including the sect leader Tian Xuanzi and the Grand Elder Mo Qiufeng. Sect Master, are you saying that the Golden Age is about to begin? I am not absolutely certain either, but the appearance of my disciple Lingyun has forced me to start paying attention to this matter. If this is true, it could be an opportunity for our Misty Sect to rise rapidly, or it could be a crisis of our lineage being destroyed. In short, we must be cautious. As he spoke, Tian Xuanzi couldn't help but glance at Shui Lingyun standing to the side. The latter had brought him a tremendous shock in the past few days. It could be said that this was the disciple with the highest cultivation talent that Tian Xuanzi had ever seen. She could be considered a peerless genius who appeared only once every 10,000 years, with a probability of almost zero. This made Tian Xuanzi, who was originally skeptical of the Golden Age theory, have to start to consider the possibility of this matter. So you believe that among the new disciples recruited this time, there will be someone who can change the fate of the entire sect? Mo Qiufeng asked in a low voice. Perhaps there is, perhaps there isn't. But Elder, you should understand that in this Golden Age, only by finding the true chosen one can we ensure the survival of our Misty Sect's lineage. Before that, we absolutely cannot give up on any possibility. Tian Xuanzi and Mo Qiufeng had a heart-to-heart talk, hoping to find a chosen one in the entrance examination of the Misty Sect. Only the two of them knew about this matter. At the same time, a tall and imposing young man walked over from not far away. He had sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, a face as handsome as jade, and an invisible sharpness between his brows. This person was none other than Zhou Yu, who ranked first among the top 10 strongest inner disciples of the Misty Sect and called himself the Deadly Scholar. Zhou Yu walked up to Shui Lingyun with a beaming smile. This incomparably beautiful woman had broken through to the Qi condensation realm in just 5 days after becoming a disciple of Tian Xuanzi, and even advanced to the 6th level of the Qi condensation realm by leaps and bounds. This had broken the fastest cultivation record in the history of the Misty Sect for thousands of years. Zhou Yu knew what this meant. If he could become a Taoist couple with Shui Lingyun, then the Misty Sect would surely fall into his hands in the future. Junior sister Shui, what brings you to this heavenly ladder? Are you planning to meet your fellow disciples beforehand? However, he was met with silence. Shui Lingyun didn't even blink, clearly not intending to pay any attention to him. Zhou Yu's lips twitched, and he almost lost his temper, but he calmed down in the end. In this misty sect, perhaps only Xue Lingyun dared to be so disrespectful to him. Otherwise, given his reputation as the deadly scholar, who among his peers would dare to be so rude? Fine, for the sake of his great cause of controlling the misty sect, he will temporarily put up with this aloof woman. One day, Xue Lingyun will submit to him, and at that time, Zhou Yu will definitely play with her thoroughly. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared on the first step of the cloud-top ladder. The elders all stood up and looked down. The quality of the new applicants this year seems to be quite high. People have already arrived so quickly. I heard that Elder Lin Fian's nephew is also planning to join the family this year. If I remember correctly, his name should be Lin Wei. He is a talented junior and is known as the future star of the Lin family. There's no mistake, the one down there right now must be Lin Wei. Only he could have climbed the heavenly ladder to the top of the clouds so quickly. This child is indeed a promising talent. There are still several hours until sunset, and he is already far ahead of everyone else. The elders showed their approval. Although they knew that Lin Fian might have other plans for Lin Wei, they still wanted to give it a try. After all, such an outstanding disciple was hard to find. If they could win him over, he would surely become another exceptionally talented inner disciple, or even the second Zhou Yu. As the figure continued to climb the steps, he got closer and closer to the 100th step, and his figure and appearance became clearer and clearer. One of the elders suddenly frowned and muttered, "What's going on? This person isn't Lin Wei." The elders nearby were stunned. They had already heard about Lin Wei's strength from Lin Fian. How could anyone among this batch of newcomers have reached the cloud-top ladder before him? Everyone couldn't help but turn their gaze to the back of that figure, only to find that the heavenly ladder there was completely empty, without even a single person in sight. Clearly, the newcomer was far ahead, even leaving Lin Wei, a man of exceptional talent, far behind. At this moment, Zhou Yu, who had been rebuffed by Xue Lingyun, suddenly glanced at the heavenly ladder. When he saw the appearance of the person who came, his eyes changed drastically, and a layer of frost appeared on his cheeks. The person who came was Zhou Ping. What happened? Did Lin Wei fail this time? What a load of crap, the future star of the Lin family. He's a complete waste of time and energy. Zhou Yu thought angrily, but he couldn't help but wonder how Zhou Ping, who was only at the second level of the body tempering realm, could have gotten here unscathed. On the heavenly ladder avenue, Zhou Ping continued to leap and bound. Although this heavenly ladder road was extremely difficult for ordinary people, his figure was very steady. This was after he had gone through a life and death battle. If he had only gone through the dangers of those swamps and jungles, Zhou Ping would have reached the top even faster. Swish! 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 Zhou Ping climbed several steps at a time, making his ascent extremely fast. Only 20 steps left. Looking at the finish line that was about to be reached, Zhou Ping showed a relieved smile. I'm number 1. Zhou Ping quickened his pace, about to complete the final sprint. Whoosh! Reach the top. From the moment they set off until now, less than a day has passed. Zhou Ping has taken the lead and reached the 100th floor of the heavenly ladder, passing the entrance test. Meanwhile, the others who participated in the test are only now beginning to climb the ladder. The difference between them is truly immeasurable. Just as the elders were enthusiastically discussing the origins and identity of the first-place winner, Zhou Ping's next words and actions struck them like a thunderbolt. My wife? It's been several days since we last met. I've missed you terribly. Come and hug me. Chapter 9 Cold and Aloof. The sky ladder to the top of the clouds. As Zhou Ping breathed a sigh of relief upon reaching the finish line, he was pleasantly surprised to spot Xue Lingyun. He immediately opened his arms excitedly and leaned over with a smile. However, Xue Lingyun shifted her body slightly, causing Zhou Ping to miss his target. Now that you have passed the entrance exam, you should cultivate diligently in the Misty Sect from now on. Master has assigned a lot of homework, so I'm going back to cultivate in seclusion. Oh, and don't come looking for me unless it's absolutely necessary. After saying this, Xue Lingyun walked to Tian Xuanzi's side, bowed respectfully, and then left the place. No matter how Zhou Ping called out to her, she did not turn back. Zhou Ping felt somewhat helpless. His wife, whom he had taken for granted, was far too aloof. She was like an iceberg. At this moment, he didn't realize that Zhou Yu next to him was almost green with anger. Just now, this kid called junior sister Xue wife? No, that's absolutely not allowed. If he cannot become a Taoist couple with Shui Lingyun, then the difficulty of controlling the Misty sect will inevitably increase significantly, so Zhou Ping must die. At the same time, both Tian Xuanzi and Mo Qiufeng were somewhat unsettled. Is this the husband you mentioned, the one Lingyun signed a marriage contract with at the Zhou family? Yes, I gave the token to Zhou Ping so that junior nephew Shui wouldn't have any lingering resentment. I didn't expect him to be so lucky and actually be the first to pass the test. Perhaps, this isn't just luck. Tian Xuanzi's gaze flickered slightly as he looked at Zhou Ping, as if he were pondering something. Sect Master, you're not joking, are you? He's clearly only at the second level of the body tempering realm. We can't detect any physique, bloodline, or divine bones in his body. He's a complete cultivation waste. In aristocratic families, such a person is only fit to be a tool for procreation. How could he possibly be the chosen one? Seeing his expression, Mo Qiufeng immediately guessed what was going on and voiced his thoughts. In his opinion, the sect leader was being a bit too sensitive. Upon hearing this, Tian Xuanzi also withdrew his gaze. He had just examined Zhou Ping and found that, as Mo Qiufeng had said, there was not a single outstanding feature on his body. Fine, let's see what happens to the people behind us. As one newcomer after another successfully ascended the ladder to the top of the sky, it became evening. When the last newcomer stepped onto the ladder, Lin Wei still hadn't appeared. Time's up, the entrance exam is over, success or failure is decided. A sect member struck a gong. Did Lin Wei fail? Lin Wei, who was considered the rookie of the year, failed to climb the ladder to the top of the world. Zhou Yu was now somewhat unsettled. Lin Wei was someone he had sent to deal with Zhou Ping. If something happened to Lin Wei, and elder Lin Fian, Lin Wei's aunt, investigated, it would be troublesome. So Zhou Yu walked directly up to the elders. Elders, I think Lin Wei may have run into trouble. Please send someone to look for him. Several elders were also puzzled. This was quite strange. Lin Wei had not arrived yet, which was unbelievable for someone at the third level of the Qi condensation realm. Just then, a new disciple nearby said, "If you're looking for Lin Wei, he's already dead." What did you say? Zhou Yu's eyes widened, his expression frightening. The disciple was startled and then said weakly, reporting to senior brother, "On our way here, we saw Lin Wei's body. He was beheaded." Zhou Yu's face instantly turned frosty. Lin Wei was actually dead. This had led to a dead end, and Lin Fian would definitely not let it go. Instantly, Zhou Yu's icy gaze shot straight at Zhou Ping on the sidelines. "It's you?" Whoosh! A chill ran through the air, penetrating to the bone. Zhou Yu's reaction startled everyone around him. His robes billowed, and his eyes clearly carried a hidden murderous intent. Faced with Zhou Yu's anger, Zhou Ping simply said something understated. "Is there any evidence? You still dare to argue?" Zhou Yu was furious. Zhou Ping chuckled lightly, "There are so many people here, how can I prove that I killed him?" "You." Zhou Yu was furious. After a long while, he coldly said, "You want evidence? I'll find it. Besides, from now on we're both disciples of the Misty sect. I, Zhou Yu, will definitely take good care of you, my new junior brother." Whoa! These words immediately elicited gasps of surprise from the summit. Is he Zhou Yu, the deadly scholar? No wonder his aura is so powerful, he is the top of the 10 strongest inner disciples of the Misty sect. This guy has some nerve. How dare he talk back to Zhou Yu? The newcomers instinctively kept their distance from Zhou Ping. They had only just entered the Misty sect and had already offended Zhou Yu. Just thinking about it made them feel suffocated. Immediately, Zhou Yu left with a cold, sharp look in his eyes. At the summit, it was incredibly noisy. The elders looked at each other, sighing with regret. "Sigh, let's distribute the rewards," an elder sighed and said. "Anyone who climbs the heavenly ladder to the top of the cloud will receive a Qi condensation pill as a reward. 2 more medals will be awarded to the top 5, making a total of 3 medals. The third place winner will be awarded 3 Qi condensation pills and can choose any high-grade martial art that only inner disciples are qualified to practice. Second place, for Qi condensation pills, a high-grade martial art, plus a low-grade yellow rank treasure. First place, 5 Qi condensation pills, a high-grade martial art, plus a mid-grade yellow rank treasure. The rewards are being distributed. This is the Mystic Ice Chains, a mid-grade yellow rank treasure. It is both offensive and defensive, and can also be used to imprison enemies. I now bestow it upon you." Everyone looked at the iron chain brimming with spiritual energy in front of Zhou Ping, and their faces showed envy. A glint of light appeared in Zhou Ping's eyes as well. The mysterious ice chains were coiled together like a whip. They weren't particularly thick, and didn't feel especially heavy. A layer of frosty white cold current flowed across them, and they felt icy cold and somewhat prickly to the touch. The elders looked at Zhou Ping with strange expressions as he accepted the mysterious ice chains and 5 qi condensation pills. This thing was originally prepared by Lin Fei and for Lin Wei, but now that Lin Wei is dead, it has been a waste of money for someone else. The second place went to a girl in red, who received 4 qi condensation pills and 3 flying needles. The 3 flying needles resembled chopsticks, with golden light gleaming on them, making them a remarkable yellow rank treasure. After the rewards are distributed, the next step is to choose a branch. Within the Misty Sect, there are 9 major branches. Newcomers need to choose which branch to join based on their own circumstances. Chapter 10 Nirvana Peak. An elder approached the red-clad girl who had won second place. Your talent is not bad. Would you be willing to choose my White Cloud Peak? The girl in red was taken aback at first, then her face lit up with joy. This disciple is willing. Then, another elder came to the side of the young man who had won third place. Our Guishu Peak lineage sees you as a promising talent. Would you be willing to join us? Thank you for your kind invitation, elder. I would be honored to accept it. The young man agreed on the spot without hesitation. Several elders representing the branch clans began selecting new recruits one after another, but they almost unanimously overlooked Zhou Ping, who had ranked first in the assessment. In fact, these elders had considered recruiting Zhou Ping, but seeing his meager cultivation of only the second level of the body tempering realm, coupled with the fact that he had offended Zhou Yu, none of them were optimistic about Zhou Ping's future. It should be noted that the competition among disciples in the Misty Sect is extremely fierce. In order to compete for the limited cultivation resources, everyone will do everything in their power. With Zhou Yu, this fierce tiger blocking the way, Zhou Ping will never have a chance to rise to the top. Soon, all the new disciples who climbed the heavenly ladder found their places, except for Zhou Ping, who was left behind and ignored by everyone. Just as the elders were leading their respective disciples on their return journey, Sect Master Tian Xuanzi glanced at Mo Qiufeng and asked, Elder, Zhou Ping did enter with your warrant and passed the entrance exam. What do you think should be done with him? This person's aptitude is simply too poor. At most, he's only fit to be a menial disciple within the sect. It would be an insult to let him join a branch, and the heads of all the branches would absolutely not agree. He only got lucky and passed the test by chance. He's not qualified at all. So I think we should send Zhou Ping back to the Zhou family. After thinking it over, Mo Qiufeng felt that this was the best course of action. He was even unwilling to accept Zhou Ping as a menial disciple. This is not appropriate. Any newcomer who passes the entrance examination must be absorbed by the 9 major branches. This is a rule that the Misty Sect has passed down for thousands of years. Moreover, Zhou Ping has achieved first place. If this matter is spread, what will the world think of our Misty Sect? And don't forget what I said about the Golden Age. Tian Xuanzi shook his head after hearing this. No matter what, even if Zhou Ping passed by luck, he still passed. Moreover, Ling Yun is a loyal and righteous girl. Although Zhou Ping is not good enough for her, the two have signed a marriage contract after all. I can understand her desire for Zhou Ping to stay in the Misty Sect. We have no reason to refuse Zhou Ping. Thinking of Shui Lingyun, Mo Qiufeng fell silent for a long while before finally speaking. Fine, in order for junior nephew Shui to be able to cultivate in peace, then we will reluctantly accept Zhou Ping as a disciple. However, as you have seen, the elders of these major branches have all rejected Zhou Ping, and no one from Nirvana Peak has come today. Therefore, according to the sect's rules, Zhou Ping will be assigned to Nirvana Peak. Nirvana Peak, once the leader of the 9 peaks, but now. Oh well, this is the only way. Tian Xuanzi sighed, as if Nirvana Peak had stirred up some unpleasant memories for him. After a moment, he slowly walked up to Zhou Ping. When Zhou Ping saw Shui Lingyun's master walking towards him, he quickly bowed respectfully and said, Junior Zhou Ping greets Sect Master. Tian Xuanzi smiled slightly. Although his disciple's husband lacked talent and cultivation, he at least knew how to respect his elders. It was just a pity that the gap between them was too great. In this cultivation world where the strong were respected, the two would eventually be separated. He hoped that Lingyun would not fall too deeply in love. This is the token of Nirvana Peak. It will guide you to Nirvana Peak. Once there, you only need to inject your vital energy into the token to activate the restrictions inside. Then you can use this token to freely enter and exit Nirvana Peak without being harmed by the protective array. Tian Xuanzi said as he handed a jade-colored token to Zhou Ping. Thank you, sect master. Zhou Ping accepted the token, which was engraved with exquisite patterns on its edges. The front was inscribed with the words Piao and the back with the words Nirvana. After Zhou Ping put away the token, Tian Xuanzi continued, in addition, Ling Yun has been very busy with her cultivation recently. It is a crucial period for laying the foundation. It is already extremely rare that she was able to take the time to come here today. Therefore, I hope that no one will disturb her for the next period of time. You should understand this, right? Although Zhou Ping was very unwilling, he had no choice but to nod. In everyone's eyes, his only role was to slow down his wife's progress, and he would need time to change that impression. Alright, take the token and head to Nirvana Peak. After saying that, Tian Xuanzi's figure mysteriously disappeared from the spot. Mo Qiufeng had already left at some point, so now only Zhou Ping was left on the entire cloud-top ladder. Zhou Ping looked around, then focused his gaze on the highest point of the cloud-top ladder. After pausing for a few seconds, he took out his token and headed towards Nirvana Peak. The Misty Sect, Nirvana Peak, is one of its 9 major branches. When Zhou Ping arrived at Nirvana Peak following the guidance of the token, it was already getting dark. Not far away, the majestic and magnificent mountain peaks resembled pillars reaching straight into the clouds. After stepping into an ancient square, Zhou Ping noticed a weathered stone tablet in front of him with the 3 large characters Nirvana Peak engraved on it. The stone tablet was about 10 feet tall, with mottled marks on it, and its solemn aura inspired awe. At this moment, Zhou Ping suddenly felt something was wrong. As one of the 9 major branches of the Misty Sect, Nirvana Peak was far too quiet. It should be noted that the Misty Sect is the largest sect in the surrounding area, with over 100,000 disciples. On average, each branch must have at least 10,000 to 20,000 disciples. Yet, Nirvana Peak looks completely deserted. Just as Zhou Ping was wondering if he had come to the wrong place, footsteps suddenly came from the other side of the square, and a figure emerged from the shadows. Here we go again? Although Nirvana Peak is not as powerful as it used to be, it will not tolerate repeated insults. I'll fight you to the death. A young woman dressed in white shouted angrily, her face showing a mixture of humiliation and anger. Zhou Ping quickly spoke up to stop her. Stop. Senior sister, you must have made a mistake. I'm not here to cause trouble. I just passed the entrance exam and came to Nirvana Peak to become a disciple. Become an apprentice? Upon hearing those 2 words, the young woman froze on the spot. Chapter 11 The Only Junior Brother. You mean taking on a master-disciple relationship? After a long while, the young woman finally recovered, but she still asked in disbelief. Zhou Ping replied earnestly, that's right. I just joined the Misty Sect today. I'm a new disciple of Nirvana Peak, and my name is Zhou Ping. Seeing that the other party didn't seem to be lying, the young woman composed herself and finally murmured, judging by the time, today is indeed the day of the disciple acceptance ceremony. Then she sighed and said sadly, my name is Ling Qingzhu. Come with me. The other party's behavior was really strange. Logically speaking, when a new disciple arrives, the senior brothers and sisters should warmly welcome him. Zhou Ping didn't feel this at all. He just vaguely felt that Nirvana Peak was lifeless and devoid of any vitality. Clearly, something must have gone wrong with Nirvana Peak, but Zhou Ping had nowhere else to go at the moment. The other 8 major branches all looked down on him, and although Nirvana Peak was a bit strange, it was still a place for him to stay. On the way, not seeing anyone other than Ling Qingzhu, Zhou Ping, who was following behind her, couldn't help but ask, Senior Sister Ling, how many people are there on Nirvana Peak? I won't lie to you. As you can see, Nirvana Peak has long since fallen into ruin, and I'm the only one left on the entire branch, Ling Qingzhu replied in a low voice, her expression forlorn. What? Is there only one person left on the entire peak? Zhou Ping's heart skipped a beat. This news was too shocking. Although he had long anticipated the dire situation of Nirvana Peak, he never expected that as one of the 9 branches of the Misty Sect, it would fall to such a state of near extinction. We've arrived. You can rest here tonight. I'll go and explain the situation to the sect first thing tomorrow morning so you can choose a new branch to cultivate in, Ling Qingzhu said to Zhou Ping, pointing to a house not far away. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ping was slightly taken aback. It was clear that the other party wanted him to leave Nirvana Peak, meaning they had no hope whatsoever that he would stay. Senior Sister Ling, aren't you going to ask me if I'd be willing to stay at Nirvana Peak? Ling Qingzhu smiled bitterly, why waste words? The current situation on Nirvana Peak is simply not conducive to training disciples. There's no way anyone would be willing to stay. Over the years, Nirvana Peak has seen many new disciples come and go, but after witnessing the true state of Nirvana Peak, they all chose to leave without exception. Some left quietly, while others left behind contempt and curses. After all, most people can share wealth and honor, but not hardship. Ling Qingzhu didn't blame these people. For their own growth, leaving Nirvana Peak was the best choice. However, she couldn't help but feel a sense of sadness. After arranging the room simply, Ling Qingzhu was about to leave when Zhou Ping called her back. "Senior sister, we have nothing to do tonight anyway. Even if I really have to leave tomorrow, I want to know what exactly happened at Nirvana Peak and how it became like this." Ling Qingzhu sighed. Perhaps it was because no one had come to Nirvana Peak for too long, and she had been alone for too long. After a moment of silence, she finally began to recount that painful past. 3 years ago, the Misty sect went to war with another sect. This great war swept through hundreds of thousands of people in the Misty sect. The 9 major branches, including Nirvana Peak, White Cloud Peak, and Returning Ruins Peak, were the first to be affected. Nirvana Peak, in particular, was the strongest in terms of overall strength and was known as the head of the 9 branches. Naturally, it bore the most important responsibility, and many dangerous and difficult combat missions were carried out by the elders and disciples of Nirvana Peak. Unsurprisingly, Nirvana Peak suffered heavy losses in this massive war, frequently undertaking combat missions. In almost every battle, an elder or disciple would lose their life. In less than a month, Nirvana Peak lost 3 elders and 180 disciples, and even its chief disciple, Xian Tianjinren, was seriously injured. Master Xian Tian of Nirvana Peak had no complaints about the sect's arrangements. To minimize losses, having the strongest force, Nirvana Peak, carry out the mission was indeed the most suitable choice. However, wars between cultivators are full of cruelty. During a critical mission, the team of over 1,000 people led by Master Xian Tian was ambushed by the enemy. Facing an enemy several times their size, the people of Nirvana Peak ultimately could not escape this calamity and almost suffered total annihilation. Only senior sister Ling Qingzhu survived by sheer luck. Although there are over 100,000 people in the Misty sect, most of them are miscellaneous disciples and nominal disciples. The formal disciples are scattered among the 9 branches, totaling about 10,000. The more than 1,000 people led by true person Xian Tian are the entire living force of Nirvana Peak. Although Ling Qingzhu survived the ordeal, her cultivation level dropped to the 3rd level of the body tempering realm due to severe injuries, and she has not been able to improve since. After this battle, Nirvana Peak was completely destroyed. After the great battle ended, Xian Tianjinren, who died in the battle, was not only not rewarded, but was instead held accountable by the sect's higher-ups. They believed that his poor leadership had caused the deaths of many fellow disciples. As a result, Nirvana Peak fell apart and everyone turned against it. The remaining 20,000 plus registered disciples and miscellaneous disciples all chose to leave. Nirvana Peak is now practically defunct and has been abandoned by the sect. Now you know why no one stayed, right? I advise you to seize tomorrow's last chance and try to choose a good place. After saying these words, Ling Qingzhu's expression showed even more desolation and despair. Zhou Ping shook his head slightly and said, "I'm not going anywhere." "Don't be silly. Nirvana Peak is completely empty now. Even I've been labeled a sinner disciple. What are you staying here for?" Ling Qingzhu asked, puzzled. Zhou Ping raised his eyes to look at Ling Qingzhu and said solemnly, "During the great battle, Nirvana Peak risked their lives for the sect and even sacrificed their precious lives in the battle. In my opinion, Nirvana Peak truly deserves to be the head of the 9 branches of the Misty sect. Only here can one cultivate the great Tao to reach the heavens. The first Master Xian Tian and the senior brothers and sisters who sacrificed themselves on Nirvana Peak are all heroes of the sect and should be respected, not burdened with the infamy of sinners." Zhou Ping spoke with a generous and lofty tone, and his words resonated deeply. What followed was quiet and silence. At this moment, Ling Qingzhu burst into tears. For 3 whole years, all she had seen was insults and contempt, as well as the opportunism of acquaintances. But Zhou Ping, this boy she had never met before, said the words she had longed to hear. She, who had always pretended to be strong, finally couldn't hold on any longer. "I don't like to give up halfway. Now that I've come to Nirvana Peak, I will become a disciple of Nirvana Peak. From now on, senior sister, you will no longer be alone," Zhou Ping said softly, looking at her with gentle eyes. Ling Qingzhu was slightly taken aback. After wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes, she said in a trembling voice, "From today onwards, I will accept you as my disciple on behalf of my master, true person Xian Tian. Zhou Ping, from now on you will be my only junior brother." As soon as he finished speaking, a familiar voice rang out deep in Zhou Ping's mind. Detected that Ling Qingzhu has developed a 90% affinity with the host, indicating a potential Daoist couple. Host inquiring whether to bind? Chapter 12 Recovery. Zhou Ping was taken aback for a moment, then immediately chose to bind without hesitation. Relationship successfully bound. The host is rewarded with a restoration pill, which can be used to restore realm and cultivation level. This pill will be used as a betrothal gift. Swish. He felt a slight weight in his hand, and then a square jade box appeared in Zhou Ping's hand. Junior brother, what's this? Ling Qingzhu, who had just calmed down, couldn't help but ask when she saw Zhou Ping suddenly take out a jade box. Zhou Ping smiled and said, "It is fate that we meet. This is a gift that I prepared for our first meeting. I hope you won't find it too much, senior sister." Ling Qingzhu burst into laughter through her tears, a warm feeling welling up in her heart. Since the decline of Nirvana Peak, she hadn't known anyone who could make her smile in so long. Ling Qingzhu didn't refuse the gift and generously accepted the jade box from Zhou Ping's hands, secretly remembering Zhou Ping's kindness. Under Zhou Ping's watchful gaze, Ling Qingzhu slowly opened the jade box, and a highly spiritual purple pill came into view. It was clearly a top-grade pill. At this moment, Ling Qingzhu was slightly lost in thought. In the path of cultivation, although personal aptitude and talent are extremely important, rare and precious materials and elixirs are also crucial. These are scarce cultivation resources, and no one is willing to waste them. Ling Qingzhu was surprised that her junior brother, whom she had just met, was so generous and gave her a precious pill. She was so moved that she almost wanted to repay him with her body. She reached out her slender hand to touch the pill, and then a strong sense of longing arose within her, as if a voice deep inside her was calling out to her to take it quickly. Gurgle. The restoration elixir rolled down Ling Qingzhu's soft tongue into her abdomen, followed by a surge of gentle energy flowing into her dantian. Then, centered on the dantian, the energy flowed along the meridians to her limbs and bones. This feeling is. Ling Qingzhu trembled all over. Her cultivation level, which had remained unchanged for 3 years, was now showing signs of improvement. As he watched the surrounding heaven and earth energy surge towards Ling Qingzhu, a gratified smile unconsciously appeared on Zhou Ping's lips. Body Tempering Realm, Level 4. Body Tempering Realm, Level 5. Body Tempering Realm, 9th Level. Feeling the immense energy within her body, Ling Qingzhu, with her experience, knew that the time for a breakthrough had arrived. She immediately focused her mind and charged towards the bottleneck. Breakthrough. Qi Condensation Realm. Qi Condensation Realm, Level 1. Qi Condensation Realm, 9th Level. Ling Qingzhu breaks through her cultivation realm, rewarding the host with 10 times the amount of vital energy. Boom! A surge of powerful energy poured into Zhou Ping's body, causing his cultivation to increase dramatically. He was now probably capable of fighting against cultivators at the first level of the transcendent realm, only lacking in the required level of cultivation. Call. Ling Qingzhu let out a long breath. After 3 years, she had finally regained her original cultivation level and realm. I'm back. All my cultivation has returned. My meridians are no longer blocked, and my vital energy is no longer resisting me. I can start cultivating and becoming stronger again. Am I dreaming? After a long while, Ling Qingzhu's emotions gradually stabilized, and she couldn't help but burst into tears again. Master, and all those junior brothers and sisters who died, Qingzhu will definitely clear your names and avenge everyone. In fact, these words had been weighing on her mind for a long time, but because she couldn't recover her strength and couldn't see any glimmer of hope, she only released them now. Zhou Ping stared blankly at the woman in front of him. Perhaps because of the recovery of her cultivation, Ling Qingzhu's demeanor as the senior sister of Nirvana Peak seemed to have returned as well. With fingers as slender as scallion roots and lips as red as cinnabar, the tall and slender Ling Qingzhu couldn't help but move lightly and gracefully around the room, her beauty captivating all who beheld her. Congratulations, senior sister. Now that your cultivation has recovered, I believe you will be able to rebuild the glory of Nirvana Peak in the future. Such a joyous occasion, I haven't been able to prepare anything. Fortunately, the sect rewarded me with a few pills after I passed the assessment. Please accept them, senior sister. Zhou Ping took out the 5 Qi condensation pills he had obtained on the heavenly ladder at the top of the clouds and presented them to Ling Qingzhu with a smile. Ling Qingzhu was stunned when she heard this. Even a Qi condensation pill is a very precious pill for a Qi condensation realm cultivator, let alone Zhou Ping, who is currently in the body tempering realm. After taking it, he would at least advance 1 level. Moreover, there are 5 of them here. This junior brother is too generous. Moreover, the pill she had just received could help her restore her cultivation, and its value was immeasurable, yet Zhou Ping hadn't kept it to himself but had given it to her. At this moment, Ling Qingju was deeply moved, and tears welled up in her eyes without her realizing it. Absolutely not. I already felt unworthy after taking that pill. How can you accept my junior brother's reward for the entrance exam? You went through so much hardship to earn it. Ling Qingju shook her head repeatedly, unwilling to reach out and accept it. Zhou Ping felt somewhat helpless. In fact, he wanted to say that it wasn't that hard. After all, the only slightly troublesome part of the entire entrance exam for him was Lin Wei, that idiot who was courting death. For the sake of Nirvana Peak, senior sister must accept these things. Junior brother is only at the 2nd level of the body tempering realm. Even if he digests all these chi condensation pills, he will not be able to break through to the chi condensation realm. It will not help Nirvana Peak. However, senior sister can use these pills to break through to the transcendent realm. Once successful, our Nirvana Peak will have some confidence. Senior sister can see through this, right? Zhou Ping said methodically. He understood that Ling Qingju valued Nirvana Peak very much, and only by saying this could he sway her. This Ling Qingju was slightly taken aback. Zhou Ping's words were indeed reasonable. In the cultivation world, the strong are respected. 3 years had passed, and the disciples of the generation who joined the Misty sect with her had basically all stepped into the transcendent realm. Only she had not yet broken through. How could a branch that did not even have any transcendent realm disciples have the confidence to face the disciples of other branches? Don't hesitate. I'm the kind of person who easily gets into trouble. Who knows when someone might come looking for me? At that time, I'll have to rely on my senior sister to protect me, Zhou Ping said with a grin, half jokingly. Put. Ling Qingju covered her mouth and chuckled. For some reason, she had been looking worried all this time, but after meeting Zhou Ping, she seemed to feel much lighter, and her long-lost smile returned. In that case, I'll accept them. Consider these a loan from your senior sister, and I'll definitely pay them back in the future. After Ling Qingju accepted the 5 pills, she immediately told Zhou Ping some complicated incantations. These are the methods to control the restrictions in various parts of Nirvana Peak. From now on, the entire Nirvana Peak will be open to you. Although there are not many good things left in the peak now, it is still enough to support your cultivation at your current level. After explaining the rules of the Misty sect to Zhou Ping, as well as some things to pay attention to, Ling Qingju left Zhou Ping's room. What she needed to do now was to break through to the transcendent realm as soon as possible. Only in this way could she take the first step towards the revival of Nirvana Peak. Before leaving, she couldn't help but look back at Zhou Ping. With such a junior brother, how could she not avenge her great grudge? How could she not make Nirvana Peak prosper? After Ling Qingju had been gone for a while, a look of joy suddenly appeared on Zhou Ping's face. Ling Qingju consumed 5 grade 2 Qi condensation pills, triggering a 10-fold return, and rewarded the host with 1 grade 3 Qi gathering pill. It's a grade 3 pill. And it's a Qi gathering pill. Ha ha. Zhou Ping couldn't help but laugh out loud. It was like a pillow being delivered just when he was sleepy. For him right now, this Qi gathering pill was just the right time. Back in the Zhou family, Shui Lingyun had returned a large amount of cultivation to Zhou Ping, which he still hadn't fully digested. In addition, Ling Qingju had just returned another large amount. If he cultivated slowly, he didn't know how long it would take to transform it into his own realm. But now that we have the Qi gathering pill, things are different. This 3rd grade pill allows cultivators whose cultivation has skyrocketed to absorb energy faster and protects their meridians for a short period of time, allowing vital energy to flow in without restraint. Zhou Ping quickly sat cross-legged on the bed, swallowed the Qi gathering pill, and began refining it. Chapter 13 Using a borrowed knife to kill. The silver moon hangs high, and the stars shine brightly. On a towering peak brimming with vitality, there are rows of palaces and pavilions, all in a luxurious and grand style. On a pavilion on the eastern edge of the giant peak, Elder Lin Fian of Baiyun Peak stood atop the building. In front of her was a sheer cliff, and the night wind howled, causing her magnificent robes to flutter and billow. Swish! A dashing young man leaped up the stairs and landed beside Lin Fian. Disciple Zhou Yu greets Elder Lin. Tell me, how did Lin Wei die? Lin Fian's face was shrouded in frost. Zhou Yu did not choose to hide anything and briefly explained the cause and effect of the matter. After careful consideration, he came to a conclusion that it would not be difficult for Lin Fian, as an elder, to find out about this matter. The reason she asked was simply to hear whether Zhou Yu was hiding anything and to get his attitude. After hearing this, if Lin Wei hadn't died, Lin Fian would definitely have given him a good scolding. Useless. Idiot. I never expected that my nephew couldn't even handle a family waste at the second level of the body tempering realm. And this Zhou Yu, he's getting more and more arrogant. What does he think the Lin family is, just assassins to be ordered around at will? Lin Fian's face was ugly, and she was about to explode on the spot. If it weren't for the fact that Zhou Yu was still very useful to her, she would have been impolite long ago. A dead Lin Wei was naturally not as important as a living Zhou Yu. Seeing that the other party was still quite restrained, Zhou Yu breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that his guess was correct. Where is this person now? Lin Fian asked in an icy voice. She was seething with anger and needed to vent it. Only by killing Zhou Pingfang could she quell her rage. Zhou Yu's expression changed, and he quickly spoke up to dissuade him. Elder Lin, don't be impulsive. Zhou Ping harmed my brother and now he has killed Lin Wei. I wish I could tear him to pieces. But we must not act rashly now, otherwise we will lose more than we gain. Having cultivated for many years to become an elder, Lin Fian was by no means a person without composure. After hearing Zhou Yu's words, she quickly regained her composure after her momentary anger. A few days ago, the leader of Baiyun Peak announced that he would be going into seclusion to seek a breakthrough, so the position of leader became vacant. Lin Fian had been eyeing this position for many years. She was the second strongest in the Baiyun Peak lineage and the most likely to succeed the leader. As for Zhou Yu, as the head of the inner disciples, he has made many contributions to the sect. Therefore, the sect's elders are already discussing promoting him to a true disciple. However, there are countless people in the Misty sect eyeing the position of true disciple, and Zhou Yu's potential rivals are not to be underestimated. Therefore, he cannot allow himself to make any mistakes at this crucial step. Now that Zhou Ping has become a formal disciple of the Misty sect, according to the sect's rules, except in specific situations, it is absolutely forbidden for fellow disciples to kill each other, and anyone found doing so will be severely punished. If they were to kill Zhou Ping at this moment, they might be able to vent their anger temporarily, but the consequences would be difficult to control. Although Lin Fian and Zhou Yu, given their status, wouldn't face severe punishment even for killing an outer disciple, their rivals wouldn't let this opportunity to gain the upper hand pass them by. By deliberately exaggerating the incident, they could inevitably damage the reputations of the two of them. It should be noted that both the appointment of the head disciple and the promotion of true disciples ultimately require the sect leader's personal approval. If the matter of Zhou Ping's murder attracts the attention of the sect leader, Tian Xuanzi, then their plans may indeed fall through. You're right. We're at a critical juncture right now. It would be a huge loss if our promotions were affected by this lowly ant. Lin Fian took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. She couldn't take this risk before she became the head of Baiyun Peak. Even if her nephew was killed, she had to remain calm. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. If Lin Fian had acted impulsively, it would have been a huge loss for him, since the two had already formed some kind of alliance in order to achieve their goals. The reason for the alliance is not complicated, it's simply that each party gets what they need. Lin Fian has high hopes for Zhou Yu. She hopes that one day he will become the most dazzling genius of the Misty sect. She also hopes that Zhou Yu will become the leader of many disciples. At that time, her status in the sect will rise accordingly, and Baiyun Peak will become the strongest branch. Zhou Yu also had high hopes for Lin Fian. As long as she took the position of the head of Baiyun Peak, with Lin Fian's strong support, Zhou Yu's chances of becoming a true disciple would greatly increase. Moreover, if he wanted to become the sect leader in the future, he would definitely need the support of the major branches. If he could get the support of Baiyun Peak, which is currently the strongest, he would basically be halfway to success. It's good that you can understand the stakes involved. After all, Zhou Ping has joined Nirvana Peak, and he has no chance to turn his life around. So we have plenty of time to slowly destroy him. Lin Fian nodded, her eyes turning slightly cold. Then let this kid live a few more days, it's too good for him. At this moment, Zhou Yu's eyes suddenly lit up, and he then said with a sinister smile, perhaps not necessarily. Although we are not suitable to do it ourselves, we can certainly use someone else to do the dirty work. Using someone else to do the dirty work? Lin Fian was somewhat puzzled. Whose knife could they borrow? Zhou Yu smiled slightly, then leaned close to Lin Fian's ear and whispered his plan. Alright, let us do it this way. Even if Zhou Ping is lucky enough to survive, his future will definitely not be easy. Lin Fian's cold eyes narrowed, and a chilling aura emanated from her body. The next morning. The Misty sect disciples, who used to get up early for morning exercises, have now temporarily put aside their cultivation. The disciples from each peak have gathered together, seemingly having a heated discussion around a White Cloud Peak disciple who was talking eloquently. Hey, you've probably heard by now that our junior sister Schwellingyun isn't single. She's already taken, and they've even signed a marriage contract. Impossible. Junior sister Shui is exceptionally talented and has a high chance of becoming the sect's strongest genius in the future. Who is qualified to be with her? This is absolutely true. Junior sister Shui signed her marriage contract before joining the sect. It is said that her fiancé was a good-for-nothing from a family who hadn't even reached the second level of the body-tempering realm. What? I don't believe it, this doesn't sound real at all. Seeing that no one believed him, the disciple from Baiyun Peak looked displeased and immediately said, "If you don't believe me, you can come with me. Now that junior sister Shue's husband has joined Nirvana Peak, you can go and confront him face to face. You'll know the truth as soon as you see him." The words had barely left his mouth when a wave of indignation erupted. Fine, let's go. Who's afraid of who? If this were true, it would be such a waste of resources. Humph, how dare he defile the pure and holy junior sister Shui. Today I'll teach that brat a lesson he won't forget. Amidst shouts and curses, a large group surged toward Nirvana Peak. Chapter 14 Negative Numbers. Nirvana Peak. After dawn, Zhou Ping slowly opened his eyes in the room. Drink! After a triumphant roar, Zhou Ping's cultivation level stopped at the 9th level of the body-tempering realm. In just one night, he broke through 7 minor realms in a row. If this were to get out, it would probably scare a lot of people to death, and many more would choose not to believe it. This chi-gathering pill is indeed quite effective. It truly lives up to its reputation as a grade 3 pill. Zhou Ping muttered to himself. The burning heaven heart method he cultivated was a saint-level technique. Although its power was extremely strong, the resources required for its advancement were much greater than those of people who cultivated ordinary techniques. Not to mention that Zhou Ping also possessed the immortal emperor bone, which made him an even more resource-devouring monster. Therefore, if this chi-gathering pill were given to someone else, along with the yuan qi returned by Schwellingyun and Ling Qingzhu, it would probably not be difficult for them to break through to the second or even the third level of the chi condensation realm. Stretching comfortably, Zhou Ping, feeling refreshed after his breakthrough, stepped out of his room, breathing in the fresh air and sensing the rich spiritual energy within Nirvana Peak. Although Nirvana Peak had declined, most of its original basic cultivation facilities remained, and their effects were still astonishing. Speaking of which, senior sister Ling really trusts me. There are only the two of us on Nirvana Peak, and she doesn't put up any defenses at all. Zhou Ping glanced at Ling Qingzhu's room and noticed that there were no restrictions on the door, which showed that Ling Qingzhu trusted him to a great extent. However, Zhou Ping thought about it and realized that this was normal, since Ling Qingzhu's favorability towards him had reached 90, so naturally she would trust him. Thinking of this, Zhou Ping suddenly had a whim and mentally checked Schwellingyun's level of affection for him with the system. Query results are in. Schwellingyun's favorability towards the host is 90. What is that? Negative 90? Is it possible for the favorability rating to be negative? You wouldn't believe it until you looked it up. Zhou Ping was a little confused. No wonder Schwellingyun always acted coldly towards him before. It turned out she had no good feelings for him at all. It was only because the two of them had a marriage contract that they were related. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't even be able to talk to each other. No, if this continues, my wife will leave me one day, and that will be terrible. Zhou Ping was determined to raise Schwellingyun's favorability towards him no matter what, otherwise she wouldn't accept his gifts, and how could he take advantage of the system then? But my wife only gives me a negative 90, what about her feelings for others? Zhou Ping stroked his chin. System, check Schwellingyun's favorability towards Zhou Yu. The search results are in. Schwellingyun's favorability towards Zhou Yu is 1000. After asking a few more people, the system's responses generally showed a favorability rating below 200. Zhou Ping scratched his head. After all this time, he realized that this was the situation. It turned out that he was still the one with the highest favorability rating. However, this is quite normal. Schwellingyun is the reincarnation of the Empress. At that level, her life level is different from that of ordinary people. Therefore, what she truly cares about are the ties from her past life. In the future, when she recovers her strength, these people from the Misty sect will be nothing more than fleeting passers-by to her, no different from ants. Just then, Zhou Ping suddenly heard a commotion in the distance. He climbed up to a high place and looked up. Within his line of sight, at least several hundred disciples were surging towards Nirvana Peak. What's going on? Judging from Senior Sister Ling's description yesterday, Nirvana Peak is usually deserted, and disciples from other sects avoid this area. Why are there so many people here today? Zhou Ping was somewhat surprised and confused, thinking to himself, and judging from their murderous looks, they're up to no good. At present, Senior Sister Ling Qingzhu is in seclusion, and Zhou Ping is the only outer disciple left on Nirvana Peak. No matter what these people want to do, if he chooses to back down, he will lose face for Nirvana Peak. So Zhou Ping calmly walked over and blocked the way in front of the large group. Gentlemen, are you all charging in so aggressively to attack my Nirvana Peak and slaughter our fellow disciples? Before the other side could speak, Zhou Ping spoke first, his powerful voice echoing between the mountains, catching them off guard. No. Junior brother, you misunderstand. We just have something to ask you. It's nothing, don't be nervous. Yes, junior brother, don't let your imagination run wild. Everyone immediately denied it. They couldn't accept the accusation of killing their fellow disciples. It was a serious crime that violated the sect's rules. They weren't stupid enough to give others a reason to criticize them. In this back and forth, the momentum that everyone had built up vanished instantly, and they even felt that Zhou Ping, who was alone on the other side, had the advantage. Okay, go ahead and ask, but hurry up, I'm busy, Zhou Ping said casually, as if he already had the whole situation under control. I ask you, do you know Xue Lingyun? The disciple from Baiyun Peak stepped forward and asked. Without hesitation, Zhou Ping replied, yes, of course I know you. So what is your relationship? Of course we're husband and wife, we've already signed a marriage contract. Zhou Ping was speechless. It turned out that all these people came here just to ask these questions. Obviously, they were all after him. It seemed that his wife was indeed irresistibly charming. She had already created hundreds of rivals for him as soon as she arrived. Whoosh! Zhou Ping's answer instantly broke the group's guard. Ever since Xue Lingyun joined the Misty sect, her stunning beauty and outstanding talent in cultivation had attracted a large number of admirers, all of whom dreamed of becoming her Taoist partner and walking together to the end on the path of cultivation. However, Zhou Ping, who appeared as the husband, ruthlessly shattered their beautiful dream. One of them roared, "You piece of trash are not worthy of junior sister Xue at all. If you have any self-awareness, you should immediately dissolve the marriage contract." Zhou Ping glanced at the man and said, "When my wife and I signed the marriage contract, none of you knew where we were. What right do you have to interfere in this matter? You are not qualified." Another disciple jumped out and said, "Is it a lack of qualifications, or a lack of ability?" Zhou Ping asked with a sneer. "I see you don't have either of those," a woman in blue said. In that case, Zhou Ping glanced at everyone. Anyone who disagrees is welcome to issue a challenge, and I, Zhou Ping, will accept it all. Zhou Ping looked at the hundreds of disciples in front of him without any fear, and got into a fighting stance to meet the challenge. Seeing Zhou Ping's actions, the crowd that had just been provoking him fell silent. Seeing this, Zhou Ping sneered and said, "What? All you can do is talk the talk?" The man who had previously asked Zhou Ping to dissolve his marriage contract snorted and said, "Kid, don't be too arrogant. Let me teach you a lesson. Brother Lu, please don't hold back. Don't worry, beating up a newly arrived outer disciple like him is a piece of cake for me, Lu Han." Lu Han walked up to Zhou Ping and said disdainfully, "Don't blame me for not reminding you, I am at the first level of qi condensation. It's not too late for you to admit defeat now." Zhou Ping was too lazy to waste words with him and said directly, "If you want to fight, then fight. Those who only know how to talk nonsense can get lost." Lu Han's eyes turned cold instantly, and his entire body surged with energy as he kicked Zhou Ping. Head-splitting kick. This kick was powerful, indicating that Lu Han was using at least a mid-grade martial art. Zhou Ping didn't even glance at him. Just as he was about to make a swift move, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from Nirvana Peak, followed by a clear, cold voice that resounded in everyone's ears. "Who gave you the audacity to act so presumptuously on my Nirvana Peak?" Chapter 15 Senior Sister Comes to the Rescue. Upon hearing that clear, cold voice, Zhou Ping smiled, then withdrew his outstretched right hand. He knew, his senior sister had emerged from seclusion. The others who came to the door were startled and confused by the sudden sound. Suddenly, a slender figure appeared between Zhou Ping and Lu Han. Her jade-like hand flashed out and struck Lu Han with a palm. Bang! Lu Han lost his balance instantly and stumbled to the side, ending up with a mouthful of mud. Your martial arts skills are lacking, and your moves are superficial. My 4-word assessment of you is utterly vulnerable, the woman who suddenly appeared said coldly. Seeing Lu Han defeated in one move, the others immediately became wary and asked who the newcomer was. I am Ling Qingju, a disciple of true person Xin Tian of Nirvana Peak. Ling Qingju cleared her throat and said loudly, not caring at all about true person Xuantian's current status in the Misty sect. Looking at his spirited senior sister in front of him, Zhou Ping was overjoyed. Compared to Ling Qingju's dejected look when they first met, he preferred her energetic appearance now. Ling Qingju, that name sounds familiar. I remember now, she's the senior sister of Nirvana Peak. Who do we have here? It turns out to be the disciple of a sinner. So she's still alive. But I remember her cultivation level seems to be stuck at the 3rd level of the body tempering realm, while Brother Lu is only at the 1st level of the chi condensation realm. How could she be no match for her? Upon learning Ling Qingju's identity, one of the disciples dressed in black shouted, "How dare you be so arrogant, you mere sinner disciple? Let me teach you a lesson." This person was quite decisive, directly using his martial arts to charge towards Ling Qingju. Shattering gold fist. Facing this punch, Ling Qingju made no attempt to dodge, letting the punch land on her. Thump! Seeing that he had easily succeeded, the black-clad disciple was initially delighted, but he soon realized that something seemed amiss. Why did the other party not react at all after taking the punch? Ling Qingju said without changing her expression, "You have already used all your strength, while I haven't even used mine yet." Roll! Ling Qingju let out a sharp shout, and relying on the burst of powerful energy within her body, she directly blasted the black-clad disciple away, causing him to vomit blood on the spot. The woman in blue who had previously mocked Zhou Ping quickly caught him, turned around and looked at Ling Qingju coldly, saying, "We're all from the same sect, why did you have to be so harsh? It's just a minor injury. Besides, he never held back against me," Ling Qingju said calmly. "This wicked disciple is indeed vicious." "Take this," the woman in blue shouted, drawing her sword and stabbing it mercilessly at Ling Qingju. Autumn Cloud Sword Technique. The woman in blue brandished her long sword and charged forward, making no attempt to conceal her aura as a 9th-level chi condensation realm cultivator. It seemed she was also a rather formidable inner disciple. Is this the swordsmanship you've displayed? It lacks both overwhelming momentum and exquisite sword techniques. Ling Qingju calmly said, and with a slight change in her steps, she dodged the sword. He then circled behind the woman in blue and delivered a chop to the back of her neck, instantly knocking her to the ground. After defeating 3 people in a row, Ling Qingju clapped her hands and glanced at the crowd around her. Who else? The other disciples immediately fell silent, not daring to make eye contact with Ling Qingju. Looking back, Ling Qingju hadn't even used any martial arts technique. She had defeated 2 outer disciples and 1 elite inner disciple in succession using only her fist and foot skills. What's even more terrifying is that these 3 couldn't even withstand a single move. Wow, Ling Qingju is amazing. She's clearly hiding her strength. In my opinion, she'll definitely be among the top 10 strongest inner disciples. Speaking of which, she was once a genius on par with senior brother Zhou Yu. It's just that she was unlucky to encounter such a master, and her cultivation level regressed due to serious injuries, which caused her to waste 3 years. Judging from this situation, is Nirvana Peak about to rise from the ashes? Hearing the discussions on the other side, Ling Qingju understood that these people had lost the courage to fight her. She immediately said in a deep voice, "Today you gathered a crowd to cause trouble at my Nirvana Peak, and even tried to gang up on my junior brother. Do you know what crime you should be punished according to the sect's rules?" Everyone's expression immediately changed. If Ling Qingju reported this matter to the sect's higher-ups, they would definitely be fined their monthly allowance, which would be a huge loss. "It's a misunderstanding, it's just a misunderstanding, senior sister Ling Qingju, please don't be angry, we'll leave now." The originally aggressive crowd scattered like birds and beasts after witnessing Ling Qingju's formidable strength. However, before leaving, many people turned back and glared at Zhou Ping, their murderous intent even stronger than before. Humph. This kid's lucky. Don't worry, everyone. Zhou Ping is just relying on his senior sister's strength. In reality, he's just a useless coward hiding behind a woman. We can make our move when he's alone. This brother has insightful views. I will arrange for a few handyman disciples to keep an eye on Zhou Ping's movements. Once he is alone, we will seize the opportunity to cripple him. We must not let junior sister Shui marry such a useless man. Well said. We will protect junior sister Shui's happiness. Hearing that the departing crowd still seemed determined not to let him go, Zhou Ping sighed helplessly. Did these guys have nothing better to do? Their persistence was unexpected. Junior brother, I think all these people are after you. How did you provoke them? Ling Qingzhu was puzzled. Her junior brother had only been a disciple of the Misty Sect for a day, yet he had attracted hundreds of disciples who wanted to beat him up. Zhou Ping had previously said that he was prone to causing trouble, and she had thought he was joking, but now it seemed that he was right. Ahem, it's nothing, I'll explain in detail later. Oh, right, I haven't had a chance to congratulate senior sister on successfully entering the transcendent realm yet. Hee, it's all thanks to your 5 chi condensation pills. Otherwise, I would have had to wait at least another month to break through. Ling Qingzhu was beaming with joy, clearly in high spirits. She had been burdened with worries for the past few years, especially the fact that her cultivation had stagnated, which had almost driven her to despair. However, things in this world are often so strange. Ling Qingzhu never expected that Zhou Ping, her junior brother who had unexpectedly come to Nirvana Peak, would change everything. She now possesses the strength of the first level of the Transcendent Realm and ranks among the top inner disciples of various branches. If Ling Qingzhu can one day be promoted to a true disciple, then Nirvana Peak will have the potential to rise again. It is a joyous occasion for senior sister to break through to the Transcendent Realm. I have no time to prepare a congratulatory gift. All I have on me now is this treasure. I hope senior sister will not find it offensive. As Zhou Ping spoke, he handed the Xianbing chain to Ling Qingzhu. Looking at the chains brimming with spiritual energy before her, Ling Qingzhu couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. This is a mid-grade yellow rank treasure? Chapter 16 Gift of Treasure. No, this is far too precious. As the saying goes, one should not accept a gift without merit. If I accept it, I will feel guilty at night. Ling Qingzhu waved her hands repeatedly, refusing to accept it no matter what. Cultivators in the body tempering realm and chi condensation realm generally cannot afford magical artifacts, and most cultivators in the transcendent realm also use low-grade yellow rank magical artifacts. Therefore, a mid-grade yellow rank magical artifact is enough to make countless transcendent realm cultivators fight tooth and nail for it. It should be noted that the best magical artifact Ling Qingzhu had ever used before was only a low-grade yellow rank, which was already the envy of many people. Seeing that his senior sister was unwilling to accept the gift, Zhou Ping quickly persuaded her. When I observed that senior sister was fighting that woman in blue, she seemed to lack a suitable weapon. If she had this Xianbing chain, her strength would definitely increase greatly. In the future, if junior brother gets into any trouble, it would be easier to deal with it. And it was my senior sister who helped me solve this problem, and I haven't even had a chance to thank her yet. Hearing Zhou Ping's words, Ling Qingzhu sensed the layer of frost-white cold current on the surface of the Xianbing chain, and her body couldn't help but shiver. What a powerful treasure! Ling Qingzhu looked up at Zhou Ping, feeling incredibly warm inside. Her junior brother had given her such a precious artifact so readily, without any hesitation. And most importantly, she already liked and was skilled at using artifacts like iron whips. Seeing that his senior sister clearly wanted it but was too embarrassed to reach for it, Zhou Ping's lips curled into a smile. He then tossed the Xianbing chain over to her, and she hurriedly caught it. Ling Qingzhu blushed slightly and murmured softly, "Thank you, junior brother." "Senior sister, there's no need for thanks. Go back to your room and acknowledge your master. I'll protect you outside the door." Soon the two arrived at Ling Qingzhu's room. After pushing open the door, the scene before them made Zhou Ping feel a little heartbroken. The huge room contained only a simple bed. Neither the cosmetics a woman would love nor the cultivation aids a practitioner would need were present. To be honest, since last year, the sect has stopped providing cultivation resources to Nirvana Peak, and my monthly allowance has also been cut off. With my strength at the third level of the body tempering realm, it is extremely difficult to earn spirit stones within the sect, so I had no choice but to mortgage some things to borrow spirit stones. Ling Qingzhu was slightly embarrassed, as a girl's boudoir should not be in such a state. Zhou Ping sighed slightly. Even under these circumstances, Ling Qingzhu did not give up on Nirvana Peak. Her persistence was truly touching. Believe me, things will get better and better from now on. Senior sister, go and refine the treasure. I'll protect you at the door. After carefully closing the door, and waiting for Ling Qingzhu to begin refining the Xianbing chains, Zhou Ping focused his mind and began communicating with the system. Ling Qingzhu breaks through to the transcendent realm, rewarding the host with 10 times the amount of vital energy. The host has gifted Ling Qingzhu a mid-grade yellow rank treasure, the Xianbing chain, triggering a tenfold return, rewarding the host with a top-grade yellow rank treasure, the Qingyun sword. Last night, with the help of the Qi gathering pill, Zhou Ping managed to digest and absorb half of the previously returned vital energy. Now, a large wave has returned, and he doesn't know when he will be able to fully absorb it. Zhou Ping couldn't help but sigh in his heart. What a happy problem. While cultivating one's vital energy is certainly good, it still takes time to transform it into one's own realm, thereby increasing combat power. But this second reward is amazing. It's a top-grade yellow rank treasure, enough to drive cultivators in the transcendent realm crazy with envy, and even cultivators in the forging god realm would be unable to resist its allure. Many elders of the Misty sect cannot afford a treasure of this level. The blade of this azure cloud sword is engraved with an auspicious cloud, with a faint glint of cold light. The hilt is made of blue jade, which feels not only comfortable to the touch but also extremely smooth. Admiring the sword in his hand, Zhou Ping thought to himself, if possible, I should learn a swordsmanship technique so that I can unleash the full power of the azure cloud sword. After casually wielding the Qingyun sword a few times, Zhou Ping was in a good mood. The sword suited him perfectly. Just as Zhou Ping was satisfied with sheathing the Qingyun sword, a strange fluctuation suddenly occurred in the room. Then, Ling Qingzhu pushed open the door, raised the Xianbing chain in her hand, and said to Zhou Ping with a smile, "Junior brother, I succeeded. He, this is indeed a small matter for senior sister. I just tried it out, and I find the Xianbing chain very easy to use. Thank you for the gift, junior brother. Treasures are given to those who are destined to receive them. By the way, does senior sister know where I can acquire martial arts techniques? Junior brother doesn't even have a single martial art for self-defense right now, which is quite troublesome when facing enemies." Zhou Ping waved his hand and then asked. Previously, Zhou Ping, who was regarded as a family waste in the Zhou family, was not qualified to cultivate martial arts at all. Therefore, in recent times, when he dealt with enemies, he relied entirely on the power of the immortal Emperor Bone and his own powerful cultivation that far exceeded his apparent level. This was not a long-term solution. When it comes to martial arts training, the martial arts hall is naturally the top choice in our Misty sect. It has a vast number of powerful martial arts techniques, and you're sure to find one that suits you. However, only inner disciples can go there. At this point, Ling Qingzhu's gaze became somewhat apologetic. Senior sister, there is no need to worry. When I pass the assessment, the sect promised to reward me with a martial art that only inner disciples can practice. So I think I should be qualified to go to the martial arts hall, Zhou Ping said calmly. Upon hearing this, Ling Qingzhu finally remembered to ask Zhou Ping about his ranking in the assessment. What? You're number 1? Upon hearing Zhou Ping's answer, Ling Qingzhu was immediately taken aback. Hadn't the top scorers in the entrance exams all gone to Baiyun Peak in recent years? How could they have come to Nirvana Peak? Then, she suddenly remembered something, the Qi condensation pill and the Xianbing chains. This Zhou Ping had practically given her all the rewards he received for winning first place in the entrance exam. Thinking of this, Ling Qingzhu was a little stunned. Zhou Ping was so good to her. From now on, no one is allowed to bully her junior brother. Come on, your senior sister will take you to the martial arts hall. The Misty sect at dawn is like a fairyland. The sunrise in the eastern sky pierced through the clouds like golden beams of light, scattering across the mountain peaks. From afar, the majestic buildings seem to be imbued with a sacred aura. In the mountains and valleys, mythical beasts roam freely, and cranes soar through the air. Every place exudes the charm of a sacred place for cultivation. Led by Ling Qingzhu, Zhou Ping and Ling Qingzhu arrived at a huge Lingxiao Square. Chapter 17 Martial Arts Hall. Lingxiao Square is built on the top of the mountain. Around it, a large number of columnar platforms that reach straight into the sky have been built. Some platforms are empty, some are full of people, and some only have a few scattered figures. Besides the central hall, the martial arts hall also has 49 transmission platforms. On each platform, there are elders appointed by the sect to guide disciples in their martial arts training. Some elders only teach once a month, so if you encounter a martial art that suits you, you must seize the opportunity. Ling Qingzhu pointed to the pillar-shaped platforms and introduced them to Zhou Ping in a soft voice. Zhou Ping nodded seriously. Looking around, he saw 49 pillar-shaped transmission platforms surrounding the central hall, resembling a giant lotus flower blooming towards the sky. Each platform could accommodate hundreds or even thousands of people, and huge iron chain bridges were set up between the platforms, making it convenient for the disciples of the Misty sect to move between different platforms and choose the martial arts techniques that best suited them. Senior sister, why are there only a few people listening to the lecture on that platform? Is it because the elder who teaches the skills is not good? Zhou Ping asked, pointing to a platform that was emitting an orange light. No, these elders who pass on their skills are all carefully selected by the sect, so there's no problem with their teaching abilities. The reason there are fewer people there is simply because it's a more advanced training platform. Ling Qingzhu patiently explained the reason to Zhou Ping. In the martial arts hall, the blue light level skill transfer platform is provided to third rank inner disciples. The purple light level skill transfer platform is only open to second rank and above inner disciples, and the orange light level skill transfer platform is only open to first rank inner disciples. As for the central hall, only the most distinguished disciples are qualified to enter. Within the Misty sect, disciples are clearly ranked. At the bottom are miscellaneous disciples and nominal disciples, who make up the vast majority of the sect. Their main responsibility is to help the formal disciples of the 9 branches with trivial matters outside of cultivation. Formal disciples are divided into outer disciples and inner disciples. Inner disciples are further divided into 3 ranks from lowest to highest: third rank, second rank, and first rank. Above the first rank is the ceiling of disciples in the Misty sect true disciples. Ling Qingzhu smiled and said to Zhou Ping, "Work hard. When you become a first-grade inner disciple, you can go to the orange light level transmission platform. The elders there teach powerful martial arts that are hard to find outside." Zhou Ping nodded, without saying anything grand or impassioned. Soon the two arrived at the entrance of Lingxiao Square, where 2 disciples were checking the identity tokens of those coming and going to prevent unqualified people from stealing their knowledge. After they received the 2 jade-colored tokens and saw the word Nirvana on the back of the tokens, the 2 exchanged a glance and then stopped Zhou Ping and Ling Qingzhu. "Stop. Outer disciples are not allowed to enter." Upon seeing this, Zhou Ping immediately offered an explanation. "You say you were the first in the entrance exam, and the sect rewarded you with a chance to choose a martial art? That's a complete fantasy. Who would go to a garbage place like Nirvana Peak if they got first place?" One of the disciples in blue robes simply didn't believe it. "You are an outer disciple, and she is a sinner of the Misty sect. Neither of you can go in." Another disciple in white pointed his finger at Zhou Ping's nose, while glaring at Ling Qingzhu, and said coldly, "I am a first-rank inner disciple, what right do you have to stop me?" Ling Qingzhu retorted, "Ha ha ha. This is hilarious. I remember you're only at the 3rd level of the body-tempering realm, right? You think you're worthy of being a first-grade inner disciple?" The disciple in blue mocked, a hint of resentment on his face. Upon hearing this, Ling Qingzhu's pretty face immediately turned cold. She realized that these 2 had no reason to stop her and Zhou Ping. They were clearly making things difficult for each other on purpose, and the reason was obvious: they were from Nirvana Peak. Zhou Ping watched their performance with great interest. It seemed that these 2 idiots were unaware of what had happened on Nirvana Peak in the early hours of the morning. They actually dared to provoke senior sister Ling to her face. They really didn't know what death meant. Boom! Ling Qingzhu didn't waste any words. She immediately activated the powerful aura of the first level of the transcendent realm, and her sharp gaze swept forward, forcing the 2 disciples to retreat one after another, making their expressions instantly panicked. Transcending the mortal realm. How is this possible?" The disciple in blue robes had a ferocious expression, unable to accept the reality before him. The exceptionally talented Ling Qingzhu from back then is back. The white-robed disciple slumped to the ground, a sense of fear rising in his heart. He never expected that after 3 years, Ling Qingzhu would be able to turn things around. Ignoring the 2 blustering but cowardly gatekeepers, Ling Qingzhu led Zhou Ping straight into the plaza. "Junior brother, you see, this is the current situation of our Nirvana Peak lineage. Even 2 gatekeepers dare to come up and trample on us. Therefore, I must become a true disciple to clear the names of those who died on Nirvana Peak and make Nirvana Peak a place revered by all." Ling Qingzhu said. Her voice was soft, but her tone was unusually firm. Zhou Ping's eyes flickered slightly, and he thought to himself, "It seems I need to help my senior sister improve her strength as soon as possible." Upon entering the plaza, Ling Qingzhu briefly explained some precautions before leading Zhou Ping onto a blue light level power transmission platform. "The martial art I am teaching today is a movement-based martial art, named Hidden Mist. This blood chi blade technique requires practitioners to gather blood chi on ordinary days, and can be used in one go when facing an enemy. Those with weak minds will lose their rationality in an instant. The so-called cultivation method is the foundation of cultivation. A good cultivation method can greatly reduce the time we need to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth." On the platforms for passing on skills, the elders were teaching all sorts of techniques and martial arts. Before long, Zhou Ping had passed more than a dozen transmission platforms, but none of them made him stop, because most of them contained low-grade martial arts techniques. Even if he practiced them, the improvement in his strength would be very limited, and they were simply not worthy of his attention. Just then, Ling Qingzhu, who was walking in front, exclaimed in surprise, and then pulled Zhou Ping towards a blue light-level power transmission platform in front of her. "Junior brother, come with me quickly. I didn't expect to run into Elder Hua today. You're really lucky. He only teaches once a month. If you miss it, you'll have to wait until next month." Zhou Ping was a little dazed as Ling Qingzhu dragged him along at breakneck speed. But when he saw the others nearby rushing in the same direction, he couldn't help but feel a little curious. Who was this Elder Hua? How could he make his senior sister and these people so excited? Chapter 18 Elder Hua. Upon arriving at the transmission platform, Zhou Ping looked up and saw an old man sitting on a stone chair, lazily yawning. He was propping his head up with his hand, looking like he hadn't woken up yet. "This transmission of skills is limited to half an hour. I'll leave when the time is up. Listen carefully. If you don't understand, then yawn." Elder Hua was too lazy to even open his eyes, and his voice was weak and listless. Even so, a large number of people still gathered on the platform in the middle. "The skill I am imparting today is a low-grade martial art." Upon hearing the words low-grade martial arts, many people, including Zhou Ping, showed disappointment. Then, Elder Hua lazily continued, "Why is it a low-grade martial art?" "Because its lower limit is relatively low. However, this martial art has a very special feature: its upper limit is very high." At this point, some people may ask, why is its upper limit high? The reason is simple: it has a very high upper limit. Everyone fell silent. "Elder Hua, please stop with your nonsense. It's always like this during the transmission of skills. 2/3 of the time is spent talking nonsense." "You're not worried, but we are," some disciples said, on the verge of tears. "Yes. Elder Hua, if you finish speaking sooner, you can go back to drink and sleep. Why torture us with your nonsense?" As soon as Elder Hua spoke, the entire audience erupted in complaints, yet not a single person left. Instead, a steady stream of people continued to pour in. At this moment, Ling Qingzhu explained to Zhou Ping, "Junior brother, don't be anxious. This Elder Hua is no ordinary person. The martial arts he teaches are very powerful in actual combat. However, the only drawback of this old man is that he talks too much nonsense when teaching martial arts, which often makes people furious." Impressive in actual combat? But it's still just a low-grade martial art. Zhou Ping was still puzzled. "You don't know this." In fact, the martial arts that Elder Hua taught were all adjusted and improved by him. The so-called low-grade martial arts were just something he made up on the spot. Generally, their power is at least at the level of mid-grade martial arts, and sometimes it can even approach the limit of high-grade martial arts. Zhou Ping was slightly surprised. Compared to the elders who spoke rigidly and stiffly when imparting martial arts skills, this one's style was quite different. Then, when he looked at Elder Hua again, his gaze was filled with more anticipation. On the stage, Elder Hua still looked like he was about to fall asleep. With his eyes closed, he said, "This martial art is closely related to the practitioner's physical strength and physique. Those who are weak have a low lower limit, those who are strong have a high upper limit. It's starting. In an instant, the transmission platform fell silent, with everyone listening intently except for Elder Hua's voice. "The martial art I'm going to teach today is called Bajiquan. It has very high requirements for the physical body. If your body doesn't meet the requirements, but you force yourself to practice it, it may cause you to injure yourself." Elder Hua squinted and rubbed his beard, then said, "So those young people who are not in good health, you can leave now. This martial art is destined to be out of your reach, so don't feel bad." The group of people who had been listening attentively suddenly looked exasperated. "I really wanted to rush up and kill this old man. I wanted to do this last year, but I just couldn't beat them. There will come a time when he gets too old to move, and then I'll dismantle all his old bones." Seeing the reactions of the crowd below, Elder Hua quietly opened his eyes a crack. It seems everyone is quite interested in this low-grade martial art. Are you all very confident in your physical abilities? "Hey, Elder Hua, can you stop wasting time?" a young disciple couldn't help but say. "Today is the first day of the month, and we still need to collect our monthly offerings later." "That's right. Elder Hua, please continue. I think I'm very strong, and I can try this Bajiquan." Despite the criticism and resentment, and even though the desire to kill someone was unmistakable, Elder Hua's professionalism in passing on his skills was widely recognized. Elder Hua sat on the stone chair and stretched by himself. I've finished speaking. Next is the practice exercise segment. Upon hearing this, the transmission platform immediately erupted in noise. That's it? Are you kidding me? Elder Hua, don't cause trouble. Despite everyone's earnest attempts to persuade him, Elder Hua completely ignored them. I've made it very clear. But Jiquan relies on the instantaneous burst of power from 8 powerful points in the human body. The stronger the physical body, the more intense the internal energy it contains, and the better the effect of the burst. How else do you need to explain such a simple principle? Let's begin the drill. As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Hua waved his hand. Buzz. Suddenly, a chaotic surge of power enveloped the area above the transmission platform. Immediately afterwards, thousands upon thousands of drops of blue light seemed to float weightlessly before everyone's eyes. What is this? Zhou Ping was stunned for a moment. He looked at the blue rain of light in front of him and couldn't help but feel a little moved. One of the raindrops of light, like a hypnotic glass ball, swayed continuously, emitting layers of rings of light. Buzz. The light circle spun and expanded in front of Zhou Ping's eyes, and in the next instant, Zhou Ping found himself in a pitch-black secret room. Welcome to the practice illusion. This is a temporary illusion created for the purpose of a half-hour practice session. A completely emotionless voice reached Zhou Ping's ears. An illusion? Zhou Ping was somewhat surprised. Then, a black light slowly appeared in front of Zhou Ping, and gradually transformed into a human shape. Its size and height were similar to Zhou Ping's, but its facial features were very blurry, so it was obviously not a real person. The training battle has begun. Friendly reminder, if you are knocked down, the training will end early. The voice came again. Ending early? Zhou Ping was taken aback. Before he could react, the black figure swooped down in front of Zhou Ping. Without even a greeting, the opponent unleashed a powerful punch straight at Zhou Ping's face. Zhou Ping quickly composed himself, shifted his body to the side, and threw a punch to meet the attack. A surge of energy tightened around his fist and arm, and Zhou Ping's punch was powerful, like an arrow piercing through armor. Thump! The force of their punches collided solidly, and the heavy explosion caused the air to tremble. A hint of surprise flashed in Zhou Ping's eyes. The other party didn't seem to be as strong as he had imagined. Currently, the shadowy figure's cultivation level is about the same as Zhou Ping's. However, because Zhou Ping possesses the bones of an immortal emperor, his physical strength far surpasses that of ordinary people. Among those of the same cultivation level, no one can directly confront Zhou Ping. But just as the shadowy figure was about to be repelled, an unexpected event occurred. Chapter 19 Bajiquan. Suddenly, a beam of white light burst forth from a certain part of the waist of the dark figure. Suddenly, Zhou Ping felt another new force coming from the shadowy figure's fist. Bang! Between the fists that were not yet fully separated, another powerful burst of force surged in, and Zhou Ping, who had gained the upper hand, was actually knocked back half a meter. This is? Zhou Ping was even more surprised. His opponent had been at a disadvantage with the first punch, but the second burst of power that followed instantly reversed the situation. Can new power be generated even before the old power is exhausted? Zhou Ping pondered. This martial arts use of power can be described as ingenious. Whoosh! The shadowy figure attacked again, leaping up and bringing down another punch. Zhou Ping raised his left arm to block the opponent's attack. Bang! The two forces clashed again. Zhou Ping easily blocked the attack, but then the muscles in the shadowy figure's calves and waist suddenly exerted force, this time flashing with two beams of white light, and a series of fierce forces pressed down instantly. Caught off guard, Zhou Ping's knees bent slightly. There are 3 forces at once, and each one is stronger than the last. That's really impressive. Zhou Ping couldn't help but exclaim. The fact that the opponent could unleash multiple attacks with a single strike surprised Zhou Ping greatly. This Bajiquan is very suitable for me. If I can unleash 8 consecutive bursts of power, its power will probably reach the limit of a high-grade martial art, enough to suppress the enemy without any chance to fight back. After wandering around the training platform for so long, Zhou Ping finally encountered a martial art he liked. He immediately became serious and carefully observed the opponent's power points and how to unleash continuous power while dealing with the black figure. During this process, Zhou Ping could feel the immortal emperor bone within his body influencing him, making complex martial arts moves seem simple in his eyes. Each sparring session allowed Zhou Ping to gain a deeper understanding of Bajiquan, and he began to rapidly master the power generation method of this boxing style at a speed visible to the naked eye. 2 strands, 4 strands. Before he knew it, Zhou Ping was able to unleash 4 powerful bursts of energy in succession. Meanwhile, on the transmission platform, the disciples woke up one after another, their faces showing confusion. That's it? The practitioners in the illusion are so unethical. They hit me with a 5-hit combo, and I was completely stunned. Who can argue with that? I feel like it's already over before it even started. On the stone seat on the north-facing platform, Elder Hua squinted and said calmly, "Everyone only has one chance. Elder Hua, please give us another chance and let us enter the practice illusion one more time. Yes, you are highly respected, handsome, and have a pleasant voice. Please give us another chance." Those who failed spoke up, begging to have another chance. Elder Hua glanced at them with annoyance. "Don't think I don't know what you guys say about me in private. Even if you praise me to the skies now, it won't help." The people in the audience exchanged glances, their eyes filled with apprehension. Elder Hua continued, "It's not that I'm being narrow-minded or deliberately making things difficult for you. I said from the beginning that this Bajiquan requires extremely high physical strength. Only with high physical strength can you continuously complete multiple bursts of power. And since you woke up so quickly, it's clear that you are not suitable to practice this martial art." After hearing Elder Hua's explanation, everyone had no choice but to accept reality and then turned their attention to those who had not yet woken up. There's not much time left in the half-hour time limit, and there are only 3 people still immersed in the training environment, including Zhou Ping. There are only 3 people left. This Bajiquan is too difficult to learn. Among the remaining people, senior brother Wang Qi and senior brother Yan Wu are both outstanding third-grade inner disciples, so their performance is not surprising. But what I'm curious about is, where did the other person come from? At this moment, many people's eyes were focused on Zhou Ping. The unfamiliar young figure stood on the stage with his eyes closed and his breathing steady, as if he had fallen into a state of self-forgetfulness. Judging from his appearance, he seems to be an outer disciple. Since he is able to come to the transmission platform to learn martial arts, he must be one of the top 3 newcomers in the entrance examination a few days ago. Interesting. How strong can the physical body of a newly entered outer disciple be? Could he be faking it? I also think he actually woke up a long time ago. Then, another person woke up. Senior brother Wang Qi has woken up. Everyone looked at the tall, young figure. "Senior brother Wang Qi, have you learned it yet?" a busybody asked. Wang Qi smiled, then shook his head and said, "I've done my best. I can only manage 3 consecutive bursts right now." The audience erupted in uproar. As everyone marveled, Elder Hua, sitting on the stone seat, also spoke up. "To be able to achieve this on the first day shows that you are already very compatible with this martial art. Remember to practice more in the future." "Yes, Elder Hua." Having gained Elder Hua's approval, Wang Qi was in high spirits, and he glanced at Yan Wu on the stage. "Coincidentally, Iwatake woke up at that very moment. Wonderful. This Bajiquan is amazing. The power is so great after 4 consecutive bursts of power. This is definitely a top-grade martial art." The moment Yan Wu opened his eyes, everyone could clearly see the arrogant demeanor in his eyes. The former actually had mastered an additional level of power burst compared to Wang Qi. Such martial arts talent was truly remarkable. What's going on? This person hasn't woken up yet. Could it be that he has even higher martial arts talent than our 2 senior brothers? At this moment, a disciple exclaimed, pointing at Zhou Ping, who had his eyes closed. This shout immediately drew everyone's attention. At the same time, Wang Qi and Yan Wu's eyes turned cold as they turned their gazes toward Zhou Ping in the corner. "How can there be another person?" Wang Qi asked in confusion. "And he's an outer disciple?" Yan Wu frowned slightly. The others in the audience chimed in, "Senior brothers, don't worry about him. He's been awake for a while now and has just been standing there pretending." "That's right. Even you and senior brother Wang Qi, 2 inner disciples, have woken up. How could he still be stuck in the practice illusion? Hey, you new outer sect disciple, stop pretending. Your acting is terrible. Nobody here will cooperate with your performance." Seeing that Zhou Ping had no reaction at all, Wang Qi and Yan Wu couldn't help but exchange a glance, and the latter then walked over. "Junior brother, you've overdone it." Yan Wu also believed that Zhou Ping was faking it. After all, even with his abilities, he couldn't hold out for half an hour. The practitioners in the illusion space are neither injured nor tired. How could a mere outer disciple possibly last longer than him? Zhou Ping remained silent in the face of his words. Iwate couldn't help but feel a surge of anger, and he said coldly, "I'm talking to you." Seeing that the other party still did not answer, Iwate became furious. "Oomph, I'll teach you to pretend." After saying that, Yanwu threw a punch, and the fierce wind from the punch went straight into Zhou Ping's face. Iwate was even more muscular than Wang Qi, and the force of his punch was enough to send a person flying. However, just as Iwate's fist was getting closer and closer to Zhou Ping, a jade-like hand suddenly appeared in front of Iwate. Smack! A slap landed on his face with lightning speed, sending Iwabu flying backward. He slid for a full 5 meters before coming to a stop. Ling Qingju stood in front of Zhou Ping, her beautiful eyes scanning the surroundings with a cold gaze. "Listen up, all of you. No one is allowed to harm my junior brother, or don't blame me for showing no mercy." Chapter 20 Martial Arts Prodigy. At this moment, Ling Qingju's aura of transcending the mortal realm overwhelmed everyone. These third-grade inner disciples were all below the 6th level of the Qi condensation realm, and they were no match for her at all. Looking at Ling Qingju, who was standing on the stage with a cold glare at everyone, many people recognized her and felt a little dazed, as if they were seeing the senior sister of Nirvana Peak from 3 years ago. So what everyone was talking about this morning wasn't a rumor after all. She really has recovered her cultivation. I didn't believe it at first either, but now I know that my senior brothers didn't lie to me. The facts are right in front of me. I remember Ling Qingju used to be known for her clear distinction between public and private matters. When did she become so protective of her own people? However, while most disciples unconsciously took a few steps back, a few were not among them. Yan Wu grumbled as he got up from the ground. As a disciple of the Baiyun Peak lineage, he was used to being arrogant and domineering. Being slapped in public like this naturally made him extremely unhappy. He immediately roared, "Ling Qingju, how dare you attack a fellow disciple on the transmission platform? Do you think the sect rules are just for show?" Ling Qingju snorted coldly, "If you hadn't attacked my junior brother first, trying to interrupt his crucial period of cultivation, why would I have made a move? You're really the one who accused me first. Who told you people from Nirvana Peak to put on such airs?" Brother Yanwu just couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to teach his new junior brother a lesson, to make him understand that one should be more humble. Wang Qi from Guishu Peak interjected. Although the relationship between their two lineages was not exactly harmonious, they stood on the same side when facing Nirvana Peak. Ling Qingju was almost laughing in anger. "You people are just looking down on people. My junior brother is clearly still practicing martial arts and the illusion. You just don't want to admit that fact. This is outrageous. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you've recovered your cultivation. There are many first-grade inner disciples who are stronger than you." Wang Qi and Yanwu were furious. Just as the two sides were arguing, the time limit for practicing the illusion finally came, and Zhou Ping slowly opened his eyes filled with excitement, clearly indicating that he had gained a lot. As soon as Zhou Ping awoke from the illusion, he took in the reactions of everyone on the stage. When he saw Ling Qingju protecting him, a smile appeared on his lips. "Senior sister, thank you for protecting me." Hearing Zhou Ping's voice, Ling Qingju stopped and turned around to say, "Junior brother, don't worry. As long as I'm here, no one will be able to bully you." Seeing Ling Qingju's protective attitude, the other disciples couldn't help but feel a little envious. Is this what other people's senior sister is like? Not only is she fair-skinned, beautiful, and has long legs, but she's also incredibly strong. Yan Wu gritted his teeth. Despite his earlier demeanor, before the incident at Nirvana Peak, he had once admired Ling Qingju. After all, in terms of both strength and appearance, Ling Qingju was the most popular among the disciples of the Misty sect, with countless suitors. However, after she was seriously injured and on the verge of death, they all seemed to have disappeared, completely forgetting about Nirvana Peak, including Ling Qingju. Angrily, Yan Wu walked up to Zhou Ping and asked, "If you really lasted this long in the training illusion, then tell everyone, how many power bursts could you perform?" Zhou Ping frowned slightly upon hearing this, initially not wanting to reply. However, upon seeing the small yet clear handprint on Yan Wu's face, he immediately realized that the man had just been beaten by his senior sister, and couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Ha! You bastard, what are you laughing at? Answer me." Yan Wu was furious. If Ling Qingju hadn't stopped him, he would have already attacked. I'd say about 8 times, if all else fails, Zhou Ping said calmly, his smile fading. Whoosh! Zhou Ping's answer was like a thunderclap from a clear sky, causing everyone present on the transmission platform to pause in surprise. Speaking nonsense. The people of Nirvana Peak are getting worse and worse, they don't speak the truth at all. An outer disciple learned Bajikwan in half an hour? This is clearly a high-grade martial art with a high level of difficulty. An ordinary inner disciple might not be able to fully master it even after a year of training. This person is really just bragging without thinking. The entire transmission platform was filled with voices of doubt. No one believed that Zhou Ping could achieve this. Seeing this, Wang Qi seized the opportunity to challenge him. Words are no proof, can you prove it? Zhou Ping rolled his eyes at him. What does it matter to you how many times I can have a meltdown? If you really want me to prove myself, then show some sincerity. Today happens to be the day to distribute the monthly allowance. How about this? We will have a contest to see who has a deeper understanding of Bajikwan. The loser will have to hand over the monthly allowance they receive to the other person. What do you say? Upon hearing this, Yan Wu and Wang Qi sneered. Your monthly allowance as a mere outer disciple is less than half of ours. This little bet isn't even enough to fill a tooth gap. What about adding mine? Ling Qingzhu asked, adding her bet. Although she was a little incredulous, her eyes were full of anticipation as she looked at Zhou Ping. No matter the outcome, she had to give him her support. Yan Wu and his companion were immediately tempted. The monthly allowance for a first-grade inner disciple was quite substantial, enough to cover several months of their own income. It's settled then. We ask Elder Hua to be our witness so that no one will regret it. Seeing that both sides had staked their monthly payments, the disciples watching became excited and quickly asked Elder Hua to test Zhou Ping and the others. Elder Hua was also very curious about how much Zhou Ping had mastered in Bajikwan. He knew best how difficult this martial art was to learn, so he agreed to both of their requests. He then took out a bronze gong from somewhere and hung it in the center of the transmission platform. The test method is very simple. You perform Bajikwan on this bronze gong. The number of times you can make the gong ring with each punch represents how much power you unleash. A few curious disciples went to try it out first. Most of them could only produce one sound, and a few could produce two. In Elder Hua's words, this was only a superficial understanding of Bajikwan. I'll go first. Wang Qi stepped forward first, recalling how he had exerted his power in the illusion, and punched the gong. 3 gong sounds rang out in succession, immediately eliciting cheers. Yan Wu followed suit and struck the gong 4 times. Even Elder Hua had to praise his talent, saying, he has quite the talent. Currently, among the disciples of the Misty Sect, the disciples of the White Cloud Peak and the Returning Ruins Peak are quite strong, and their performance is indeed outstanding. Among the many disciples on the transmission platform, only Yan Wu and Wang Qi have a deeper understanding of Bajikwan. After completing the test, Iwatake looked extremely smug. If you're scared, it's not too late to admit defeat now. Ling Qingzhu shook her head and said, we people of Nirvana Peak never give up easily. Just stand there and watch obediently. Finally, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Zhou Ping walked up to the gong. Before making his move, he glanced back at Ling Qingzhu, determined not to betray his senior sister's trust in him. Bajikwan. Zhou Ping got into position and slammed his right fist into the center of the gong, producing a loud gong sound. Thump. However, before it was over, a series of loud gong sounds caused everyone's eyes to widen and their chins to drop closer to the ground. Knock, knock, knock. 8 gong sounds. At this moment, the entire transmission platform became completely silent. Elder Hua abandoned his usual laziness at this moment and couldn't help but sigh, TSK, it seems Nirvana Peak has picked up a martial arts prodigy. Chapter 21 The Mastermind. How is this possible? He actually mastered the technique with 8 consecutive bursts of power. Who is this Zhou Ping? He actually has such martial arts talent. After a brief silence, the discussion intensified. However, what they didn't know was that this was actually very simple for Zhou Ping. Because of his immortal emperor bone, he only needed to glance at this level of martial arts to quickly grasp the essence of each move, not to mention that there were practitioners in the illusion helping him practice. Ling Qingzhu was equally pleasantly surprised. Before, she only thought Zhou Ping was a good person, but now she realized that this junior brother's martial arts talent was frighteningly high. She believed that if her master in heaven could see that she had taken in such a disciple for him, he would be genuinely happy. The expressions of Yan Wu and his companion were quite interesting. They were originally full of confidence and smiling, already imagining the scene of taking the monthly payment from Ling Qingzhu and her companion. However, after hearing the continuous sound of the gong, their little faces immediately fell down. It's a disgrace that an outer disciple can comprehend martial arts faster than them. Fake. You definitely cheated. Wang Qi, wielding a dagger, and Yan Wu, also drawing a long sword, charged at Zhou Ping in a fit of rage, intending to commit acts of violence. Although the latter possessed high martial arts talent, they sensed that he was merely at the body-tempering realm, easily suppressed. Driven by anger and losing their reason, they only thought about venting their anger on Zhou Ping, but they overlooked one person. With a wave of her hand, Ling Qingzhu sent out a chain surging with cold energy, blocking the attack aimed at Zhou Ping. Ding dong! The weapons of Yan Wu and his companion crumbled at the first touch of the Xianbing chains, their long swords and daggers falling to the ground one after another. Then, with a thought, Ling Qingzhu bound Yan Wu and Wang Qi with chains radiating cold air, making them shiver from the cold. Junior brother, the treasure you gave me is truly excellent, it's perfect for binding people. Looking at the two people bound like dumplings, Ling Qingzhu was quite satisfied. Hee, I'm glad you like it, senior sister. Zhou Ping smiled. What? Judging from the power it just unleashed, that chain must have reached the mid-grade of the yellow rank. They're really willing to give it away? The onlookers' gazes toward Zhou Ping immediately became unsettling. None of them possessed a single magical artifact, yet he was giving away a mid-grade yellow rank magical artifact as a gift. The difference was simply too great. Cough cough. I believe the result is already quite obvious. Yan Wu and Wang Qi, you two remember to make your monthly provisions. This month's power transfer ends here. I'm going back to sleep. Elder Hua, who was sitting on the stone seat, stood up, stretched, and acted as if he hadn't seen Ling Qingzhu make a move. Then, he transformed into a white rainbow and disappeared from the power transfer platform. Whether Elder Hua was kind-hearted or simply found it troublesome, he chose to turn a blind eye. Zhou Ping walked up to Yan Wu and his companion, whose teeth were chattering, and chuckled, "Senior brothers, you too. Untie the chains, we surrender." Before Zhou Ping could finish speaking, Yan Wu and the other man, whose faces were already turning purple from the cold, hurriedly spoke up. Despite their reluctance, they were defeated by Ling Qingzhu in one move in front of everyone. In addition, Elder Hua had just spoken up, so Yan Wu and Wang Qi naturally dared not continue to cheat. Otherwise, they would probably get another beating. They had no choice but to accept the fact with their heads down. The place where the disciples of the Misty Sect received their monthly offerings is called the Treasure Pavilion, located northwest of the Martial Arts Hall. After crossing several long, towering bridges, an ancient pavilion built in the middle of the mountain range came into view. The pavilion seems to have existed for many years, giving it a sense of antiquity. In front of it is a wide square, with huge 1,000-year-old pine trees distributed on both sides of the passageway, which further adds to the atmosphere of time. The plaque at the entrance clearly reads the three large characters, Jubo Pavilion. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zhou Ping and Ling Qingzhu escorted Yan Wu and the other man into the Jubo Pavilion. A third-rank inner disciple is hereby given 10 spirit stones. Please accept them. After receiving the monthly allowance from the sect, Yan Wu turned around and saw Zhou Ping's outstretched hand. He sighed and handed over the spirit stones in his hand. Wang Qi, of course, was also unable to escape. The monthly payment was gone as soon as it arrived. Yan Wu and Wang Qi were both in pain. Feeling too ashamed to stay there any longer, they immediately slunk away to avoid being laughed at by others. Zhou Ping, on the other hand, was all smiles. He had just received his monthly allowance as an outer disciple 5 spirit stones. Compared to the 20 spirit stones he had won, it was pitifully little. However, fortunately, someone had acted as his lucky charm, and he had made a windfall. Outer disciples, regardless of the sect, are generally considered to be at the bottom. If they want to be valued, they must strive to rise to the top. It is true that the Misty Sect is one of the holy places of cultivation in the Northern Territory, but the more prestigious the place, the fiercer the competition. Ordinary people often cannot make a ripple, and only those with extraordinary talent have their own stage. On the other side, Ling Qingzhu approached a disciple responsible for distributing monthly stipends and said softly, "Ling Qingzhu, a first-rank inner disciple, is here to receive her monthly stipend. Since her monthly payments were stopped last year, Ling Qingzhu hasn't been to Jubooj for almost a year. At that time, she was at a low point in her life and had nowhere to seek justice. However, things are different now, and she is determined to take back everything she has lost." Ling Qingzhu, wait, didn't I tell you last year that your monthly payments had stopped? Why are you still here? The handyman disciple didn't even bother to look up and answered impatiently. The sect has never announced the abolition of my status as a first-rank disciple. On what grounds have you stopped my monthly allowance? Ling Qingzhu questioned. This time, she did not accept it silently as before, and a powerful aura pressed forward. At this moment, the handyman disciple finally raised her head. When she sensed Ling Qingzhu's aura, her expression immediately became flustered. I don't know, maybe I made a mistake. A mistake? Do you think I'd accept such a lame excuse? Ling Qingzhu sneered. At this moment, Zhou Ping spoke up. In my opinion, embezzling the monthly allowance of a first-rank disciple is a serious crime. A mere menial disciple wouldn't dare to do that. There must be someone behind this. Ling Qingzhu exchanged a glance with him, then led the servant disciple to a secluded corner. Don't make a move, I'll talk. Faced with the two menacing figures, the man quickly realized the reality. Actually, I had no choice. This was Zhou Yu's idea. He asked me to tell you that the monthly payment has been stopped, and then secretly hand your share over to him. You know, I can't afford to offend him, so. The servant disciple explained, his voice trembling with tears. After figuring out the reason for the incident, Ling Qingzhu couldn't help but say, I knew Zhou Yu was no good, but I still underestimated the depths of his moral depravity. I wholeheartedly agree, Zhou Ping echoed. He had been chased and killed for no reason when he participated in the entrance examination. Considering Zhou Yu's performance on the cloud top ladder, he now thought that Zhou Yu was probably behind it. Although she knew who was behind it all, considering the current situation of Nirvana Peak and Zhou Yu's influence within the Misty sect, Ling Qingzhu understood that taking action against him would not be an easy task. The matter of embezzling the monthly allowance was not enough, she could only proceed gradually. After a year, Ling Qingzhu felt much better after receiving her monthly payment again, and she and Zhou Ping happily walked out of Zhuboj. When they reached the center of the square, Zhou Ping suddenly stuffed 20 yuan stones into Ling Qingzhu's hand. These are for you. Huh? Ling Qingzhu was taken aback. She asked, puzzled, and what about you? Zhou Ping waved his hand, I have more. Yuan stones are one of the most common resources in cultivation. These yuan stones are mined by sects from various mineral veins. The yuan qi contained within them can be absorbed, but refining them is more difficult than refining pills and takes a longer time. Even so, the price of yuan stones is not cheap. Zhou Ping's decision to give Ling Qingzhu 20 yuan stones at once was quite generous. Take it. Seeing that Ling Qingzhu wanted to return the yuan stones, Zhou Ping was the first to speak up and stop her. When you made the bet with those two, senior sister placed a big bet, otherwise they wouldn't have taken the bait, so the yuan stones you won should naturally belong to you. No. Ling Qingzhu quickly refused and returned the 20 spirit stones as well. Keep them for your cultivation. 5 spirit stones are enough, after all, I'm just an outer disciple. Zhou Ping raised an eyebrow and smiled, then quickly walked to the front. Ling Qingzhu didn't know what to say for a moment. Although these 20 spirit stones were only equivalent to half of her monthly allowance, they felt inexplicably heavy at this moment. Detected that Ling Qingzhu obtained 60 yuan stones, triggering a tenfold return, rewarding the host with 600 yuan stones. Zhou Ping, who was walking in front, grinned. This was a full 600 spirit stones. Even a true disciple's monthly offering wasn't that much. And it was at this moment. A figure ahead caught Zhou Ping's attention. Chapter 22 Two Distant Worlds. In the center of the square, under the shade of a 1,000-year-old tree, a long-haired woman in a blue dress stood beside a man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, his smile carrying a hint of ingratiation. How are you doing lately, junior sister Shui? If you encounter any trouble in the sect, please feel free to come to me. Glancing at the incessantly chattering man in front of her, Shui Lingyun's expression was already somewhat impatient. Every time she met Zhou Yu, he would come up and say some trivial things. If it weren't for the sect's rules, she would have slapped Zhou Yu away long ago. Just then, a voice filled with surprise suddenly rang out, and Shui Lingyun's impatience vanished instantly. My wife. Zhou Ping smiled and walked towards the two people under the shade of the tree. Ling Qingzhu, who was following behind, felt a strange emotion rise in her heart after hearing Zhou Ping's address to the woman in the blue dress. Is this feeling jealousy? Ling Qingzhu shook her head vigorously. Honestly, what was she thinking about? After arriving under the shade of the tree, Zhou Ping complained to Shui Lingyun, that day on the cloud-top ladder, we only met briefly, which was not enough to ease my longing. Cultivation has indeed taken up all my time lately. If it weren't for the sect distributing monthly stipends, I wouldn't have come out of seclusion today, Shui Lingyun explained. The person who plotted against her back then was a top expert on the Tianyuan continent. In order to have the power of revenge, she could not afford to slack off in the slightest. Zhou Yu, who had been talking incessantly, suddenly shut up, his gaze towards Zhou Ping flashing coldly. Ever since Shui Lingyun revealed her talent, Zhou Yu had been trying every means to get close to her. However, no matter how enthusiastic he was, Xue Lingyun remained calm and never said a word to him. But this kid Zhou Ping was able to have such an intimate conversation with her, which really angered him, and jealousy welled up in his heart. Ahem. Junior brother Zhou Ping, I heard you went to Nirvana Peak. It should be of great help to your cultivation, right? Zhou Yu asked, feigning concern. He knew very well how bad the situation at Nirvana Peak was. Seeing this person intrude without any sense, Zhou Ping shook his head inwardly. Jealousy really can make people unrecognizable. It seems that whether on Earth in his previous life or in this cultivation world, sycophants never have a good ending. Nirvana Peak treats Zhou Ping very well. With me around, no one dares to bully him, so you don't need to worry about it. Ling Qingzhu replied coldly. After learning what Zhou Yu had done, she naturally wouldn't give him a kind look. Zhou Yu's lips twitched slightly. Why did all these good-for-nothings like to contradict him now? Were they all trying to turn the world upside down? Ling Qingzhu, it's bad enough that you were beaten into a cripple, but now you've taken in a useless junior brother for Nirvana Peak. It really is a trashy branch that only takes in trashy disciples. Although Nirvana Peak is temporarily in decline, it has produced many powerful figures who have made great contributions to the Misty sect. You cannot humiliate it with words so easily. Ling Qingzhu's pretty face was covered with frost, and she seemed ready to fight at the slightest provocation. She would never allow Nirvana Peak to be belittled like this. So what if you've been humiliated? You almost forgot, I have some good news to tell you. Soon, Nirvana Peak will be removed from the list of sections. The sect is already discussing how to abolish your lineage and let the other 8 branches take over the resources and inheritance. Zhou Yu's lips curled up, his face clearly showing schadenfreude. A broken pulse? Ling Qingzhu was struck dumb, and could hardly believe her ears. Does this mean Nirvana Peak is doomed to perish under her leadership? What will happen to our deceased master and the others? Zhou Ping was also startled by the news. He quickly turned to look at Xue Lingyun, wanting to confirm it. My lady, is what he said true? Xue Lingyun nodded slightly. She had overheard this matter from Tian Xuanzi. Indeed, some of the higher-ups in the Misty sect had proposed abolishing Nirvana Peak, and this proposal had received considerable support. However, this matter is not without room for maneuver. Judging from Master's words, he should be given another chance. Hearing this, Ling Qingzhu perked up slightly. As long as there's a chance, I will never let Nirvana Peak fall like this. Just the two of you? I hope you can keep being so stubborn. Zhou Yu glanced at Ling Qingzhu and Zhou Ping, smiled disdainfully, and then turned and left the square. With the annoying little devil gone, Xue Lingyun breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to return to her secluded cultivation. For her, cultivation level was not a problem as long as she had sufficient cultivation resources. She could quickly improve her strength. After receiving today's monthly payment, she should attempt to break through to the first level of the Transcendent Realm in the near future. If she succeeds, the cultivation record of the Misty sect will be broken once again. Before leaving, Xue Lingyun called Zhou Ping aside. There's something I must tell you. I will never forget the kindness you've shown me. However, the world I will face in the future is full of endless hardships, and the dangers involved are far beyond what you can bear. Perhaps you should choose to dissolve the marriage contract and find a suitable woman to become your Taoist partner. Xue Lingyun said slowly, glancing intentionally or unintentionally at Ling Qingzhu not far away. Zhou Ping shook his head violently. It was absolutely impossible to dissolve the marriage contract. At the same time, he thought to himself that he had to improve his favorability with his wife as soon as possible. This negative 90 favorability rating was really a pain, and it had actually caused him such a troublesome situation. Xue Lingyun sighed slightly. In her opinion, Zhou Ping was far too naive. He had no idea that the enemy he was dealing with might now be the strongest person on the Tianyuan continent. That level was untouchable for Zhou Ping, and getting even a little bit involved would be a catastrophe. All right. If Nirvana Peak really disappears, you can let me know in advance which lineage you want to cultivate in, and I will talk to Master. Seeing that Zhou Ping was unwilling, Xue Lingyun did not press him too hard. After all, he had done her a favor, so in her heart she hoped that Zhou Ping would take the initiative to dissolve the marriage contract. As for his kindness, she would do her best to repay it. My lady, Nirvana Peak will not be destroyed, do you believe me? Perhaps it will be difficult, but just watch closely. Let's start with preventing Nirvana Peak from being destroyed. You will understand what kind of person your husband really is one day. It takes 100 years of cultivation to share a boat ride, and 1,000 years to share a pillow and sleep. My wife, since we are destined to be husband and wife, why rush to separate? Although I don't know what you will face in the future, I will definitely face it hand in hand with you. Zhou Ping looked at Shui Lingyun and slowly spoke these words, his tone calm yet exceptionally firm. After saying that, Zhou Ping and Ling Qingzhu, who seemed somewhat lost, embarked on their return journey. Watching the two figures disappear into the distance, Shui Lingyun seemed lost in thought. Looking back on her previous life, she grew up in the Holy Fire Palace from a young age and rose to become a high-ranking deity. Along the way, she met all sorts of extraordinary people, but she never fell in love with any man. She never expected that she would be reborn and form such a marriage. Is this what they call fate? God really loves to play jokes. Shui Lingyun laughed self-deprecatingly. It was simply impossible for the two of them to continue their relationship, because Zhou Ping was just too far removed from her world. Chapter 23 Opportunity. The towering peaks pierce the clouds, and Nirvana Peak, as silent as ever, is once again shrouded in gloom today. After leaving Juboj, Zhou Ping and his companion embarked on their return journey. Although Ling Qingzhu had been somewhat prepared after hearing the news, she did not expect that as soon as she returned to Nirvana Peak, she would receive a notice from the sect. Whether by coincidence or design, Elder Lin Fian was the one responsible for delivering the message. Listen up, on behalf of the sect, I hereby formally inform you that Nirvana Peak is about to be abolished. Lin Fian announced loudly. The 9 branches will become history, and the Misty sect will only have 8 branches left. Ling Qingzhu's face was grim. Elder Lin, our Nirvana Peak shed blood and sacrificed themselves for the sect in the great battle. How can you treat us like this? A look of disdain crossed Lin Fian's face. Everyone knows that since that incident 3 years ago, Nirvana Peak has been a mere shell of its former self. Staying would only make it a joke. Moreover, Nirvana Peak has ranked last in the sect trials for 3 consecutive years, which means its contribution value is 0. The sect has already done more than enough for you by only deciding to abolish it today. According to the sect's regulations, in half a month, all areas of Nirvana Peak will be incorporated into the other 8 major branches. One cold word after another struck Ling Qingzhu's heart, making her sway and stagger. If Zhou Ping hadn't been there to support her in time, she might have already collapsed to the ground. The sect cannot do this. Nirvana Peak cannot be abolished. I'm going to find the sect leader. Ling Qingzhu shouted resolutely. Lin Fian ignored this completely, but glanced at Zhou Ping out of the corner of her eye. Once Nirvana Peak was destroyed, it would be easy for her to control this boy, and she wouldn't have to worry about violating the sect's rules then. The heads of all the peaks have discussed this matter, and the sect leader has personally made the final decision. Even if you are unwilling 1,000 times, it is no use. Besides, what can you two good-for-nothings change with your status in the Misty sect? With that, Lin Fian flicked her sleeves and turned to leave. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly echoed in Zhou Ping's mind. The Dao Companion Cultivation Quest has been activated. Please help Ling Qingzhu prevent Nirvana Peak from being abolished and at least help her reach the Forging God realm. A reward will be given to the host upon fulfilling both conditions. Forging God realm? Zhou Ping's eyelids twitched. As far as he knew, Zhou Yu was the strongest among the current inner disciples. It seemed that the latter had not even reached the Forging God realm. Furthermore, the sect's higher-ups have already passed a resolution to abolish Nirvana Peak. How easy would it be to stop them? Meeting both of these task requirements would be quite difficult, and Zhou Ping couldn't help but mentally complain that the system was probably deliberately making things difficult for him. There's always a way out. Let's get my senior sister back to her room first. With these thoughts in mind, Zhou Ping helped the dejected Ling Qingzhu up and walked towards the room in silence. Late at night. At the summit of a precipitous peak, on a sheer cliff. At this moment, on the edge of a cliff halfway up the mountain, a young woman in a light-colored dress stands outside a cave, with an ordinary-looking young man standing beside her. This is Dark Cliff, also known as the Land of Sinners by the Misty sect. The woman had a slender figure, alluring curves, snow-white skin, and long, smooth hair. Her features were absolutely stunning. Her exquisite face was flawless. What is most captivating about her are her eyes, bright yet seemingly weathered, appearing calm but carrying a subtle, melancholic beauty. Unable to fall asleep, Ling Qingzhu stood blankly at the entrance of the cave. Inside the cave was a corpse sitting facing the wall. In life, the corpse was the renowned Xian Tianjinren and the head of Nirvana Peak, the leader of the 9 veins. Master. A faint echo reverberated through the cave, and Ling Qingzhu's eyes involuntarily reddened slightly. She pulled Zhou Ping to the side of the corpse. This is the disciple that I accepted on your behalf. Today, I've brought him here to meet his master. Zhou Ping stepped forward and respectfully performed the apprenticeship ceremony. Disciple greets master. Inside the cave, the lifeless corpse still sat quietly facing the wall. A trace of sorrow welled up in Ling Qingzhu's eyes. She raised her left hand tremblingly, then clenched it into a fist. The sect has already issued a notice today that Nirvana Peak will be removed from the list. I really can't accept this decision. But master, please rest assured, as long as there is a sliver of hope, I will never let Nirvana Peak disappear. I will also do my best, Zhou Ping said. Call. A cold wind blew by, and the fallen leaves and pebbles on the ground moved quickly. Ling Qingzhu looked up, letting the tears spread across the surface of her pupils without falling. Suddenly, a sigh rang out abruptly. Ling Qingzhu and Zhou Ping were startled and turned to look behind them. At some point, an old man in a long robe had arrived. Lord Sect Master? Tian Xuanzi waved slightly to Zhou Ping and the other man, then walked to the corpse and said, I just came here to take a look. Ling Qingzhu quickly seized the opportunity to speak up. Sect Master, must Nirvana Peak really be abolished? Can't we give it another chance? This is a collective decision made by the sect's higher-ups. As the sect leader, my job is to make the Misty sect better and better, so? Tian Xuanzi shook his head. The Golden Age was about to begin, and the current situation at Nirvana Peak was far too dire. It was simply impossible for them to cultivate outstanding junior disciples for the Misty sect. It would be better to allocate the resources of this lineage to other branches, which would be more beneficial to the overall future of the sect. Back then, Master often mentioned you to me. The relationship between you two was the best among your fellow disciples. Can you really bear to watch Nirvana Peak disappear and Master become a sinner of this lineage? Ling Qingzhu asked in a trembling voice. You are just like him, a carbon copy of his personality. Well, if Nirvana Peak can win first place in the sect trial this year, I can use that as an excuse to suppress the objections, and the matter of abolishing the meridians will be immediately stopped. Tian Xuanzi looked at Ling Qingzhu's firm attitude and couldn't help but think of Xin Tianjinren. He still felt a little guilty about what happened back then, since the combat mission that Xin Tianjinren carried out was ordered by him personally. So he decided to give him a chance. Upon hearing this, Ling Qingzhu was overjoyed and immediately said, Sect Master, rest assured, Nirvana Peak will definitely take first place in this sect trial. Perhaps, but before that, you must solve a problem. Each lineage must send at least 2 inner disciples. Nirvana Peak only has you. If you can't even meet this requirement, how can you expect to win first place? Tian Xuanzi didn't think highly of them. After all, this task was extremely difficult. So, both of their eyes fell on Zhou Ping at the same time. Chapter 24 Repair. Tian Xuanzi's gaze swept over Zhou Ping and he found that the former had already advanced to the 9th level of the body tempering realm. He immediately shook his head slightly. In his opinion, the reason why Zhou Ping's realm could improve so much in a short period of time must be because he had taken all 5 qi condensation pills. Such a method of relying on pills to force growth is a major taboo for cultivators. If you only pursue speed in improving your realm but don't pay attention to the foundation, how can you go far on the path of cultivation? Tian Xuanzi was very disappointed with this. Zhou Ping is not some genius with a special physique. Such actions are undoubtedly ruining his future. Ling Qingzhu's face showed a hint of worry. The strength of the 9th level of the body tempering realm was quite good for an outer disciple, but to become a 3rd-grade inner disciple, one had to pass the inner disciple assessment and at least have the strength of the 2nd level of the qi condensation realm. This was a bit too difficult for her junior brother. Well, I've given you the chance. Whether you can seize it or not is up to your fate. Tian Xuanzi, who had no hope for Nirvana Peak, sighed and quietly left Dark Cliff. After Tian Xuanzi left, Zhou Ping scratched his head and asked, Senior sister, what exactly is this inner disciple assessment all about? The assessment for inner disciples is divided into 2 stages. Ling Qingzhu explained to him, the first stage is to step onto the Azure Cloud platform, which is participated in by both outer disciples and 3rd-rank disciples. If an outer disciple successfully steps onto the Azure Cloud platform, he can be promoted to a 3rd-rank inner disciple. Ling Qingzhu paused, her tone becoming much more serious. If even a 3rd-grade inner disciple fails, then they will be demoted to an outer disciple. Zhou Ping was somewhat surprised. A 3rd-grade inner disciple who fails will actually be demoted? That's right. The competition within the Misty sect is actually very fierce. Many people keep switching between outer disciple and third rank disciple, and it takes at least half a year to secure their position as an inner disciple, Ling Qingzhu said. This shows that the assessment is quite difficult. Zhou Ping continued to ask, then what is the second stage? Ling Qingzhu replied, stepping onto the Azure Cloud Platform is the first stage. After passing through the Azure Cloud Platform, you will enter the Illusion Demon Tower. This tower has 7 floors, each guarded by an illusion demon. The 10 people who pass through the Illusion Demon Tower in the shortest time will be promoted to second-grade disciples. Directly promoted to the second rank? Zhou Ping was a little surprised. That's right. Ling Qingzhu affirmed. However, only the top 10 can directly advance to the second rank. Even if others pass the test of the Illusion Demon Tower, they can only be rated as third-rank disciples. How difficult is it? Has anyone succeeded before? Zhou Ping asked casually. I, Zhou Yu from Baiyun Peak, and Li Feiyu from Guishu Peak, both advanced directly to the second rank from outer disciples back then. Ling Qingzhu revealed a hint of reminiscence, recalling her spirited days when Nirvana Peak was the head of the 9 peaks, but now. Then, Ling Qingzhu looked at Zhou Ping and said earnestly, Junior brother, I know this is difficult for you. You can choose to give up. Actually, wanting to protect Nirvana Peak is just my own selfish desire, so that Master can rest in peace in the afterlife. You've only been at Nirvana Peak for 2 days, there's no need for you to be under so much pressure. Zhou Ping shook his head and said softly, Senior sister, perhaps I have only been here for a short time and do not know Master well enough, nor do I know Nirvana Peak well enough. However, I can tell from you that Master must be a good teacher, and the Nirvana Peak lineage is worth passing down. Zhou Ping's voice was soft, but his words carried extraordinary weight in Ling Qingzhu's ears. She subconsciously looked up at Shen Tianjinren, her eyes suddenly becoming firm, as if she had made some kind of decision. Go back to Nirvana Peak, I have something for you. Ling Qingzhu grabbed Zhou Ping's arm and flew away from Dark Cliff. Upon returning to Nirvana Peak, Ling Qingzhu immediately raised the protective array to its highest defensive level and set up 3 layers of restrictions at the entrance to her room. Senior sister, what exactly is that? It's all so mysterious. Judging from Ling Qingzhu's posture, it seemed as if she was about to do something indecent to him, and Zhou Ping couldn't help but mutter a few words to himself. Could it be that because of those heartfelt words I just said, my senior sister's feelings for me have skyrocketed, and she's trying to force herself on me? Should I give in or not? Zhou Ping thought to himself, this isn't quite right. I'm a married man, even though polygamy or polyandry is quite normal on the Tianyuan continent. Just then, Ling Qingzhu took out a book from somewhere and walked up to Zhou Ping with an extremely serious expression. Junior brother, this is what Master left me before he died. It is also the most precious inheritance of the Nirvana Peak lineage. You should learn it quickly and improve your strength in these few days. Ling Qingzhu's expression was extremely solemn. Originally, this could only be passed on to him after Zhou Ping passed through the many tests set by true person Shen Tian. But given the current situation, Ling Qingzhu could not care about that anymore. Otherwise, if Nirvana Peak were destroyed, this inheritance would only fall into the hands of outsiders. Zhou Ping blushed instantly. It turned out that his senior sister was going to pass on the inheritance of Nirvana Peak to him. He had been overthinking things. She took the book and quickly flipped through it, then asked with some doubt, Senior sister, this inheritance seems incomplete, it only has the first 2 volumes. This is a powerful legacy from ancient times. It is already quite remarkable that 2 volumes have survived. According to Master, the complete Nirvana Sutra should have 6 volumes. The power it has shown to us now is probably less than a third of its original strength. But even with this incomplete inheritance, our Nirvana Peak can still be the leader of the 9 lineages. This shows how powerful the Nirvana scripture is. If we can find the lost part and bring the complete Nirvana scripture to the world, then this will undoubtedly be the strongest inheritance of the Misty sect, and it may even rank among the top 3 in the entire Northern Territory. Ling Qingzhu said with some pride, while there was also a hint of expectation in her expression. Repairing the Nirvana scripture to be complete is the lifelong wish of every Nirvana Peak leader, and Shen Tianjinren is no exception. The host has been detected to have obtained a fragment of the Nirvana Sutra. This technique can be repaired and improved. Execute? Zhou Ping was overjoyed. It was like a pillow being delivered to someone who was just about to fall asleep. The system even had this function? Fix and improve. As soon as he finished speaking, the incomplete part of the Nirvana Sutra appeared in Zhou Ping's mind. The original complete Nirvana Sutra was a mid-grade heaven rank cultivation technique. After some manipulation by the system, it was directly upgraded to the highest grade heaven rank, making it comparable to Shui Lingyun's Crimson Flame Heart Sutra. Zhou Ping paused for a moment, then suddenly said, "Ahem. Senior sister, it seems I happen to have the missing part of the Nirvana Sutra." "Ah? What did my junior brother just say?" Ling Qingzhu was momentarily stunned and stared blankly at Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping had no choice but to step forward and point a finger at Ling Qingzhu's brow, instantly sending a large amount of information into Ling Qingzhu's sea of consciousness. As this information came in, the shock on Ling Qingzhu's face grew stronger. The complete Nirvana Sutra. What's going on? Ling Qingzhu's exclamation instantly resounded throughout Nirvana Peak. Chapter 25 Dual Cultivation. Ling Qingzhu could not hide her shock. This problem that had plagued the Nirvana Peak lineage for thousands of years was actually solved so easily by Zhou Ping, a disciple who had just entered the sect. "Junior brother, how come you have incomplete parts of the Nirvana Sutra?" Faced with Ling Qingzhu's question, Zhou Ping could only make up a few things because he couldn't reveal the system. He said that when he was a child, he accidentally fell off a cliff and survived. He found the last 4 volumes of the Nirvana Sutra in a cave, but he couldn't cultivate it because he didn't have the beginning. Until today, he got the first 2 volumes from his senior sister, which made it complete. After listening, Ling Qingzhu remained silent for a long time. It sounded like a complete fabrication, but looking at Zhou Ping's serious expression, she had no choice but to believe it. Although it sounded absurd, it was the most reasonable explanation at the moment. Moreover, regardless of the circumstances, both Ling Qingzhu and the other person now possess the complete Nirvana Sutra, which is undoubtedly the strongest inheritance of the Misty sect. Ling Qingzhu understands that as long as Nirvana Peak can be preserved, it seems that rebuilding the glory of this lineage in the future is not an impossible thing. In that case, let's hurry up and start cultivating the complete Nirvana Sutra, and strive to have enough strength before the sect trial begins. Ling Qingzhu knew how urgent the situation Nirvana Peak was facing. She didn't have time to think about anything else. Improving her and Zhou Ping's strength was the most important thing now. If you have any questions about cultivation, feel free to ask me. Also, remember to register for the Inner Disciple Assessment tomorrow. Since Ling Qingzhu is taking on the role of a disciple on behalf of her master, she naturally has to shoulder the responsibility of teaching Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping nodded, and then walked towards the door of the room. Watching Zhou Ping's departing figure, Ling Qingzhu murmured to herself. The connection between my junior brother and my Nirvana Peak lineage might have been preordained long ago. Since Zhou Ping came to Nirvana Peak, everything has changed dramatically for her. Her originally hopeless situation seems to be getting better little by little. Although the road ahead is still full of hardships, it is no longer as dark as before, and finally there is a glimmer of hope. As Ling Qingzhu began to cultivate the complete Nirvana Sutra, the shock in her heart continued and became even stronger. The Nirvana Sutra that Zhou Ping passed on to her was not only the true complete version, but it also seemed to have more profound mysteries than the one she had cultivated before, and its power was greatly enhanced. Previously, Ling Qingzhu cultivated a fragment of the Nirvana scripture, which was roughly equivalent to an earth rank cultivation technique. However, her current technique is a top-grade heaven rank technique, and her speed of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has increased many times over. She feels that if this continues, she might be able to break through to the second level of the transcendent realm in just a few days. This speed is simply frightening. It turns out that the complete Nirvana Sutra also contains a powerful martial art with profound artistic conception. I have never seen a stronger martial art in the sect than the Golden Light Divine Whip. On the Tianyuan continent, martial arts levels are divided into common martial arts, spiritual martial arts, heaven and earth martial arts, and intent martial arts. Generally speaking, the inner disciples of the Misty sect practice ordinary martial arts, which include 3 grades: superior, middle, and inferior. For example, the superior martial art Bajiquan that Zhou Ping just learned belongs to this category. Spirit grade martial arts and above are divided into 4 levels: beginner, middle, advanced, and top. Ling Qingzhu gripped the Xianbing chain and attempted to cultivate the Golden Light Divine Whip. With each move, powerful energy surged forth, and dazzling golden light filled the entire room. Now, the cultivation techniques and martial arts I practice are the strongest in the Misty sect. With such a foundation, what are people like Zhou? That night, Ling Qingzhu, filled with excitement, frantically practiced her skills and martial arts, fearing that she might lose this hard-won hope due to her own laziness. Master, I will prove to everyone that Nirvana Peak is the strongest lineage. Detected that Ling Qingzhu is cultivating the heavenly rank supreme cultivation technique Nirvana scripture, triggering a tenfold return, rewarding the host with a divine skill that amplifies tenfold the Nirvana true scripture. As soon as Zhou Ping returned to his room, he received a reward from the system. Another martial art? Because the primordial energy of heaven and earth contains a great variety of attributes, different people are suited to cultivate primordial energy of different attributes. If they were to cultivate primordial energy of other attributes, they would achieve twice the result with half the effort and would not be able to demonstrate their true talents. The talents of such people can evolve into attribute spirit bodies in another way. There are different attribute spirit bodies, such as metal spirit bodies, fire spirit bodies, earth spirit bodies, etc. People with attribute spirit bodies can cultivate primordial energy of the corresponding attributes several times faster than ordinary people. What is even more terrifying is that they can also comprehend the meaning or profound meaning of the corresponding attributes several times faster. Their bodies and souls are very compatible with the origin of the attribute. 1 year of cultivation is equivalent to several years of hard work for others. The function of cultivation techniques is to select the most suitable primordial energy from heaven and earth for the cultivator to absorb. Since the body is only suitable for cultivating a single attribute, cultivating techniques with different attributes will cause clashes, which may lead to chi deviation and demonic possession. Moreover, the meridian pathways of each technique are different. Once you start cultivating another technique, your cultivation level will start from 0. For ordinary people, this is equivalent to slowing down the cultivation speed by half, which no one can tolerate. For these two reasons, ordinary cultivators can only cultivate one technique at a time. However, for Zhou Ping, who possesses the immortal emperor bone, the issue of attribute conflict does not exist. This is because regardless of the attribute of the Yuan Qi, once it enters his body, it will be suppressed by the invisible power of the immortal emperor bone, becoming extremely obedient. Therefore, he is essentially an all-attribute spiritual body. As for the second reason, Zhou Ping is still somewhat worried about the excess cultivation in his body. Since Xueling Yun and Ling Qingzhu will return a large amount of cultivation after advancing their realms, although it has become much easier to improve his strength, Zhou Ping always wants to make use of the cultivation that he cannot digest for the time being. Without any hesitation, Zhou Ping immediately began cultivating two techniques simultaneously. The Burning Heaven Heart method was a saint-level technique of the fire path, while the Nirvana True Scripture was a saint-level technique of the metal path. Cultivating these two techniques would allow Zhou Ping to naturally connect with the two great paths of fire and metal, making his future cultivation much easier. Unlike the Burning Heaven Heart method, which ignites the entire world, the Nirvana Scripture reveals an immortal and indestructible, ever-changing and unique state of mind, which makes Zhou Ping feel that his vitality has become much stronger. Relying on the immense foundation of the immortal emperor bone, Zhou Ping recklessly absorbed the vast cultivation stored within his body, frantically raising the level of the meridians cultivated by the Nirvana True Scripture. Body Tempering Realm, Level 1. Body Tempering Realm, Level 2. Body Tempering Realm, 9th Level. Call. Zhou Ping let out a long sigh of relief, carefully sensing the surging energy within his body. At this moment, he felt as if two cultivators at the 9th level of the body tempering realm had merged into one. Cultivating two different techniques simultaneously, I doubt many people on the Tianyuan continent have ever experienced that. After silently complaining to himself, Zhou Ping practiced Bajiquan without stopping and found that the power of the martial art had more than doubled, meaning that the effect of 1 + 1 was greater than 2. Based on this reasoning, when facing an opponent of the same level, it's like 2 against 1, which is really a bit unfair, but I like it. Zhou Ping couldn't help but smile. The feeling of having an absolute advantage was just too good. Detected that Ling Qingzhu is practicing martial arts, triggering a tenfold reward. The host is rewarded with a top-tier martial arts technique, Nirvana Sword technique. Swordsmanship? Zhou Ping was overjoyed. He had been somewhat disappointed that he hadn't been able to find a sword technique he liked in the martial arts hall, and now the Nirvana Sword technique had come at just the right time. Clang! With the azure cloud sword drawn, Zhou Ping stepped out of the room, drew his sword, and began to dance, surrounded by roaring sword energy. Although he had no one to guide him, Zhou Ping was fortunate to have the immortal emperor bone, which allowed him to grasp the basic essentials of the first move of the Nirvana Sword technique. After cultivating for an entire night, Zhou Ping's sword energy became increasingly solid, and even the azure cloud sword began to reveal a faint sword light. First move, 1 kill in 10 steps. Whoosh! A sword light flashed out, shearing off dozens of giant trees from a nearby dense forest, startling a chorus of birdsong from Nirvana Peak. Zhou Ping nodded slightly. This sword strike was his current limit. However, this Nirvana Sword technique has reached the level of top-level martial arts. Even though the immortal emperor bone brought him monstrous martial arts talent, Zhou Ping's current realm is too low. He has only touched the surface of the first move of the Nirvana sword technique. Even so, the power of the sword he barely managed to unleash was astonishing. Looking up, Zhou Ping realized it was already dawn. He quickly went back to his room to pack, as he had to register for the inner disciple assessment today. There must be a master in chapter 26. Early the next morning, Zhou Ping left Nirvana Peak. He didn't disturb Ling Qingzhu, who was focused on her cultivation. It was clear that she had also been cultivating excitedly all night yesterday. This was not surprising, after all. The complete Nirvana Sutra was the long-cherished wish of the successive leaders of Nirvana Peak for thousands of years. In addition, with time pressing, Ling Qingzhu was naturally reluctant to rest. After swiftly traversing the mountain peaks, Zhou Ping soon arrived at the registration office located in the eastern region of the Misty Sect. At this moment, the place is filled with disciples from various branches who have come to register. Under the watchful eyes of several elders, they line up one after another and register in an orderly manner. When Zhou Ping appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of many people. The events that happened on Nirvana Peak that day, after being embellished and spread by those hundreds of people, were now almost common knowledge within the Misty Sect. Is it true that junior sister Shui had a husband before she joined the sect? That's right. I heard that kid was talking to junior sister Shui again at Jubao Pavilion yesterday. The two of them were very close. This kid has some nerve. I've only met junior sister Shui once so far. This is simply intolerable. Noticing thousands of unfriendly gazes directed at him, Zhou Ping stroked his chin and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. My wife's charm is truly irresistible. There are far more than a few hundred or 1,000 admirers. A rough estimate would be over 10,000. However, Zhou Ping showed no fear in the face of those murderous gazes. He calmly joined the queue, and although the people around him expressed their disdain, it did not affect him in the slightest. In his eyes, these people were nothing more than a bunch of clowns. When it was Zhou Ping's turn, the round-faced disciple in charge of registration asked. Branch of origin, disciple rank, name. Nirvana Peak, outer disciple, Zhou Ping. Upon hearing the other party's reply, the round-faced disciple was immediately surprised. People from Nirvana Peak have actually come to register? This is the first time in 3 years. What, is there a problem? Zhou Ping frowned. Heh, you must be a newcomer to Nirvana Peak. You think you can pass the test with this little bit of strength? I don't know where you get your confidence from. The round-faced disciple smiled contemptuously, making no attempt to hide his disdain for Zhou Ping. His words also provoked the surrounding disciples to mock Zhou Ping, especially those who admired Xuelingyun, who cursed him the most viciously. Faced with these foul words, Zhou Ping only felt a gentle breeze on his face, which could not stir his emotions at all. After a night of cultivation yesterday, he had realized the huge gap between himself and ordinary cultivators. A bunch of rabble, how dare they bark here? Zhou Ping said calmly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Wow! Just one sentence was enough to break everyone's defenses and cause them to become furious. Who are you calling a bastard? Damn, since when can the disciples of Nirvana Peak, who are considered sinners, be so arrogant? Zhou Ping, you little brat, kneel down and kowtow 3 times, or this isn't over. Seeing the crowd's faces flushed with anger, Zhou Ping simply smiled and walked through the crowd as if nothing had happened. The enraged disciples were naturally unwilling to make way, and many even mobilized their inner energy, assuming a stance ready to attack at any moment. Get out of the way. However, Zhou Ping was not buying it at all. He knew very well that these people wouldn't dare to make a move. The reason is simple: due to the large number of people, several elders are responsible for maintaining order at the registration point. If any disciple who comes to register makes a move, they will be disqualified from participating in the assessment. In order to protect this precious opportunity that only comes once a year, they naturally dare not do anything and can only vent their anger verbally. Amidst a chorus of curses and swears, Zhou Ping completed his registration unscathed, dusted off his robe, and left. Watching Zhou Ping strut away, the disciples' expressions were somewhat gloomy. If Zhou Ping hadn't been able to hold back and made the first move, they would have been in big trouble. But they didn't expect Zhou Ping to be so calm and collected. Their provocation had no effect on him at all. Go quickly and tell Lu Han and the others this news. Zhou Ping, who was returning along the same route, suddenly stopped when he passed through a valley. Hee, since everyone's already here, why hide? As soon as he finished speaking, a large group of disciples with unfriendly expressions appeared at the entrances of the valley at both ends. Many of their faces were familiar. They were basically the people who had caused a ruckus at Nirvana Peak that day. After receiving news that Zhou Ping was alone, they rushed over, calling for their companions along the way. "You're caught in a pincer movement, you have no chance of escape," the woman in blue said coldly, pointing her sword directly at Zhou Ping. Looking at these people who seemed to have a deep-seated grudge against him, Zhou Ping suddenly scratched his head. He hadn't really noticed this woman in blue before. How come there are women among his wife's admirers? "I say, is it really necessary for you to go this far?" Zhou Ping's expression was rather helpless. He had only married Xuelingyun, so why was it acting like he had broken a cardinal rule? "Now you're scared? Then hurry up and dissolve your marriage with junior sister Xue." The man in black glared angrily. How could a mere family waste be worthy of Xuelingyun? Enough with the nonsense. This time, with Ling Qingzhu gone, let's see who's going to back you up. Lu Han shouted fiercely. He felt humiliated being defeated in public last time, and he was determined to get his revenge on Zhou Ping today. Incited by Lu Han and the other two, more than 10 disciples rushed towards Zhou Ping with great momentum, their bodies surrounded by surging energy. "I'm going to beat you into a pig's head today." Zhou Ping shook his head slightly. It seemed that he had no choice but to take action today. However, these few worthless scoundrels dared to say that they would beat him into a pig's head. They were really talking nonsense. Facing him, Zhou Ping stepped forward with his left foot and threw out his right fist, his inner energy surging out at that moment. Although Zhou Ping is only at the 9th level of the body tempering realm, don't forget that he cultivates two techniques at the same time. In addition, when Ling Qingzhu recovered her cultivation, she returned 10 times the amount of yuan qi to him. Therefore, the total amount of yuan qi in his body now is much more than the combined amount of 10 cultivators at the first level of the transcendent realm. Thus, this seemingly ordinary punch, after being thrown, actually stirred up a whirlwind in the valley, and the powerful energy rolled forward and crushed the dozen or so people instantly. Such a powerful punch naturally startled the others, causing their forward momentum to slow down. What's going on? Was Zhou Ping's punch really that powerful? Have we disturbed the peaceful cultivation of some reclusive senior? Seeing this, Lu Han and the other two were also apprehensive, but since they had already said those harsh words, they exchanged glances and decided to continue charging forward. "Are you coming again?" Zhou Ping frowned and immediately stopped holding back. "Ba Jiquan." "Put." Lu Han and the others were sent flying by Zhou Ping's punch like kites with broken strings, crashing into the sides of the valley one after another and slowly sliding down. Gurgle. The others, seeing this scene, suddenly felt their mouths go dry and unconsciously swallowed. To knock down 3 Qi Condensation Realm disciples with a single punch, this could not possibly be Zhou Ping's strength. It seems their previous guess was correct. The Misty Sect has many powerful figures, many of whom prefer to live in seclusion. The current situation must mean that some expert is making a move from the shadows. "I meant no offense, farewell." "We are so sorry, so sorry." "Senior, you are very kind. We will be leaving now." "You got lucky this time. You'd better wait until the inner disciple assessment starts, then we'll see who can protect you." Everyone kowtowed and apologized, then fled in panic towards the edge of the valley. Some of them didn't forget to utter a few harsh words as they ran. Looking at the scattering crowd, Zhou Ping smiled disdainfully. A rabble. Before long, the news reached Xuelingyun's ears. He actually went and signed up for the assessment. Xuelingyun was a little surprised when she heard the news. She thought Zhou Ping was just saying it casually that day. "I think this guy is just too proud to admit it. He won't even pass the first stage of the assessment," said the maid beside him, her expression full of disdain. Although she was only a nominal disciple, in her opinion, Zhou Ping was able to become a formal disciple entirely because of Xuelingyun. Xuelingyun didn't say much about it, clearly believing that Zhou Ping wouldn't pass the test. Fine, let him suffer a bit more. He'll naturally turn back when he hits a wall. With that thought in mind, Xuelingyun turned around and went back to her room to continue cultivating. For her, improving her strength was the most important thing. Chapter 27. The assessment begins. Several days have passed in the blink of an eye. Soon, the time for the inner disciple assessment arrived, and the location was Beiyue Mountain of the Pyomyao sect. At this moment, the North Moon Mountain is packed with people, with mythical beasts soaring through the sky and cranes flying high in the universe. A large number of outer disciples and third-rank inner disciples gathered in a square, all eager to try their skills. After waiting for a year, I can finally take the assessment. This time, I will definitely become a second-grade inner disciple. There are only 10 spots for second-grade disciples. As the saying goes, there are too many wolves and not enough meat, so it's not easy to snag one. The monthly allowance for outer disciples is far too little. I would be content as long as I can become a third-rank inner disciple. Rumble. Suddenly, a thunderous roar exploded in the void. Immediately afterwards, several figures exuding extraordinary aura rode a black dragon soaring through the clouds. Roar! The black dragon was enormous, with a total length of at least over 100 meters. Its body was covered in dense scales, like black armor, and its eyes were golden, giving it a menacing and awe-inspiring appearance. Whoosh! Everyone felt a vast and powerful pressure spreading in all directions, and all the disciples on Beiwe Mountain showed expressions of amazement. Good heavens, a vigorous black mist flood dragon! This is a genuine 5th-tier demonic beast. A Lord-level demon beast, if it is in the territory of the beast race, will have at least tens of thousands of subordinates under its command, and it is not easy to mess with. I wonder which elder this black mist dragon is. Taming a Lord-level demon beast is no easy task. Many races live on the Tianyuan continent, including humans and beastmen. The ranks of demonic beasts range from lowest to highest, 1st-tier demonic beasts to 9th-tier demonic beasts. However, demonic beasts of the 4th tier and above are known for their high intelligence and are therefore called Lord, Beast General, Beast Commander, Beast King, and Beast Emperor. There were 4 people standing on the back of the Black Mist Dragon. It is Elder Lu Wuji of 9 Luminaries Peak and Elder Bai Ruyan of Yuanhua Peak. Strange, why is Elder Hui here too? Doesn't he dislike these kinds of tedious things the most? Elder Lu Wuji was nearly 2 meters tall and had a very robust physique. Standing on the back of the Black Mist Dragon, he looked like a statue. Although Elder Bai Ruyan was over 36 years old, she looked like she was only 27 or 28. Although the thin veil on her face covered her features, her beautiful eyes were like deep pools of water, making people dare not look at her for long. As for Elder Hua, he is extremely well known. After all, his teaching platform is always packed whenever he starts teaching, especially his nonsense literature, which makes countless sect disciples both love and hate him. Swish, swish, swish. The 4 figures on the Black Mist Dragon leaped one after another to a high platform in the arena. 4 chairs were prepared on the table beforehand, and Elder Hua and the other 3 took their seats. Then, a person in charge of the event stepped forward and announced in a loud voice, "The 4 examiners are in place. The assessment is about to begin. Please be prepared." Without any unnecessary chatter, the assessment began immediately when the time was up. Teleportation platform activated. Boom! In an instant, the wind and clouds surged on Beiwe Mountain, the sky changed color, and a magnificent array of intricate interweaving suddenly appeared in the very center of the square. As powerful bursts of primordial energy soared into the sky, the great formation began to rotate like a magnificent star wheel, releasing a mysterious aura that made many disciples' expressions become much more solemn. As a large number of light vortexes gathered, a circular cavity with a diameter of over 100 zhan was formed in the sky above the square. Wow! A gasp of amazement erupted once again on Mount Beiwe. The Misty sect truly lives up to its reputation. What an impressive array! We've finally waited for this moment. It's the entrance to the assessment grounds. As long as I step onto the Azure Cloud platform, I will be able to advance to the 3rd rank inner disciple. Seeing the excited and eager expressions of the many disciples in the square, Elder Hui yawned, then propped his head up with his hand and slumped back in his seat. A bunch of ignorant brats who've never seen the world. Elder Bai Ruyan, who was sitting next to him, smiled slightly and didn't say anything more. A huge circular cavity floats above Beiwe Mountain, creating a particularly spectacular sight. The person in charge of the assessment said again, "I'll briefly explain the rules of the assessment once more, and you all need to listen carefully. The inner disciple assessment is divided into 2 stages. In the first stage, successfully ascending to the Azure Cloud platform is considered completion of the assessment, and one can be promoted to a 3rd-grade inner disciple. In the second stage, from Bayuntai to the illusionary demon tower, the top 10 who reach the top in the shortest time will be promoted to 2nd-grade disciples. There is one more thing to note: during the assessment, conflicts are allowed between disciples, but no one may be killed. If this rule is violated, not only will you be eliminated, but you will also be disqualified from next year's assessment. If there is truly an irreconcilable conflict, then after the assessment is over, both parties can apply for a life or death duel. After the person in charge of the assessment finished explaining all the relevant matters, the circular hole floating in the air released an invisible power fluctuation. Everyone could clearly feel a gravitational force enveloping them, and if they did not resist, they would be drawn in. The person in charge waved his hand dismissively, "Begin." As soon as he finished speaking, the vast crowd surged forward like a school of fish entering the sea. Once they stepped into the area of the large array in the center of the square, everyone instantly transformed into a beam of light, was sucked into the circular hole, and disappeared from the sight of the others. The assessment has begun. Junior brother, you must be careful once you go in. Try to avoid those veteran third-rank inner disciples, as they all have a chance to break through to the second rank. Ling Qingzhu looked at Zhou Ping beside her and gave him some worried instructions. Whether Nirvana Peak could participate in the sect trial depended entirely on this junior brother who had just entered the sect. By the way, where will I be teleported to after I go in? Zhou Ping asked casually. It's uncertain. It could be a forest or a ruined city. Everyone's landing locations are basically not in the same place, Ling Qingzhu said as she followed Zhou Ping to the edge of the Great Formation. Also, there is something you must remember. What's up? Once inside, you need to collect as many Azure Cloud Spirit Crystals as possible. These are fragments scattered from the Azure Cloud platform. If you want to ascend the Azure Cloud platform, you must collect a sufficient number of Azure Cloud Spirit Crystals and then use their power to climb the platform. After listening to Ling Qingzhu's words, Zhou Ping nodded slightly. Don't worry, senior sister, I'm off. He immediately stepped into the formation, and a massive gravitational force gathered from all directions. Call out. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Ping transformed into a streak of light and flashed into the circular hole in the sky. Whoosh! After a dreamlike white light flashed before his eyes, Zhou Ping appeared in a forest. The place was dark and quiet. This was Zhou Ping's first time participating in the inner disciple assessment, and while he felt a sense of novelty, he also felt a strong sense of unfamiliarity. However, Zhou Ping did not forget the task of the first stage. He did not stay where he was, but quickly walked out of the forest. Just as Zhou Ping was about to leave the forest, he glanced out of the corner of his eye and turned to look at the ground not far away, where a small blade of grass was releasing a faint green light. Chapter 28. Be a fisherman. Upon seeing this, Zhou Ping quickly walked over, slowly squatted down, and parted the small grass. Then, a jade-green crystal floating off the ground came into view. This is a rhombus-shaped crystal, about the size of a quail egg. If you look closely, you can see a faint green aura flowing inside the crystal. Could this be the Azure Cloud Spirit Crystal that senior sister mentioned? Zhou Ping stretched out his right hand and gently lifted the spirit crystal. It seemed that he was quite lucky and had just picked one up by the roadside. Just as he was about to put away the Azure Cloud Spirit Crystal, a strange fluctuation suddenly emanated from within his body. It's the bone of a celestial emperor. Zhou Ping was somewhat alarmed. The immortal emperor bone within his body had only been born recently and still needed time to grow and strengthen. Moreover, it could only be absorbed by spiritual objects of heaven and earth that met certain conditions during this process. He hadn't expected that the Azure Cloud Spirit Crystal could actually meet those requirements. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhou Ping immediately crushed the Azure Cloud Spirit Crystal in his hand. This kind of opportunity was rare and he would never miss it. Snap! A strange pattern appeared on Zhou Ping's palm, and then he unceremoniously absorbed the pure spiritual energy that flowed out after the Azure Cloud Spirit Crystal shattered into his body. Instantly, an extremely comfortable feeling welled up in his heart, and a look of satisfaction appeared on Zhou Ping's face. If I absorb enough Azure Cloud Spirit Crystals, I wonder if it will allow the Immortal Emperor bone to grow a little. With this in mind, Zhou Ping immediately decided to collect as many Biyun Spirit Crystals as possible before ascending the Biyun platform. So in the following period of time, Zhou Ping began a thorough search, from dense forests to ruined palaces, and soon obtained 5 Azure Cloud Spirit Crystals. Snap! He crushed 5 Azure Cloud Spirit Crystals in one hand, and 5 strands of pure spiritual energy entered his body and were instantly absorbed by the Immortal Emperor bone. Cool! Zhou Ping felt a surge of joy. When he first absorbed the Azure Cloud Spirit Crystal, he didn't feel anything special. But after absorbing 5 crystals in one go, he could clearly feel that the Immortal Emperor bone had begun to nourish his body, and his physical strength had been enhanced. Just as Zhou Ping was about to leave and head to the next location to search for the Azure Cloud Spirit Crystal, a long spear suddenly flew towards them. Zhou Ping's eyes narrowed slightly, and he quickly dodged to the side. Bang! The spear pierced straight through the wall behind Zhou Ping, shattering rocks and spreading cracks. The power of this strike was truly considerable. Stop right there! Don't move! On a set of steps in front of Zhou Ping stood a young man with a cold aura and icy eyes, looking down at Zhou Ping with disdain in his eyes. If you know what's good for you, hand over all the Azure Cloud Spirit Crystals you have, or I'll break your arms and legs. The young man's cold voice was full of threat. Faced with this situation, most people would either glare angrily or be terrified, but Zhou Ping suddenly burst into laughter after hearing it. The man's gaze turned cold. What are you laughing at? Zhou Ping clapped his hands and said with a smile, if you hadn't reminded me, I would have almost forgotten that you could also rob people. That's the fastest way to collect Azure Cloud Spirit crystals. Robbery requires strength. I'm ranked 10th among the 3rd grade disciples, while a weakling like you can only be robbed by others. The young man glanced at Zhou Ping with a disdainful expression. Is that so? Zhou Ping raised an eyebrow, and then quickly exerted his strength. Boom! With a loud bang, the shockwave shot out in all directions, and the powerful impact shattered the ground. The arrogant young man who had been so cocky just moments before was now lying on the ground covered in blood. Hand over the Azure Cloud Spirit crystals. If you dare to keep even one, I'll sever your tendons. Threatening words echoed through the ruins, but this time, it was Zhou Ping who spoke. The young man was completely dumbfounded. He didn't even have time to see his opponent's movements before he was utterly defeated. The difference in strength between them was enormous. Here, take it all. The young man hurriedly took out a cloth bag and threw it to Zhou Ping with trembling hands. Zhou Ping took the bag, opened it, and found that it contained 8 Azure Cloud Spirit crystals, indicating that this person had already robbed other disciples of them. Robbery is indeed a shortcut to success. If I use the right methods, I might be able to collect 100 Azure Cloud Spirit crystals. Thinking about his next plan, Zhou Ping quickened his pace and left the place. The young man, who was lying on the ground with serious injuries, looked terrible. He was filled with regret. He thought he had found an easy target, but he hadn't expected to run into a tough opponent. He had originally aimed for a 2nd grade inner disciple position in this assessment, but now he couldn't even keep his 2nd grade or 3rd grade inner disciple status. Why did I have to snatch it from him? What bad luck! An hour later, in a valley. The 2 inner disciples knelt on the ground and obediently handed over all the Azure Cloud Spirit crystals they had to Zhou Ping. Sigh, I'm just too soft-hearted. I can't take the initiative like you guys. Zhou Ping took the Azure Cloud Spirit crystals from the 2 of them, sighing and shaking his head. Upon hearing this, the 2 kneeling men couldn't help but twitch their lips twice. Don't you want to listen to what you're saying? Is that even human language? That's right, you didn't actively rob anyone, but you wore the Azure Cloud Spirit crystal on your person and showed it off to others. How many people could resist such a temptation? If a passerby harbors malicious intent and makes the first move to rob, Zhou Ping can then legitimately exercise self-defense. Thank you both for your gifts. Farewell. Zhou Ping said with a faint smile. He had just counted and found that he now had nearly 50 Azure Cloud Spirit crystals. This fishing was indeed quite effective. However, just as he turned to leave, one of the shifty-eyed disciples suddenly spoke up. Since you want to double-cross us, I know a place that you'll definitely be interested in. Oh? About 5 miles southeast of here, there is a huge abandoned palace. Someone deliberately scattered Azure Heart Crystal at the palace entrance, waiting for the fish to take the bait before slaughtering them. How did you know? Zhou Ping asked. We can see everything clearly from outside the palace. I dare say that the people over there have already collected at least dozens of Azure Soul crystals. If you have the guts to go, you can reap great rewards. After hearing what the other party said, Zhou Ping's eyes flashed. He was about to leave when he suddenly remembered something and turned back to look at the shifty-eyed man. What a clever scheme to use someone else to do your dirty work. I suppose the people in the palace are quite powerful. You're planning to lure me into the lion's den. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Ping kicked the man in the chest, shattering his sternum and sending him flying more than 10 meters away. Then he turned to the remaining man and said, Tell me, what exactly happened at the palace? If you were hiding something, you saw what happened to him just now, didn't you? I wouldn't dare. The remaining disciple glanced at his unconscious companion and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The ones fishing in the palace are senior brothers Wang Qi and Yan Wu. They are the 3rd and 2nd ranked inner disciples of the 3rd rank, respectively. Zhou Ping narrowed his eyes slightly. So it was the 2 of them. That's perfect. These 2 are quite strong. They must have snatched a lot of Azure Cloud Spirit crystals. Looks like I'm about to make a fortune. Chapter 29 The Fish Takes the Bait. Soon, Zhou Ping arrived at the so-called abandoned palace. Looking around, a Jade Cloud Spirit crystal floating at the entrance of the palace came into his view. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhou Ping pretended to be delighted to have discovered the Azure Cloud Spirit crystal, and quickly walked to the palace entrance, where he put the Azure Cloud Spirit crystal away. As Zhou Ping arrived at this point, he could see a azure cloud spirit crystal floating inside the palace. Looks like I'm in luck, I found 2 in a row. Zhou Ping pretended to be talking to himself, and deliberately spoke loudly, as if afraid that the ambushing people would not hear him. After obtaining the second azure cloud spirit crystal, another one appeared deep within the palace. This place is truly blessed, there's even a third one. Zhou Ping darted into the depths of the palace, reaching out to grab the azure cloud spirit crystal. His face was filled with ecstatic joy, as if he were a foolish boy blinded by the azure cloud spirit crystal. Bang! Sudden. With a loud bang, an iron cage fell from the sky and locked Zhou Ping up. Swish, swish, swish. Immediately afterwards, 7 or 8 figures surrounded the palace from both sides, completely blocking the entrance. Ha ha, the fish has taken the bait again. Quite a few idiots fell for it today. A triumphant laugh echoed from above the abandoned palace, and 2 men leaped down. One of them spoke arrogantly, a hint of arrogance in his eyes. I'd like to see who's coming to deliver spirit crystals to us this time. The man stepped forward, and when he saw Zhou Ping inside the iron cage, his eyes suddenly changed from smug to cold. It's you! Hee hee, it's been a long time, you too. By the way, the spirit stones you sent last time were quite good. Zhou Ping said with a faint smile. It turned out that Yan Wu and Wang Qi were indeed the fishermen here. Having already suffered a humiliating defeat in front of everyone, Yan Wu and his companion harbored deep resentment towards Zhou Ping. Now, being attacked in his presence again, their anger was instantly ignited. Wang Qi immediately pointed his sword at Zhou Ping, saying, "Humph. This time, without Ling Qingzhu backing you up, let's see how arrogant you can still be." Yan Wu, standing beside him, said fiercely, "Hand over all the azure cloud spirit crystals and yuan stones you possess." "What if I don't give it to you?" Zhou Ping raised an eyebrow. "You little brat, you're getting too carried away with your act, aren't you?" Yan Wu shouted angrily, "Brother Wang, cut off his hands and feet." "That's exactly what I was thinking." Wang Qi's long sword pierced through the iron bars and instantly struck Zhou Ping. But then, Wang Qi's sword stopped in midair, because Zhou Ping's 2 fingers on his left hand firmly gripped the blade. "What?" Wang Qi was immediately startled. Yan Wu, who was standing to the side, also frowned. "What was going on? Is that all the strength you have?" Zhou Ping asked with a sarcastic smile. With that, Zhou Ping flicked his wrist. Bang! After a loud bang, the iron cage surrounding Zhou Ping was instantly blasted apart by the powerful force, and Wang Qi's arm also went numb. He had to release his grip on the sword hilt and retreat. Court death. Seeing this, Yan Wu rushed out and unleashed a lightning-fast killing punch at Zhou Ping. He was at the 5th level of the Qi condensation realm and ranked 2nd among the 3rd-grade disciples. To deal with a newcomer who had just entered the sect was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Get out of here! However, what he didn't expect was that Zhou Ping was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Bang! The next second, Iwabu's fist struck Zhou Ping's right palm squarely. This fist force, which should have been enough to shatter the opponent's bones and tendons, completely dissipated when it touched Zhou Ping's palm. Iwatake's eyes widened. "You? Did you just say you wanted to cut off my hands and feet?" Zhou Ping asked coldly. Iwatake's expression was fierce as he roared, "Let me go." "As you wish." Zhou Ping suddenly released his grip, then with lightning speed transformed his palm into a fist, striking out with lightning speed and slamming it hard into Yan Wu's arm. Ba Jiquan. 8 powerful bursts of force erupted from Zhou Ping's fist, the continuous, terrifying power causing Yan Wu to feel a sharp pain in his arm. Then, with a bang, blood mist exploded, and Yan Wu's arm was severed in the middle. Ah! Iwatake screamed in agony, shouting madly, "I'm going to kill you, kill you." Zhou Ping looked coldly at Yan Wu. "You still want to kill me?" No sooner had he finished speaking than Zhou Ping swung his longsword, sending Yan Wu's leg flying again. Such a scene is truly shocking. Wang Qi was immediately terrified upon seeing this, because his strength was weaker than Yan Wu's. Not to mention the others blocking the palace gate, they were all terrified and turned pale. Good heavens! Wow, that's amazing! That was a top genius ranked 2nd among the 3rd-grade disciples, and an outstanding individual who had reached the 5th level of the Qi condensation realm at a young age. Yet, in just one exchange, Zhou Ping crippled one of his hands and one of his feet. Iwatake let out a shrill scream. His eyes were bloodshot, and he was unsteady on his feet. Deep inside, he felt both fear and anger. Now Yan Wu was completely finished. With his strength, he was definitely able to pass the illusion demon tower and advance to the second grade disciple level. But now, let alone advancing, it's hard to say whether he can continue cultivating in the future. Brother Wang Qi, please save me. Yan Wu hurriedly begged Wang Qi for help, his voice filled with emotion. However, Wang Qi was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground, his fear of Zhou Ping reaching its peak. The others were also pale with fright, and not one of them dared to step forward. Zhou Ping stretched out his hand towards Wang Qi and the others, and said coldly, "What are you standing there like idiots for? Hurry up and hand over all your Azure Cloud Spirit crystals." Upon hearing this, everyone was even more terrified. Seeing Yan Wu's miserable state, the people behind him didn't dare to think too much and took out their Azure Cloud Spirit crystals. Wang Qi didn't dare to resist. He gritted his teeth and took out more than 20 Azure Cloud Spirit crystals from his body. "The spirit crystals are all yours." Clang! Before the other party could finish speaking, Zhou Ping flicked his long sword, and the Azure Cloud Spirit crystal in Wang Qi's hand flew out. He immediately waved his hand and accepted all the Azure Cloud Spirit crystals. Wang Qi's eyes turned cold, and he said in a deep voice, "You can take the Azure Cloud Spirit crystal, but that sword." Before he could finish speaking, Zhou Ping's sword had already pierced through Wang Qi's body, pinning him to the palace wall. "Here you go." Hiss! A dazzling sword light splattered, and crimson blood gushed out. Wang Qi was shocked. Before he could even cry out in panic, Zhou Ping's hand was already gripping his throat. "Be quiet, or I won't hesitate to break your neck." The cold voice reached Wang Qi's ears, and he immediately shut his mouth. He looked at Zhou Ping tremblingly, like a frightened bird. Yan Wu had his hands and feet cut off, and Wang Qi was nailed to the wall. Such an astonishing feat was actually accomplished by a new disciple of Nirvana Peak. It can only be described as amazing. The people behind him all obediently made way for him, watching Zhou Ping leave unharmed. After leaving the palace, Zhou Ping counted the Azure Cloud Spirit crystals he had taken from Yan Wu and his group, along with the ones he had snatched earlier. After counting, Zhou Ping's face lit up with joy. He now had exactly 100 Azure Cloud Spirit crystals in his hand. With so many Azure Cloud Spirit crystals, if I absorb them all, the effect should be quite good. Zhou Ping murmured, his eyes filled with anticipation. Just then, a solemn voice came from the sky to the earth. Please note that the first phase of the assessment is about to end. Disciples who have not yet gone to Biyun platform, please hurry up. To reiterate, the first phase of the assessment is about to end. Disciples who have not yet gone to Biyun platform, please hurry up. The entire competition venue was shaken by this magnificent momentum, and the sound penetrated the space and reached everyone's ears. Zhou Ping felt a slight chill, then put away the Azure Cloud Spirit crystal and rushed towards the Azure Cloud platform. Chapter 30: The Elder's Shock. By Yun Tai. The endpoint of the first stage assessment. Those who successfully ascend to the Azure Cloud platform can be promoted from outer disciples to third-rank inner disciples, and third-rank inner disciples can retain their inner disciple status and will not be demoted. Biyun Terrace is a huge trapezoidal rooftop with 10 levels, each with 100 steps, totaling 1,000 steps. Each step is very wide, making people appear very small when they are on it. As the first phase of the assessment draws to a close, many people have already begun their final push. One figure after another stepped onto the Azure Cloud platform. Some moved swiftly and quickly, while others moved slowly and with difficulty. Not long after Zhou Ping left the palace, he arrived at the foot of the Biyun Terrace. He looked up and saw that the people who were going up the platform were holding different numbers of Biyun spirit crystals and their bodies were burning with a layer of cyan flames. The aura emanating from that layer varied in depth, some areas deep, others shallow. People with darker skin tones climb onto the stage extremely quickly. People with lighter skin tones tend to take longer to go on stage. Some people were even too weak to walk, as if taking a single step forward was extremely difficult. Those who possess more Azure Cloud Spirit crystals ascend the stage faster. Those who possess fewer Azure Cloud Spirit crystals ascend the stage more slowly, and as for those who possess no Azure Cloud Spirit crystals, no one has yet been able to reach the top. Senior sister was right after all. This Azure Cloud Spirit crystal can provide protection during the ascent, but Zhou Ping hesitated. He had collected a full 100 Azure Cloud Spirit crystals, which should be enough to climb the Azure Cloud platform. However, it was rare to find something suitable for the Immortal Emperor's bone to absorb. Even if he wasted one here, he would feel bad. If only there were a way to avoid consuming Azure Cloud Spirit crystals. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Zhou Ping. The reason why everyone needed to use the Azure Cloud Spirit Crystal for protection when they went up on the platform was because the Azure Cloud platform was not an ordinary platform. It would release a very powerful pressure. If the cultivator could resist this pressure, it would mean that they would not need to consume the Azure Cloud Spirit Crystal. Since he possessed the immortal Emperor bone and his physical body was much stronger than his peers, he had a chance to do so. After a moment's thought, a resolute glint flashed in Zhou Ping's eyes. Then, he took a step and steadily stepped onto the first step. Buzz! In the next instant, an invisible sense of oppression surged from all directions, as if Zhou Ping was carrying a heavy burden on his shoulders. There's hope! Zhou Ping was overjoyed, but his expression remained unchanged. He calmly and steadily took his second step. The invisible pressure intensified noticeably, but Zhou Ping remained unmoved and calmly stepped onto the next step. Beiyue Mountain. Above the vast square, a circular cavity with a diameter of over 100 feet radiated a dazzling silver glow. On the side of North Moon Mountain, the Black Mist Dragon, a lord-level demonic beast, was coiled atop the side peak. Its golden eyes were slightly narrowed, and its powerful beastly aura inspired fear. On the high platform to the north. How boring. Elder Hua couldn't help but yawn, his eyelids drooping, and said to Lu Wuji, "Little Lu, don't call me for this kind of thing in the future. I might as well go back to sleep." Lu Wuji's face darkened. "Elder Hua, could you please stop calling me that?" Elder Hua glanced at him. "You brat, don't forget that when you first joined the Misty Sect, you would run to the martial arts hall every few days and pester me to give you pointers on the transmission platform. Now that you've become an elder, you don't respect this old man anymore, do you?" Lu Wuji's face darkened even more. Bai Ruyan, who was standing to the side, covered her mouth and chuckled. "Elder Hua, Elder Lu wouldn't dare to have such thoughts. He just felt that the title Little Lu was not quite in line with his current lofty image." "Don't give me that nonsense. Let's talk about it when you're stronger than me." Elder Hua showed no intention of changing his form of address, and lay back in his seat, as if to say, "Do whatever you want." Lu Wuji had no choice but to stand up and shift his attention to the disciple assessment. The first phase of the assessment should be over soon. Let's take a look at the current situation. After saying that, Lu Wuji gathered a powerful surge of energy, then swung his arm and sent a beam of light into the circular hole. Buzz! A slight tremor ran through the air above the square, creating a series of rhythmic movements. As a ripple-like pattern spread from the center, a scene appeared in the sky. The image went from blurry to clear, revealing the scene at Baiyuntai at that moment. A commotion broke out in the square. "Look, you can see the assessment progress from the sky. The pass rate for the first stage is quite high. I wish I had participated too." "You're overthinking it. You're just a newbie who hasn't been in the business for long. You'll only be a waste of time if you go there." "That's right. Most of those who successfully reached Baiyuntai were third-ranked disciples, while outer disciples only made up a small portion. Everyone could clearly see the people on top of Beyond Terrace, and they could also clearly see the group of people still sprinting up the steps. It seems that the disciples have not slacked off in their training this past year, and some familiar faces have successfully reached the summit," Bai Ruyan said. Elder Hua still looked listless, propping his head up with one hand and leaning back in his chair. "It's boring." Bai Ruyan shook her head and smiled, saying nothing. At this moment, another taciturn sect elder suddenly stood up. "What is that?" "Old Hai, when did you become so easily startled?" Elder Hua asked, slightly raising his eyelids. "That shouldn't be the case." Elder Hai squinted, his expression becoming even more serious. Seeing the other person's strange appearance, Bai Ruyan and Lu Wuji couldn't help but exchange a glance. "Elder Hai, what have you discovered?" Bai Ruyan asked. After a brief silence, Elder Hai said uncertainly, "I saw a disciple on the steps, and he didn't seem to be protected by the Azure Cloud Spirit Crystal." Upon hearing this, Bai Ruyan and Lu Wuji's eyes narrowed slightly, and the two immediately looked up at the sky in front of them. Elder Hua squinted, his face full of disdain. "Old Hai, you're not even as old as me, how come your eyesight is so poor? Without the Azure Cloud Spirit Crystal, how could you possibly ascend the Azure Cloud platform?" As soon as Elder Hua finished speaking, Bai Ruyan's voice, tinged with disbelief, came. "It seems that the person really doesn't have the Azure Cloud Spirit Crystal in his hand." "Huh?" Elder Hua immediately opened his eyes. "Are you kidding me? You're all ganging up on me, aren't you?" He was about to start cursing, but then he froze. On the steps of the heavenly ladder of Beyond Terrace, a young figure, standing out from the others around him, was climbing up the steps one by one. The others were enveloped in a layer of turquoise light. Some are strong, some are weak. He alone had no protective aura from the Azure Cloud Crystal. It should be noted that even with just one Azure Cloud Spirit Crystal, a weak protective layer will appear on one's body. However, there was not a trace of spiritual energy fluctuation on this person's body, which meant that he had endured the pressure of the Azure Cloud platform and walked up step by step. Elder Huan narrowed his eyes slightly and muttered, "This is finally getting interesting." Chapter 31 Creating Records. Just as the elders in charge of the assessment were staring intently at the steps of the Biyun Terrace, a considerable commotion arose at the top of the terrace. "What's going on? That person doesn't have any Azure Cloud Spirit Crystals. Are you kidding me? Without Azure Cloud Spirit Crystals, you wouldn't even be able to get up to the first floor, would you? It's true. Look, he has no protective gear at all, and he's almost reached the 10th floor. This is truly unbelievable." For a moment, the disciples on the Azure Cloud platform all turned their gazes to the steps below. There were still some people on those steps that resembled a ladder to heaven, one of whom was particularly eye-catching because he was not protected by the Azure Cloud Spirit Crystal. "Zhou Ping, that person is Zhou Ping," someone exclaimed. As the shout spread, Lu Han and the others who heard the name widened their eyes in surprise. "Impossible, this is impossible." Lu Han clenched his fists, looking at the black-robed man beside him with disbelief. "Wu Tao, without the protection of the Azure Cloud Spirit Crystal, one cannot ascend the Azure Cloud platform. From ancient times to the present, no one in the Misty sect has been able to break this ironclad rule, right?" Wu Tao frowned deeply, his expression extremely solemn. He said in a deep voice, "That's right, the pressure released by the Biyun platform is extremely strong. Even cultivators above the 6th level of the Qi condensation realm cannot step onto the first level of the Biyun platform without Biyun spirit crystals. Senior Sister Lan Ting should be well aware of this." The woman in blue beside him nodded. "Senior brother Zhou, you tried it back then. The powerful pressure on the Biyun platform almost crushed him. If he hadn't taken out the Biyun spirit crystal in time, he probably would have been injured long ago." Lu Han and his two companions stood frozen in place, watching Zhou Ping continue his advance. They couldn't help but recall their encounter in the valley that day. Could it be that there was no so-called reclusive senior at the time, and that Zhou Ping himself was the one who had taken action from beginning to end? This was truly hard to accept. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Zhou Ping completed the first 9 levels of the Biyun Terrace. Next, he would face the most difficult 10th level. If he could successfully pass through it, he would be able to reach the top. The pressure on the 10th level is the strongest. Without the Azure Cloud Spirit Crystal, even someone at the 9th level of the Qi condensation realm would have their spine broken instantly. Let alone a cultivator at the 9th level of the Qi condensation realm, even a cultivator at the 1st level of the transcendent realm would be forced to kneel on the ground. Let's just wait and see what happens. This kid will pay the price soon. People from Nirvana Peak never know their own limitations. Clatter! With a crisp sound of footsteps, Zhou Ping stepped onto the first step of the 10th floor. The step was extremely heavy, and when he took the second step, a clear footprint appeared in the original spot. The others who were gradually surpassed by Zhou Ping were all shocked, looking at him as if he were a monster. Just then, that solemn and magnificent sound came again. There are only 15 minutes left until the first stage of the assessment. After 15 minutes, those who fail to go on stage will be eliminated. To reiterate, there is only half a quarter of an hour left for the assessment. Once the time is up, those who fail to reach the top of the stage will be eliminated. All eliminated. This means that even those who are on the steps will be eliminated. The people on the stage quickened their pace, and Zhou Ping also gritted his teeth and sped up. The invisible pressure emanating from the Biyun platform was like an immense burden. Without the protection of the Biyun spirit crystal, he stubbornly withstood this pressure and stepped forward. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Ping had climbed 10 steps, and behind him, a long trail of footprints was a shocking sight. A commotion erupted in Beihua Mountain Square, and many of the disciples watching the match were stunned. Seeing this, Ling Qingzhu was dumbfounded. She never expected that Zhou Ping would climb Baiyuntai in such a way. Could it be that junior brother didn't even manage to get a single Azure Cloud Spirit Crystal? On the high platform to the north, the 4 examiners were also filled with doubt and surprise. The pressure from the Azure Cloud platform is enough to crush the bones of a cultivator in the transcendent realm. How did he manage to do that? Elder Lu Wuji of 9 Luminaries Peak asked in a deep voice. Elder Bai Ruyan of Yuanhua Peak narrowed her eyes slightly and said, looking at the footprints on the steps, he clearly went up under pressure. The power of Biyun platform was all pressing down on him. Everyone could clearly see that Zhou Ping was different from the other disciples who took the stage. The others were protected by the power of the Azure Cloud Spirit Crystal, and there were no obvious traces of where they went. But Zhou Ping was different. His footprints seemed to be piercing the ground, which was enough to show that he was under tremendous pressure at the moment. He relies on his powerful physical strength. Elder Hua said at this moment. What? Lu Wuji, Bai Ruyan, and Elder Hai all looked at Elder Hua. Elder Hua's lips moved slightly, and the weariness in his old eyes had long since disappeared. He didn't use his spiritual energy cultivation, he climbed up purely by relying on his physical strength. Upon hearing this, the elders were even more shocked. Bai Ruyan couldn't help but ask, is his physical strength even stronger than that of a cultivator in the transcendent realm? Elder Hua squinted his old eyes and said in a deep voice, I'm afraid the physical strength of an ordinary transcendent realm cultivator is not enough to withstand the pressure of the Azure Cloud platform. Lu Wuji and Bai Ruyan exchanged a glance, both seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. Bai Yun Tai. The atmosphere was heavy, and countless eyes were fixed on Zhou Ping. At first, some people mocked his status as a disciple of Nirvana Peak. But when Zhou Ping reached the 50th step, everyone gradually realized that things were not so simple. Bang! After crossing the 50th step of the 10th floor, the pressure on Biyun Terrace increased several times over. The steps beneath Zhou Ping's feet suddenly shattered, and spiderweb-like cracks spread out. The people on Biyun Terrace were all horrified by what they saw. If it were them, they would probably have been crushed into mincemeat. Bang! Boom! One after another, loud explosions reverberated, and the steps beneath Zhou Ping's feet broke one after another. The hard countertop crumbled like tofu. Zhou Ping's speed had noticeably slowed down, but his eyes remained resolute and determined, showing no sign of backing down. Jun, your brother. Ling Qingzhu saw this and was anxious. With each step Zhou Ping takes up, the pressure he experiences increases, and there are still dozens of steps ahead of him. Ling Qingzhu was genuinely worried that something might happen to Zhou Ping. To prevent Nirvana Peak from being destroyed, her junior brother had endured far too much. The disciples of each hall on Biyun Terrace were also startled. He really isn't afraid of death. He has no way of finishing the remaining dozens of steps. That's right, without the Azure Cloud Spirit Crystal, he would never have been able to reach the top. In just a few words, Zhou Ping took another step closer. Just then, a great storm broke out on the Biyun Terrace, and the solemn and majestic voice from before resounded above everyone's heads. There are only 30 seconds left until the first stage of the assessment. Please hurry. To reiterate, there are only 30 seconds left until the first stage of the assessment. Start the timer now. 30, 29, 28. Hearing that indifferent voice, some of those who were unable to ascend the Azure Cloud platform showed expressions of resentment. The crowd became even more convinced of Zhou Ping's idea. With less than 30 seconds to go, and still 30 or 40 steps to go, reaching the top of Baiyuntai seemed hopeless. A sense of worry rose in Ling Qingzhu's heart, junior brother. But at that very moment, Zhou Ping clenched his fists, a glint of light surging in his eyes. Suddenly, Zhou Ping unleashed a burst of swift power. Roar! A roar resounded from Zhou Ping's body, and instantly, several steps beneath his feet shattered. Zhou Ping leaped more than 10 meters upwards. How is this possible? He can still jump? Is he even human? Zhou Ping leaped more than 10 meters, and the moment he landed, he bounced up again. Boom! The steps beneath their feet shattered into pieces, sending up a large amount of rubble. With a whoosh, Zhou Ping leaped over 5 or 6 more steps. Everyone was stunned by the sudden burst of speed. Zhou Ping was like a fierce tiger in the mountains, aggressive and extremely fast. The moment he lands, Zhou Ping springs up suddenly, unleashing a powerful burst of energy from his legs, leaping over 10 meters and clearing 5 or 6 steps in a second. Seeing this, everyone on Biyun Terrace felt a chill run down their spines. Is this guy a monster? Lu Han couldn't help but curse. Wu Tao and Lan Ting, who were standing nearby, also felt a chill run down their spines. At this moment, in their eyes, Zhou Ping was like a fierce tiger charging towards them. Thinking back to what happened in the valley a few days ago, Lu Han and the others broke out in a cold sweat. Ling Qingzhu's worry had turned to joy. She clenched her fists, her heart pounding. Junior brother, keep going. Go faster. You can do it. Boom! Zhou Ping stomped through the steps beneath the Azure Cloud Terrace, sending a series of pebbles flying beneath him. Dust flew everywhere, and debris flew about. Soon, only 10 seconds remained until the first stage of the assessment. 10, 9, 8. Whether at the top of Bayuntai or in Bayushan Square outside, countless people became tense. It's the last step, you must hold on. Ling Qingzhu was also filled with tension, constantly cheering Zhou Ping on. 5, 4, 3. We're getting closer and closer to the summit. Time is getting shorter and shorter. Almost everyone was too nervous to speak. 2. The last second. Zhou Ping was still about 30 steps away from the top of Biyun Terrace. To everyone else, this section of the path had become a death line. It's over, but it still fell short in the end. There's no time, he can't get up here. Many people asserted that this final stretch was the most intense in terms of pressure, and even those who relied on the power of the Azure Cloud Crystal would find it quite strenuous. But Zhou Ping's eyes were incredibly resolute. He stared at the final distance, and the fierce power originating from the immortal emperor's bone erupted within his body. 1. As the last word fell, Zhou Ping landed steadily on the Biyun Terrace. Boom! The next second, chaos erupted on the entire Biyun Terrace. Great, junior brother is amazing. Ling Qingzhu jumped up excitedly, her jade hands clenched tightly, her smile blooming like a flower. After reaching the top, Zhou Ping would have the status of an inner disciple, and thus Nirvana Peak would be qualified to participate in the sect trial. On the other side, the disciples of the various branches all looked at Zhou Ping with disbelief, their eyes almost as if they were looking at a monster. Those sarcastic people from before all shut their mouths obediently. Those who mocked Nirvana Peak also had gloomy faces, their expressions extremely unpleasant. Lu Han and the others fell silent. They realized that the person who had swept through their group in the valley that day was probably Zhou Ping himself. Such terrifying strength was far beyond what they, as third-rank inner disciples, could contend with. Their original intention to deal with Zhou Ping vanished instantly. A chorus of exclamations erupted in the square of Beiyue Mountain. Everyone stared intently at the images transmitted back from above the square. My God, is this something a human could do? A monster. This is definitely a monster. How could such a powerful person have gone to Nirvana Peak? The entire audience was in an uproar. How is this possible? Bai Ruyan said in disbelief. Lu Wuji and Elder Hai also widened their eyes. Elder Hua's gaze turned solemn, and he uttered a few words. It's Bajiquan. The three looked at Elder Hua again, who nodded solemnly. He was actually able to modify my Bajiquan, applying the technique of continuous power bursts to his legs and using it to increase speed. This kid's martial arts talent is extraordinary. Master Hua, is this the Bajiquan you improved? Bai Ruyan asked from the side. Elder Hua nodded slightly, that's right. Although it is only a high-grade martial art, it will take ordinary people at least 2 to 3 years to master its essence. How long did he study? Lu Wuji asked. Elder Hua narrowed his eyes and uttered a few words with a profound meaning, less than half a month. Lu Wuji and the others were all shocked. Such outstanding martial arts talent was truly monstrous. Looking at the young figure on the Azure Cloud platform, Elder Hua said softly, the first record of the Misty sect to step onto the Azure Cloud platform without Azure Cloud Spirit crystals, and its creator is actually a new disciple from Nirvana Peak. It's truly an astonishing result. Bayun Tai. After reaching the summit, Zhou Ping immediately felt all the pressure on his body disappear, and he felt completely relaxed. The immortal Emperor Bone is truly extraordinary. Even in its initial stage, it has granted me such a powerful physical body. Zhou Ping's eyes shone brightly. He was increasingly looking forward to seeing what the immortal Emperor Bone would look like when it fully matured, wondering what kind of miraculous power it would possess. At that moment, a solemn voice echoed from the void. The first stage of the inner disciple assessment has ended. Those who fail to reach the summit will be eliminated and will be teleported back to North Moon Mountain. The deep voice echoed throughout the assessment area, followed by a series of dazzling pillars of light rising up. Then, those who stood on the steps but failed to reach the top at the last moment were eliminated with regret. Everyone understood that the second phase of the assessment, the test from the illusionary demon tower, was about to begin. Chapter 32 Fantasy Tower. On Beiyue Mountain, one figure after another appeared. That's strange, why can't I see senior brother Yan Wu among the passers-by? Speaking of which, senior brother Wang Qi hasn't shown up yet. They are the second and third top geniuses among the third-grade disciples, so it's impossible that they would have dropped a grade, right? It's really hard to say. This assessment was full of unexpected events. Even a newcomer from Nirvana Peak was able to break the record. Nothing is impossible. Amidst much discussion, all those eliminated were sent back to Bayushan Square. However, not long after, a commotion arose in the crowd, because everyone saw Yan Wu, who was half dead and covered in blood, and Wang Qi, whose left shoulder had been pierced by a sword. Who could have injured them like this? Ling Qingzhu was also shocked by this scene. Yan Wu and the other two had clashed with her and Zhou Ping on the transmission platform before. She knew their strength well. Among the third-grade disciples, few could beat them. But now they were in such a miserable state. Who was the one who made the move? For some reason, when she thought of this, Zhou Ping's image suddenly flashed before her eyes. Could it be my junior brother? Before everyone could figure out what Yanwu and the other two had gone through, the assessment entered its second phase. Boom! Through the real-time transmitted images, it can be seen that above Baiyuntai, clouds are gathering, and a dazzling and huge magic array suddenly appears in the clouds. Everyone on Baiyuntai is looking solemnly at the sky above. Clang! A thunderous roar ripped through the sky, the void trembled, and dazzling light shot into the heavens. Then, a tall tower radiating mysterious demonic energy slowly descended from the magic array. Buzz! Boom! The sounds of various forces colliding and intertwining were incessant. The illusionary demon tower, like a majestic pillar of heaven, descended from the sky and landed above the north side of the azure cloud platform. Whoosh! A vast, surging current swept across 10 miles. The illusionary demon tower was not only magnificent and tall, but also contained a unique world inside. It had 7 floors, each a different illusionary space, and the area of the internal illusionary space was much larger than what could be seen from the outside. Suddenly, the illusionary demon tower burst into a blood-red flame. The people on the azure cloud platform subconsciously took a few steps back, their eyes reflecting the burning flames. A voice then came from above the illusionary demon tower. The illusionary demon tower has 7 floors. The 10 people who successfully ascend to the 7th floor in the shortest time will be promoted to second-grade disciples. As for the first-place winner with the shortest time, the sect will reward them with a Yin Yang Yuan Qi pill and a spirit-grade martial arts manual. The powerful voice struck everyone's eardrums like muffled thunder. On the Biyun Terrace, the entire audience was thrilled. What a generous gesture! The Yin Yang Yuan Qi pill is a valuable 5th-grade pill. I've heard that the Yin Yang Yuan Qi pill is extremely difficult to refine. Even in our Misty sect, there are no more than 3 people capable of refining this pill. That's right. Once this pill is taken, it can form a yin-yang qi vortex in the body. This can accelerate the absorption of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, allowing cultivators to achieve twice the result with half the effort when improving their cultivation. Immediately, everyone was eager to try it out. The mere presence of a yin-yang yuan qi pill was enough to stir the hearts of the crowd, not to mention that there was also a spirit-grade martial arts manual as a reward. A sense of longing arose in Zhou Ping's heart. If these 2 items could trigger the system's tenfold return, the reward would be quite substantial. At the moment everyone was eagerly anticipating, a powerful roar came from above. Magic Tower, open! Boom! A heavy, thunderous roar echoed from inside the illusionary demon tower, and then a large door opened on the 1st floor of the tower. Immediately afterwards, a staircase extended from the entrance of the illusionary demon tower to the azure cloud terrace. The illusionary demon tower, stained with flames, emitted an eerie red light, and everyone's eyes gleamed with a burning light. The illusionary demon tower assessment begins now. Who wants to go first? The crowd stood before the tower, seemingly insignificant, yet their gazes were filled with fervent longing as they looked at the open gate. Suddenly, a young figure stepped out. He was a handsome man with a commanding presence and a confident stride. His upright posture was like a long sword, and his white sword robe with its wide collar gave him an air of aloof arrogance. As he stepped out of the crowd and onto the phantom tower, most of those present felt an invisible pressure. It's senior brother Lin Juejian from Baiyun Peak, the number 1 third-ranked disciple. I don't know why, but the person I was most looking forward to wasn't senior brother Lin Juejian. Who is that? The one from the Nirvana Hall, the first person to pass the first stage of the assessment without the help of the Azure Cloud Spirit Crystal. Thus, a heated discussion about Lin Juejian and Zhou Ping unfolded on Biyun Terrace. At this moment, Lin Juejian walked to the entrance of the illusionary demon tower. He swept his cold gaze across the crowd below, and everyone felt his contempt. Finally, Lin Juejian's gaze settled on Zhou Ping. Don't think you're so great just because you passed the first hurdle with that attention-grabbing method. In my eyes, you're nothing but a chicken and a dog. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ping's expression immediately turned cold. This was no longer a joke, but the most direct form of contempt. Senior brother, we've never met before, Why do you use such hurtful words? Hee hee, you'll find out soon enough. After saying that, Lin Juejian leaped into the gate of the illusionary demon tower. Whoosh! A flash of white light appeared, and Lin Juejian entered the first level of the illusion demon tower, appearing in a sandy area. 10 guards blocked his way, wearing rock armor and holding long swords. Take this. Lin Juejian was unimpressed. He rushed forward and a thick, heavy sword suddenly appeared in his hand. The sword was extremely heavy, and there seemed to be a green light flowing on the surface of the blade. Bang! A sword slashed down on a guard, the heavy blade shattering the rock armor, sending the guard flying 20 or 30 meters away. Ha! Is that all you've got? You think you can block my way? Die! Lin Juejian wielded his greatsword, performing horizontal and vertical slashes. Each strike was fierce and glowed with green light. In just a few blinks of an eye, the 10 guards on the sandy ground were wiped out. Having easily overcome the obstacles on the first level, Lin Juejian sped forward. After crossing the sand, he entered a palace. At the same time, 10 more guards blocked Lin Juejian's path. These 10 guards were different from the guards on the first floor. They were wearing armor and carrying iron spears. Each guard was humanoid, but under their helmets were gray mist-like faces and a pair of eyes that shimmered with a crimson light. The moment they saw Lin Juejian, the 10 guards launched an attack without saying a word. Lin Juejian gripped his sword with both hands, leaped into the air, and unleashed a fierce attack. Cut! Lin Juejian roared fiercely, like a lion. He swung his sword and cut 3 guards in 2 on the spot. Immediately afterwards, Lin Juejian leaped into the air, dodging the attacks of the other guards. Then, wielding his sword with both hands, he beheaded 4 more guards. The remaining 3 guards were unable to stop Lin Juejian's momentum and were killed on the spot. On the Azure Cloud Terrace, everyone could see Lin Juejian's performance clearly. On the wall of the illusionary demon tower, a large light screen appeared, displaying clear images. Everyone could see Lin Juejian's progress through the challenges. Wow, senior brother Lin Juejian has already made it to the 3rd level. Of course, senior brother Lin Juejian has been to the illusionary demon tower before. He has accumulated a wealth of experience and knows exactly where the guards' weaknesses are. Most importantly, he is incredibly strong. To date, no 3rd-ranked disciple has been able to withstand his swordsmanship. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the light screen on the wall of the illusionary demon tower. They could see Lin Juejian's progress in the challenge and even hear the sounds inside clearly. On the 6th floor of the illusionary demon tower, Lin Juejian's swordplay was powerful and relentless, cutting down enemy after enemy. One guard after another was cleaved in 2 by his greatsword. Lin Juejian fought with increasing ferocity and quickly dealt with the guards on the 6th floor. However, he also sustained 2 wounds of different depths. The higher the floor, the stronger the guards were. Although Lin Juejian was ruthless, he still suffered some injuries. Subsequently, Lin Juejian arrived at the 7th floor. A flash of light appeared on the wall of the illusionary demon tower, and the scene inside was clearly displayed. The 7th level of the illusionary space is a cloud battle platform built on the top of a giant mountain. The platform is hexagonal and surrounded by white jade railings. All around the platform are sheer cliffs thousands of feet high. At this moment, in the very center of the cloud battle platform stood a ferocious figure exuding demonic energy. The figure was nearly 3 meters tall, had 6 arms, and on its back was a pair of bat-like wings. Although its form is similar to that of a human, it gives the feeling of a ferocious demon that crawled out of the abyss of hell. This is the final test of the illusionary demon tower, the vampire bat demon. It looked at Lin Juejian ahead, grinned, and revealed 2 rows of sharp teeth. Are you here to die? Ha! The sharp whistling sound was ear-piercing. The vampire bat demon was filled with demonic energy. It stared at Lin Juejian, its vertical pupils revealing a fierce light. Lin Juejian licked the blood from his arm wound, then said in a deep voice, "Humph, I'm here to kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Juejian flicked his longsword, and with a flick of his wrist, a wave of sword energy spread out. Bang! Gravel rippled up, sand and dust flew, and Lin Juejian charged straight at the vampire bat demon. Kill! You're courting death! The vampire bat demon roared in fury. Although it was formed from an illusion, the ferocity it exuded was real. Facing Lin Juejian's oncoming attack, the vampire bat demon extended its claws, and a blood-red claw shadow slammed towards Lin Juejian, growing larger and larger. At that very moment, a patch of emerald light and flame emanated from Lin Juejian's body, enveloping him like a protective shield. It was obvious that this was the spiritual energy of the Azure Cloud Spirit Crystal. As the Crimson Claw shadows attacked, Lin Juejian dodged the attack and simultaneously slashed upwards with his sword, severing one of the vampire bat demon's arms. Hiss! Crimson blood rained down on the stage as the vampire bats roared in fury. Wah! I'm going to devour you alive. The vampire bat demon gathered a massive amount of demonic energy and blasted its remaining 5 arms toward its opponent. Lin Juejian moved with ghostly agility, leaping into the air to dodge the attack of the vampire bat demon. Boom! The vampire bat demon's power slammed heavily onto the ground, causing the surface to collapse and sending large amounts of rubble flying from the crater. Before the vampire bat demon could react, Lin Juejian had already appeared behind it. It's over. Lin Juejian smiled coldly, urging his inner energy and channeling all the spiritual energy of the Azure Cloud Spirit Crystal into the longsword in his hand. Clang! The green light flowing outside the sword was many times stronger, tearing apart the airflow wherever it went and emitting a stirring sword cry. Hiss! In the next instant, Lin Juejian's spirit sword mercilessly pierced through the back of the vampire bat demon. The vampire bat demon trembled violently, roared to the sky, and its pair of bat wings behind it shook violently. Lin Juejian gave his opponent no chance to break free, and the green spirit sword that had pierced the body of the vampire bat demon released streaks of green light. The light patterns spread out like thousands upon thousands of writhing dragons. Grass and wood sword technique. A cold voice fell from Lin Juejian's lips, and suddenly, countless thorny vines burst open from the center of the vampire bat demon's chest. Ugh! The vampire bat roared weakly as vines burst open its body, creating a magnificent feast of blooming plants. As they watched the vampire bat demon vanish into countless fragments, everyone's face was filled with terror. Senior brother Lin truly lives up to his reputation as a master of the grass and wood sword body. He is indeed incredibly powerful. Lin Juejian's face showed a satisfied expression after slaying the vampire bat demon. As the vampire bats vanished, a powerful roar echoed above the illusionary demon tower. Baiyun Peak Forest Sword, completion time, 188 seconds. Buzz! In an instant, the 5 characters Baiyun Peak Forest Sword appeared on the other side of the illusion demon tower, followed by the number 188. A commotion erupted on Baiyun Terrace, and the atmosphere at Baiyue Mountain Square was even more explosive. My god, he cleared the illusionary demon tower in 188 seconds. Is he even human? A prodigy. Lin Juejian is too prodigy. It's amazing. This year's Inner Sect assessment is full of surprises. Lin Juejian's performance amazed everyone. On Baiyue Mountain Square, many people suddenly realized, so this is the use of the Azure Cloud Crystal. It can not only resist the pressure of the Azure Cloud platform, but also weaken the power of the vampire bat demon. That's why so many people collected Azure Cloud crystals in large quantities during the first round of assessment. Ling Qingzhu glanced at Zhou Ping with some helplessness. She had long instructed her junior brother to collect Baiyun spirit crystals, but she did not expect that he had not collected even one. Although Ling Qingzhu believed in Zhou Ping's strength, she thought that if he had the Azure Cloud spirit crystal, his chances of advancing would be much higher. However, she was already satisfied with Zhou Ping becoming a third-grade inner disciple. After all, what could she ask for a junior brother who had just entered the sect? The place of assessment. Amidst the discussions of the crowd, Lin Juejian soon emerged from the illusionary demon tower with his impressive achievements. His gaze was cold and sharp, and his brows betrayed his arrogance. When they returned to Baiyuntai, Lin Juejian glanced at Zhou Ping's location, his eyes sharp and piercing. This is what real strength looks like. Can you do it? You're just a clown trying to grab attention. Zhou Ping remained silent, somewhat puzzled as to why this person harbored such intense hostility towards him. Baiyun Peak, surnamed Lin, could this person be involved with Lin Fian? After much thought, Zhou Ping felt this was the most likely scenario. Elder Lin Fian couldn't bring herself to do it, so she sent you, a junior, to deal with me. That's not a very good method. Upon hearing this, Lin Juejian's expression immediately changed. Zhou Ping, I'm warning you, there's a difference between superiors and inferiors. Elder Lin is not someone a piece of trash like you is qualified to discuss. I'll show you soon enough who the real trash is, Zhou Ping retorted. Just as the two were locked in a fierce confrontation, others began to challenge the illusionary demon tower one after another. Watch me. The second challenger was an outer disciple who had just been promoted to the 3rd rank. His strength was not bad, with a cultivation level of the 1st level of Qi condensation realm. On the first level, 10 guards dressed in rock armor and holding long swords appeared one by one in front of him. The illusion tower is a created illusionary space. Every time someone enters, the entire environment is refreshed. Whether it's the guards on the first 6 floors or the vampire bats on the last floor, they are all the same. The only difference is how each person deals with it. This person easily dealt with the 10 guards on the first floor and confidently entered the second floor. It seems this illusionary demon tower is nothing special after all. However, this disciple's triumph was short-lived. On the second floor alone, he was surrounded and attacked by the guards, leaving him covered in wounds. Fail. A merciless voice came from above the illusionary demon tower. The second person to enter the tower was thrown out and lay on the ground, unable to shed a tear. Then, a third person entered the tower. The third person did manage to reach the third level, but on the fourth level, he knelt on the ground. The fourth challenger also failed on the fourth level, followed by the fifth, sixth, and seventh. One figure after another entered the illusionary demon tower, but even after 20 or 30 people, none of them could replicate Lin Juejian's feat. Although a few people successfully reached the 7th floor, they were all severely injured and forced to retreat by the vampire bat demon. Fail. The vast square at Beiwei Mountain was bustling with people, and the sounds of conversation were constant. Lin Juejian is still amazing. After so much time, he is still the only one who has cleared the game. Well, senior brother Lin Juejian is much more experienced after all. He got second place last time, so the illusion demon tower test won't be difficult for him. The assessment for second-ranked disciples is quite difficult. It's not easy to succeed. The assessment continued, and as the progress increased, the name Lin Juejian of Baiyun Peak was no longer alone. Following Lin Juejian's appearance on the list, more and more people's names were also displayed on the illusion demon tower. Zhao Fuyuan of Guishu Peak, time, 202 seconds. Wang Lai of 9 Luminaries Peak, time, 209 seconds. Zhang Fei of Baiyun Peak, time, 219 seconds. Yuan Huafeng and Lan Ting, time, 251 seconds. The number of people who pass the test and make it onto the leaderboard is increasing, but the number of people who are eliminated is even greater. Senior brother Lin Juejian still holds the top spot on the leaderboard. Yes, and the people who passed after him all took much longer than him. Yes, Lin Juejian collected a lot of Azure Cloud Spirit crystals, which gave him a significant advantage in the battle against the vampire bat demon. Listening to the crowd's praise, Lin Juejian's face revealed an extremely smug expression. He glanced at Zhou Ping, who hadn't made a move, and concluded that the man was already afraid. So he shook his head and sighed, how utterly boring. But just then, a young figure walked out of the crowd unhurriedly, his steps steady, and his words surprising. If a record created solely through the Azure Cloud Spirit Crystal is something to boast about, then the title of the top disciple of this third rank is far too worthless. Whoosh! An invisible current rushed forward, causing everyone's heartstrings to tighten. Zhao Fuyuan, Wang Lai, and the others suddenly looked up. Lu Han, Wu Tao, and Lan Ting were also deeply shocked. As Zhou Ping stepped onto the steps leading to the illusionary demon tower, he spoke calmly. I will show you with your own eyes what true speedrunning is all about. Chapter 33 Instant Kill. Zhou Ping, a new disciple of Nirvana Peak. When he stepped out of the crowd, it immediately sparked a lot of discussion. Here he comes. We've finally waited for him to make his move. I'm telling you, don't have too high expectations. No matter what Zhou Ping does, he has only passed the first hurdle. That's right. This person's actual combat strength is probably not that great. After all, I don't think he has condensed his chi vortex yet. He's just a cultivator in the body tempering realm. At this moment, Zhou Ping had already reached the entrance of the illusionary demon tower. He coldly glanced at Lin Juejian, Zhao Fuyuan, and other geniuses below the stage. Don't be so arrogant. Lin Juejian retorted coldly, come be arrogant when you break everyone's records on the field. Zhou Ping laughed, then you better keep your eyes wide open and watch carefully. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Ping transformed into a blur and flashed into the illusionary demon tower. A clear image was displayed on the large light screen on the wall of the illusionary demon tower. The crowd's gazes were deep, especially Lu Han and his group, who were extremely solemn. Although they had some guesses about what happened in the valley that day, they were still unwilling to believe it, so they wanted to confirm Zhou Ping's strength with their own eyes. He should clearly be that piece of trash who doesn't deserve junior sister Shui. Magic Tower. As always, the 10 guards on the first floor rushed forward with their swords drawn, surrounding and attacking Zhou Ping. Just as everyone was anticipating how Zhou Ping would resolve this obstacle in a short time, something unexpected happened. Zhou Ping suddenly flashed past the 10 guards at top speed and headed straight for the second floor of the illusionary demon tower. What's going on? The people on Biyun platform were puzzled. He went straight to the second floor? What about the guards on the first floor? Were they simply ignored? No, the guards on the first floor will follow him to the second floor. In that case, wouldn't Zhou Ping be facing 20 guards on the second floor? No sooner said than done, Zhou Ping had already entered the second level of the illusionary demon tower. It was still that familiar palace. 10 guards wielding iron spears attacked, and behind him, the 10 guards from the first floor also chased him to the second floor. With a whoosh, Zhou Ping turned around, his movements graceful and elusive, dodging the 10 guards' powerful attacks like a ghost. A gasp of amazement erupted once again outside the illusionary demon tower. That movement technique is too strong. Wait, what is he going to do now? Huh? What's that? To his astonishment, another unexpected turn of events occurred. Zhou Ping once again bypassed the 10 guards on the second floor and went straight into the third floor. The people on Biyun Terrace looked at each other, each filled with doubt. They hadn't even dealt with one guard, which meant that Zhou Ping would face an attack from 30 guards on the third level. This situation was far from optimistic. As the saying goes, many ants can kill an elephant, and even a tiger can't fight a pack of wolves. Instead of defeating them one by one, Zhou Ping has instead trapped himself in multiple encirclements. Such behavior is indeed quite strange. Wait, is he going to go straight to the fourth floor? Lu Han couldn't help but ask. Lan Ting frowned. It seems that's the case so far. Upon entering the third floor, Zhou Ping directly avoided the guards' attacks and proceeded to the fourth floor. On the fourth floor, the same scene unfolded again. Ignoring the numerous guards' attacks, Zhou Ping easily broke through and stepped onto the fifth floor. At this moment, everyone finally understood Zhou Ping's intention. I know what he's going to do. He's going to gather all the guards together and take them all out at once, a gasp rang out from the crowd. The scene on Biyun Terrace immediately erupted in chaos, and the same uproar continued on Beihua Mountain Square outside. What? That's incredibly audacious of him to gather guards from several different floors together. That's too risky. There are a total of 60 guards on the first 6 floors. While everyone inside and outside the arena was in shock, Zhou Ping had already crossed the 5th floor and reached the 6th floor. The next floor above that was the 7th floor where the vampire bat demon resided. On the high platform north of Beihua Mountain, the 4 examiners, Lu Wuji, Bai Ruyan, Elder Hua, and Elder Hai, all showed a hint of solemnity. Isn't he being incredibly naive to think he can pass the game this way? Bai Ruyan asked. Lu Wuji sneered. Once he reaches the 6th floor, he will be overwhelmed by the siege of 60 illusion demon tower guards. It seems that Nirvana Peak wants to rely on a newcomer to return to the public eye, Elder Hai said, expressing his thoughts. Lu Wuji's smile grew even colder. He'd have to have the ability first. What makes a mere newcomer think he can do that? Of the 4 examiners, 3 felt that Zhou Ping was wasting his time and that his actions were merely an attempt to attract attention. Elder Hor remained silent, and for once, he had perked up, his old eyes fixed on the sky ahead. Illusionary Demon Tower, 6th floor. The venue was an ancient alchemy platform. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. One after another, guards with chilling auras suddenly appeared around Zhou Ping. In addition to the 10 guards clad in flame armor and wielding greatswords, Zhou Ping also had to face another 50 guards. All 6 layers of guards gathered in front of Zhou Ping. The current scene is sending chills down the spines of countless people. This is almost certainly a dead end, Zhao Fuyuan said in a deep voice. Lin Juejian narrowed his eyes. You've really messed up this time. In an instant, 60 guards launched an attack on Zhou Ping, with several guards clad in flame armor leading the charge to his side. Clang! Bass! A scorching gust of air rushed towards them, and a sharp greatsword slashed down violently. Boom! In the next instant, a powerful sword wave shattered the earth, and long, narrow cracks covered the platform. Zhou Ping had actually dodged several meters away, and there was still no fighting spirit in his eyes. Immediately afterward, Zhou Ping nimbly dodged the guards' attacks with several quick leaps, and then his gaze locked onto the passage leading to the 7th floor. Upon seeing this, everyone on Biyun Terrace suddenly felt a strange tremor. What does he want to do? He went straight to the 7th floor. What? An unexpected scene unfolded. Zhou Ping went straight to the 7th floor, taking all the guards from the first 6 floors with him, and went alone to face the vampire bat demon on the 7th floor. He's gone mad, this guy has completely lost his mind. On the high platform to the north, Elder Hai's eyes widened as he couldn't help but curse. Bai Ruyan also frowned, this is too chaotic. Lu Wuji gave a cold laugh, you're courting death. How could Zhou Ping, a mere new disciple, dare to fight against all the combat power in the Illusion Demon Tower alone? You're really courting death. Lin Juejian gritted his teeth on the Biyun platform. Zhao Fuyuan, Wang Lai, and the others all shook their heads, feeling that Zhou Ping was courting death. 60 guards, plus a vampire bat demon, what else could this be but courting death? Ling Qingju couldn't help but worry. She hadn't expected Zhou Ping to dare to do something like this, and thought to herself, Junior brother, please don't do anything reckless. The 7th floor of the illusionary demon tower. Zhou Ping stepped onto the summit of Lingxiao Cloud platform. Before him stood the 6-armed vampire bat demon exuding a strange blood aura, as well as all the guards on the first 6 levels. You, isolated and helpless, will die without a burial place. The vampire bat demon was like a king commanding an army. With a wave of its hand, a group of guards surrounded and attacked Zhou Ping from all directions. This time, Zhou Ping did not retreat. Swords and spears slashed down, and a surge of frenzied killing intent erupted. Get out of the way! Zhou Ping roared fiercely, and the power of the immortal emperor bone within his body surged forth. Then, he stomped heavily on the Lingxiao platform. Bang! The ground sank half a foot, and an invisible, domineering aura struck in all directions, knocking all the guards to the ground. The crowd outside was shocked. What kind of power is that? Is it Azure Cloud Spirit Crystal? No, it's not Azure Cloud Spirit Crystal. Before anyone could react, Zhou Ping leaped forward like a raging tiger, charging towards the vampire bat demon on the battle platform ahead. Jay! The vampire bat demon let out a sharp howl, and the blood energy from all directions seemed to converge in front of it like a vortex. In an instant, a blood-colored magic sphere with a diameter of more than 5 meters suddenly took shape. Blood Yuan Wave. The vampire bat demon's deadly move reappeared, but this power was clearly much stronger than when it dealt with Lin Juejian and his group. The massive crimson sphere spun and pounded, surrounded by beams of light and air currents, causing the ground to crack wherever it went. Zhou Ping's eyes were deep, and his face showed no fear. All his vital energies surged into his right arm. Ba Jiquan. 8-fold explosive power was unleashed in an instant. Zhou Ping's right fist collided solidly with the crimson magic orb. Immediately afterwards, a domineering aftershock of a cross-shaped impact bloomed on the stage. The ground of the battle platform cracked rapidly. Large shards of gravel flew up. Everyone at Baiyuntai and Bayushan Square stared wide-eyed. Impossible, he can't stop him. How can he, a mere body-tempering realm cultivator, possibly withstand this? Before the words of the people outside the arena had even finished, a burst of light appeared inside the illusionary demon tower, and Zhou Ping's veins bulged all over his body, like writhing dragons. Thump! This punch was like an arrow piercing through armor. The massive crimson shockwave exploded right in front of Zhou Ping. Bang! The crimson torrent swept out like a tidal wave, not only knocking over the guards behind Zhou Ping, but even forcing the vampire bat demons in front of him to retreat backwards. In that instant, a flash of light appeared in Zhou Ping's right palm, and the top grade treasure, the Azure Cloud Sword, was drawn, its sharp sword light dazzling. Cut! Zhou Ping thought coldly to himself, and the Azure Cloud Sword emitted a loud tremor before striking the vampire bat demon's chest. In the instant blood spurted, a blur flashed by. Zhou Ping, who was 7 or 8 meters away just a second ago, appeared in front of the vampire bat demon like a ghost and firmly grasped the hilt of the Azure Cloud Sword. Nirvana Sword Technique, first form 1 kill in 10 steps. Zhou Ping shouted inwardly, and his sword-wielding arm unleashed tremendous power. Sizzle! The Azure Cloud Sword, already embedded in the flesh and blood of the vampire bat demon's chest, was swung with force, its merciless blade slicing through a shower of blood, cleaving the vampire bat demon's upper body in two. One strike, instant kill. Boom! Outside the Phantom Tower, countless eyeballs nearly exploded in shock, and the visual nerves of countless people suffered a violent shock. Crimson blood rained down, and the vampire bat demon shrieked mournfully as its severed body rapidly disintegrated into countless fragments. Although Zhou Ping could only barely execute the first move of the Nirvana Sword Technique, and it didn't even resemble the form, its power was enough to cause a devastating victory. Thud! As the vampire bat demon vanished, Zhou Ping landed steadily on the ground, while the remaining guards also disappeared along with the vampire bat demon. The people on Biyun Terrace were filled with excitement and felt their whole bodies go numb. The image of that instant kill kept replaying in everyone's minds. That's incredible. He actually didn't use the power of the Azure Cloud Spirit Crystal, hiss. I'm numb, I'm totally numb from all this showing off. Boom. Just then, thunderclouds rolled across the sky above the illusionary demon tower, and that solemn and powerful voice came. Nirvana Peak, Zhou Ping, cleared the level. Time taken. Time seemed to stand still for a moment, and everyone's heart was in their throat. Then, an unprecedented sound assaulted everyone's eardrums. 88 seconds. Chapter 34 Competition. 88 seconds. Whoosh. The moment this shocking number appeared, the disciples of Bayuntai and Bayushan Square were thrown into an unprecedented uproar. Some were skeptical, while others were full of praise. There's a mistake. The illusionary demon tower must have miscalculated the timing. There's absolutely no way it could be this fast. What's the current record for the illusionary demon tower? Zhou Ping must have broken it, right? That's for sure. I remember the previous record holder was senior brother Zhou Yu from Baiyun Peak, who was only about 118 seconds. Ling Qingzhu stared blankly at the scene. During this assessment, her feelings went from worry to surprise, and then from surprise to shock. The complexity of her emotions was hard to express in words. Ling Qingzhu had also conquered the illusionary demon tower. For an outer disciple, its difficulty was self-evident. Even her performance in the assessment back then was not as outstanding. Junior brother, how many more surprises will you bring me? The four examiners on the high platform to the north remained silent as they watched the disciples embroiled in heated discussions because of Zhou Ping. After a long while, Bai Ruyan smiled with a hint of self-deprecation. I didn't expect that I would misjudge someone like that. Lu Wuji narrowed his eyes and looked at Bai Yuntai, as if trying to see through this newcomer. Elder Hai seemed to realize something, and he turned to look at Elder Hui. Elder Hua, you must have expected this, right? Elder Hua shook his head slightly. I just had a feeling that he should be able to win first place, but I didn't expect him to pass the test in this way and break the record in one fell swoop. Upon hearing this, Lu Wuji and the others' expressions all changed. Yes, that's the most shocking thing. 88 seconds. Since the start of the illusionary demon tower assessment, this is the first time to break the 100-second barrier. If nothing unexpected happens, Zhou Ping's record will remain in effect for a long time. Nirvana Peak has really struck gold. On the Azure Cloud Terrace, everyone was in an uproar. On the Illusion Demon Tower, the 5 characters Zhou Ping of Nirvana Peak shot up to the top with lightning speed, and Lin Juejian, who had just occupied the top spot, immediately dropped to second place. That dazzling 88 seconds result has now become a deafening mockery, slapping Lin Juejian's face hard, making his expression extremely ugly. Whoosh! A flash of light appeared in the illusionary demon tower, and Zhou Ping stepped out of the tower, greeted by countless burning gazes. Answer me, who is the real trash? Zhou Ping calmly walked down the steps, his cold eyes sweeping directly at Lin Juejian not far away. Suddenly, the atmosphere on the field became tense. Everyone remembered how Lin Juejian had mocked Zhou Ping before, and now the latter was retaliating in kind. Looking at Lin Juejian's increasingly gloomy face, many people felt a secret sense of satisfaction. Let you be arrogant and domineering, let you look down on everyone. Now you have nothing to say, right? This isn't over yet. Lin Juejian glared fiercely at Zhou Ping, pondering how to retaliate to vent his hatred. Just as everyone was enjoying Lin Juejian's discomfitured expression, that solemn and powerful voice rang out again. The assessment continues, next one. The people on Biyun platform were stunned for a moment, as if they had just remembered that the second phase of the assessment was not over yet. Then, one after another, the third-ranked disciples entered the Illusion Demon Tower. Perhaps because the events that had occurred earlier had affected their minds, most of the later disciples were somewhat distracted. The assessment lasted all afternoon, and the second phase of the assessment did not come to an end until near dusk. The rankings on the list haven't changed much. Zhou Ping topped the list with a time of 88 seconds, a position that no one could challenge. Following them were Lin Juejian, Zhao Fuyuan, and their group. Most of the outstanding disciples among the third-ranked disciples had also successfully advanced. Beiyue Mountain Square. The illusionary demon tower assessment is over. Elder Hu walked to the front of the platform and officially announced the end of the event. The group, who had been waiting at Beiyue Mountain for almost a day, breathed a sigh of relief. Phew! It's finally over. Actually, after Zhou Ping's assessment, it was already over. The people who came up next had no expectations at all. I feel the same way. This year's assessment was really unexpected. That's right, even Zhou Yu's record has been broken. I never expected that. Amidst the chatter of the crowd, a 100-foot-tall circular void suspended above Beiyue Mountain Square emitted a spatial fluctuation. Buzz. Then, beams of light shot out in all directions, and the circular cavity shone with a radiant light like the sun. Boom! In an instant, a chaotic current of air expanded between heaven and earth, while at the same time a huge pillar of light pierced into the center of the plaza. Whoosh! A blinding light flashed, and everyone on Beiyun Terrace returned to Beiyue Mountain. Phew, I'm finally back. That was close, I almost lost my status as a third-rank inner disciple. Sigh, I still failed to become an inner disciple. I have to keep working hard this year and strive for advancement next time. After an assessment, some are happy, while others are sad. On the high platform to the north, all 4 examiners had stood up from their seats. This year's assessment has come to an end. I must say, something unexpected happened this time. Bai Ruyan's voice was cold and gloomy. As she spoke, she looked at Zhou Ping in the crowd with her deep eyes. The young man had an ordinary appearance, but at this moment he had an indescribable brilliance. With a time of 88 seconds, Zhou Ping set a new record. In addition, during the first stage of the Baiyuntai assessment, he also achieved the first record of reaching the top without the help of Beiyun Spirit Crystal. From this day forward, Zhou Ping's name will surely spread throughout the Misty Sect, and Nirvana Peak, which has been silent for several years, will once again return to the public eye. After a brief pause, just as Bai Ruyan was about to announce the list of the top 10 in the assessment, a voice suddenly rang out. Elder Bai, wait. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and found that it was Lin Juejian who had spoken. What is it? Bai Ruyan frowned slightly. The disciples of Beiyun Peak were becoming increasingly ill-mannered, daring to interrupt an elder like herself. Lin Juejian sneered and pointed at Zhou Ping, shouting, "Everyone, I have reason to suspect that this person achieved his current results by cheating through some shady means." Cheating? This statement caused an uproar among the crowd. Cheating in the inner disciple assessment is a serious offense. If proven, Zhou Ping, a Nirvana Peak disciple with no background, might be expelled from the Misty Sect. Lin Juejian continued to smear Zhou Ping. Everyone, think about it carefully. With this person's mere strength at the 9th level of the body-tempering realm, how could he reach the top of the Azure Cloud platform without relying on the Azure Cloud Spirit Crystal? And how could he easily pass through the Illusion Demon Tower? Seeing that Lin Juejian spoke with such conviction, many of the disciples who had long harbored doubts suddenly became much more certain at this moment. Senior brother Lin is right. He is only at the body-tempering realm after all. Where did he get the strength to achieve such outstanding results? There's definitely something wrong here, it's dark. Zhou Ping's eyes turned cold. This Lin fellow was incredibly cunning. He was clearly trying to lure him into a trap of self-incrimination. Ling Qingzhu saw through this as well. She shielded Zhou Ping behind her and retorted, "Hey Lin, are you a sore loser? Since you suspect my junior brother of cheating, then please produce evidence. Otherwise, according to the sect's rules, anyone who falsely accuses a fellow disciple of a crime will be punished for the crime accused. This means that if Lin Juejian cannot produce evidence, then he will be the one expelled from the Misty Sect." On the high platform, Elder Bai Ruyan questioned, "Lin Juejian, do you have any evidence?" Lin Juejian's heart skipped a beat. This Ling Qingzhu was incredibly powerful. Where did he get any evidence? The so-called cheating was just something he made up on the spot. Reporting to the elder, it's actually quite simple to prove this. Since Zhou Ping was able to pass through the illusionary demon tower faster than me, we just need to have a match between the two of us. If Zhou Ping wins, it will prove that he didn't cheat. I believe everyone will agree with this method, unless Zhou Ping has something to hide. Lin Juejian quickly replied, thinking quickly. The crowd whispered among themselves, and they felt that Lin Juejian's words made some sense, which deepened their suspicions about Zhou Ping. At this moment, Zhou Ping spoke up. "This kind of battle is pointless, you're just wasting everyone's time." He. Lin Juejian laughed smugly, "You don't dare to compete with me, right? Then you're admitting you cheated." "No." Zhou Ping's tone shifted abruptly, a cold glint in his eyes. "I want to add a wager. If you lose, you leave your sword behind." These words immediately stirred up the crowd. Lin Juejian was a sword cultivator, and for a sword cultivator, the importance of a sword is self-evident. If he couldn't even protect the sword in his hand, it would undoubtedly shake his Dao heart. Lin Juejian touched the hilt of his sword, hesitated for a moment, and then replied, "If you can defeat me, this high-grade yellow rank treasure, the Vinewood sword, is yours." Lin Juejian's cultivation level had already reached the peak of the 9th level of the Qi condensation realm, with 1 foot already in the transcendent realm. Moreover, he possessed the powerful grass and wood sword body, so he was confident enough to defeat Zhou Ping. As long as he defeated Zhou Ping, it would prove that he had cheated to pass the test. At that time, Zhou Ping's test results would naturally be cancelled, and Lin Juejian would be able to rightfully climb to the top of the list again. Zhou Ping said calmly, "Okay. Junior brother?" Ling Qingzhu was a little anxious, as the two of them were a whole major realm apart. Zhou Ping gestured to his senior sister with his eyes, indicating that he understood. Immediately, the crowd on Beiyue Mountain wisely retreated, quickly leaving a sufficiently large space in the central area. The personnel in charge of the assessment did not come out to stop it, and the 4 examiners on the high platform to the north did not speak up. Perhaps everyone was curious whether Zhou Ping could really defeat Lin Juejian. Chapter 35 is too weak. Zhou Ping and Lin Juejian distanced themselves from each other, one with a calm expression and the other with a fierce look in his eyes. "You'll regret this." A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Juejian's eyes, and with a swift movement of his right hand, a green glowing vine wood sword flashed into his grasp. Clang! The sword energy dissipated, the sand and dust were swept away, and Lin Juejian's sword robe fluttered, displaying his extraordinary style. Zhou Ping said nothing, only glanced at the other person indifferently, his eyes showing no emotion. Seeing this, Lin Juejian's expression turned fierce. "Arrogant brat, you're doomed to lose." Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Juejian swung his long sword, unleashing a powerful sword aura towards Zhou Ping. Entwined by vines. A flash of sword light appeared, and a wood-based sword formation suddenly appeared below Zhou Ping, its shape resembling intertwined tree roots. Bang! Immediately afterwards, wildly growing thorny vines sprouted from the ground, like crazed venomous snakes, rushing towards Zhou Ping from all directions. Call out! The vines wrapped around Zhou Ping's legs, waist, and other areas, forming a wooden vine sphere with a diameter of 1 or 2 meters in an instant. Seeing Zhou Ping engulfed by hundreds of vines, everyone in the audience was shocked. Lin Juejian's offensive was too fierce, and he gained an absolute initiative from the very beginning. "Ah, you're finished." Lin Juejian smiled smugly, then suddenly rushed out, leaving a series of afterimages in his wake. The vinewood sword in his hand shone brightly as he aimed directly at Zhou Ping inside the vinewood sphere. Clang! The extremely sharp rattan sword easily pierced through the vines, and just as it was about to pierce through the person inside, with a clang, Lin Juejian's sword stopped in his hand. Lin Juejian frowned, and once again used the force to strike the end of the sword hilt with his left hand, but the long sword still could not penetrate. At that moment, a disdainful voice came from inside the vine sphere. "So this is all you've got after all that?" "What?" Lin Juejian was startled. Suddenly, beams of light shot out from the inside of the vine sphere, followed by a heavy thud. A domineering force emanated from within, and the invisible energy, like sharp blades, flew out, shattering one vine after another. Amidst the bursting vines, Zhou Ping caught Lin Juejian's weapon with his bare hands, his left palm pressed against the tip of the sword, without using any defensive artifacts. The crowd on Beiyue Mountain stared wide-eyed. This scene truly astonished many present. Good heavens, the rattan sword in Lin Juejian's hand is a high-grade yellow-rank magic weapon. Although that treasure is of the wood element, its power is still extraordinary. How dare he withstand it with his bare hands? Before the other party could react, the immortal emperor bone within Zhou Ping's body vibrated, and at the same time, a powerful burst of internal energy erupted from his palm. Clang! It sounded like metal clashing, and the aftershock spread between the two, causing Lin Juejian's arm to go numb and him to be thrown back. Zhou Ping said sarcastically, "Too weak." "You?" Lin Juejian's expression darkened. Zhou Ping sneered, "Your strength is far inferior to that of the vampire bat demon. No wonder you needed the Azure Cloud Spirit Crystal to pass the test." "Shut up!" Lin Juejian's anger surged, and he immediately leaped into the air, appearing more than 10 meters high. The surrounding air currents exploded, and hundreds of eerie green rays shot out from Lin Juejian's body. The green rays quickly converged towards the vine sword and transformed into solid, sharp vines. Swish, swish, swish. The sharp vines tightened violently, binding Lin Juejian's arm and the wooden sword together. Immediately afterwards, a 2 or 3 meter long wooden spike suddenly took shape. The spike was like a sharp drill, its surface covered with ring patterns. It burst forth with powerful armor-piercing and stabbing force, heading straight for Zhou Ping. Grass and wood sword technique. As thousands of sharp vines converged and splintered at him, Zhou Ping made no attempt to avoid their attack. He simply shifted his body to the side and threw a punch to meet them head-on. Bajikwan. Thump. The fist struck the sharp wooden spikes, and the heavy blast vibrated everyone's eardrums. The tips of the sharp wooden spikes exploded directly. What? Lin Juejian's eyes widened, his face showing disbelief. The onlookers stared wide-eyed, wondering just how strong Zhou Ping's physical body was that even such a powerful killing move couldn't destroy his defense. Boom! Bang! 8 bursts of power, one after another, shook the air, gradually breaking the vines in front, and then the green vine sword inside reappeared. Zhou Ping didn't stop there, he punched the tip of the sword. Boom! With immense force, a terrifying force surged through the sword and into Lin Juejian's arm. Crack! The sound of bones breaking made the hearts of countless people in the audience clench. Lin Juejian's right arm was dislocated on the spot, with a section protruding from the joint. Ah! Lin Juejian's features contorted as he staggered back more than 10 meters. Before he could regain his footing, a loud whooshing sound came as a cyan sword drew an arc in the air and charged toward Lin Juejian. At this moment, everyone's mind was filled with the scene of Zhou Ping killing the vampire bat demon. The scene before my eyes is so similar. Lin Juejian's face turned pale, and he quickly dodged. In that instant, the Qingyun sword pierced into Lin Juejian's throat. As the aura of death surged in, Lin Juejian's pupils dilated, his terror reaching its peak. Help, help me! Lin Juejian suddenly felt dizzy, and many disciples watching the battle also felt a pang of fear. Seeing that Lin Juejian was about to be decapitated, the 4 examiners on the platform were horrified, and Lu Wuji immediately tried to stop them. After all, if Lin Juejian died, they would definitely have to bear the responsibility. Just as blood spurted from Lin Juejian's neck, a strong and powerful arm firmly grasped the hilt of the Qingyun sword. Clang! The azure cloud sword emitted a powerful sound, and its deadly sword aura suddenly contracted. In the blink of an eye, the sword in Zhou Ping's hand was stained with Lin Ju's blood. If he took another half step forward, he would surely cut off a person's head. Zhou Ping gripped his sword with his backhand and stood coldly in front of Lin Juejian. Clang! The azure cloud sword emitted a resounding tremor, and everyone's hearts leaped into their throats, as if it were about to burst from their chests at any moment. This battle, from the beginning when Lin Juejian seemed to have the upper hand to the instant turnaround by Zhou Ping, the rapid changes in the scene were so exciting that they made one's scalp tingle. The blade of the azure cloud sword exuded a chilling cold that seeped into his bones. Beads of cold sweat dripped from Lin Juejian's face. He had never felt that death was so close to him. Lin Juejian's face turned pale, and he was caught in a dilemma. Zhou Ping stared coldly at the other person. Answer me, did I cheat? Lin Juejian's heartstrings trembled, unsure how to respond. Seeing that he did not answer, Zhou Ping tightened his grip on his sword, and his voice suddenly turned cold. Answer me. Bang! A surge of powerful air emanated from behind Zhou Ping, causing his robes to billow and dust to rise. Lin Juejian's last line of defense was instantly breached. His body trembled violently, and then he bent his knees and knelt down in front of Zhou Ping with a thud. I lost. Lin Juejian's throat trembled, cold sweat pouring out uncontrollably. You didn't cheat, I framed you, this was all Elder Lin's doing, please spare my life. At this moment, Lin Juejian lowered his proud head. Chapter 36 Finding Fault. Beiyue Mountain Square. Looking at Lin Juejian kneeling and begging for mercy, the expressions of the crowd below changed repeatedly. At this moment, the charge of cheating against Zhou Ping was completely overturned. He came in first place during the entrance exam, and I was quite unconvinced. But now it seems he was just hiding his true abilities. That's right, those who pushed him to the peak of nirvana must be regretting it to death now. I bet those elders are going to gouge their own eyes out. Back then, on the cloud top ladder, many newcomers witnessed Zhou Ping being ostracized. None of the elders of the 8 major branches wanted him, and in the end, the Grand Elder Mo Chiufeng had no choice but to arrange for him to go to Nirvana Peak. Unexpectedly, in less than a month, Zhou Ping has brought such a powerful shock to everyone. I wonder what the elders who were in charge of receiving guests at the cloud top ladder will think after learning about what happened today. Zhou Ping glanced down at the terrified Lin Juejian, a hint of disdain flashing across his lips. He then put the rattan sword back into his pocket and slowly walked towards his senior sister. Ling Qingzhu quickly went to greet him, smiling and saying, Junior brother, you really are a hidden talent. I wouldn't dare disappoint you, senior sister. Zhou Ping smiled and then handed over the rattan sword. By the way, this sword is useless to me, senior sister, you can take it. Ling Qingzhu quickly refused. She already felt bad about accepting the Shenbing chains earlier, and she was unwilling to take this high-grade yellow rank rattan sword no matter what. Alright. Seeing that the other party was unwilling, Zhou Ping stopped insisting and thought that he would just find an opportunity to give the rattan sword to Shui Lingyun later. On the other side, Lin Juejian, who watched helplessly as his precious sword was taken away, was filled with resentment. However, he knew that he was no match for Zhou Ping, so he secretly hid his left hand in his sleeve and crushed a token. On the high platform to the north, the 4 examiners breathed a sigh of relief, seeing that no one had been killed. Bai Ruyan spoke again. Alright, the competition is over. Whether Zhou Ping cheated or not, I believe you all have your own answers. Next, I will announce the list of those who have advanced from this assessment. First, the following 10 people have successfully advanced to become second-ranked disciples of this sect. With her gaze sweeping across the entire room, Bai Ruyan began to make the final assessment of this evaluation. First place, Nirvana Peak, Zhou Ping. Second place, Bai Yunfeng, Lin Juejian. Third place, Guishu Peak, Zhao Fuyuan. Fourth place. After the reading was finished, Bai Ruyan's gaze fell on Zhou Ping. The winner will be awarded 1 Yin Yang Yuan Chi Pill and 1 Spirit Grade Martial Arts Manual. Bai Ruyan gently raised her jade hand, her fair fingers swaying like flower petals. Call out. A beautifully crafted brocade box flew out of her hands. Zhou Ping slightly raised his eyes and reached out to take the brocade box into his hand. Here you go, this contains the Yin Yang Yuan Chi Pill, Bai Ruyan said. All the other disciples were filled with envious glances from all directions. Zhou Ping held the brocade box, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. If he was not mistaken, the Yin Yang Yuan Chi Pill was of a much higher grade than the previous Qi Gathering Pill, at least reaching the 4th grade. Bai Ruyan continued, as for the Spirit Grade Martial Arts, you can go to the Martial Arts Hall to collect them after tomorrow. Someone will be there to receive you. Zhou Ping nodded slightly. The reward for second place is also a Spirit Grade Martial Arts Manual. Bai Ruyan turned her head and looked at Lin Juejian, who had just gotten up from the ground. Before she could finish speaking, Ling Qingzhu interjected, Elder Bai, the matter of Lin Juejian framing my junior brother is not over yet. According to the sect's rules, he should be expelled from the sect. Upon hearing Ling Qingzhu's words, Lin Juejian's already unpleasant expression turned even uglier. He had originally intended to get away with it, but this woman was being so fussy and insistent on taking it so seriously. That's right, Lin Juejian's accusation against Zhou Ping is no small matter, he can't be let off lightly. We newbies have been bullied a lot these past 2 days. Today, Zhou Ping really made us proud. We have to support him. That's right, that's right. Ling Qingzhu's words quickly triggered a chain reaction, and the disciples in the square began to voice their support. Seeing this, Bai Ruyan frowned slightly. According to the sect rules, Lin Juejian should be punished, but she knew very well that Lin Juejian was Elder Lin Fian's man. In a couple of days, Lin Fian would officially become the head of Baiyun Peak. With her around, it would not be an easy thing to touch Lin Juejian. Ahem. Well, we can't defy public anger, so let's hand him over to the punishment hall for disposal. Suddenly, Elder Hua spoke up. Bai Ruyan was speechless. Wasn't this old man usually known for being afraid of trouble? Why did he suddenly change his ways today? Just then, several figures suddenly appeared on the square of Baiyue Mountain. Hey! Who's that? Wait, look who's that? Why is he here? An invisible sharpness carved a wide path through the crowd. Call! A biting wind swept over him, and his imposing presence seemed to be covered by clouds. The one who arrived was none other than the deadly scholar Zhou Yu. A top-tier prodigy, and even on the verge of becoming a true disciple, the name Deadly Scholar is legendary. His sudden arrival has made the atmosphere of North Moon Mountain somewhat unusual. It's senior brother Zhou Yu. What's he doing here? Who knows? But judging from his aggressive demeanor, it probably isn't anything good. This aura is truly powerful, no wonder he's a genius who's nominated as a true disciple. A murmur of discussion arose from the crowd. Zhou Yu's cold eyes, like stars, stared coldly at Zhou Ping in front of him. Behind Zhou Yu were several young men and women. Senior brother Zhao Yu and senior sister Ling Yu are here too. They are both top-notch disciples among the first-grade disciples. That's normal. They became very close to Zhou Yu not long after he started learning the craft. On the high platform to the north, Elder Hai said in a deep voice, Zhou Yu, this is the place for the inner disciples assessment. You must not act rashly. Elder Hai, please rest assured, I'm just here to handle a small matter for Elder Lin. Zhou Yu replied with a smile, I'll leave as soon as I'm done. Zhou Yu appeared respectful, but in reality, he didn't give Elder Hai much face. Although the other party was a sect elder with a higher status than ordinary inner disciples, Zhou Yu was about to become a true disciple. In the Misty sect, the status of a true disciple was second only to the head of each branch. Lu Wuji and Bai Ruyan didn't say much. It was already quite obvious that Zhou Yu was representing Lin Fian, who was superior to them in both strength and status. Giving her face would be good for everyone. Soon, Zhou Yu and his group arrived in front of Zhou Ping. The other disciples stepped aside, but Ling Qingzhu, who was beside Zhou Ping, stood still. It seemed that these people were here for their junior brother. Zhou Yu looked at Zhou Ping calmly, I've come to retrieve something. As he spoke, he reached out to Zhou Ping, Tengmu sword, return the superior grade magic weapon you took from Lin Juejian. Chapter 37 Life or Death Showdown. Facing the crowd in front of him, Zhou Ping appeared quite calm. I won the sword fair and square, why should I return it? Zhao Yu, standing to the side, spoke in a chilling tone, his gaze sharp, the rattan sword you stole was bestowed upon Lin Juejian by Elder Lin Fian of Baiyun Peak. You must return it. Lin Yu also spoke up, a mere newcomer dares to steal an elder's treasure. Hand it back at once. The group's attitude was neither one of discussion nor friendly exchange, but rather one of issuing orders. In this situation, anyone else would probably have already bowed their head and admitted defeat. Zhou Ping, however, raised the corners of his mouth slightly and responded with the same disdainful tone, I refuse. Whoa! These words caused an uproar not only in the square, but also surprised Lu Wuji, Bai Ruyan, Elder Hua, and the other two on the north side of the stands. What did you say? Zhao Yu frowned. I refuse. Zhou Ping repeated those three words without missing a single one. Zhou Ping was well aware that even before he entered the Misty sect, Zhou Yu had already wanted to take his life. In addition, he had already formed a grudge with Lin Fian. Even if he backed down today and returned the rattan sword, the relationship between the two sides would still be irreconcilable and nothing would change. At this moment, Zhou Yu spoke up. Since you're so eager to keep the rattan sword, I can grant your wish, as long as you're capable of withstanding one of my moves. How about it? A heated discussion immediately erupted around them. It seemed that Zhou Yu was trying to use the excuse of standing up for Lin Juejian to solidify his high position in the Misty sect. After all, just now, Zhou Ping broke Zhou Yu's record for clearing the illusionary demon tower. How could Zhou Ping, known as the Deadly Scholar, remain indifferent? Once Zhou Ping rises to prominence, there will inevitably be busybodies who will compare him to Zhou Yu, which would undoubtedly be a disgrace to the latter. Therefore, what Zhou Yu needs to do now is to nip Zhou Ping in the bud and further enhance his reputation as the Deadly Scholar. Zhou Ping was naturally not afraid at all. Just as he was about to agree, Ling Qingzhu quickly grabbed his arm and said, Don't be impulsive. You are no match for him. During the 3 years that Ling Qingzhu's cultivation level stagnated, Zhou Yu's strength advanced by leaps and bounds. He has probably already reached the Forging God realm. Compared to Zhou Ping, who is at the 9th level of the body tempering realm, there are still 2 major realms in between, the Qi condensation realm and the transcendent realm. A single full-force attack from him could very well kill Zhou Ping. Senior sister, Zhou Ping was about to say something when he saw the deep look in Ling Qingzhu's eyes and he was stunned. Ling Qingzhu said slowly, Junior brother, this is not just your matter, but a matter for our Nirvana Peak lineage. In her opinion, if Nirvana Peak hadn't fallen to this state and lacked a powerful backer, how could Zhou Yu have dared to so blatantly bully Zhou Ping? Moreover, Ling Qingzhu had already made up her mind that as long as she was there, no one was allowed to harm her junior brother. So let me, as the senior sister, shoulder this storm. Protecting Zhou Ping behind her, Ling Qingzhu moved gracefully to Zhou Yu's side. Zhou Yu, you've been a member of the sect for 4 years now. What's wrong with bullying a newcomer? If you've got the guts, fight me. This act caused a great stir, and everyone was shocked by Ling Qingzhu's actions. Who is this woman? Don't you know? She is the senior sister of Nirvana Peak, and the only survivor from back then, but she survived but became a cripple. I heard that she recovered her cultivation level some time ago, but so what? Senior brother Zhou Yu has cultivated for 3 more years than her. It seems that Ling Qingzhu has not known her place. Zhou Yu frowned. Ling Qingzhu, don't think you can turn the world upside down just because you've recovered your cultivation. Let me tell you, once you're a cripple for life. Ling Qingzhu's eyes were cold as she said, 1 year. Give me just 1 year, and I will far surpass you. Boom. A simple sentence, like a fragment of a meteorite falling from the sky, instantly triggered a massive explosion on Baiyue Mountain. What did she say? Surpass Zhou Yu within a year? Is that just a pipe dream? I have never seen such a shameless person, with such a big mouth. Be careful not to bite off more than you can chew. The atmosphere was constantly escalating, and even Lu Wuji, Bai Ruyan, Elder Hua, and their group couldn't control the situation. Surpassing Zhou Yu, how many people in the entire Misty sect would dare to say such a thing? When Ling Qingju uttered those words, an invisible pressure instead fell upon Zhou Yu. Just like how Zhou Yu forced Zhou Ping to take a move from him earlier, Ling Qingju was now suppressing Zhou Yu's arrogance. Don't say I didn't warn you, an insurmountable chasm has grown between us over the past 3 years, Zhou Yu said in a deep voice. Ling Qingju remained unfazed, but the coldness in her eyes intensified. Are you scared? The sharpness of language sometimes surpasses that of swords. Swords can kill, but language can pierce the heart. Under repeated taunts, Zhou Yu finally could not hide the murderous intent in his heart. Since you are so eager to die, I will grant your wish. Ling Qingju, do you dare to step onto the life and death platform with me? The moment those 3 words, life and death, are on the platform, were uttered, the winds and clouds seemed to sink, and the chill intensified. Ling Qingju calmly replied, why wouldn't I dare? The atmosphere on Baiyue Mountain exploded completely. Surpassing Zhou Yu in just 1 year is something that everyone considers impossible. It should be understood that in the path of cultivation, the higher the realm, the more difficult it is to advance, especially after transcending the mortal realm. For some people, it may take a year or 2 to advance even a small realm. For Ling Qingju to catch up with Zhou Yu in just 1 year is practically impossible. Did Ling Qingju develop such a talent for cultivation that she lost her mind? That's a deadly scholar. Even if senior brother Zhou Yu's cultivation level remained unchanged for the past year, she still wouldn't be able to catch up with him, not to mention that Zhou Yu's own cultivation level will increase during this year. I don't know what she's thinking. A year-long agreement, a life or death duel. After today, Ling Qingju and Zhou Yu have completely broken off their public facade. In fact, this is exactly what Ling Qingju wanted. Zhou Yu and Lin Fian, who belong to the Baiyun Peak lineage, have been targeting her and Zhou Ping for more than a day or 2 since they started embezzling her monthly allowance. They clearly intend to destroy the Nirvana Peak lineage. Since they are going to make their move sooner or later, Ling Qingju might as well set the time for a year later. In this way, Ling Qingju and Zhou Ping had a year to take the opportunity to improve themselves. Now that they have made a life or death pact in public, with so many people from the Misty sect watching, it won't be so easy for Zhou Yu and Lin Fian to secretly deal with her. In other words, this year is time that Ling Qingju deliberately bought. Otherwise, she and Zhou Ping would have to be on guard against their hidden arrows all the time. Ling Qingju knew very well that all she and her junior brother lacked now was time. Once they had grown up, they would not be afraid of any disciple of the Misty sect. I'll be waiting for you at the battle of life and death. Zhou Yu shouted coldly, then strode away with the distraught Lin Juejian. Zhou Ping walked to Ling Qingju's side and whispered, "Senior sister, actually I." "No need to say more, I'm your senior sister, you can do whatever I say." Ling Qingju interrupted Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping wanted to say something more, but in the end he just smiled and said, "Okay, I believe you, senior sister." Immediately, the two looked at each other, both seeing an unusual glint in each other's eyes. On the high platform, Elder Hua and the others looked at each other in disbelief, never expecting things to turn out this way. Ahem. Since that brat Lin Juejian ran away, let's give his second place reward to Zhou Ping. As for the false accusation, let's just forget about it. Elder Hua scratched his head and suddenly said. Bai Ruyan hesitated for a moment, but doing so would save face for Lin Fian and give everyone an explanation. Then let's do it this way. The second place prize will also go to Zhou Ping. The square erupted in uproar, with everyone filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment towards Zhou Ping. In this way, Zhou Ping will be able to go to the martial arts hall to receive 2 spirit-grade martial arts manuals. A single spirit-grade martial arts manual is already quite valuable now that Zhou Ping has obtained 2 at once, wouldn't he be ecstatic? On the other hand, Lin Juejian, who left, not only got nothing as the second place winner, but from today onwards, he will be the laughingstock of everyone. With that, the assessment officially ended, and the people on North Moon Mountain began to disperse one after another. Chapter 38 Breakthrough. Nirvana Peak. Zhou Ping and Ling Qingju walked on the way to their room. Their actions today were bound to stir up a storm throughout the entire Misty sect. In particular, the agreement between Ling Qingju and Zhou Yu was considered by almost everyone to be a suicidal challenge, and the life or death duel a year later would inevitably end in a tragic fate for Ling Qingju. Ling Qingju herself was well aware of this. Who is Zhou Yu? The number one disciple among the first-ranked disciples, Zhou Yu is incredibly strong and exceptionally talented. Over the years, there have been very few disciples in the entire Misty sect who can be compared to him. In the past, Ling Qingju would never have done such a thing, but now it's different. After obtaining the complete Nirvana Sutra, she has absolute confidence in surpassing Zhou Yu. In addition, Zhou Ping not only won first place in the second-grade disciple assessment today, but also set a new record, surpassing the achievements of Zhou Yu, a top genius. After witnessing all this, Ling Qingju understood one thing: Nirvana Peak cannot rise in the future without this junior brother, so she must step forward to withstand the storm. In her opinion, Zhou Ping is indeed talented, but he still needs time to grow before he can shoulder heavy responsibilities. Junior brother, please don't take the duel too seriously. Actually, it's not only to protect you, but also for myself, and even more so for Nirvana Peak. Ling Qingju, who was walking ahead, turned around and looked at Zhou Ping with a serious expression. Before the upheaval at Nirvana Peak, Ling Qingju and Zhou Yu had been vying for the title of the Misty Sect's #1 genius. The proud Ling Qingju always wanted to completely suppress Zhou Yu, but the two had always been evenly matched, with neither gaining an absolute advantage, until that day. So for her, now it was just a matter of rekindling the goal she had set 3 years ago. Of course I believe senior sister is fine. What is Zhou Yu? He's just a petty person. Zhou Ping smiled. In this matter, he actually felt that Ling Qingju's approach was absolutely correct. Given Nirvana Peak's current dire situation, taking the conventional path to save the collapsing edifice and turn the tide is absolutely not an option. As the saying goes, no destruction, no construction. Destruction precedes construction. If Ling Qingju truly defeats Zhou Yu, then Nirvana Peak will rebound from rock bottom and rise again, riding on the coattails of Baiyun Peak. Besides, Zhou Ping isn't just for show. As long as he's around, he'll definitely shower Ling Qingju with cultivation resources to help her quickly improve her strength. Seeing this, Ling Qingju breathed a sigh of relief. She was afraid that Zhou Ping's mindset would waver because of this, which would affect his cultivation. Next, Zhou Ping took out an exquisite brocade box and opened it. Instantly, a refreshing fragrance wafted out, and what came into view was a pill that was half black and half white, surrounded by yin and yang energy. The Yin Yang Yuan Qi pill is the reward for the first place in the assessment, and it's a one-of-a-kind reward. The second through 10th place winners don't receive it, which alone is enough to demonstrate its value. Without hesitation or delay, Zhou Ping immediately pushed the brocade box in front of Ling Qingju. Senior sister, there may be many reasons why you are against Zhou Yu, but it is an undeniable fact that this action was to protect me. Therefore, you must accept this Yin Yang Yuan Qi pill. I believe it will be of great help to you. Looking at the precious pills, Ling Qingju did not refuse this time. She knew that Zhou Ping would feel bad if she did not accept them. Thank you. Seeing Ling Qingju put the pill into her pocket, Zhou Ping smiled, then sighed and rubbed his forehead. Alas, I originally wanted to kill Zhou Yu myself, but it's a pity. Since that's the case, then I'll leave Lin Fian to me. Senior sister, please don't try to take her from me again. Ling Qingju smiled helplessly, taking it as Zhou Ping joking with her. After all, with Lin Fian's strength, Zhou Ping would need to cultivate for at least several decades to have any hope of catching up with her. Now that we have the qualifications to participate in the sect trial, we must make the most of our time to cultivate. Based on the trial dates in the past, we have about a month left. Zhou Ping nodded. They had only completed the first step. The most crucial factor in preventing Nirvana Peak from being destroyed was whether it could rank first in the upcoming sect trials. Back in her room, Ling Qingju looked at the Yin Yang Yuan Qi pill in the brocade box and couldn't help but sigh that her junior brother not only had outstanding talent in cultivation but was also extremely kind to her. She was afraid that she would never be able to repay this favor. After a brief hesitation, Ling Qingju swallowed the Yin Yang Yuan Qi pill and began cultivating with focused concentration. Tonight, she would take this opportunity to break through to the second level of the transcendent realm. At the same time, the system's voice rang in Zhou Ping's mind. The host gifted Ling Qingju a grade 4 Yin Yang Yuan Qi pill, triggering a tenfold return, rewarding her with a grade 5 Yin Yang Dragon Profound pill. Grade 5 Elixir. Even with Zhou Ping's composure, he was pleasantly surprised at this moment. Although the two pills had similar effects, neither of them could improve strength in a short period of time, but rather had the effect of improving cultivation speed in the long term, it was very suitable for Zhou Ping because he had a lot of cultivation that he needed to absorb faster. Swish! A pill with even stronger fluctuations than the Yin Yang Yuan Qi pill rolled into Zhou Ping's hand. If one listened carefully, it seemed as if a dragon's roar could be heard. I think this Yin Yang Dragon Profound pill should be enough to help me break through to the Qi condensation realm. After adjusting his own condition, Zhou Ping put the pill into his mouth. As the pill slid into his stomach, Zhou Ping first felt a special spiritual liquid dissolve within his body, followed by 2 massive bursts of pure energy erupting within him. Buzz! Zhou Ping's body trembled slightly. These 2 enormous forces were exceptionally peculiar. One was as cool as water, and the other as fiery as fire. They roamed through Zhou Ping's limbs and bones, and drilled towards his dantian. The air around Zhou Ping was restless, and 2 streams of primordial energy, one black and one white, transformed into dragon shapes and converged in mid-air. Zhou Ping could clearly feel his own power increasing, and at the same time, the energy of the Yin Yang Dragon Profound pill was being continuously absorbed to strengthen his physical body and improve his realm. As he cultivated until midnight, his aura surpassed its original limits and became exceptionally powerful. Zhou Ping's robes billowed, and the air currents in the room swirled and roared in disarray. Immediately afterwards, 2 streams of Yin Yang dragon-shaped energy, one black and one white, gathered towards Zhou Ping's dantian, while the Yin Yang primordial energy in his limbs and bones also converged at his dantian. Subsequently, a Yin Yang Qi vortex gathered in Zhou Ping's dantian. This Yin Yang vortex was about the size of a child's fist, and it looked like 2 small dragons, one black and one white. It connected to the major meridians in Zhou Ping's body and carried power from all directions. With a thought, Zhou Ping activated the Yin Yang vortex, and he immediately felt a small vortex rotating in his dantian. A trace of the primordial energy in the air began to be drawn into Zhou Ping's body. A glint appeared in Zhou Ping's eyes. He had undoubtedly reached the Qi condensation realm. Unlike the initial stage of cultivation, the Qi condensation stage is where cultivators can be considered to have truly entered the inner sanctum. From this stage onward, cultivators can release their vital energy and kill from a distance. Clang! Suddenly, the azure cloud sword flashed into his hand. Zhou Ping's cold eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he swung his sword forward. A dark cyan sword aura slashed out from a distance, splitting a tea table placed in front of it in 2. Bang! The air currents rippled, the sword marks were sharp, and a look of joy appeared on Zhou Ping's face. Compared to the body tempering realm, the Qi condensation realm was much stronger. Cultivators in the body tempering realm can only cause substantial damage to their opponents by striking them with their fists and feet. However, those in the Qi condensation realm are different. Their released Qi can be transformed into various forms of power, such as blade light, sword energy, and fist waves. Zhou Yu, Lin Fian, your good days are numbered. Next, Zhou Ping tried to absorb and digest the cultivation power that had been returned earlier using the Yin Yang Qi vortex, and found that the speed was much faster than before. Once a cultivator reaches the Qi condensation realm, they can use the Qi vortex condensed within their body to increase the speed of absorbing Yuan Qi. The dragon-shaped Qi vortex formed by the Yin Yang Dragon Profound pill can further accelerate this speed. The Yin Yang Dragon Profound pill is indeed mysterious. The absorption speed has actually doubled. Zhou Ping immediately pushed open the door and went to a place with abundant primordial energy on Nirvana Peak to begin his cultivation. Chapter 39: Xuelingyun's Surprise. The Misty Sect. The green mountains stretch endlessly, disciples move among them, cranes fly in pairs, and auspicious clouds swirl around. Suspended in mid-air, Tian Xuanzi took in all these scenes, a gratified smile appearing on his lips. The sect was peaceful and harmonious, and the disciples were diligently cultivating. This was exactly what he, as the sect leader, wanted to see. In recent days, Tian Xuanzi has been in a good mood. He heard that the boy named Zhou Ping who joined Nirvana Peak actually broke the record for the fastest passage through the Illusion Demon Tower in the Inner Disciple Assessment. If nothing unexpected happens, he may become a rare genius disciple. Of course, what made Tian Xuanzi happiest was taking on such a precious disciple as Xuelingyun. Some time ago, she said she was preparing to go into seclusion to break through to the transcendent realm. If she succeeds, then after breaking the cultivation record of the Misty Sect's Qi condensation realm, his disciple will break the cultivation record of breaking through to the transcendent realm, which will be unprecedented. If that's really the case, then even if my disciple isn't the chosen one born in this golden age, he's probably not far off. Thinking of this, Tian Xuanzi could not suppress his inner anticipation and immediately stepped into the void, heading straight for Xuelingyun's secluded cultivation place. On a huge mountain in the central region, there is a small courtyard at the summit. Xuelingyun, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened her beautiful eyes, a glint of light flashed across them, and suddenly a powerful surge of energy shot straight into the sky. First level of the Transcendent Realm. Less than a month after entering the sect, Xuelingyun broke through two major realms in succession, leaping from a body-tempering realm cultivator to a transcendent realm cultivator. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably be overjoyed and boasting about it everywhere. However, Xuelingyun's expression was quite calm, and there was even a hint of dissatisfaction. Just emerged from the mortal realm. There's still a long way to go before fully recovering his strength. After letting out a soft sigh, Zhou Ping's face suddenly flashed before Xuelingyun's eyes. It was a face that was a little silly and a little naive, but also showed a firmness. It takes 100 years of cultivation to share a boat ride, and 1,000 years to share a pillow and sleep. The words Zhou Ping had spoken that day suddenly echoed in Xuelingyun's mind again, causing her to sigh softly. Facing it hand in hand? But you have no idea what you'll be facing in the future. As a former divine venerable of the Holy Fire Palace, Xuelingyun knew all too well what that level of power represented. It could be said that the Holy Fire Palace could shake the Tianyuan continent with just a stomp of its foot. Sects like the Misty Sect could be wiped out without any effort. Therefore, if Zhou Ping were to be drawn into this conflict, his fate would certainly not be good. Squeak! An elderly figure with an air of otherworldly wisdom slowly walked into the courtyard. Xuelingyun quickly stood up and said respectfully, "Greetings, Master." At the same time, Xuelingyun skillfully concealed her emotions. Although the two were destined to become master and disciple in this life, she did not want to reject this karma, but for Xuelingyun, before she possessed the ability to protect herself or regained her full strength, she absolutely could not expose herself, nor could she do anything too outrageous. It was best to live on in her current body for the time being. You must know that the one who plotted against her was the strongest person in the Tianyuan continent. When dealing with a powerhouse who is cultivated to that level, no amount of caution is too much. If Xuelingyun revealed even the slightest flaw, it would likely attract the other party's attention. Unless she could conceal the secrets of heaven and confuse the calculation results, once discovered, she would have no place to be buried. As soon as he entered, Tian Xuanzi sensed the brand new transcendent realm aura. Even with his powerful strength, he had never seen such terrifying cultivation talent in his life, and he was afraid that there were probably only a few like him in the entire Northern Territory. You really broke through? You leaped two major realms in less than a month. You truly deserve to be called a prodigy who can cause celestial phenomena. This is all thanks to Master's help, Xuelingyun said modestly. Help? Tian Xuanzi blushed. During this time, he really didn't feel that he had helped this disciple in any way. When teaching martial arts techniques, Xuelingyun could learn them very quickly and even apply them to other situations. Her cultivation was smooth and she didn't need to ask him, her master, for any questions. Having taught disciples for so many years, this was the first time Tian Xuanzi had encountered such a situation. It seemed that he didn't need to teach this newly accepted disciple anything, she had grasped everything on her own. In the end, he could only comfort himself, thinking that perhaps this was a genius born in the Golden Age, someone who would behave differently from others. Ahem. Let's put that aside for now. According to reports, a ferocious beast uprising recently occurred on the edge of the Great Wilderness, causing immense suffering to the people. The sect has already issued missions to its disciples to exterminate the beasts. Tian Xuanzi paused, then continued, the cause of this beast uprising may be the appearance of an ancient remnant species. Now that you have broken through to the first level of the transcendent realm, take the mission and go. Consider this a growth trial arranged for you by your master. The Tianyuan continent is home to countless races, and the area occupied by the Misty sect in the Northern Territory is merely the tip of the iceberg. Deep within that vast and boundless wilderness lie many bloodlines and descendants left behind by great ferocious beasts from the ancient times. These ancient descendants are extremely powerful, and with the strength of their bloodlines, human cultivators of the same realm have no advantage against them. The edge of the Great Wilderness? Upon hearing the mission location, Xuelingyun was stunned for a moment, and the memories of the original owner of this body immediately flooded her mind. If she remembered correctly, that area belonged to the Xue family's sphere of influence, and it was within that family that the original owner had her supreme bone taken away, and after enduring inhuman torture by the entire family, her tragic life came to an end. Xuelingyun couldn't help but frown. If she encountered the Xue family there, she would likely be mistaken for the original owner of the body who had returned alive, and trouble would inevitably follow. Seeing that his disciple seemed a little off, Tian Xuanzi quickly asked, "What's wrong? You don't want to go?" "No, this disciple is willing to go. Xuelingyun shook her head and said, since she had taken over this body, she should bear the karma of the original owner. Although she didn't have much hatred for the Xue family, she wouldn't mind killing a few more scumbags if she encountered them. Moreover, the Xue family was nothing more than a slightly larger stepping stone in the eyes of the former Holy Fire Palace god. The day the Xue family is destroyed will be the day when our karma is settled. This is my promise to you. Xuelingyun silently murmured to herself. Perhaps it was because of this sentence that the original owner recognized her in the unseen world. Xuelingyun felt that her control over her current physical body had finally reached a perfect level. Seeing that Xuelingyun did not object, Tian Xuanzi immediately made the decision. That's good. 3 days later, the sect will select a few more disciples from other branches. You will all go to the edge of the great wilderness together to explore and gain experience. Taking advantage of this trip down the mountain, he must give his disciple a good workout. After all, Tian Xuanzi doesn't know what to teach her during this time, so it would be better to let Xuelingyun go out and explore. When she faces the complex and chaotic world of cultivation, the young disciple will definitely have some questions, and then he, as her master, will be needed to answer them. In addition, your husband will also be participating in this mission. He has been performing quite well lately, and I would like to take this opportunity to see if he is a promising talent. Zhou Ping? Xuelingyun was taken aback and asked, could it be that he really passed the test? Zhou Ping not only passed the test, but he also defeated Lin Juejian and won first place without any controversy. Moreover, he broke the record of the Illusion Demon Tower. This has surprised countless people. Tian Xuanzi said with a smile. Xuelingyun was slightly surprised, her mouth slightly agape. When she heard Zhou Ping say those things earlier, she thought he was just ignorant and arrogant. But she never expected that Zhou Ping would actually do it, and do it so well. Her cheap husband didn't seem to be as bad as she had imagined. However, as the saying goes, seeing is believing. When they go on a mission together, she wants to see for herself whether Zhou Ping really has the ability. At this moment, Tian Xuanzi suddenly took out a jade talisman and handed it to Xuelingyun. The area near the great wilderness is fraught with danger. This is a life-saving item I have prepared for you. As long as you crush the jade talisman, you will be enveloped by a protective shield. It can withstand one attack from a Domain C realm expert. However, after that, you must find a way to escape as soon as possible. So it is best not to provoke dangers beyond your capabilities. Remember to be careful. Xuelingyun was slightly moved. Although Tian Xuanzi's words were a bit long-winded, she could hear the deep concern in them. Thank you, Master. I will remember this in my heart. Tian Xuanzi nodded and said, you've just broken through to the transcendent realm, so hurry up and consolidate your cultivation. Then, Tian Xuanzi transformed into a streak of light and flew away from the courtyard. Chapter 40 Claiming Rewards. The next morning. The misty sect at dawn is like a fairyland. Zhou Ping opened his eyes atop an ancient peak brimming with vitality. Call. Zhou Ping opened his mouth slightly and exhaled a breath of white, turbid air. The primordial energy naturally generated between heaven and earth can purify impurities and expel impurities from the body. Many reclusive masters can replace eating and drinking simply by absorbing the primordial energy of heaven and earth. So after cultivating all night, Zhou Ping not only did not feel tired, but his energy was even more vigorous than before, which is one of the benefits of the Qi condensation realm. It seems there's a faint dragon's might within that vortex. I wonder if, in the future, if I obtain something related to dragons, the two will have a strange reaction when they meet. Zhou Ping stood up, and the light from the eastern sky shone down, making him appear as if he were standing in holy light. It's time to claim my reward. About half an hour later, Zhou Ping arrived at the martial arts hall of the Misty Sect. Since he had been here once before, he was not unfamiliar with the place. He quickly arrived at the purple light level transmission platform, which was only allowed to be entered by second-grade inner disciples. You're here, a lazy voice rang out. Zhou Ping looked in the direction of the voice and asked in surprise, Elder Hua, shouldn't you be on the blue light level transmission platform? You brat, I have a place on both the purple light and orange light level transfer platforms, is that not allowed? Elder Hua glared at Zhou Ping and said. With a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, Zhou Ping silently thought to himself, you're really something, aren't you? Alright, kid, stop wasting time and hurry up and pick out a spirit-grade martial arts technique to practice. As Elder Hua spoke, he took out dozens of scrolls and tossed them to Zhou Ping, who caught them and opened and read them one by one. The explosive fist, ranked 53rd among spiritual grade martial arts, concentrates the power of the whole body into a single point, and its power is enough to split mountains and shatter rocks. The Heavenly Abyss sword technique ranks 25th among spiritual grade martial arts. It uses sword energy to create an endless storm that instantly engulfs the enemy. The Nining Manual ranks 7th among spiritual grade martial arts. It commands the most energy in the world to kill enemies invisibly. The Abyss Demon Eye, ranked number 1 among spirit grade martial arts, forbids one from looking directly into the abyss. Whoever does so will die. Zhou Ping was engrossed in reading through the texts. Although these martial arts techniques were not as powerful as his Nirvana sword technique, his current cultivation level was not high enough to fully unleash the power of the Nirvana sword technique. Therefore, the spirit grade martial arts techniques were just right for Zhou Ping. So, which book do you want to learn? Elder Hua asked. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Ping said in a deep voice, "This disciple chooses the Abyss Demon Eye." Elder Hua was visibly taken aback for a moment, then said, "Have you thought this through? Don't just choose it because it's ranked number 1. Let me remind you, many people in the Misty sect have injured their eyes while practicing this martial art, and so far, no one has successfully mastered it." Zhou Ping was slightly shocked. He hadn't expected that the Abyss Demon Eye would be so difficult to cultivate. However, he understood one thing: there is no free lunch in this world. If you want to become strong, you have to pay the price. Why would he be afraid of this difficulty? "I've made up my mind, I'll choose this one." Elder Hua sensed the determination in Zhou Ping's tone and said, "All right then, I'll send you to practice the illusion realm right away." The next moment, a black light appeared out of thin air and shot directly into Zhou Ping's brow. Zhou Ping then stood frozen in place like a statue. "Whether you succeed or not depends on your fate." Elder Hua sighed and murmured after noticing that Zhou Ping had begun to accept the inheritance. After the black light entered his brow, Zhou Ping began to feel dizzy, and the environment around him changed. When he finally calmed down, he found himself on a pitch-black earth. The land was vast, with no obstructions in sight, stretching all the way to the horizon, as if heaven and earth were joined together. Even more bizarrely, there was no sun in the sky, only an eerie red light radiating light and heat, and an ancient, savage aura flowed between heaven and earth, as if time itself had lost its meaning here. Standing on the vast land, Zhou Ping couldn't help but feel his own insignificance. Faced with this huge world, a sense of powerlessness welled up deep within him, and for a moment he was unable to move. However, Zhou Ping quickly recovered, his eyes gradually regained their sharpness, and his body stood tall and straight. He understood that this was the training illusion of Abyss Demon Eye, but unlike last time, there seemed to be no trainees here. Just then, the earth suddenly trembled violently, and countless visible pulse waves spread rapidly across the land. Seeing this, Zhou Ping remained calm and looked directly at the source of the earthquake in the distance. There, a huge crack suddenly appeared in the ground, and it was expanding at an alarming speed, eventually reaching thousands of feet in length, like a bottomless abyss. "Herod!" As the crack stopped expanding, a huge, strange cry appeared between heaven and earth, as if telling of the world's terror. Zhou Ping's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the bottomless abyss. Without a doubt, this was the source of the sound. Upon closer inspection, he could see an enormous figure stirring about. The next instant, Zhou Ping's pupils suddenly contracted. Boom! Suddenly, a towering wave of earth surged up from the crack, and a colossal figure slowly took flight, as if it were the ruler of heaven and earth, blotting out the sky and stretching to the horizon. Zhou Ping was deeply shaken as he gazed at the colossal beast soaring out of the abyss. This behemoth was entirely black, and its appearance was very similar to that of an ancient koan. Its body was more than 1,000 feet long. At the head of that behemoth, the most striking feature was not the bottomless abyss like maw, but rather a unique, closed giant eye on its forehead. But for some reason, when Zhou Ping saw that eye, all the hairs on his body stood on end. "What a terrifying behemoth!" Zhou Ping murmured softly, unable to resist looking up at the behemoth in the sky. "What world did this monster come from? It seems there is no such existence on the Tianyuan continent." Not long after, it seemed that Zhou Ping's staring gaze made the unknown behemoth in the sky a little impatient. Then, the former noticed with his pupils shrinking that the unknown behemoth's single closed eye was slowly opening. A terrifying aura swept out like a storm. As the unknown behemoth slowly opened its single eye, Zhou Ping immediately felt the energy in the world become violent. Within that unique, gigantic eye lies endless darkness, as if not even light can penetrate it. Finally, the giant eye opened completely, and at that very moment, a red light, hundreds of feet in size, suddenly burst forth from the giant eye. Wherever it went, it shattered everything in its path. The vast land has turned to nothingness. Before Zhou Ping could even be surprised, he saw a huge red light flying towards him at an almost terrifying speed. Chapter 41. Elder Hua was shocked again. The red light was extremely fast, covering thousands of miles in a flash in the air. It got closer and closer to Zhou Ping, but its size kept getting smaller and smaller. By the time it reached Zhou Ping, it was only the size of a mung bean. Faced with the terrifying red light, Zhou Ping not only did not back down, but also took a step forward, because he knew that the most crucial moment of the inheritance test was about to arrive. Let me see what's so special about this abyss demon eye. Zhou Ping's expression was exceptionally resolute. After all, no matter how difficult this technique is, it can't be more difficult than increasing Xue Lingyun's favorability towards him, right? The crimson light mercilessly swept into Zhou Ping's brow, followed by a sharp pain that engulfed his eyes. Darkness filled his eye sockets, gradually swallowing the light. Before we knew it, a day had passed outside, and it was already the morning of the second day. Elder Hua was pacing back and forth behind Zhou Ping, who stood like a statue, occasionally reaching out as if to interrupt him, but then putting his hand down. Suddenly, Zhou Ping's body trembled slightly, and a strange giant eye appeared in midair, emitting an eerie light that gradually enveloped Zhou Ping. He has already come into contact with that terrifying creature. Elder Hua couldn't help but feel excited, but also a little worried. With the appearance of the eerie giant eye, Zhou Ping was very close to success, but the most dangerous moment was precisely at this point. Go! A thread of spiritual energy shot from Elder Hua's fingertip toward Zhou Ping's brow, carefully examining the changes that were taking place there. Actually, the Abyss Demon Eye technique was not among the selection criteria for spirit-grade martial arts. The reason Zhou Ping was able to see it was mainly because Elder Hua wanted to make up for the regret of that year. His martial arts talent far surpasses mine. Perhaps he really can succeed in mastering it. A moment later, a strange red light slowly emerged above Zhou Ping's brow, twisting and dancing continuously. At this moment, blood also flowed from the corner of Zhou Ping's eye, clearly indicating that his eye had begun to be damaged. Elder Hua reacted immediately upon smelling the blood and was about to make a move. He put two fingers together and pointed them at the red light on Zhou Ping's forehead. However, to his surprise, Zhou Ping's vital energy suddenly erupted, seemingly signaling him not to interfere. This kid is really persistent. Elder Hua murmured, unsure whether this persistence was a good thing or a bad thing. Back when he was practicing cultivation, he didn't stop in time, which caused him to go blind for several years. It wasn't until much difficulty that he regained his sight. Just then, a sudden change occurred. The eerie giant eye above Zhou Ping's head suddenly shone brightly, shooting out a dazzling red ray that shot straight into the depths of Zhou Ping's brow, nourishing the previous red light. The light connected Zhou Ping's brow to his demonic eye. As the light from the eerie giant eye grew brighter, the flesh between Zhou Ping's brows began to writhe. The red light became more and more conspicuous, and faintly, it showed signs of cracking. An unsettling and eerie power emanated from it. Then, a strange eye pattern faintly appeared on Zhou Ping's forehead. Is he about to apply eye-protecting magic? Elder Hua straightened up considerably and became more focused. As expected, a crack soon appeared in the skin between Zhou Ping's eyebrows, and the original red light gradually twisted and grew, eventually forming a black and red vertical eye. Its black and red eyes are full of vitality and spirituality, as if they were naturally present, radiating amazing power. It's a success. It actually worked. Elder Hua could hardly believe it. He had suffered so much back then, yet still failed to cultivate successfully. It should be noted that in the history of the Misty Sect, only a handful of people have successfully cultivated this martial art, and none of them have even reached the pinnacle of it. Zhou Ping shuddered, his eyes regained their clarity, and a look of joy appeared on his face. I've mastered such a difficult martial art, I'm sure I'll impress my wife. Slowly standing up, Zhou Ping respectfully bowed to Elder Hua and said, Thank you for protecting me, senior. It's all right. It's all right. Elder Hua slowly stood up, stretched, and said casually, All right, now that you've already cultivated the Abyss Demon Eye, go back and comprehend it on your own. This old man has never cultivated this martial art, so I can't teach you. Zhou Ping was speechless. If you don't know, then don't. How can you say it so confidently? Wait, don't rush off, Elder. I still have a martial arts technique to choose from. Seeing Elder Hua stretch and prepare to leave, Zhou Ping quickly grabbed him. I almost forgot you also took the second place prize. Tell me, what kind of course do you want to choose next? Elder Hua had no choice but to stop and ask. This disciple would like to choose a suitable movement technique, but I don't know how. Please give me some pointers, senior. Zhou Ping smiled slyly. Elder Hua clearly knew a lot of secrets about the martial arts of the Misty sect, and the martial arts he chose was probably not as good as Elder Hua's choice. Elder Hua couldn't help but roll his eyes. He hadn't realized this kid was so cunning. He pondered for a moment, then picked out one from the pile of scrolls and handed it to Zhou Ping, saying, "This wind wing escape technique is quite good. It's a top-tier spiritual grade movement technique, enough for you to use for a while." So-called movement techniques are martial arts that can help practitioners increase their speed or make them more agile in a small area. Therefore, a good movement technique can help practitioners strengthen their close combat skills and improve their ability to escape and survive. More importantly, only by being fast enough can you protect the people who are important to you. Otherwise, no matter how strong you are, you will always fall short. Almost as always the three most regrettable words. Zhou Ping took the scroll and read that the founder of this wind wing escape technique had suddenly been inspired after accidentally witnessing the majestic appearance of the ancient divine beast, the rock, soaring through the sky, and created this movement technique within 3 days. Therefore, the most crucial point in practicing this movement technique is how to better imitate the rock. After glancing at the scroll twice, Zhou Ping quickly grasped the key points. "Hurry up, I need to get back to sleep. I've been wasting time here these past 2 days," Elder Hua urged, looking quite disgruntled. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Ping snapped out of his study mode and handed the scroll back. "I have learned it, thank you, senior." After saying that, Zhou Ping quickly left the martial arts hall. Watching Zhou Ping's departing figure, Elder Hua stood there stunned, muttering, "He's already learned it?" Although it can't compare to the Abyss Demon Eye, the Wind Wing Escape technique is a spirit-grade martial art, and its cultivation difficulty is not low either. This kid's talent in martial arts is simply monstrous. Chapter 42 Sect Mission. Nirvana Peak. Giving Zhou Ping a sect mission? Isn't that a bit too fast? At the entrance of the main hall, Ling Qingzhu stared in astonishment at Lu Qing. Mo Qiufeng held a letter in his hand. In addition to a few paragraphs of text, the letter also had the seal of the sect leader, Tian Xuanzi. This is undoubtedly the sect leader's order, and no one would dare to forge the seal. Mo Qiufeng said, glancing at Ling Qingzhu, "Where is Zhou Ping?" "He just returned from receiving his reward at the martial arts hall and is currently cultivating," Ling Qingzhu replied. "Since that's the case, I won't bother you any longer. Find some time to tell him this news." Mo Qiufeng said listlessly, then turned and left Nirvana Peak. He didn't understand why the sect leader had taken a liking to Zhou Ping, this good for nothing, from the very beginning. After seeing off Elder Mo Qiufeng, Ling Qingzhu looked down at the letter in her hand, lost in thought. Inside the room, Zhou Ping sat cross-legged on the bed, with faint light flowing through his meridians, and a large amount of crystal dust scattered around him. Snap! After crushing the last Azure Cloud Spirit Crystal, a stream of incredibly pure energy rapidly entered Zhou Ping's meridians, converging towards the immortal Emperor Bone. The pure energy was quickly refined, and the mysterious patterns on the immortal Emperor Bone became increasingly clear and bright. As this spirit crystal turned to dust, Zhou Ping finally absorbed all 100 Azure Cloud Spirit Crystals he had collected during the assessment. Buzz! A high-pitched tremor resounded from Zhou Ping's body, and light radiated outwards. Air currents from all directions converged, and the immortal Emperor Bone burst forth with dazzling brilliance, releasing a wondrous energy. Immediately afterwards, a faint white light film appeared on Zhou Ping's body. The film was covered with visible mottled patterns, and ring-shaped ripples spread out from his body like waves on the surface of water. At this moment, Zhou Ping felt his strength had increased unprecedentedly, as if he could easily lift tens of thousands of kilograms of weight, while the faint white light membrane revealed a sense of resilience, as if it had an indestructible quality. Clang! Zhou Ping took out the rattan sword he had won from Lin Juejian, intending to test the defensive strength of the light membrane. The sword blade slashed forcefully across Zhou Ping's palm, but he was neither injured nor felt any pain, only a faint white mark remained on his palm. "That's amazing?" Zhou Ping was overjoyed. He then tried the Qingyun sword again, and this time he felt a noticeable pain. It seems that the limit this light membrane can withstand is probably at the level of a top-grade magic weapon. However, Zhou Ping was already quite satisfied with this. It was quite frightening to hear that a Qi condensation realm cultivator could withstand a high-grade yellow-rank treasure with just his physical body. Moreover, the light membrane that had been initially formed did not look particularly solid, and some places even showed a transparent color. Therefore, Zhou Ping guessed that if the immortal Emperor Bone had another chance to grow, perhaps this light membrane could be further strengthened. At that time, it would probably be no problem to resist top-grade treasures. Just as Zhou Ping was experiencing the changes brought about by the immortal Emperor Bone after his growth, two powerful primordial energies suddenly surged into his body, crashing down like giant waves. Detection indicates Shui Lingyun has broken through to the first level of the transcendent realm. Host will be rewarded with 10 times the amount of vital energy. Ling Qingzhu has broken through to the second level of the transcendent realm. Host will be rewarded with 10 times the amount of vital energy. Zhou Ping almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The amount of vital energy returned by these two people breaking through at the same time was astonishing. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been burst by now. Fortunately, he had just absorbed the Azure Cloud Spirit Crystal, which strengthened his immortal Emperor Bone and doubled the size of his meridians, so he was safe and sound. My wife has already broken through to the transcendent realm? This cultivation speed is faster than a rocket. Zhou Ping couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It was within his expectations that Ling Qingzhu was able to break through to the second level of the transcendent realm with the help of the Yin Yang Yuan Qi pill, but Shui Lingyun has not even been cultivating for a month at most, which is really a bit frightening. However, the faster they improve, the better it is for Zhou Ping. With this returned energy, he will not only have a cultivation level far exceeding that of other cultivators at the same level, but his realm will also steadily improve. Moreover, Zhou Ping does not need to rely on spirit stones for cultivation, since there is no energy in the world more suitable for him to absorb than this. At this moment, Zhou Ping faced the two massive orbs of primordial energy suspended above his dantian, his heart filled with a blissful vexation. In the past, it would have taken him at least a month to complete this. Fortunately, with the help of the yin-yang dragon-shaped Qi cyclone, the speed at which he absorbed this Yuan Qi increased significantly. As a result, Zhou Ping, who had just broken through to the Qi condensation realm, experienced a surge in strength that night. The Heaven-Burning Heart Sutra, refine it. The Nirvana Sutra, absorb it. With both saint-level cultivation techniques operating simultaneously, Zhou Ping used both hands to devour the returned vital energy as if swallowing a whale. Qi Condensation Realm, Level 2. Qi Condensation Realm, Level 3. Qi Condensation Realm, Level 6. Before dawn, after a night of exhilarating cultivation, Zhou Ping's cultivation level suddenly rose by 5 minor realms. If he hadn't been wary of the consequences of such a rapid increase in cultivation level leading to instability and a decline in combat power, he could have climbed even higher. Call. After exhaling a breath of stale air, Zhou Ping stopped cultivating and prepared to begin practicing martial arts. The Abyss Demon Eye and Wind Wing Escape technique that he obtained from Elder Hua were both excellent martial arts techniques, especially the former, which was by no means just an ordinary spirit-grade martial art. The Abyss Demon Eye is a powerful offensive technique. Zhou Ping's practice of it is quite simple. He repeatedly uses this martial art and then adjusts the trajectory of his attacks. The Wind Wing Escape technique is a movement-based martial art. When practitioners engage in close combat, they don't just blindly exchange sword strikes and slashes. Instead, they constantly change positions and fight like phantoms. At this time, a good movement-based martial art becomes especially important. Life is precious. In the cultivation world, the means of preserving one's life are of paramount importance at all times. While a powerful enemy is certainly frightening, an enemy that cannot be killed is the most troublesome. Therefore, if Zhou Ping could master the Wind Wing Escape technique, it would greatly enhance his combat power and survival ability. The Wind Wing Escape technique is divided into 3 realms: basic, subtle, and unity of heaven and man. In fact, regardless of the type of movement technique, sword technique, knife technique, spear technique, etc., they can all be divided into these 3 realms. For example, the second realm of sword technique, entering the subtle, can also be called man and sword as one. Just as Zhou Ping had just reached the basic level of his movement technique, a knock came at the door. Junior brother, the sect has sent someone to inform Nirvana Peak that there is a mission for you. Zhou Ping quickly stopped his cultivation, opened the door, and looked into Ling Qingzhu's beautiful eyes, asking with some surprise, "Sect mission?" "I was promoted to a second-grade disciple just 2 days ago, and I've only been in the Misty sect for less than a month. Am I going to have to participate in sect missions so soon?" Ling Qingzhu smiled and said, "Junior brother, it's a good thing that a mission has been assigned." "Oh?" Zhou Ping asked, puzzled. The other party explained, "You've just been promoted to a second-grade disciple, and the sect has already assigned you a task. This means the sect's higher-ups have taken notice of you. They'll use task assignments to evaluate your other abilities. If you can complete all the tasks assigned by the sect's attention will increase, which will greatly help you advance to a first-grade disciple. In my opinion, the sect wouldn't assign you a task for no reason. It's probably because you shone brightly in the inner sect assessment this time, which attracted the attention of the higher-ups, so they want to train you. Ling Qingzhu's words dispelled Zhou Ping's confusion. He also knew that in the Misty sect, to be promoted to a first-grade disciple or a true disciple, one needed to accumulate enough sect contributions and gain the recognition of the sect's higher-ups. Zhou Ping then asked, "There should be rewards for completing the tasks assigned by the sect, right?" "Yes." Ling Qingzhu nodded. "The higher the difficulty level of the task, the greater the reward." Upon hearing this, Zhou Ping immediately made a decision. "In that case, I will go and give it a try." Chapter 43, Heading to the Ancient Town in the Wasteland. The next morning, Zhou Ping arrived at the Merit Pavilion as promised. This was the mission hall of the Misty Sect, where disciples could receive and complete missions to earn contribution points and improve their status within the sect. Missions usually included finding spiritual herbs, exorcising demons, protecting caravans, and so on. For example, this time, Zhou Ping and his group were tasked with eliminating ferocious beasts. The Merit Pavilion is located in the heart of the Misty Sect. Its architectural style is extremely magnificent and spectacular, and it is decorated with a large number of exquisite decorations. No matter which angle you look at it from, it is breathtaking. The pavilion was bustling with people. Many disciples would come to take on missions in order to accumulate contribution points to exchange for cultivation resources, so it could be said to be the most lively place in the Misty Sect. Zhou Ping walked through the gate and quickly arrived at a room on the second floor. After pushing open the door, he saw 4 people who were already waiting there. The 4 people were divided into 3 men and 1 woman. At this moment, the 3 male disciples were surrounding the woman in the middle, vying to fawn over her with enthusiasm that bordered on flattery. "Junior Sister Shui, I'll take care of your safety during this mission. Go away and play somewhere else. I'm good at this job of protecting flowers, let me do it. You two have had enough. In terms of strength, I am the best candidate to be my junior sister's personal bodyguard." The 3 argued heatedly, their faces flushed, while the woman simply sat in her seat, calmly sipping her tea, as if none of this concerned her. Upon hearing the door open, the 3 arguing individuals finally stopped and turned their gazes toward Zhou Ping at the door. Their expressions became noticeably colder, and one of them even looked at Zhou Ping with a hint of hostility. Zhou Ping, though aware of this, did not show much change in expression, as his attention was entirely focused on the only woman. She had a beautiful face, wore a white cheongsam with auspicious cloud patterns, and her long legs, which were partially visible, were like a beautiful sight. "My lady, so you're going to participate in this mission too? That's wonderful." Zhou Ping was quite surprised. He had been worried that he hadn't given Shui Lingyun anything lately, and her negative 90% favorability rating had been a real concern for him. This opportunity came at just the right time. He had to admit, the sect's higher-ups were really good at making arrangements. "Zhou Ping, did you really pass the test?" Shui Lingyun asked. Zhou Ping smiled smugly. "Not bad, I did all right, right? It's just an assessment, don't be arrogant or complacent." Shui Lingyun shook her head slightly. "Hee, my wife is right to teach me a lesson." Meanwhile, seeing Shui Lingyun, who had always ignored them, now talking to Zhou Ping, the 3 of them immediately felt displeased. "Oh, who do we have here?" One of the male disciples chuckled, teasingly saying, "So it's that new junior brother who doesn't even put senior brother Zhouyu in his eyes, my apologies. Junior Sister Shui, our mission this time is full of danger, so some people should try to stay away from him, otherwise when he dies, you might get splattered with blood," the young man with hostile eyes said in a deep voice. He was tall and slender with a good temperament and his clothes revealed a bit of nobility, but his attitude was not friendly. "Senior brother Shiryu, don't say that. Don't scare this new junior brother to tears, huh?" The remaining person laughed loudly. Zhou Ping looked at the 3 sarcastic men standing to the side. They were quite strong. 2 of them had reached the 9th level of the Qi condensation realm, and the strongest one, Shiryu, had already reached the 2nd level of the transcendent realm. Zhou Ping, a newcomer who had just entered the 6th level of the Qi condensation realm, was clearly not on the same level as them. Just then, the sound of footsteps approached. Immediately afterwards, 2 powerful figures entered the room. They were none other than Lu Wuji and Bai Ruyan, who had been in charge of the inner disciples assessment a couple of days ago. "Greetings, elders." Zhou Ping and the others bowed in greeting. No need for formalities, Bai Ruyan waved her hand, her voice gentle. Lu Wuji then got straight to the point, "I won't beat around the bush with you. The location of this mission is an ancient town in the wilderness on the edge of the Great Wilderness. Because the journey is too far and the ancient species is extraordinary, this matter involves many things, so the two of us will be responsible for escorting you there. As for clearing out the ferocious beasts, we will not get involved. You will have to rely on yourselves. After hearing Lu Wuji's words, Shiryu and the others also became serious. Those familiar with the terrain of the Northern Territory know that the Great Wilderness is a dangerous place. Even if the mission location is only near the edge, they still have to be careful. Let's not delay, let's set off as soon as possible. Lu Wuji urged, and turned his gaze to Shiryu on Guishu Peak. Shiryu will be in charge of this mission, and you should cooperate as much as possible. Bai Ruyan nodded, indicating that she had no objection. Shiryu's cultivation level was the highest among these people, and he had performed exceptionally well in the previous missions. Therefore, Lu Wuji's actions were reasonable. This disciple will certainly not disappoint the sect, Shiryu said solemnly, clasping his hands in a fist salute. Lu Wuji nodded in satisfaction, then said, "In that case, let's set off." "Yes." The crowd responded in unison. A moment later. Bah! A raptor with a wingspan of over 30 meters, azure feathers, and a blue whirlwind surrounding its body slashed through the sky above the misty sect and then plunged directly into the clouds. The azure falcon is relatively gentle in nature and not very strong in combat, but its movement speed ranks among the top 3 of all third-tier demonic beasts. Therefore, many sects like to raise a large number of azure falcons and train them to be used as mounts for their members to travel. On the back of the blue falcon. During the flight, Bai Ruyan pointed out some precautions for the mission. Although their main task was to eliminate the ferocious beasts, they also had to be wary of ambushes from rival sects. In short, all the major sects have sent disciples to this operation to exterminate the ferocious beasts, so it is more like a large-scale clash between sections. And I must remind you that the people from the Rift Sky Sword sect will also be involved, so you must be careful. The Sky-Splitting Sword sect? Zhou Ping's eyes flickered slightly. 3 years ago, this was the sect that had engaged in a sect war with the Misty sect, resulting in the complete annihilation of Nirvana Peak. Xue Lingyun frowned. In the original owner's memories, many of the younger generation of the Xue family had joined the Rifting Heaven Sword sect. At that time, there would probably be at least 1 or 2 disciples from the Xue family coming from the Rifting Heaven Sword sect, and they might have even punched and kicked the original owner. The law of cause and effect is wondrous and inexplicable. Some things are destined to happen. Upon hearing this, Shiryu, who was sitting in front, let out a cold laugh. He sarcastically said, "Since the people from the Sky-Splitting Sword sect are going, I really can't understand why the sect would send someone from Nirvana Peak to participate in the mission. Wouldn't that just make us a laughing stock?" The other 2 men immediately chimed in, "That's right, that's right. The people from the Rift Sky Sword sect are quite strong. It's so inconvenient to have such a burden on them." Faced with the 3 men's sarcasm, Zhou Ping said calmly, "Actually, I don't quite understand either. This mission was clearly enough for my wife and me. There was no need for the sect to send 3 talkative crows along." Upon hearing this, Shiryu and the others were immediately enraged. If it weren't for the presence of elders Lu Wuji and Bai Ruyan, they would probably have already started fighting. Ignoring the 3 hostile individuals, Zhou Ping walked to Xue Lingyun's side, sat down cross-legged, and began cultivating with her. Chapter 44: Arrival at the Imperial Border City. It was nearing dusk. The blue falcon let out a loud cry, its long whistle stirring up the wind and clouds, its aura sweeping across mountains and rivers. Lu Wuji controlled the azure falcon to descend slowly. The disciples who were meditating and cultivating behind him all stood up, and Zhou Ping and Xue Lingyun opened their eyes at the same time. Looking down from above, the clouds and mist slowly parted, revealing a vast ancient city. From afar, the city was nestled between mountains and rivers, with buildings arranged in an orderly fashion, exuding prosperity. This city is called Yubian City. It is the closest human city to the edge of the Great Wilderness. It is home to tens of millions of people. Moreover, according to records, Yubian City has withstood at least nearly 100 waves of monsters. It is as solid as a rock, Bai Ruyan introduced to everyone. Zhou Ping was somewhat surprised. This border city was called a city, but it felt almost no different from a small country. As they were about to land, Lu Wuji said, "It's getting late now. There's something you should all know: ferocious beasts become exceptionally violent at night, and their combat power increases as a result, drastically increasing their danger. So it's best if you rest in the city for the night and head to the wasteland ancient town early tomorrow morning." Everyone nodded in agreement, without any objection. Although they were all very confident in their own strength, none of them were fools, and there was no need to choose to kill the ferocious beast at night. You can use this opportunity to prepare more for tomorrow's mission. It would be best to buy some self-defense items. Elder Lu and I won't be going to the wasteland ancient town with you, so try your best to protect your lives, Bai Ruyan reminded her. Landing is imminent, hold on tight. Bah! With its wings spread high, the Blue Falcon swooped down and amidst the howling wind, landed smoothly on an outer city platform. As soon as they landed, the guards on the city wall surrounded them. However, upon seeing the auspicious cloud emblem on Zhou Ping and the others' robes, their attitude instantly changed from hostile to friendly. Hee hee, so you're a friend from the Misty Sect. Welcome, welcome. It seems they had already given us advance notice? Lu Wuji smiled, not surprised at all. Reporting to senior, fellow Taoists Yunfeng and Wenxue arrived early this morning and have been waiting at the city gate for quite some time now, the guard replied. Subsequently, guided by the guards, the group from the Misty Sect entered the imperial border city without hindrance and soon saw a man and a woman standing behind the gate. Upon seeing the sect's delegation finally arrive, Yunfeng and his companion hurriedly went to greet them and respectfully bowed to the two elders. Alright, take us to Piaoyun Pavilion to rest. The Misty Sect is one of the holy lands of cultivation in the Northern Territory. It is no exaggeration to say that its influence is spread throughout the entire Northern Territory. In this imperial border city, it naturally has its own stronghold, which is the Misty Cloud Pavilion that Lu Wuji mentioned. Yes. Yunfeng extended his left hand, signaling everyone to follow. Pedestrians came and went on the streets, and caravans came and went in an endless stream. Located in a prime location in Yubian City, Piaoyun Pavilion is an 8-story building with comfortable rooms on each floor. After arriving at the place, Lu Wuji and Bai Ruyan left a message saying see you tomorrow morning and then disappeared without a trace from everyone's sight. Seeing this, no one asked too much about it. After all, the elders had their own things to do, and without Lu Wuji and Bai Ruyan, the disciples were happy to relax. The lobby on the first floor of Piaoyun Pavilion. Junior brother Yunfeng, junior sister Wenxue, so you're here. No wonder I haven't seen you in the sect for a while. I thought you were in seclusion. Sure, you said with a smile. These two were both third-rank inner disciples of the Misty Sect and were old acquaintances of his. Junior sister Wenxue and I have been here for 3 months now, and it was we who relayed the news about the ancient remnant species back to the sect. I didn't expect that senior brother Shiyu would be leading the team this time. What a coincidence, Yunfeng said with a smile. The people the sect sent this time are all at least second-grade disciples, not to mention senior brother Shiyu. With you here, this mission will be much easier, Wenxue flattered, as the two of them were still quite a distance from being promoted to second-grade disciples. Then, Yunfeng greeted the others, but when his gaze fell on Xuelingyun, he was instantly stunned by her unparalleled temperament and beauty. He was stunned for a long time before asking, this junior sister looks unfamiliar. May I ask which lineage you belong to? Junior sister Shui is not from the Nine Veins, she is a disciple recently accepted by the sect leader, Shiryu explained. The sect leader's newly accepted disciple? Yunfeng and Wenxue exchanged a glance, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. Could a newcomer really be assigned to such a dangerous mission? Don't underestimate junior sister Shui. She has repeatedly broken our Misty Sect's cultivation records. Her strength is not much weaker than mine, Shiryu said. The two were immediately taken aback. Anyone who could break a cultivation record was definitely not an ordinary person, and their attitude immediately became much friendlier. At this moment, when Shui noticed Zhou Ping behind Xuelingyun, I don't think I've ever seen this junior brother before. Could he be another new disciple accepted by the sect leader? He is indeed a newcomer to the sect, but he's actually from Nirvana Peak. Upon hearing the words Nirvana Peak, the two men's expressions turned cold. What are you newcomers from Nirvana Peak doing here? When Shui's tone immediately changed, and she didn't give Zhou Ping any face at all. Shiryu smiled, with an expression of watching a show. Before Zhou Ping could answer, Yunfeng immediately stopped Wenxue. We're all from the same sect, don't be so blunt. I'm just that straightforward. I don't even want to hear the words Nirvana Peak. I'd better go back now to avoid ruining my mood. When Shui glanced at Zhou Ping with disdain, then turned away, her expression icy. Yunfeng quickly explained to Zhou Ping, junior brother, please don't take junior sister Wenshue's words to heart. However, Zhou Ping remained calm throughout, without even a hint of anger. It wasn't that he had no temper, but rather that he was too lazy to argue with people. He was here to complete a task and get rewards, and apart from Xuelingyun, he didn't care about anyone else present. So, for the next period of time, Shiryu and the others chatted enthusiastically. Although Shui Lingyun didn't talk much, everyone else would take the initiative to chat with her. Only Zhou Ping sat next to Shui Lingyun, but was ignored by everyone, as if he were just a wisp of air. While discussing the rampant ferocious beasts in the ancient town of the wasteland, when Shui suddenly said, "Since you are going to exterminate the ferocious beasts tomorrow, especially since this matter involves ancient remnants, the more defensive items you have, the better. I know a place that is very suitable for everyone." Upon hearing this, Yunfeng smiled and said, "Indeed, there is a treasure hunting area in the city where you can buy well-made items at reasonable prices. Let's go and take a look before we set off." Led by Yunfeng and the other two, the group left Paoyun Pavilion and arrived at the Taba trading area in the east of the city. Although this place is called the Taba Trading Zone, the sellers here don't shout like vendors in the market. They sit leisurely in soft chairs, occasionally glancing at those standing outside the platform. If they think the person might have some substance, some sellers will stand up to talk to them. But most of the time, they lazily stay in their chairs and rarely pay attention to the onlookers. Along the way, Shiryu and the others bought a lot of talismans and auxiliary magic items, but Shui Lingyun and Zhou Ping did not buy anything. "Junior sister Shui, just tell me what you want to buy. It's just a few spirit stones, nothing special." Shiryu kept saying sweet words to Shui Lingyun, acting as if he, young master Shi, would pay for everything. "No need," Shui Lingyun said calmly. Actually, it wasn't that she didn't want to buy anything, but the items here were too poor and didn't meet her standards at all. Just as she was about to leave the Taba area, Shui Lingyun suddenly stopped in a corner near the door. She turned her head and looked at a somewhat dilapidated stone platform next to the corner, frowned slightly, hesitated for a moment, and then slowly walked over. Behind the stone platform stood a gaunt man with a rather sleazy face. "What would you like to order?" the man asked casually as he saw Shui Lingyun stop in front of the stone platform. Shui Lingyun's gaze swept across the stone platform, finally settling on a rather inconspicuous black jade piece in the corner. She casually held it in her hand. The jade piece was not smooth to the touch, instead, it was covered with fine particles, suggesting that the material was not very good. Furthermore, there were some cracks on the jade piece, and sand was even stuck in the gaps. Seeing that Shui Lingyun was interested in the black jade piece, everyone gathered around. "How much do I need for this?" Shiryu asked directly about the price. The gaunt man raised his eyelids and said, 500 yuan stones. "You dare to sell this piece of junk for 500 yuan stones?" Shiryu was a little angry. He had just bought so many things and only spent 200 yuan stones. Now this person actually asked for 500. In his opinion, this was an outrageous demand. "Buy it or don't, it's up to you." Seeing this, the gaunt man simply closed his eyes again. The others exchanged glances, realizing that 500 spirit stones was indeed a considerable sum, considering that even the combined monthly allowances of these second-ranked disciples for a year did not amount to that much. Shui Lingyun sighed slightly. She really wanted the jade piece, but unfortunately she was short of money, so she had no choice but to put it back where it was. Shiryu was quite embarrassed, as he had just boasted that yuan sure is nothing. At this moment, Zhou Ping suddenly stepped forward and took the jade piece in his hand. "I'll take this jade piece." The gaunt man didn't even lift his eyelids. "If you can't afford it, don't touch it." Seeing this, Shiryu's lips curled up, waiting to see Zhou Ping make a fool of himself. In his opinion, Zhou Ping, a newcomer, hadn't even received his monthly payment many times, so he couldn't possibly have enough spirit stones to buy this jade piece. "Put the jade piece down quickly, don't embarrass our Misty sect." When Shui spoke up to stop Zhou Ping's behavior, knowing that the people from Nirvana Peak would bring shame to the Misty sect. "Who says I can't afford it?" With a wave of his hand, Zhou Ping piled up hundreds of yuan stones on the stone platform. The number of yuan stones was exactly 500. At this moment, the dazzling light emitted by the numerous elemental stones illuminated the expressions on Shiryu and the others' faces, making them particularly interesting. Chapter 45 Yagami General. Trading on Taba. Zhou Ping's extravagant spending attracted the attention of some passers-by, who speculated which powerful family's young master he was. Shiryu and Wen Shui's faces turned pale, while Yunfeng looked at Zhou Ping with some surprise. The monthly allowance for a first-ranked disciple for a year was not even 500 yuan. Where did this newcomer who had just joined the sect get so many yuan stones? Upon seeing the gleaming real gold and silver, the gaunt man immediately jumped up, his expression changing to a warm smile as he praised Zhou Ping while accepting the spirit stones. He. "Young hero, you have an extraordinary bearing and are generous. You are clearly a young master from a great family." Zhou Ping's lips twitched slightly. This change of expression was too fast. He had finally witnessed what it meant to be blinded by money. After the transaction was completed, Zhou Ping took the black jade piece and casually handed it to Xuelingyun. My wife, just tell your husband what you want. It's just a few spirit stones, nothing at all. Thank you. Xuelingyun reached out her jade-like hand and took the wooden box from Zhou Ping without saying a word of refusal. She really wanted to get this black jade piece. Shiryu, who was standing nearby, almost ground his teeth to powder at the sight, and when Xue's expression was also not good. That doesn't make sense. Where did he get so many spirit stones? He probably sold all his possessions. He really went to great lengths to live off his wife. Trying to save face. Enjoying the envious and jealous expressions on everyone's faces, Zhou Ping felt secretly pleased. Fortunately, he had returned quite a few spirit stones to his senior sister before, otherwise he would have had a real headache today. After all, it was rare to encounter something that Xuelingyun wanted, and he would naturally not miss such a suitable opportunity. Xuelingyun carefully examined the black jade piece in the wooden box. She had just sensed a familiar aura from it, and now that feeling was becoming even stronger. So she immediately put away the wooden box and prepared to leave. She couldn't wait to return to Paoyun Pavilion to study it carefully. Seeing that Xuelingyun was about to leave, the gaunt man quickly tried to stop her, and while speaking, he took out a black ring from his pocket. Miss, don't rush off. I found something else here along with that black jade piece, which might be of interest to you. Upon hearing this, Xuelingyun stopped in her tracks. When she turned her head and saw the ring, her expression momentarily blank, but she quickly concealed it. However, this did not escape Zhou Ping's eyes. He immediately understood that this ring must be of great significance to Xuelingyun, and it seemed that he had to get his hands on it. Name your price. Seeing that the two men had expressed their willingness to buy, the skinny man immediately put on a standard fake smile, as if he had seen a big fat sheep. Ahem. Although I haven't discovered any special functions of this ring, it is incredibly hard. Even experts at the Extreme Palace realm can't do anything to it, so it's definitely not an ordinary object. Therefore, this time I won't accept transactions with spirit stones. I can only barter with other items. The starting price is a Xian rank treasure. What do you think? Wow! A Xian rank treasure. Are you kidding me? At this moment, Zhou Ping felt an urge to curse. Clearly, this person makes a living by ripping off customers. Judging from the black jade piece that cost 500 yuan stones and the tattered ring that he asked for in exchange for a Xian-level treasure, it's no wonder that business here has been so slow. It's definitely a black shop. Sure, you and the others were also shocked. The value of a Xian rank treasure was so high that they probably couldn't compare to all their combined assets. Boss, aren't you asking for too much? Xuelingyun frowned and said. Miss, you have no idea. I paid a considerable price to get these things, so I have to sell them for a good price to avoid losing money. The gaunt man showed no intention of backing down. Seeing this, the others began to persuade Xuelingyun to put down the ring. No matter how you looked at it, it was an ordinary item, and even a bit damaged. Whoever bought it would be a fool. Junior sister, don't be fooled by this unscrupulous shopkeeper. That ring isn't worth the price at all. Let's go quickly. However, Xuelingyun shook her head. These people naturally couldn't see the extraordinary nature of this ring. In fact, she was the only one in the entire Yubian city who knew its origin. If she could, she would definitely not give it up. At this moment, Zhou Ping patted Xuelingyun on the shoulder and said with a smile, My wife, don't worry, I will buy the ring for you right away. Sure, you scoffed from the side, don't be stubborn. If you can buy this ring today, I'll change my surname from Sure. When Shui also spoke up, let's go, don't embarrass the sect here. Logically speaking, 500 spirit stones should have been Zhou Ping's limit. Boss, let us not beat around the bush. If you really think we're easy targets, then this business is off. What kind of ring is worth a Xian rank treasure? You're not being sincere. Zhou Ping walked up to the gaunt man and said bluntly. What are you saying? No way. I sincerely want to make this deal happen, the gaunt man said with a forced smile. That's fine then. To be honest, a Xian rank treasure is impossible, and I can't produce one either. Besides, I believe no one would trade a Xian rank treasure for your ring. One price, I'll offer a high-grade Huang rank treasure. Take it or leave. After saying that, Zhou Ping threw the rattan sword onto the stone platform. The tip of the sword immediately pierced into it, and the green sword light attracted the attention of the people around him. Sure, you and the others were dumbfounded. They didn't even have a single mid-grade yellow rank treasure, but Zhou Ping, this newcomer, casually tossed out a high-grade yellow rank treasure. How could they possibly survive this? Young master, you've bargained too hard. I lost several of my companions for this ring. The gaunt man looked very troubled. The difference between a Xian rank and a Huang rank treasure is quite significant. Zhou Ping completely ignored this. I'll count down from 3. If it works, great, if not, forget it. 3. 2. Seeing that the other party was aggressive and unwilling to budge, the thin man had no choice but to agree. Make a deal. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ping immediately smiled and said, "That's right." After pulling the vinewood sword from the stone platform and playing with it in his hand for a while, the gaunt man revealed a very satisfied expression. He had indeed gained quite a lot today. He. Young master, you really go to great lengths to please your beloved. I admire you. Zhou Ping couldn't help but roll his eyes, snatched the ring from the other person's hand, and said, "Goodbye." Xuelingyun then left the Taba trading area satisfied, and Zhou Ping breathed a sigh of relief. If she had taken a fancy to anything else, he really wouldn't have been able to afford it. The faces of Shiyu and the others following behind them were exceptionally grim. After returning to Piaoyun Pavilion, Xuelingyun quickly walked back to her room. After closing the doors and windows, Xuelingyun took out the ring and placed it in her palm. Then, she moved her red lips slightly and silently recited a few obscure and difficult to understand words. A moment later, a mysterious wave swept through the entire room. The ring on her palm burst into an astonishing burst of light, and the originally dark ring gradually turned into a bright red, revealing its magnificent patterns. I'm not mistaken, this is indeed the Holy Fire Ring. When Xuelingyun first became the Divine Lord of the Holy Fire Palace, she had 8 valiant and skilled generals under her command. Each of them was an outstanding and peerless expert, capable of dominating a region on their own. The Holy Fire Ring was crafted by her with the full power of the Holy Fire Palace for each of these 8 generals. This item not only symbolized a high status and position but also had many wonderful uses, significantly enhancing the combat power of its owner. Xuelingyun's eyes were extremely solemn. In the Holy Fire Palace, only people of extremely high status were qualified to possess this item. How could it have ended up on the edge of the great wilderness? Could it be? Xuelingyun's expression changed, and then a terrible guess came to mind. During her absence, the Holy Fire Palace must have undergone a major change, and it might even have been completely destroyed. To confirm her suspicions, she eagerly opened the wooden box and took out the black jade piece inside. This jade piece doesn't look special either. Shiyu and the others had handled it before and couldn't see anything. It seemed to be just an ordinary jade piece. However, this was no challenge for Xuelingyun. She quickly formed hand seals and began circulating the Crimson Flame Heart technique. After a full 36 cycles, Xuelingyun extended her index finger, and a stream of pure fire attribute energy flowed out, drawing intricate and mysterious runes on the jade piece. The runes were extremely complex. After drawing them for a full 10 minutes, Xuelingyun raised her hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. If only she were still in her prime, she wouldn't have to spend so much energy deciphering a mere jade piece. Finally, at the moment the runes were completed, a blinding light filled the entire room, followed by a deep voice echoing in Xuelingyun's ears. Your Majesty, I am surrounded by the enemy, and I am afraid I will not be able to escape. Back then, we 8 great generals followed the god Venerable in conquering the heavens, hoping to break through the barriers of this realm and shatter the void to escape. Alas, our great cause was not accomplished, and the god was betrayed by someone, and we brothers were also brutally suppressed. But we have always believed that the god will return to the world and lead us to fight against the heavens again. Of the 8 divine generals, Xiao Yan's remains. Hearing the message coming from the jade tablet, Xuelingyun's expression was complicated, and she was unable to control herself for a long time. It's one thing to scheme against me, but to actually attack you all, you bastards. Clearly, after her death, none of her 8 generals escaped the clutches of the enemy, let alone the ordinary disciples of the Holy Fire Palace. At this moment, Xuelingyun's face was terribly gloomy. It was all her fault for underestimating the viciousness and ruthlessness of her opponents, otherwise, things wouldn't have turned out this way. After taking a deep breath, Xuelingyun suppressed her rage. Getting angry now was useless. The only way to change everything was to recover her strength as soon as possible. As Xuelingyun stroked the black jade piece with her jade-like hand, she could sense a faint, almost imperceptible life force. Judging from the current situation, Xiao Yan should not be dead yet, but rather suppressed somewhere. After thinking for a moment, Xuelingyun started drawing on the black jade piece again, talking as she drew the runes. Xiao Yuns, listen to my command. I have returned. You must continue to hold on. Once my strength is restored, I will immediately come to rescue you. This time, in this battle against the heavens, I, the Divine Lord, will surely succeed. As soon as he finished speaking, the black jade piece shattered on the spot, and then a stream of light flew out of the window and disappeared without a trace. I hope he receives the message. Xue Lingyun sighed softly, then put the sacred fire ring on her finger. Although the ring was said to have endless uses, one had to reach at least the extreme palace realm to unleash its power. In addition, the years had taken their toll, and the surface of the ring was already somewhat damaged. If she really wanted to use it normally, she would have to find a master craftsman to repair it. However, the sacred fire ring is not entirely useless now. Xue Lingyun can accelerate the flow of the surrounding spiritual energy simply by wearing this ring, which greatly speeds up her cultivation. It is a rare and valuable auxiliary cultivation artifact, and this alone is enough to make countless people envious. Speaking of which, I have to thank Zhou Ping for this. If it weren't for him, I'm afraid I would have missed out on these two things. Sigh, this person is indeed unusually persistent. Does he really think that passing the inner disciple assessment and protecting Nirvana Peak proves anything? How naive. Never mind, I'll thank him in person tomorrow morning. However, even Xue Lingyun herself did not realize it. At this moment, a faint smile was playing on her lips. Next door to Xue Lingyun's room, Zhou Ping was sitting cross-legged on the bed. The host has gifted Xue Lingyun a sacred flame ring, triggering a tenfold return and rewarding her with a sacred flame jade pendant. Seeing that the system only returned the reward for the ring, Zhou Ping exclaimed that he had been swindled out of 500 yuan stones by that skinny man, and had suffered a huge loss. Hopefully, this sacred flame jade pendant will be quite effective. Zhou Ping played with the exquisitely designed ring in his hand, but apart from its indestructibility, no matter how much he activated his vital energy, the ring did not react at all. System, why can't I use the sacred fire jade pendant? The host's current cultivation level is too low to activate the sacred flame jade pendant. It can only be used to assist in cultivation. Zhou Ping was speechless. He had already leveled up very quickly, but this damned system was showing him no mercy at all. Zhou Ping then hung the jade pendant around his neck and immediately felt the flow of the surrounding heaven and earth energy increase significantly. A look of joy appeared on his face. On the Tianyuan continent, any magical artifact that can aid in cultivation, regardless of its level, is extremely rare and practically priceless. If you want one, you can only have it custom made by a master craftsman, and the price you pay will be terrifying. My wife's taste is truly remarkable. Zhou Ping grinned. His wife was good in every way, except that she was too aloof, as if nothing around her could catch her eye. Not to mention the negative 90% favorability rating, which gave Zhou Ping a real headache. If we knew what my wife was really interested in, things would be much easier. Just as Zhou Ping was pondering how to further close the distance between the two, the system's voice sounded again. Because the host gifted Xue Lingyun an important item, favorability plus 10, current favorability, 80. Good. Zhou Ping was even happier now than when he received the sacred fire jade pendant. His favorability rating was finally starting to rise. It seemed that even the tallest iceberg would eventually melt. My wife, one day I will win your heart. Thinking this, Zhou Ping suddenly looked out the window and seemed to see a streak of light fly out of Xue Lingyun's room and soar into the sky, disappearing without a trace. In a certain place, in a blood-soaked prison. One cage after another shot into the sky, surrounded by countless golden chains. The people in the cages all exuded an extremely terrifying aura, and one particular cage was especially unique in color, not pitch black, but shimmering with golden light. The chains of this cage were not on the outside, but were wrapped around the inside, and the chains were covered with talismans, each engraved with the character Jin, meaning suppress. Soul-locking chains. This is an unparalleled magic weapon used to suppress souls. Even if the physical body of the person being suppressed is destroyed, their soul will be suppressed for eternity. Suddenly, a streak of light flashed by. The soul-locking chain, silent for many years, trembled slightly, and a faint, ethereal sound emanated from it, like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to vanish at the slightest touch. This is the voice of the deity? Ha! I knew the god would return. Your Majesty, please rest assured. Since we have already been suppressed for so many years, what harm is there in waiting a little longer? But you must be extremely careful. On the day the god descends, we swear to fight the gods and demons of the heavens once more. Chapter 46 The Xue Family. Piaoyun Pavilion. Early the next morning, Zhou Ping and the others were summoned by Lu Wuji to the lobby on the first floor, whereby Ruyan informed them of the upcoming mission arrangements. Listen carefully, you will be heading to the ancient town in the wasteland together in a little while. The mission requires each person to kill at least 10 ferocious beasts. The more ferocious beasts you kill, the more contribution points you will be rewarded with. After completion, the sect will give different levels of rewards based on the number of ferocious beasts killed. Those who kill more than 20 ferocious beasts will also be rewarded with an additional grade 3 chi condensation pill. Upon hearing this, all the disciples' eyes lit up. A grade 3 chi condensation pill was quite valuable. If they could obtain one, they could save themselves at least several months of arduous cultivation after consuming it. In addition, contribution points are also a good thing. As everyone knows, yuan stones are the hard currency of the Tian Yuan continent, but the reserves of yuan stones are limited. Even the Pyeongmyo sect, which owns yuan stone mines, does not dare to say that it has enough yuan stones. If you want to obtain a large number of yuan stones, there are generally two methods. One is to occupy a yuan stone mine, but this requires great strength. The other is to rob it, but the risk of this method is not small. If you encounter someone stronger than yourself, you may lose your life. This is the benefit of joining a sect for cultivation. As long as you can complete the sect's tasks within your capabilities, you can accumulate contribution points over the years and exchange them for the cultivation resources you need, greatly reducing the risk factor. There is another crucial piece of information: news of an ancient relic appearing near the ancient town of the wasteland. Although the possibility of this is small, it cannot be ignored. After all, the value of an ancient relic, whether alive or dead, is immeasurable. So if any of you discover any trace of an ancient relic, immediately send the information to us. Before we arrive, remember not to let other forces get there first. Bai Ruyan flipped her hand, and 5 simple-looking red crystal chips flew out and landed in front of Zhou Ping and the others. Zhou Ping took the red chip and found that it contained his name and some identification information. You must keep this safe. It will record all the ferocious beasts you kill. When you encounter danger or discover ancient remnants, you only need to inject your vital energy into it to send out a distress signal. Your companions nearby, as well as Elder Lu and I, will rush over as soon as possible, Bai Ruyan instructed her disciples. Seeing that everyone had put away the red chips, Lu Wuji waved his hand and said, "This matter should be handled sooner rather than later. You should all set off immediately." Yes, everyone replied. Soon, led by Yunfeng and the other two, Zhou Ping and his group arrived at the north gate of Yubian City. "Senior brother Shiryu, we'll stop here. That desolate ancient town is too dangerous for junior sister Wen Shui and me," Yunfeng said as he saw everyone off at the city gate. The ancient town in the wasteland is not too far from Yubian City. With Zhou Ping's group's speed, they can arrive in about an hour. After leaving the city gate, along the way, Zhou Ping and Xuelingyun, who were walking behind, were in high spirits and in good condition. Last night, with the help of the sacred fire jade pendant and the sacred fire ring, their strength had broken through and their realm had been raised by 1 level. This cultivation aid is indeed a rare treasure. Zhou Ping's face was beaming with joy. Now that he possessed the yin-yang dragon-shaped chi cyclone and the sacred fire jade pendant, with the help of these 2 items, his speed of digesting and absorbing the system's returned cultivation was much faster than before. According to his prediction, if things continued like this, reaching the transcendent realm was just around the corner. Xuelingyun suddenly called out to Zhou Ping and thanked him for what happened yesterday. Zhou Ping was also very happy to hear this, and scratched his head and said with a smile, "My wife, what are you saying? It's only natural for me, as your husband, to buy you things. Don't overthink it. I'll say it again, I'm not right for you. My wife, I'll say it again, just you wait and see." Zhou Ping crossed his arms behind his head, ignoring Xuelingyun's helpless expression, and strode forward with a smile. On the other hand, Shiryu, who was walking at the front and leading the way, had a rather gloomy expression, as if he hadn't slept well the night before. "Senior brother Shiryu, you don't need to take yesterday's matter too seriously. That kid is just a sycophant. In my opinion, a woman like junior sister Shui won't fall for that. In the cultivation world, strength is respected. Only your strength is worthy of her." That's right, that's right. If you're really annoyed, senior brother, when we get to that desolate ancient town, we have plenty of ways to make that kid suffer. After hearing the praise from his 2 junior brothers, Shiryu's expression improved slightly. That makes sense. As long as we keep that kid Zhou Ping in the wasteland ancient town forever, then my opportunity will come, won't it? Sure, you suddenly realized, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. Yes, let us do it. Turning his head to look at Zhou Ping, who was grinning foolishly behind him, sure, you thought to himself, kid, you won't be arrogant for long. 1 hour later. On the vast, desolate plain, several figures cautiously advanced. The smoke of battle had not yet dissipated from the ruins ahead, and the bones on the ground were piled up like mountains. The once prosperous ancient town in the wilderness had now been razed to the ground by ferocious beasts. It seems that the destruction caused by this beast rampage is extraordinary. An ancient town has been destroyed. Was this just a simple beast rampage, or was someone sabotaging it? Looking at the scene of rubble and ruins before him, Zhou Ping pondered silently. This is the Northern Territory, human territory. It's truly unbelievable that such a thing could happen here, under the rule of various cultivation holy lands and dynasties. Moreover, there should be at least 1 or 2 Qi condensation realm cultivators in an ancient town, but they didn't have any power to resist, and they didn't even have time to send a message. Otherwise, with the strength of Yubian City, if they had come to support them, the outcome wouldn't have been so tragic. Day. Suddenly, a commotion of footsteps came from behind them. Zhou Ping immediately turned around and saw another group of people entering the ruins. The man at the head of the group, dressed in a magnificent robe, had an expression full of arrogance and haughtiness, and the guards surrounding him also looked fierce. TSK, these lowly people died such a miserable death. Look over there, that guy even had his manhood eaten by a ferocious beast. How unlucky. Ha ha ha. The man was chatting and laughing with the people around him, seemingly finding the scene before him quite amusing. Alas, what a pity. This beautiful young lady died under the claws of a ferocious beast before she could even receive my favor. What a waste of her fair body. As he passed by the partially undressed body of a young girl, the man even squatted down to take a look, appearing quite distressed. Young Master Xuebao, look. Isn't there a stunningly beautiful woman standing over there? While the man was still lamenting the death of the young girl on the ground, the guard next to him suddenly pointed at Xuelingyun in front of him and said. Upon hearing this, Xuebao looked up and was instantly captivated by Xuelingyun's elegant white robes and aloof, otherworldly beauty. Chapter 47 Identity Exposed. As a direct descendant of a prominent family, Xuebao was of noble status. He had already experienced the pleasures of love when he was 11 or 12 years old. In the past 10 years, he must have slept with at least 800 women, if not 1,000. However, Xuebao had never seen a goddess with such outstanding temperament and aloofness as Xuelingyun before. Seeing her standing not far away, he was immediately overcome with lust. Very good, very good. I never expected to encounter such a stunning beauty in such a remote place. It seems that I am quite fortunate to have such a beautiful woman today. Xuebao walked towards Xuelingyun with a smile, the corners of his mouth unable to stop him from turning up, and his eyes were full of amusement as he stared at the latter. My name is Xuebao, the second young master of the Xue family. May I ask your name, and if you would be interested in becoming friends with me? Seeing this person take the initiative to speak to her, Xuelingyun frowned and said coldly, Get lost. She had witnessed all of Xuebao's previous actions and felt nothing but disgust and revulsion. He was a complete beast, no, even worse than a beast. Upon hearing this, Xuebao's face darkened. In all these years, Xuelingyun was the first woman who dared to speak to him like this. That cold, hard get lost not only failed to stop him, but actually excited Xuebao. He loved the feeling of being rejected. At first it fueled his desire to conquer. How dare you speak to my young master like that? You're tired of living, aren't you? Before Xuebao could even speak, the guards beside him couldn't hold back any longer and immediately tried to tie Xuelingyun up. Why? Xuebao raised his hand, signaling everyone not to act rashly. They had finally encountered an interesting beauty and should savor her slowly. Don't move. You people don't know your own strength. What if you hurt the fairy? Young master, you're right. It was my oversight. My fault. The man hurriedly said with a smile. They completely ignored Zhou Ping standing to the side, as if Xuelingyun had already been taken advantage of. Ha! At this moment, Xuebao, who had been staring at Xuelingyun with lustful eyes, suddenly exclaimed in surprise, as if this face was somewhat familiar to him. You are Xuelingyun. But, weren't you abandoned by your family and died outside? Everyone was shocked by these words. Is Xuelingyun a discarded member of her family? What family would be willing to abandon such an outstanding younger generation member? Zhou Ping was even more shocked. His wife's background was indeed extraordinary. Her supreme bone was dug out, and she was ruthlessly abandoned by her family. Such a background and experience definitely made her a child of destiny. Heh, you must all be very surprised that I'm not dead, right? Xue Lingyun said with a cold laugh, speaking in the original owner's tone. It is indeed unexpected, but a delightful surprise. Xue Bao grinned lewdly. I've wanted to taste you for a long time, but I've never been able to. I never thought this opportunity would finally come knocking on my door today, haha. Just now, Xue Bao was still somewhat wary of Xue Lingyun. After all, such an outstanding woman might have some powerful background, so he pretended to be polite. But after recognizing that Xue Lingyun was a useless person abandoned by the Xue family, his lust swelled up immediately. You really are worse than a beast, not even sparing your own family members. Xue Lingyun clenched her jade hands, and the flow of her inner energy slowly accelerated. When she encountered scum like Xue Bao, she didn't mind sending him to meet the king of hell, which would be considered eliminating a scourge for the people. What does a virgin know? This is what makes it exciting. Xue Bao leered as he walked toward Xue Lingyun. At this moment, Zhou Ping stepped forward and stood in front of Xue Lingyun. Get out of my way. With him around, he naturally wouldn't allow anyone to bully Xue Lingyun. Xue Bao was stunned for a moment. Only then did he notice Zhou Ping's presence and realize that the man was standing very close to Xue Lingyun. His eyes immediately turned cold. This was the woman he had his eye on. How could he let someone else have her? After carefully examining Zhou Ping, Xue Bao found that he was very young and looked quite ordinary. He probably wasn't very strong, and Xue Bao didn't recognize him, so he probably wasn't from a prestigious family. He figured that if he just threatened him a little, Zhou Ping would leave on his own. Thinking of this, Xue Bao said with a playful tone, Boy, haven't you heard of the Xue family's great reputation? Zhou Ping pretended to be thinking seriously, and after a long while, he said with a serious expression, I don't know him, I've never heard of him. In the area surrounding the Misty sect, there are only a few large families, one of which is the Zhou family to which he belongs, but the Xue family, there doesn't seem to be one. Seeing the other party's mocking expression, Xue Bao's face instantly turned cold. How dare this kid provoke him to his face? How dare you? Upon hearing this, Xue Bao's guards flew into a rage, instantly drawing their swords and attempting to stab Zhou Ping to death. Xue Bao reached out to stop him once again. This time, he carefully examined Zhou Ping, wanting to see clearly who this person was. The northern border is vast, and while there aren't too many powerful families and forces, there are certainly a fair number. Although Xue Bao is an absolute playboy, it doesn't mean he's a fool. After taking a closer look, he was quite certain that he did not know Zhou Ping, and that there was no such person among the famous scions of prominent families. May I ask which family you are a descendant of? Would you be so kind as to introduce yourself? Zhou Ping smiled faintly and said, Coming from a poor background, how can I compare to young Master Xue? After confirming it several times, Xue Bao finally couldn't hold back any longer. Good lad, prepare to face my wrath. Get them. Today I'll teach you a lesson. If you don't have connections, you'd better keep a low profile. Xue Bao waved his hand, and the guards behind him instantly sprang into action. He was very confident in these two guards. After all, they were his father's personal guards, who had helped him do a lot of bad things over the years. When Yu and the others saw that Xue Lingyun was being harassed, they originally intended to help her, but after seeing that the other party was targeting Zhou Ping, they immediately gave up the idea and watched the show from the sidelines. He. You've come at the perfect time. Zhou Ping didn't react at all, he just stood there with a cold smile. Xue Lingyun stood behind him the whole time, her face expressionless. She also planned to take this opportunity to see how much Zhou Ping had improved, and if there was any danger, she would take immediate action. In an instant, the two guards had already arrived, but when their two large swords were only 5 centimeters away from Zhou Ping, they suddenly stopped. What are you doing? Cut his head off. Xue Bao was furious, thinking that his two guards had lost their minds. At this moment, an astonishing power erupted from Zhou Ping's body. In an instant, the two guards were sent flying backward, their bodies enveloped in a sword aura, and within moments they were riddled with holes. Quiet. The atmosphere was eerily quiet. Xue Bao stared in disbelief at the guards lying dead on the ground, then looked at Zhou Ping, who remained motionless in front of him. At this moment, Zhou Ping revealed a playful smile. Young Master Xue, what's wrong? What did you just say? I wasn't paying attention. Say it again? Xue Bao's face turned deathly pale, and he cursed inwardly. You're deliberately playing dumb to trick me, aren't you? Do you want me to say it again? Do you think I'm an idiot? Do all the experts these days like to play like this? Xue Bao was filled with regret. Before he left home, his father had told him that during this beast rampage, all the major cultivation holy lands would send their best disciples to undergo trials, so he must be careful to restrain himself. At first, Xue Bao didn't believe it, thinking that his father was making a mountain out of a molehill and was just trying to scare him. But now Xue Bao truly realized that his father was absolutely right. I thought Zhou Ping was just a clown to be slaughtered, but in the end I found out that he was the real clown. Thinking of this, Xue Bao wished he could slap himself. When will he ever get rid of this lustful habit? Is a woman with such an extraordinary temperament something that ordinary people can possess? Cursing himself inwardly, Xue Bao's attitude suddenly reversed completely as Zhou Ping drew closer, and he knelt down on the spot. "Sir, I was blind and didn't recognize your greatness. I hope you will forgive my mistake and spare my life." Looking at Xue Bao kneeling on the ground and kowtowing, Zhou Ping's lips twitched, and he felt somewhat disappointed. He had thought the kid would be stubborn enough to continue threatening him, even bringing up his ancestors to frighten him. No, this year's spoiled brats are really bad. Bang! Zhou Ping kicked Xue Bao, sending him flying more than 10 meters away. Xue Bao crashed into a boulder and immediately lost consciousness. Sure, you and the others stared at Zhou Ping in shock. How could this kid be so strong? Judging from the intensity of the aura that Zhou Ping had just unleashed, he should have reached at least the 7th level of the Qi condensation realm. Xuelingyun was slightly surprised. She knew very well what realm Zhou Ping was at when he first joined the Misty sect. How could Zhou Ping have improved so much in just over half a month? I didn't expect you to actually have some talent for cultivation, but there's still a considerable gap between you and a true genius, Xuelingyun said softly. With her exceptionally high standards, it was already quite impressive that she could say that. After all, countless geniuses wanted to join the Holy Fire Palace back then, and there were many with exceptional cultivation talent. Hee, thank you for the compliment, my wife. Zhou Ping immediately laughed smugly, as if he hadn't heard the rest of his sentence. Xuelingyun shook her head slightly, but she was actually quite happy. With Zhou Ping's talent, she figured he wouldn't do too badly in the Misty sect in the future. After she left, he could at least live a peaceful life. Seeing that Zhou Ping was unharmed, Shiryu's expression was full of displeasure. When the former passed by, he pretended to be nonchalant and said, "Humph, no wonder you were able to defeat Lin Juejian. It turns out you had the advantage of higher cultivation level. You're nothing special." Zhou Ping smiled and said, "Senior brother Shiryu, defeating Lin Juejian is indeed nothing, but if you have any objections, you might as well give it a try." Shiryu's face immediately darkened, and he said coldly, "Are you provoking me?" "That's one way to understand it," Zhou Ping said calmly, showing no intention of backing down. Just as tensions were rising between the two, a group of refugees suddenly fled in panic toward the ancient town in the wilderness. This sudden event instantly attracted everyone's attention. Zhou Ping grabbed an old man and asked, "What happened?" "Stop asking questions, run. There are ferocious beasts coming to eat us." The old man's face was deathly pale, and he spoke with extreme fear. It's not hard to tell from his expression that the ferocious beast behind him must be extremely cruel, otherwise he wouldn't be so afraid. Zhou Ping released him, and the old man fled the scene in a flash. His speed was incredible, completely unlike what an old man should have. Indeed, people often unleash astonishing potential when faced with life or death situations. Zhou Ping and the others turned their gazes to the back, where they could vaguely see dust billowing and the ground shaking. It seems quite a few of these ferocious beasts have arrived. Chapter 48 Ancient Relics. Prepare to meet the enemy. Faced with the sudden attack of the ferocious beasts, Xuelingyun did not panic. Instead, she calmly and collectedly gave instructions to everyone, displaying a superior demeanor that seemed to be innate. "Zhou Ping, stay in the back and don't run around. Be careful to avoid danger." Although Zhou Ping easily repelled the two guards, those two were only at the 8th level of the Qi condensation realm, which was still somewhat inferior to these ferocious beasts. Therefore, Xuelingyun was not at ease with Zhou Ping and placed him in the rear. "Shiryu, move forward a little. As long as you can block this first wave of impact, the rest will be easy. And you too, the defense of the flanks must not be neglected either." Under Xuelingyun's methodical command, the group, who had little teamwork, actually managed to set up a cone-shaped formation in just a few minutes, ready for battle, like a sharp knife waiting for the ferocious beast opposite to charge at its death. Zhou Ping stood behind, completely bewildered. Xuelingyun's formation completely enveloped him, giving him a great sense of security. That was fine, but the key was how skilled his wife seemed. Could it be that she was a female general in her past life and commanded an army? It took Shiryu, who was standing in front, a while to realize something seemed wrong. Shouldn't he be in charge of commanding this mission? The other two second-rank disciples were also somewhat bewildered. Senior brother Shiryu's command authority had vanished just like that. It was too embarrassing. However, Xueling Yun's commanding manner just now was so convincing that everyone couldn't help but want to follow her orders, as if it were all a matter of course and they had no reason not to obey. Awu! Roar! As the roars of ferocious beasts rose and fell, a flock of birds were startled out of the forest in front of the ancient town, and trees were knocked over and scattered, with sand and stones flying everywhere. More than 10 ferocious beasts with grotesque faces rushed towards the group from the misty sect from multiple directions. Judging from the strength of their auras, most of them were equivalent to second-tier demonic beasts, while a few of them had reached the strength of third-tier demonic beasts. A third-tier wolf-shaped ferocious beast opened its blood-red maw, its row of messy yet sharp teeth gleaming coldly, and bit down on Xueling Yun's neck with a wolf howl. "You beast, prepare to die." Xueling Yun was not lenient at all. Because she possessed the supreme bone, her physique far surpassed that of ordinary people. Although she appeared to be graceful and charming, she was actually not fragile at all. Xueling Yun immediately leaped into the air to dodge the wolf's bite, and when she landed, she actually stretched out her jade hands to grab the beast, boldly choosing to engage in close combat with the ferocious beast. After landing on the beast's back, Xueling Yun firmly gripped its head with both hands, squeezing it from both sides towards the center. Feeling the excruciating pain from the impact of the two enormous forces, the wolf beast immediately went berserk and rolled around, trying to throw Xueling Yun away, but this action was completely futile. Click! The next moment, Xueling Yun twisted the wolf's neck and snapped it. Clap clap clap, my wife is mighty. Zhou Ping immediately clapped and cheered. His wife had quite the style of a female fighter. Gulp! Shiryu subconsciously swallowed, clearly shocked by the scene. He knew Xueling Yun had high cultivation talent, but he hadn't expected her fighting style to be so powerful and domineering, making even this grown man feel inferior. At least he wouldn't dare to fight a ferocious beast hand-to-hand. Such a woman was definitely not someone an ordinary person could subdue. Shiryu was increasingly alarmed as she watched. Xueling Yun's speed in killing the ferocious beasts was simply too fast. They had only been in contact for a short while, and 3 ferocious beasts had already fallen at her feet, one of which had even reached the 3rd rank. Focus on the enemy and don't look around. Xueling Yun immediately ordered after noticing that everyone's attention was on her. Shiryu and the others immediately straightened their attitude and focused on resisting the onslaught of the ferocious beasts. As Xueling Yun had said, after withstanding the first wave of attacks from the ferocious beast horde, the pressure on everyone lessened considerably. As time went on, they killed more and more ferocious beasts, with Xueling Yun being the most outstanding, having already achieved an astonishing record of 20 kills. Zhou Ping followed Xueling Yun casually, ostensibly to make it easier to pick up any leftovers, but in reality, he was secretly protecting his wife's safety. Before he knew it, he had killed 19 animals. However, to others, he had only gotten them by picking up leftovers and had simply latched onto Xueling Yun's coattails. Shiryu was naturally very unhappy about this. After his eyes darted around, he thought that now was a great opportunity to deal with Zhou Ping. As long as he pretended to make a mistake and let a ferocious beast rush into the formation, Zhou Ping, who was the first to be hit, would definitely be in trouble. So while fighting a 3rd-tier black bear beast, Shiryu suddenly pretended to be exhausted and retreated repeatedly. Then, he dodged to the side, leaving the formation wide open, and the black bear beast came directly to Zhou Ping's face. "Oh dear. Junior brother, be careful," Shiryu said, feigning concern. Zhou Ping curled his lip. Because he was at the rear of the formation, he had already seen every move the other party made. How could such a little trick of his be hidden from him? "You want to play me, right? Okay, I'll act it out for you too." Faced with the ferocious beast that was hugging him, Zhou Ping did not dodge but instead took the initiative to meet it. The two embraced each other directly. Zhou Ping used Bajiquan to shatter the black bear beast's internal organs, but he did not let go but continued to hold the black bear beast's corpse. Then the two circled around and got closer and closer to Shiryu. Busy fending off a ferocious beast, Shiryu didn't notice the strange turn of events. By the time he realized it, it was too late to dodge. "What's going on? Zhou Ping, what are you doing?" However, Zhou Ping did not respond. He simply hugged the black bear beast and pressed it down on Shiryu like a small mountain. He also specially mobilized the power of the immortal emperor bone and used his back, which was covered with light membrane, to slam into Shiryu. Bang! The impact was extremely forceful, and with Zhou Ping and the black bear beast pressing down on him after they fell to the ground, Shiryu felt as if his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys were about to shift, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. "I'm going to die, get out of the way." "Oh dear, senior brother, I'm so sorry. This ferocious beast was just too strong. I couldn't withstand it, and that's how innocent people were affected. Please don't blame me." Upon hearing this, Shiryu almost coughed up blood in anger. "Unstoppable? I bet you're faking it, kid. Your body is much tougher than a black bear beast. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I'd probably be dead by now." "Tisk, senior brother, you truly deserve to be a cultivator at the transcendent realm. Your physical body is indeed powerful. You're still unharmed after all this?" Zhou Ping looked surprised and admiring before turning away, leaving the black bear beast's corpse to continue pressing down on Shiryu. Shiryu rolled his eyes. "So you're not pretending anymore, huh?" After the other two disciples finally managed to pull Shiryu out from under the black bear beast, he was almost half dead. Just as Shiryu was about to unleash his anger on Zhou Ping, a deafening roar came from afar. The force of the roar was truly frightening, and even from such a great distance, it sent chills down everyone's spines. As the roar echoed, the ferocious beasts that had been fighting Zhou Ping and the others gradually stopped attacking and ran towards the direction from which the roar came. Seeing the beast's unusual behavior, Xue Lingyun immediately calmed down, closed her eyes and carefully sensed it before suddenly opening them. "This aura, there's no mistake, it's an ancient remnant." The news of the ancient remnant species was actually true, and the atmosphere immediately became tense. Although the ancient remnant species had been mentioned at the beginning of this mission, similar news would appear once or twice every few years, and most of the time it was just speculation. Therefore, Lu Wuji and the others did not take it too seriously. They knew that the sect's main purpose was to use this opportunity to train the disciples. Xue Lingyun regained her composure and looked up into the distance. "Let's not let other forces get there first, let's go." Without any hesitation, Xue Lingyun took Zhou Ping and sped off in that direction. Not to be outdone, Shiryu turned to the other two and said, "Hurry up and catch up. We've finally encountered an ancient remnant species, we can't miss such a good opportunity." After the people from the Misty sect left, Xuebao slowly woke up, touching his mouth which had been kicked crooked. The more Xuebao thought about it, the angrier he became. As the second young master of the Xue family, when has he ever suffered such a loss? I'll send a message to my cousin Xuebai right now. He's a first-ranked disciple of the Rift Sky Sword sect, he can definitely kill them. Chapter 49: The Fiery Demon Ape. On the edge of the great wilderness. A vast sea of fire was engulfing the area, burning a large swath of dense forest to the ground, leaving only hundreds of miles of wasteland. A giant fire ape pounded its chest violently, raising its head and letting out a deafening roar. At this moment, hundreds of ferocious beasts gathered around it, launching a frenzied attack. Although the flame giant ape was powerful, able to knock away several beasts with each palm strike, there were simply too many of them. Some would always slip through its defenses and deliver a fatal blow. As time went on, the wounds on its body gradually increased. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Because of the commotion, the cultivators who happened to be nearby were quickly attracted. Several figures slowly approached the battle area. Their clothes were very uniform, and each of them was holding a sword. The Rift Sky Sword sect is quite unique. They only accept sword cultivators and teach only sword-based martial arts. Among the many cultivators, there aren't many who are suitable for sword cultivation, which results in a much smaller number of disciples compared to other sections. However, this isn't without its advantages. After all, sword cultivators are renowned for their formidable combat power. So, although the Rift Sky Sword sect doesn't have many disciples, each one is a force to be reckoned with. Moreover, due to their sword cultivation, most of them are extremely warlike. It can be said that the Rift Sky Sword sect has engaged in the most battles with other sects in the entire Northern Territory. Upon seeing the berserk fire ape, the group's eyes showed little fear, but rather excitement. "Ah, senior brother Xue Hai, we've struck it rich this time. It's the legendary ancient remnant species. Senior brother Xue Hai, how generous would the reward be if we captured it alive and brought it back to the sect? Let's get started. This will be a great achievement." Several young disciples excitedly addressed the leading man, rubbing their hands together, eager for the order to charge. "Don't rush. Let's wait until the giant ape is severely injured by those stupid beasts before we seize the opportunity to attack. That way, we can achieve twice the result with half the effort. Otherwise, we might let it get away." The man called Xue Hai spoke eloquently, appearing very experienced. Senior brother's insight is brilliant. Others chimed in with their praise. Hee hee, that's for sure. My wit is well known in the Rift Sky Sword sect, Shuai laughed, enjoying the flattery from those around him. Just then, several whooshing sounds came from not far away. It was a group from the Misty sect. Shuai frowned immediately and poured his vital energy into the blue chip in his hand to send a message to the elders and disciples of the nearby Rift Sky Sword sect. Upon arriving at this place, Shui Lingyun's attention was immediately drawn to the enormous beast surrounded by the ferocious beasts. Her face immediately showed desire and joy. She had seen records of this kind of creature before, about its inherited treasure techniques, as well as its various advantages and disadvantages. The key point was that this fire-burning demon ape was extremely compatible with the Crimson Flame Heart Sutra she cultivated. If she could obtain the essence blood of this beast, the recovery rate of her strength would increase significantly. Ancient Remnant, the fiery demon ape. Shui Lingyun's reaction did not escape Zhou Ping's notice, so he immediately took out the red chip, which Bai Ruyan had given them before they set off. Now it was time to send a message. Once Lu Wuji and the others arrived, this ancient remnant would naturally be theirs. At this moment, Shiryu and the others noticed that the group of people in front of them were wearing the same robes and that they were all holding a sharp sword, making their identities immediately obvious. Hee hee, it really proves the saying, enemies are destined to meet. That's right, the flies from the sky-splitting sword sect are the most annoying. There's no point in talking to these people. Let's make our move. They're not that strong. Once we take care of them, this giant ape will be at our disposal. Shui Lingyun glanced at Shui Hai again. He was another member of the Shui family. The group immediately assumed a fighting stance. The Misty sect and the Rending Sky Sword sect had a deep-seated grudge, especially after the great battle 3 years ago, in which the Misty sect suffered heavy losses, with Nirvana Peak, one of its 9 branches, almost completely wiped out. Such a deep-seated hatred was naturally irreconcilable, and the atmosphere became tense as soon as the two sides met. Shui Hai and the others tensed up instantly, raising their swords to guard against Zhou Ping and the others. They had originally planned to take the ancient remnant for themselves, but now that the people from the Misty sect had arrived, this idea had become unrealistic. They're from the Misty sect. Everyone prepare to fight. A major battle was imminent, and the two sides quickly became embroiled in combat. As the saying goes, enemies are bound to be furious when they meet. Because the two sects had a long-standing feud, neither side held back at all. They used powerful martial arts right from the start, and the battle was exceptionally fierce. Just as the two sides were fighting fiercely, perhaps due to the great scale of the battle, the fire-burning demon ape, which was being besieged in the distance, finally noticed the several human cultivators in the distance. A loud ape cry soared into the sky. At this moment, the fiery demon ape chose to flee. It knew the terror of human cultivators. Don't be fooled by the fact that there were less than 10 people here. Given time, the number would soon increase to hundreds or thousands, and it might even attract some powerful beings. Every move of the fiery demon ape captivated everyone's attention. When they realized it was trying to escape, both sides in the battle stopped simultaneously and gave chase. The two sides exchanged blows along the way, so their speed wasn't very fast. Just as the fiery demon ape was getting further and further away, Zhou Ping suddenly spoke up, "You guys hold off the people from the sky-splitting sword sect, I'll go after it." You. Before Shui Lingyun could say anything, Zhou Ping used the wind wing escape technique, instantly increasing his speed significantly and quickly catching up. Seeing this, Shui Lingyun was a little stunned. When did Zhou Ping have such a deep understanding of movement techniques? He had at least reached the basic level. He was really fast. Stop. Shui Lingyun waved her hand, signaling the others to stop, and then turned to face Shui Hai and the others who were following closely behind. Stop the enemy, but remember, we cannot let a single member of the Rift Heaven Sword sect get away, otherwise Zhou Ping will be in danger. If the primordial relic falls into the hands of the Rift Heaven Sword sect because of this, we will become sinners when we return to our sect. Since the matter was of great importance, Shiryu had nothing to say and immediately stopped to help stop them, since he couldn't run as fast as Zhou Ping. Shui Lingyun and her group's obstruction was very effective, completely halting the pursuit of the Rift Sky Sword sect. Entangled in the crowd, Shui Hai glanced ahead and saw that Zhou Ping was getting closer and closer to the giant ape. He couldn't help but feel anxious and asked, "Where is he? Why isn't he here yet? Oh no, they've already sent a message." Shui Lingyun's expression changed instantly, and she quickly turned around and shouted, "Be careful." Just as Zhou Ping was about to catch up with the fiery demon ape, Shui Lingyun's shout made him immediately stop and begin to retreat. Just then, a powerful sword aura swept past Zhou Ping and struck the fiery demon ape that was frantically fleeing ahead, causing the latter to fall to the ground with serious injuries. Hee, this ancient remnant is truly rare, it should rightfully belong to my sky-splitting sword sect. An aged figure slowly emerged. It was an old man with sharp features. As soon as he appeared, he noticed Zhou Ping. So you're just a brat from the Misty sect. You think you're worthy to covet this beast? With a wave of his hand, the old man unleashed a powerful surge of energy that pressed down on Zhou Ping, intending to crush him into a meat patty. Upon seeing this, Xuelingyun's eyes turned cold, and a jade talisman instantly appeared in her hand. This was a life-saving item given to her by Tian Xuanzi. This jade talisman could only be used once, and its preciousness was self-evident. No matter what, Zhou Ping had done her a great favor, and she would never allow him to die here. Just at this critical moment, a familiar voice rang out, followed by an equally powerful surge of energy that dispersed the attack aimed at Zhou Ping. You old bastard, before you mess with my Misty Sect disciples, you'd better ask me, Lu Wuji, for my fists first. Chapter 50 The Struggle. You old bastard, before you mess with my Misty Sect disciples, you'd better ask if my fists will allow it. With this shout, two figures exuding powerful auras appeared in everyone's sight. It's Elder Lu and Elder Bai. Sure, you and the others were overjoyed, as the precarious situation instantly turned in their favor. The old man from the Rift Sky Sword sect frowned. He thought he had acted quickly enough, but he hadn't expected the people from the Misty sect to be just as fast. Thanks to Zhou Ping for sending us the message in time, otherwise that old bastard from the Rift Sky Sword sect would have gotten his hands on us. Bai Ruyan smiled. Lu Wuji nodded slightly this time, it was indeed thanks to Zhou Ping. With the intervention of the elders from both sides, the disciples who were fighting stopped and came to stand behind their own elders to confront the other side. Are you all right? Xuelingyun walked to Zhou Ping's side and asked. Zhou Ping shook his head. That sword energy had almost injured him, but luckily Xuelingyun had warned him in time. Seeing that he was unharmed, Xuelingyun breathed a sigh of relief and put the jade talisman away. Injured by the previous sword energy, the fiery demon ape has lost its ability to move. People from the Misty sect and the sky-splitting sword sect stand on either side of it, and the air is filled with the smell of gunpowder. At this moment, a powerful aura suddenly surged in, and another elder of the Rift Sky Sword sect arrived, bringing with him two extraordinary disciples. Cousin Xuebai, what brings you here? Xuehai asked in surprise, looking at one of the men. Someone sent me a message saying that they'd discovered a traitor to the family and asked me to come and clean up the mess, Xuebai said calmly, glancing at Xuelingyun and the Misty Sect's group. Upon hearing this, Xuehai was very surprised. He had been so focused on the battle that he only realized after stopping that the woman was Xuelingyun, who had been abandoned by the Xue family. Despite feeling the other person's gaze, Xuelingyun's expression remained extremely calm. At this moment, the situation, which was originally in the favor of the Misty Sect, suddenly became delicate again. Lu Wuji, this ancient remnant was first discovered by our Rifting Heaven Sword sect, and it was I who severely injured it. It rightfully belongs to us, said the elder of the Rifting Heaven Sword sect. Yang Feng, you old bastard, you're getting more and more shameless as you get older. Do you think there's a first come, first served rule for this kind of thing? The two sides argued fiercely, neither willing to back down when faced with such a precious ancient relic. At this moment, Bai Ruyan frowned and said, if this argument continues, and other forces receive the news and arrive, the situation will become much more troublesome. You don't want any third parties to get involved, do you? Upon hearing this, the people from the Rift Sky Sword sect fell silent. Naturally, the fewer people involved in such matters, the better. After a moment's thought, Yang Feng slowly said, then let's have a duel. The rules are simple, each of us will send 3 disciples to compete. The winner will gain ownership of this ancient relic. Do you dare? A ring competition. Humph, I couldn't be happier. Lu Wuji paused for a moment, then readily agreed. With Xuelingyun there, those disciples on the other side were nothing to fear. So the elders from both sides worked together to build a simple battle platform in a grove of trees. Let's get started quickly, lest we be discovered by other forces, Yang Feng urged. The people from the Misty sect didn't say anything about this, because they shared the same idea, and with Xuelingyun there, they were actually quite confident. As for Zhou Ping, just don't let him play. Then let's begin, Lu Wuji said in a deep voice. No sooner had the words been spoken than a proud-looking man stepped onto the stage, sword in hand. The sky-splitting sword sect, Xuehai, who dares to fight me? Clang! Shui Hai turned his sword, and a chilling sword aura shook the air currents in all directions, leaving deep sword marks on the ground beneath him. Upon stepping onto the stage, Shui Hai displayed an extremely strong aggressive desire, showing no restraint in his provocative intent. "Isn't senior brother Shui Hai being a bit too impolite?" a disciple from the Rift Sky Sword sect asked. A young woman who had come with another elder sneered, "Why bother with manners when dealing with the Misty sect? Do they even deserve it?" "Ha, junior sister Bai Mei, that's a bit much, but I like hearing it." Shui Bai laughed from the side. "In front of senior brother Shui Bai, they are nothing but a rabble." Looking at the young man, Bai Mei's eyes were filled with admiration. "Bring it on." On the stage, Shui Hai pointed his sword at the members of the Misty sect, its 3-foot blade gleaming with an overwhelming aura of power. The faces of the group from the Misty sect turned cold. At this moment, the 2 second-grade disciples at the 9th level of the Qi condensation realm exchanged glances, and one of them leaped onto the battle platform. "Don't be too smug. Ouyang Mu of Guishu Peak in the Misty sect will thwart your brilliance." Ouyang Mu's imposing presence caused the airflow on the stage to become disordered. "The duel is about to begin. Battle is imminent." In an instant, Shui Hai attacked with his sword, a cold light reflecting in his eyes, the sharp blade aimed directly at his opponent. "You think you can thwart my ambitions?" Lightning speed. Clang. The sword strikes were incredibly swift. Shui Hai's figure was like a ghost, and in the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Ouyang Mu. "Humph, with my strength, defeating you is more than enough." Next, Ouyang Mu made a move with his left hand, his 5 fingers changing shape, and then his index finger pointed out to meet the opponent's sword. Mysterious gold finger. Whoosh! A dazzling light flashed, and Ouyang Mu's fingertips turned into a dark gold color. Strands of golden energy swirled around his fingertips, his powerful aura no less than that of his opponent's longsword. Bang! The two forces clashed, creating a deafening explosion. The Xianjin finger force collided with the sword energy, and a powerful aftershock spread between the two. "Too weak." Shui Hai sneered, and at the same time, he swept his longsword horizontally, and a crescent-shaped sword aura cut towards Ouyang Mu's throat. Ouyang Mu reacted swiftly, lying on his back and bending his back to dodge the arc-shaped sword energy. Then, the power of Xianjin surged into his arm instantly, and the powerful palm force propelled a scorching wave of air, slapping towards his opponent. Xianjin palm. Although Ouyang Mu's counterattack was swift, Shui Hai was prepared and also unleashed a palm strike, with fierce internal energy surging in his palm. Shattering gold palm. Thump. Palm to palm, force to force, after only a simple test, came the most intense and deadly exchange. Irregular cracks suddenly appeared on the surface of the battle platform. The two had just separated their positions when, in the next instant, they were engaged in a fierce battle again. Below the stage, the people from the Misty sect looked on with a somewhat solemn expression. "Shui Hai's strength is not weak," Lu Wuji said in a deep voice. Bai Ruyan nodded slightly. "This person is indeed quite capable. I'm afraid he's already close to becoming a first-ranked disciple in the Rift Sky Sword sect." In the blink of an eye, the two on the stage had already exchanged more than a dozen moves. Just then, a powerful sword aura erupted from Shui Hai's body. "We've had enough fun, it's about time to wrap this up." Clang! After saying that, Shui Hai swung his longsword repeatedly, sending wave after wave of silvery white sword energy rushing towards Ouyang Mu. Silver light thousand blades. The silver sword energy continued uninterrupted. Ouyang Mu's eyes narrowed. "Humph, it has indeed dragged on for a while." After saying that, Ouyang Mu activated all his power, and the power of Xianjin flowed through his body, and a golden bell-shaped shield appeared in front of him. The mysterious gold bell. Clang clang clang. The fierce and sharp sword energy crashed into the golden bell shield, and the sword energy shattered one after another. The eyes of Shiryu and the others below the stage lit up. Ouyang Mu's mysterious gold technique was a superior mysterious rank technique, combining power in both offense and defense. The mysterious gold bell was an extremely powerful defensive move. "You can't break my defense," Ouyang Mu said with a cold smile. He then formed hand seals, stepped forward, and pushed the golden bell shield directly towards Shui Hai. Shui Hai's sword energy struck the golden bell shield, shattering each sword energy into pieces. As Ouyang Mu drew closer, a sinister glint flashed in Shui Hai's eyes. "Is that so? Take this." "What?" Everyone watching was taken aback. As soon as he finished speaking, Shui Hai flipped his wrist, and the sword emitted a series of trembling sounds. "Drink!" With a cold shout, Shui Hai suddenly plunged the sword in his hand into the ground. In the next instant, 5 or 6 sharp sword energies pierced through the table in the shape of a and shot straight up. Bang bang bang. Ouyang Mu's expression changed. The mysterious gold bell could block attacks from all directions, but it couldn't block attacks from underground. Clang. Before Ouyang Mu could react, a sword light shot out from beneath his feet. Caught off guard, Ouyang Mu was nearly pierced through his left leg by the sharp sword energy. Ah! Excruciating pain spread throughout his body, a spray of blood erupted, Ouyang Mu's mind went blank, and his protective golden bell shattered on the spot. Chapter 51 Taking the Stage. The faces of the group from the Misty sect below the stage changed drastically. Ah! Ouyang Mu on the stage was in pain, stumbling backward. His left leg was pierced, and he was clearly unable to stand steadily. However, Shuai did not stop. With a swirling sword strike, a thin, sharp sword aura cut into Ouyang Mu's knees like a ray of light. Hiss! Another burst of blood spurted out as Ouyang Mu's knee was slashed open. With a scream, his opponent collapsed to his knees. Despair! Ouyang Mu knelt on both knees, unable to stand up. He trembled all over, and large beads of sweat dripped from his contorted face. The group from the Misty sect were furious. Stop! Shiryu shouted. Shuai wore a cold smile. You think you can just stop because you say so? Then he twisted his wrist, and his 5 fingers loosened. Whoosh! The long sword in his hand flew out like a streak of light. Hiss! Ouyang Mu had no way to dodge. The incomparably sharp longsword pierced into his dantian, and instantly, a fierce sword aura exploded in Ouyang Mu's dantian. Bang! A cloud of blood mist exploded inside Ouyang Mu's body. His eyes widened, and his pale face was filled with intense pain and despair. Ah! Ouyang Mu vomited blood as he looked up, his scream piercing the ear. Shuai laughed even more smugly. Get lost! With a flick of his fingers, the longsword returned to his hand, and with a counter-slash, the sword energy, like a howling moon, struck Ouyang Mu, causing a spray of blood to erupt from his body before he was sent flying off the battle stage. Bang! Ouyang Mu fell heavily to the ground, covered in blood and in great pain. I can't feel any energy in my body anymore. The group from the Misty sect quickly stepped forward and surrounded him. Ouyang Mu's face was filled with despair. My cultivation has vanished. Lu Wuji and the others had grim faces and were extremely angry. Shuai's sword strike just now shattered Ouyang Mu's dantian, directly crippling his cultivation. No one expected that Shuai's methods would be so ruthless. In addition to winning the competition, he also wanted to cripple Ouyang Mu's cultivation. At this moment, Shuai on the stage was beaming with pride. He held his long sword at an angle, and a drop of crimson blood fell from the tip of the sword. You're too cruel. Bai Ruyan glared angrily. Elder Bai, you flatter me. As the saying goes, swords have no eyes. Since it's a competition on stage, how can there be no injuries? Yang Feng said casually. He clearly did it on purpose, can't you see that with your old eyes? Bai Ruyan shouted angrily. Ha 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 ha. Yang Feng laughed loudly, then his gaze turned cold and his voice deepened. So what if he did it on purpose? This has always been the fighting style of the disciples of my Rift Sky Sword sect. Besides, isn't he still alive? You. Bai Ruyan trembled with anger, but she also understood that given the terrible relationship between the Misty sect and the Sky-Splitting Sword sect, it was not surprising that such a situation would occur. Lu Wuji's expression was also extremely ugly. He turned his head to look at Shiryu and said in a deep voice, You go this round. Yes. Shiryu's eyes blazed with fury. Without another word, he leaped onto the battle platform. Who will you send for the second round? Shiryu stepped onto the stage, his body brimming with energy. In this second round, it will still be me versus you. Shuai showed no intention of going down. A cold glint flashed in the longsword in his hand. Shuai crossed his arms in front of him, looking completely in control, and his gaze kept glancing at Xuelingyun opposite him, full of provocation. Another young man standing nearby said, Senior brother Shuai, why don't I play the second round? Shuai then said, No need, let Shuai handle this round. He continued with a hint of contempt, You can all just wait and see the show. Today, we're going to show the people of the Misty sect what true suffering is. And, to make someone who has been abandoned by their family feel utterly hopeless. On stage. Shiryu's face was full of anger. Fine, you asked for this, I'll avenge junior brother Ouyang right now. Shuai replied with a mocking expression, I'm afraid you don't have the ability. No need to hold back, otherwise you will suffer a terrible defeat. As Shiryu finished speaking, he clasped his hands together, forming a handprint with his 10 fingers. A surge of powerful energy erupted from the palms of his hands. Mysterious Serpent Seal. Shiryu launched the first attack without any probing, immediately employing the superior spiritual grade martial art of Guishu Peak, the Mysterious Serpent Seal. Buzz. With an overwhelming surge of energy, Shiryu unleashed a palm strike, sending a square black seal flying towards Shuai. The black mark was nearly 2 meters long and wide. As it moved, its shape suddenly transformed into a ferocious and enraged serpent. Jie. The giant snake opened its blood-red maw, its protruding fangs gleaming with venomous light. Shuai gave a cold laugh, and then his sword aura suddenly intensified. Phantom Sword Chain Slash. Clang. With a resounding sword cry, Shuai unleashed a series of sword moves, sending out more than a dozen sharp, crescent-shaped sword energies. Clearly, Shuai had not used his full strength when he fought Ouyang Mu earlier. Boom! The Shin Snake Seal and the sword energy clashed, causing a violent roar. Despite Shiryu's arrival filled with rage, the enormous black serpent formed from the four-direction seal was still shattered by the moonlit sword chi. Ha! Shuai smiled smugly, then his figure flashed out like a startled swan, his long sword pointing towards Shiryu's vital point. Shiryu remained calm, gathering a large amount of vital energy in his left hand and striking at Shiryu's attack head-on. Bang! Sword against palm, terrifying force, shattering the battle arena. Spiderweb-like cracks spread out, and large pieces of gravel were thrown up from beneath the two of them. Shuai was somewhat surprised. At this moment, Shiryu changed his hand seals again, and behind him, there was a surge of primordial energy, intertwined with each other. Then, a black phallus, over 10 meters long and as thick as a bucket, rushed towards Shuai. Second form of the Mysterious Serpent Seal, Mysterious Serpent Transformation. Jie. Although the ferocious black serpent was formed from primordial energy, the ferocity it released was extremely terrifying. It swooped down, bringing with it a bone-chilling gust of wind, and opened its mouth to bite Shuai's head. Shuai reacted swiftly, thrusting his long sword horizontally and wedging it into the mouth of the ferocious black serpent. The ferocious black serpent could not shut its mouth, but the force of its outburst still pushed Shuai backward repeatedly. Bang! As Shuai was being pushed back by the ferocious black serpent, his body was forced backward, and the platform was smashed into one crater after another. Witnessing the scene unfold, the group from the Misty sect had cold, piercing eyes. At this moment, Ouyang Mu was being supported by another disciple. He was half lying on the ground and only managed to stop the bleeding after taking healing pills. However, his eyes were extremely dark, filled with nothing but hatred and despair. Seeing Shuai being overwhelmed by Shiryu's imposing aura, many members of the Rift Sky Sword sect team became slightly more serious. However, Shuai remained calm and composed, without showing any emotion. At this moment, Shuai was pushed to the edge of the battle platform by the ferocious black serpent. Just as he was about to fall off the platform, Shuai suddenly stopped and forcefully blocked the ferocious black serpent's charge. Go back! Shuai shouted, and the long sword in his hand shone brightly, spraying out a dazzling sword light. Bang! A burst of sword energy exploded in front of the black snake phantom snake, and Shuai was immediately freed from his predicament. The ferocious black snake was also knocked back more than 10 meters away. But at that moment, Shiryu's vital energy surged. He changed hand seals, releasing all the vital energy within his body. The third form of the Mysterious Serpent Seal, Mysterious Serpent, transforms into a dragon. Buzz! As soon as he finished speaking, strands of white spiritual patterns suddenly appeared on the body of the ferocious black serpent. A dreamlike beam of light emanates from within. In an instant, the ferocious black serpent's aura surged, and its form suddenly evolved into a terrifying black dragon. Roar! Whether it was physical appearance, aura, or that fierce and oppressive aura, it increased by more than 10 times. The raging black dragon bared its fangs and claws, rushing toward Shuai like a raging waterfall. You're doomed to lose. Shiryu said with absolute confidence. Mysterious Serpent transforms into a dragon is the strongest strike in the martial art Mysterious Serpent Seal. Shiryu unleashed it with all his might, solely to reclaim the dignity of the Misty sect that had been trampled upon. Roar! The black dragon surged and roared violently, cracking the ground of the battle platform along its path, and crashed all the way to Shuai. Shuai tried to resist, but it was too late. He stood there, with nowhere to escape. But just a second later, something unexpected happened. The imagined scene of Shuai being severely injured did not occur. Instead, the ferocious black dragon passed directly through Shuaihai's body and crashed into the platform behind him. Boom! The immense force ignited the tabletop, sending rocks flying. Shuaihai's figure went from clear to blurry, and then disappeared. Ghostly Shadows is a top-tier spiritual grade movement technique of the Rift Skysword sect. This movement technique is unpredictable and can create afterimages and phantoms. Once it is used, it is difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. I was careless. Shiryu on the stage also felt a bad premonition. At that moment, a blurry afterimage quickly became clear, and Shuaihai appeared in front of Shiryu with a sly smile. Clang! A dazzling sword flashed, slashing down with deadly force. Shiryu's heart tightened. At this moment, his old strength had just been exhausted and his new strength had not yet been generated. In his haste, he could only raise his palm to meet the attack. But with his rhythm already disrupted, how could he possibly withstand his opponent's offensive? The moment the sword collided with his palm, Shiryu felt a sharp pain as if his palm was being ripped apart. Hiss! A spray of blood spurted out, and a deep, bone-revealing wound was slashed open on Shiryu's right palm. Shiryu stumbled backward, completely at a disadvantage. Shuaihai sneered, "Remember my name, the Sky-Splitting Sword Sect." Shuaihai! Swish! 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 Shuaihai used ghostly shadows, and suddenly, 3 afterimages appeared on the stage. With his mind in disarray, Shiryu couldn't distinguish which one was himself. He could only back away and adopt a defensive stance. But in the very next second, a sharp whistling sound came from behind Shiryu. "Are you seeing things?" "I'm right here," Shuaihai said smugly. Shiryu's heart clenched suddenly. Before he could turn around, a cold sword aura slashed into Shiryu's back, and instantly, excruciating pain spread throughout his body. Ah! Shiryu let out a scream even more shrill than Ouyang Mu's. Crimson blood rained down on the stage. He suddenly felt powerless, as if his entire upper body had been severed. "Get down, you piece of trash!" Shuaihai sneered, then kicked Shiryu down. Bang! Shiryu crashed to the ground like a sandbag, the blood on his back spraying out like a fountain, particularly glaring. "Shiryu!" Bai Ruyan quickly ran up to him. Lu Wuji also hurriedly stepped forward to check. When the two reached Shiryu's side, they discovered that Shiryu's spine had been severed by Shuaihai. Boom! Lu Wuji and Bai Ruyan felt a sense of desolation in their hearts, and a surge of anger rose to their heads. The other party's methods were extremely cruel, actually treating their Misty Sect disciples so ruthlessly. Even with your Dantian destroyed, you can still live like an ordinary person. But if your spine is broken, you won't even have the ability to be an ordinary person, you'll be a complete cripple. The members of the Rift Sky Sword sect were all very pleased with themselves. Next, who's next? Shuaihai surveyed the room with arrogance, his sword pointed at the remaining members of the Misty Sect. At this moment, the people from the Rift Sky Sword sect were extremely smug. Bai Mei chuckled and said, "It seems that senior brother Shuebai doesn't need to participate." Shuebai erased the corners of his mouth slightly and glanced at Xuelingyun triumphantly, "Hee hee. So, trashy people can only join trashy sections. Ha 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 ha." Shuaihai on the stage laughed shrilly, "Admit it, you've already lost." The group from the Misty Sect were deeply shaken. No, the Misty Sect has not lost yet. At this moment, Xuelingyun, who had been silent all along, finally spoke a word, and then lifted her jade-like foot and walked towards the battle platform. Lu Wuji and the others, who were in a fit of rage, saw a glimmer of hope rise in their eyes when they saw Xuelingyun finally appear. This disciple personally accepted by the sect leader, this genius who had repeatedly broken the cultivation records of the Misty Sect, all the hope for turning the tide rested on her. Shuaihai looked at Xuelingyun, who was walking towards him with utter contempt, the long sword in his hand humming. Call! An invisible current spread across the field. Shuaihai looked at the person who came forward and coldly asked, "How dare a disgraced member of the family come to fight?" "You talk too much nonsense," Xuelingyun said coldly. Shuaihai sneered and pointed the tip of his sword at Xuelingyun. "Your fate will be even worse than those two." Upon hearing this, the others in the audience immediately tensed up. Xuelingyun said calmly, "As long as you have the ability, that's fine, but I don't think you could do it even if you all came together." Her calm tone carried a hint of disdain. It wasn't that Xuelingyun was targeting anyone in particular, but rather that in her eyes, none of the people on the other side were worth her attention. Shuaihai's eyes turned icy. Then I'll not only destroy your Dantian, but also break your spine." The moment he finished speaking, Shui Hai immediately used ghostly shadows. Swish! 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 In an instant, 4 or 5 afterimages appeared on the stage, even faster than when they dealt with Shiryu earlier. Those present seemed to see the tragic scene of Shui Lingyun dying on the spot, her blood spilled on the battle stage. Call out! Shui Hai appeared to Shui Lingyun's left side like a ghost. Clang! A cold, gleaming sword flashed, illuminating the surroundings. The deadly long sword, like a nimble serpent, aimed straight for Shui Lingyun's throat. In the blink of an eye, the sword was already at the edge of his throat. It's over, hat. Shui Hai grinned smugly. Buzz. But in the next instant, a violent surge of air currents erupted, and Shui Lingyun caught Shui Hai's sword blade with her bare hands. Base. The sword energy was obstructed, and its sharpness was greatly reduced. Everyone was startled. What happened? Even Shui Hai himself was stunned. The other party's reaction speed was incredibly fast. The key point is that his weapon is a mid-grade yellow-rank treasure, so how could he be held down by the opponent with his bare hands? You. Shui Hai tried to forcefully pull out his longsword. But the next second, Shui Lingyun's seemingly light palm struck Shui Hai's chest. Too slow. A cold voice reached her ears, and red energy swirled around Shui Lingyun's right palm. Thump! This palm strike instantly pierced through Shui Hai's chest and back, causing blood to splatter everywhere and his sternum to break on the spot. Immediately afterwards, Shui Hai's eyes widened as he watched helplessly as his chest exploded in the middle. That's impossible. Shui Hai was shocked and furious. How could someone who had been abandoned by his family be unable to defeat him? Goodbye and don't come back. Before the opponent could react, Shui Lingyun slashed forward with her left hand, which was gripping the blade of the opponent's sword, and the long sword in the opponent's hand quickly moved toward Shui Hai's own throat. Hiss! The sharp blade, like a crescent moon, mercilessly sliced through Shui Hai's neck. Whoosh! A streak of scarlet blood shot into the sky, and Shui Hai's head flew off his shoulder in a truly shocking manner. Chapter 52 1 against 3. Shock. In the blink of an eye, Shui Lingyun had taken care of one of them. This sudden turn of events caught everyone present off guard. The people of the sky-splitting sword sect were still basking in their triumph, while the Misty sect was still shrouded in an atmosphere of grief. No one expected that Shui Lingyun's appearance on stage would bring such a powerful and impactful scene. Blood splattered everywhere on the battle platform. Before the afterimages created by the ghostly shadows technique could disappear, Shui Hai's head had already rolled off the battle stage, his lips still trembling slightly. You audacious madman, how dare you kill a disciple of my rifting Heavensword sect? Yang Feng roared in fury, pointing at Shui Lingyun on the platform. Hee, Elder Yang, you flatter me. You should know that fists and feet have no eyes. If you're going to compete on stage, you should be prepared to die. Bai Ruyan said with a cold smile. She had been feeling very frustrated just now, but now she finally got her revenge. You. When Bai Ruyan used his own words to refute him, Yang Feng was immediately rendered speechless. Next. Shui Lingyun stood on the stage and spoke expressionlessly. The faces of the members of the Rift Sky Sword sect were extremely gloomy. Looking at Shui Hai, who died on the stage, Shui Bai, Bai Mei, and others below were filled with shock and anger, their eyes burning with fury. Shui Shan, go and tear that woman to pieces, Shui Bai said coldly. Yes. A young man standing next to Shui Bai flashed onto the battle platform with murderous intent and attacked Shui Lingyun with his sword without saying a word. Buzz. Flames roared, and the long sword, like a fire dragon, slashed down fiercely at Shui Lingyun. This person's skill level is comparable to Shui Hai's, but his actual combat strength is clearly a notch higher. However, Shui Lingyun stood still, showing no intention of dodging. Boom! The flaming sword slashed down, and a burst of scorching red flames exploded on the platform. Shui Lingyun stood motionless in place, completely unharmed. The sight shocked everyone around, leaving them utterly astonished. What happened? Shui Shan was shocked his attack couldn't even break through the opponent's defense. Shui Lingyun scoffed. Playing with fire in front of her was no different from showing off one's skills before an expert. Whoosh! Shui Lingyun flashed and instantly appeared to Shui Shan's side, kicking his right leg. The next moment, a violent force erupted. Shui Shan's knee went numb, then his entire thigh tightened, then his tendons tore, and finally his flesh was torn apart. Before anyone could even see what was happening, one of the legs had already flown off. The speed was so fast that before the pain could even spread throughout his body, the young man wielding the flaming longsword felt a chill run down his spine. He looked down in bewilderment, and his right leg had already vanished. You? Before he could finish speaking, Shuaishan felt a tightness in his throat. Shueling Yun had already grabbed his neck without him even realizing it. No. The moment Shuaishan let out a desperate cry, a cloud of blood mist exploded in front of Shueling Yun's palm. Bang! Blood rained down once more on the battle platform. Shuaishan's throat and neck exploded in front of everyone, his head and body were severed in the middle. This scene was even more suffocating than the scene of Shuaihai's murder just now. Bang! The two consecutive flash sales touched everyone. Zhou Ping stroked his chin, thinking to himself, my wife's methods are truly swift and powerful. The members of the Misty sect were extremely excited. Judging from the current situation, Shueling Yun was very likely to accomplish the feat of taking on 3 opponents at once, thus reversing the entire situation. The Rending Sky Sword sect was utterly shocked and enraged. Their earlier smugness turned into hysteria. Immediately, Shueling Yun raised her hand and pointed to the Rift Sky Sword sect's camp. Next, Shueling Yun stepped over the corpses of Shuaihai and Shuaishan, launching a third provocation against the Rift Sky Sword sect. The third game, which was also the final deciding game. The group from the Misty sect were filled with excitement. Bai Ruyan's beautiful eyes were fixed on Shueling Yun. She was very glad that the sect leader had sent Shueling Yun on this mission. The members of the Rift Sky Sword sect were burning with anger, and at this moment, all their eyes were focused on Shuaibai. With Shuaihai and Shuaishan killed one after another, the only one who could deal with Shueling Yun was Shuaibai. You've killed 2 members of my Shui family today. I have no reason to spare your life. Shuaibai turned to the side, and a heavy sword suddenly flew from behind him onto the battle platform. Bang! The heavy sword landed, shattering a large amount of rubble. Shuaibai flashed onto the stage, his figure filled with boundless killing intent. Today I will clean house. Bang! Shuaibai stomped heavily on the ground, and the heavy sword standing on the platform suddenly flew up. Then he raised his hand and struck the end of the sword hilt with a palm. Clang! A powerful gust of air exploded in front of Shuaibai, and the heavy sword flew straight toward Shueling Yun. Shueling Yun extended her right arm, using her palm to meet the incoming heavy sword. Thump! Sword and palm collided, unleashing a violent burst of energy. Although the heavy sword had a strong momentum, it could not advance even an inch. But in the next instant, Shuaibai flashed forward, and unleashed a second powerful palm strike at the end of the sword hilt. Bone-splitting palm. Bang! The fierce and sharp palm force traveled along the sword and into Shueling Yun's body. A thunderous roar exploded between them, and a huge crack appeared in the ground of the battle platform. The crowd below the stage looked surprised. His strength is truly remarkable, Yang Fong exclaimed. Another elder from the Rift Sky Sword sect laughed and said, Shuaibai has not only reached the 5th level of the Transcendent Realm, but has also cultivated the mammoth battle body, with every move containing the immense power of a mammoth. No wonder his power is so fierce, and ordinary sword cultivators can hardly match his strength. Despite Shueling Yun's impressive performance, the 2 elders believed that Shuaibai, who possessed the mammoth battle body, had a greater chance of winning. On the battle platform, Shueling Yun held the tip of the heavy sword, while Shuaibai pressed down on the hilt. The 2 forces collided violently, creating a chaotic flow of air. I never thought that a piece of trash like you could turn things around. Shuaibai said viciously, if I had known this would happen, the family shouldn't have spared your life back then. Shueling Yun said calmly, if you don't nip the problem in the bud, it will always be the price you fools have to pay. Humph, I'm not one of those soft-hearted people in the family. Shuaibai channeled his inner energy, continuously pouring it into the sword, causing an even more surging power to erupt forth. Clang! The powerful aftershocks spread out in a cross shape, the heavy sword was knocked away, and the air surged. The 2 figures on the stage each spread out their positions. Today I will show you the power of the mammoth battle body. Shuaibai took the heavy sword into his hand, stepped forward, and slashed at Shueling Yun with his sword. Chapter 53 Fierce Battle with Shuaibai. On the battle platform. Facing Shuaibai, who had unleashed the mammoth battle body, Shueling Yun appeared completely relaxed. Because no matter what kind of physique or moves the opponent has, none of these pose a threat to her. The reason is simple, she is the reincarnation of a god. Although her cultivation level has not yet recovered, her fighting spirit has not been lost. It can be said that fighting these juniors is like an adult playing with children. In Shueling Yun's eyes, every move Shuaibai makes is full of flaws. Whoosh! Facing the heavy sword, Xue Lingyun still fought back with her bare hands. Boom! The two sides collided violently, igniting a shower of sparks and fireworks. Xue Bai's mammoth battle body is known for its strength, and coupled with his weapon being a heavy sword, which prioritizes weight over sharpness, Xue Bai's attacks are like a raging storm, exceptionally fierce. It was assumed that Xue Lingyun would be at a disadvantage if she confronted him head-on unarmed, but unexpectedly, Xue Bai did not gain the upper hand in the duel. She withstood it bare-handed? How did Xue Lingyun manage that? The audience below was astonished. It should be noted that Xue Bai's cultivation level had reached the 5th level of the Transcendent Realm, which was 3 minor realms higher than Xue Lingyun's. Although Xue Lingyun possessed the terrifying strength to instantly kill Xue Hai and Xue Shan, what truly made Xue Bai fearsome was his mammoth battle body. The powerful special physique provides an astonishing boost to combat strength. Therefore, Xue Bai's combat strength cannot be measured by his cultivation level. His true combat strength is at least at the 6th or even 7th level of the Transcendent Realm. Even so, Xue Lingyun did not give an inch after killing Xue Hai and Xue Shan. This is the domineering nature of the Supreme Bone, making it virtually invincible among its peers. No matter what rare physique or so-called special bloodline you have, you can only bow down and submit before the Supreme Bone. An ancient sage once said, "Those who possess this bone are destined to be the supreme rulers of the human race." So Zhou Ping watched calmly as Xue Lingyun utterly defeated the opponents, because he knew that none of them were a match for his wife. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Rift Sky Sword Sex side, everyone's eyes turned sinister. The smug look on Bai Mei's face vanished instantly, replaced by intense malice as she stared intently at the two people on the stage. "Senior brother, you must avenge Xue Hai and Xue Shan." The spectators around the square also wore solemn expressions. At this moment, it was still unknown who would win the final victory. Hearing the voices from the sidelines, Xue Bai's offensive intensified, and his moves became even faster. Wind and fire annihilation. Xue Bai let out a cold shout, leaped up from the ground, and flipped repeatedly in mid-air. His heavy sword was like a whirlwind, slashing down one after another. Xue Lingyun met the attack with a palm strike, each palm strike triggering a violent air explosion. Bang bang bang. Xue Bai followed with his sword, each strike pressing down on the last, his heavy sword, imbued with domineering power, cleaving down like a hoe. Despite the continuous bursts of sword energy, it was still difficult to break through Xue Lingyun's defense. After spinning around in mid-air for more than a dozen times, Xue Bai brought down his heavy sword with full force. Boom! The countertop sank half a foot, and cracks spread rapidly. Just then, Xue Lingyun suddenly turned into two black shadows and darted out, like swallows flying in a crisscrossing pattern, one on the left and one on the right, closing in on Xue Bai. So fast. Xue Bai took a step back, gripped the hilt of the sword firmly with one hand, and ran the other hand along the blade. Then, with the sword tip pointing upwards, hold the sword upright in front. Cross sword and shield. Clang. As soon as he finished speaking, the great sword emitted a dazzling light, and a cross-shaped sword shield suddenly appeared in front of Xue Bai. This sword shield seemed to be a product of the great sword magnified several times, and the light it emitted was very dazzling. Seeing this, Bai Mei below the stage was overjoyed. Xue Bai was using the spirit-grade martial art of the Rift Sky Sword sect, cross sword and shield, a powerful skill that combines offense and defense. This move would counterattack a portion of the attacker's power. If the opponent was not careful, they might suffer a great loss in the face of this move. Call. Xue Lingyun turned her palm outward, and a powerful palm wind caused the surrounding airflow to become chaotic. A large amount of red energy surged out of Xue Lingyun's body and continuously flowed into her palm. Break! With a loud shout, Xue Lingyun leaped into the air, flashing 7 or 8 meters into the air. Then, she slammed her palms down, causing a surge of air currents and a fierce wind to rage. A powerful red palm strike with the force to split a mountain struck in front of Xue Bai. Boom! The crimson palm strike, like a raging dragon, crashed heavily into the cross-shaped sword and shield in front of Xue Bai. The clash of their forces nearly caused the entire platform to explode. Bai Mei, sitting in the audience, was overjoyed. Xue Lingyun's powerful attack was exactly what Xue Bai wanted with his cross-shaped sword and shield. This woman was doomed to lose. Xue Bai, on the other hand, channeled his inner strength to resist, his contempt undisguised. "You think you can break my sword and shield without even using martial arts? Are you out of your mind?" But just a second after Xue Bai finished his taunt, a red palm light bloomed in front of him. Boom! A spectacular ravine was carved out in the middle of the battle platform, and a large amount of rubble was swept away, leaving Xue Bai's sword and shield covered in cracks. What? Xue Bai's eyes widened. The onlookers were also shocked. How could Xue Lingyun break through the spirit-grade martial art cross-sword and shield with only her Yuan Qi cultivation? Not only were the people from the sky-splitting sword sect in disbelief, but even the group from the Misty sect were astonished. Zhou Ping's eyes lit up. As expected of my wife, her skills are truly remarkable. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the cross-sword and shield in front of Xue Bai shattered on the spot. Everyone in the room immediately had their pupils shrink. Amidst the shattered light and shadow, Xue Lingyun appeared before Xue Bai like a ghost, swiftly unleashing her palms with red energy flowing through her body. Xue Bai hurriedly met the attack with his heavy sword, but now that he had no sword and shield, his defense was greatly reduced and he could not withstand it at all. Thump! A pale hand slammed heavily onto the sword, the powerful force seeping into the heavy sword and into his arm. Xue Bai felt a numbness in his arm, and then was thrown back 20 or 30 meters. Damn it! Xue Bai abruptly stopped his retreat. His face was ashen, his eyes bloodshot, and his right hand was slightly raised, his 5 fingers clenched into a fist. Blood dripped continuously from between the fingers of his sword-wielding hand. Xue Bai, who was at the 5th level of the Transcendent Realm, was actually injured. Looking at Xue Bai's disordered breathing, everyone found it hard to imagine how powerful Xue Lingyun's attack had been. An expression of disbelief appeared on everyone's faces. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed that Xue Lingyun, who was only at the 2nd level of the Transcendent Realm, could suppress Xue Bai so firmly. Little did they know that Xue Lingyun possessed the supreme bone, and once it matured, its power could rival that of ancient divine beasts. Even the most ordinary fist and foot attacks contained astonishing destructive power. Tap. 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 Drops of blood dripped from Xue Bai's fingers, and the atmosphere on the battle platform grew increasingly tense. At this moment, Xue Bai suddenly laughed, but the laughter was particularly ferocious. Ha ha! I really never thought that even you could have a day of turning the tables. However, next I will let you see the true terrifying power of the mammoth battle body. Bang! Suddenly, a powerful sword aura erupted from Xue Bai's body, and a force that shook the earth shook the entire scene. Moo! A deep, resonant roar of fury echoed over the city lord's mansion. Then, under the tense gazes of many, a massive, ferocious mammoth-like beast with long fur suddenly appeared behind Xue Bai. What's truly astonishing is that this mammoth is composed of a series of dazzling sword shadows. Whether it's the limbs, the elephant's head, or the tusks, everything is arranged from these illusory sword shadows. Even its eyes gleam with sword light. At this moment, Xue Bai's aura reached its peak, and his sword energy emanated from within. The expressions of everyone from the Misty sect changed drastically. Xue Bai truly lived up to his reputation as one of the best disciples of the sky-splitting sword sect. His mammoth battle body was indeed extraordinary. With his mammoth battle body activated, Xue Bai's aura broke through its limits once again, reaching an unprecedented height. Moo! A powerful, ethereal sound assaulted the eardrums of everyone around, and the enormous mammoth exuded a magnificent sword aura. Prepare to die, Xue Lingyun. Chapter 50 for the powerful Xue Lingyun. Within the Rift Sky Sword Sect's camp. A sinister smile appeared on Bai Mei's face. The mammoth battle body is unstoppable. It's time for her to pay for Xue Hai and Xue Shan's lives. That's the strength of the 5th level of the Transcendent Realm combined with the power of the mammoth battle body. With this woman's cultivation at the 2nd level of the Transcendent Realm, she definitely can't withstand it. The other disciples of the sky-splitting sword sect were also full of confidence. It should be noted that with his domineering mammoth battle body, Xue Bai had defeated many cultivators of higher cultivation levels than him. Xue Bai gripped his heavy sword tightly, standing beneath the mammoth, a powerful flow of sword energy erupting from his body. The group from the Misty sect were extremely tense. Even Ouyang Mu, who was lying on the ground, and Shiyu felt an immense pressure. Despite Xue Bai's intimidating aura, the group still hoped for a miracle. If anything unexpected happens later, the two of us must act quickly to protect junior nephew Xue, Lu Wuji whispered to Bai Ruyan. Bai Ruyan nodded solemnly. Now she naturally understood the importance of Xue Lingyun. It was no wonder that the sect leader, Tian Xuanzi, would personally take her as a disciple with such extraordinary talent. On the battle platform. Bang! As the sword energy erupted, the platform rapidly collapsed and shattered, centered on Xue Bai. Xue Bai pointed his sword at Xue Lingyun. That was just a warm-up. This next move will surely kill you. Moo! As soon as he finished speaking, the enormous mammoth burst forth with sword light, and then it swung its long trunk and charged towards Xue Lingyun. With the immense force of a mammoth, it shook the earth as it moved. It transformed in an instant into a massive sword shadow, then into the shadow of a mammoth. The two forms switched back and forth in the blink of an eye. The aura it released became increasingly terrifying. The combination of power and sharpness seemed capable of obliterating everything. Mammoth charge. Cut. With a roar, Shuebai unleashed a colossal elephant formed from endless sword energy that blasted through the battle platform, leaving a spectacular sword trench in its wake. With the outcome of the battle imminent, Lu Wuji and Bai Ruyan stared intently at the situation on the field, while the two elders of the Rift Sky Sword sect also wore solemn expressions. But at this critical moment, Xueling Yun's supreme bone only emitted a small burst of light, and then an unparalleled aura suddenly erupted from her body. Kill me? Are you even qualified? Xueling Yun's jade-like feet stomped heavily on the table. Thump! The ground sank half a foot, and cracks appeared like a net. Suddenly, Xueling Yun leaped into the air and soared to a height of more than 10 meters. Then, Xueling Yun's arm flashed with beams of light as she slammed it towards the mammoth beast shadow. At this moment, the fist's energy shattered the sword's light. The final showdown. Boom! Thump! Xueling Yun's domineering fist swooped down, while Xuebai's condensed sword energy rushed in. The two forces collided solidly, causing the air currents throughout the arena to become chaotic. Nervous. Everyone, whether from the Misty sect or the Sky-Splitting Sword sect, showed a tense expression in their eyes. It was thought that Xuebai's mammoth battle body would completely overwhelm Xueling Yun, but unexpectedly, Xueling Yun also had a powerful trump card that no one knew about. At this very moment, the two sides are locked in fierce combat. If it were anyone else facing Xuebai's mammoth battle body, they would most likely be unable to withstand its immense power, but unfortunately, he was facing Xueling Yun. The power of the supreme bone was fully amplified, and on that bone, intricate and unfathomable symbols flickered and were conceived, elucidating the mysteries of the heavens. Even with only a portion of its power released, it was enough to make Xueling Yun display invincible brilliance. A glint flashed in Xueling Yun's eyes, and she roared, "Break!" A fist-shaped beam of light shot out with lightning speed, followed by a deafening boom, piercing through the body of the mammoth beast shadow. The difference in strength between the two sides is obvious. The solid fist energy was like a beam of light piercing through the clouds. At this moment, it crossed the gap of 3 minor realms with overwhelming power and shattered Xuebai's trump card. Thump! Sword energy suddenly exploded on the stage, sending rocks flying. The chaotic sword light spread like clouds. Looking at the crushed mammoth battle body, Xuebai's face was extremely gloomy. He never thought that he would be defeated by Xueling Yun. He remembered that when he was in the Xue family, everyone could ride on Xueling Yun's head and bully her. But after being expelled from the family, she seemed to be a different person. Bang! The terrifying force of the punch created a large crater in the center of the battle platform. The residual power surged into the opponent's body, causing Xuebai to stagger backward and cough up blood. Lu Wuji, Bai Ruyan, and the others were overjoyed. They had always lost more than they won against the Lightian Sword sect and the Misty sect, but today they could finally hold their heads high. The group from the Rift Sky Sword sect stared intently at the scene, each one unwilling to believe what they were seeing. Bai Mei was stunned. In her eyes, her invincible senior brother Xuebai had actually been defeated by a family outcast. She could not accept this result. Yang Fang's eyes flickered. Xueling Yun possessed monstrous talent. It was one thing that she didn't join the Rift Sky Sword sect, but instead, she was taken in by the Misty sect. If she were allowed to grow up smoothly, she would surely become a major threat to the Rift Sky Sword sect in the future. Ugh! Blood kept gushing from Xuebai's mouth, but at that moment, Xueling Yun appeared again. Before he could react, Xuebai's pupils contracted, and he quickly used his heavy sword to block in front of him. Let go! Bang! Xueling Yun slammed her palm on the sword hilt, and Xuebai felt a numbness in his arm. His palm suddenly cracked open, and blood splattered in his hand. The heavy sword in his hand flew out of his hand and fell to the ground. Get out of my way! Xuebai roared and slapped Xueling Yun in the face. Xueling Yun threw a punch to meet the attack, and Xuebai felt a gust of cold wind rushing towards him. Bang! A fist brimming with immense energy slammed into the center of Xuebai's palm, the violent shockwave shattering the air and instantly breaking the bones in Xuebai's arm. Snap! Xuebai's face contorted as he let out a painful scream. Seeing their miserable state, the group from the Rift Sky Sword sect felt their scalps tingle. The incredibly powerful impact sent Xuebai flying dozens of meters away once again. Xuelingyun's seemingly ordinary punch not only shattered his arm but also ruptured many of Xuebai's blood vessels. As he flew backward, multiple blood vessels burst in Xuebai's body, spraying crimson blood everywhere. Just as Xuebai staggered and landed, Xuelingyun kicked the heavy sword that had fallen to the ground, sending it flying straight towards Xuebai. "I'll take your life." "No." Xuebai was shocked, his pupils reflecting fear. Clang! Before the heavy sword could fly over, Xuelingyun had already reached Xuebai. She stretched out her 5 fingers to grasp the hilt of the sword, and then manipulated the heavy sword to slash the sharp blade toward the other's throat. "Goodbye and don't come back." Clang! The dark, gleaming sword sliced through the air, mercilessly slashing towards Xuebai's throat. The cold blade touched the latter's neck, and his skin instantly split open, a thin stream of red blood silently spurting out. Just as Xuebai's head was about to fly off his neck, a violent and chaotic surge of energy suddenly exploded between Xuelingyun and Xuebai, sending the heavy sword flying. Enough! Everyone's heart skipped a beat as an old figure stood in front of Xuebai, his gaze towards Xuelingyun filled with barely suppressed killing intent. Chapter 55 Adventure. "Yang Fong, how dare you!" A roar swept across the entire arena, and 2 more figures leaped onto the battle stage. Lu Wuji and Bai Ruyan rushed onto the stage with lightning speed, protecting Xuelingyun behind them. "You old bastard, are you trying to break the rules?" Bai Ruyan glared angrily and pointed at Yang Fong, demanding an answer. The undisguised killing intent he just displayed clearly showed that Yang Fong had the malicious intention to nip a prodigy like Xuelingyun in the bud. In a best-of-5 match, and despite being at a significant disadvantage, Xuelingyun accomplished an incredible feat in the eyes of everyone. She defeated 3 opponents single-handedly without sustaining a scratch. Most importantly, Xuelingyun never used any martial arts techniques from beginning to end, which can only be described as a miracle. As senior elders of the Misty sect, they naturally wouldn't allow such an outstanding disciple as Xuelingyun to suffer any loss. Seeing the firm stance of Lu Wuji and the other man, Yang Fong sighed inwardly. Since the 2 sides were roughly equal in strength, he knew that it was unlikely to eliminate Xuelingyun today, but he had a reason to take action. At this moment, another elder of the Rift Sky Sword sect also stepped onto the battle platform. The 2 sides faced each other, and the tension in the air grew even stronger. Yang and Fong exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of apprehension in each other's eyes. If this boy isn't eliminated, he will surely become a great scourge to our sect in the future. And that is their reason for taking action. Without further hesitation, Yang Fong and his companion flashed forward and attacked Xuelingyun. "You can't take this ancient relic with you, so Xuelingyun has to stay." Faced with Yang Fong and his companion's shameless surprise attack, Bai Ruyan and Lu Wuji were naturally not unprepared and immediately took action to block them at top speed. The cloud-shocking sword. Whoosh! 9 luminaries fist. Bang! The battle initiated by the 4 powerful figures who had reached the extreme palace realm was far more intense than before. The aftershocks of the battle alone forced Xuebai and the others to retreat repeatedly, and the surrounding rocks shattered. "You should take that ancient remnant and leave quickly. Once we enter Yubian City, the people from the Rift Sky Sword sect won't dare to do anything." During the battle, Bai Ruyan didn't forget to remind Xuelingyun and the others to leave this dangerous place as soon as possible. Xuelingyun quickly went to the side of the fiery demon ape. She gathered her energy in her right hand and reached towards the fiery demon ape's chest, preparing to extract its essence blood. Just then, an uninvited guest appeared in the sky. It was a beautiful and elegant bird, its feathers as blue as the dawn sky, gleaming softly in the sunlight. Xuelingyun looked up and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "The divine beast Azure Phoenix?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Ping was immediately startled. Wasn't Xinghuan one of the legendary 5 phoenixes? The Azure Phoenix was born of heaven and earth. Legend has it that it was a divine bird that often accompanied the Queen Mother of the West and was also her messenger. There was only one Azure Phoenix in the world. However, the blue phoenix in front of them seemed to be very old and about to die. Whoosh! The Azure Phoenix flew above the fiery demon ape, stretched out its aged claws, grabbed the demon ape by the scruff of its neck, and then took flight with it. Seeing this, Xuelingyun immediately leaped up and firmly grabbed the drooping arm of the fiery demon ape. Ancient remnants are rare and hard to come by, and the essence blood of this fiery demon ape would greatly help her recover her strength as soon as possible, so she would not give up easily. "My wife, wait for me." Zhou Ping quickly jumped up and grabbed the other arm of the fiery demon ape. The 2 of them were carried by the Azure Phoenix and rose into the sky, flying towards the depths of the great wilderness. This sudden turn of events left Lu Wuji and the others somewhat at a loss. Yang Fong revealed a relieved smile. With Xueling Yun and Zhou Ping's meager strength, there was no way they could have returned alive from the depths of the great wilderness. The Rift Sky Sword sect could rest easy now. About half an hour had passed. After flying over the continuous mountain ranges and dense forests, a towering mountain peak came into Zhou Ping's view. Immediately afterwards, Zhou Ping and the other person were taken by the Azure Phoenix to a hidden cave on the mountain peak along with the fire-burning demon ape. Carefully hiding in the shadow of the fiery demon ape, Zhou Ping and Xueling Yun surveyed their surroundings. Soon, their attention was completely drawn to a sky-blue egg in the center of the cave. The surface of this egg is covered with beautiful patterns, and it seems to be surrounded by an innate aura. Looking at the sky-blue egg, Xueling Yun instantly understood why the dying Azure Phoenix had kidnapped the fiery demon ape to leave its offspring their first food. She remembered reading in an ancient book in the Sacred Flame Palace that there was only one Azure Phoenix in existence, and when it was on the verge of death, it would use all its strength to produce a giant egg that contained the essence of its entire life, in order to pass on and continue the bloodline of this race. Clang clang. As the old blue phoenix let out its last mournful cry, its body gradually became transparent, radiating a soft glow, turning into specks of light that drifted around, some of which adhered to the azure egg. The departed Azure Phoenix emitted a misty haze that spread outwards, like chaos, and the whole world fell silent, as if we had arrived at the beginning of time. At this moment, Zhou Ping and Xueling Yun entered a strange state, as if they were standing at the end of the world, surrounded by chaotic energy. In a daze, the two of them seemed to have traveled through time and space, descending to a certain place in a phantom spirit state. What comes into view is a magnificent building complex, filled with primordial energy and shimmering with precious light. The palaces are clustered together, as if they were built in the heavens on earth. Auspicious beasts crouch and roar, guarding the gates. This is the Xue family 17 years ago. Xueling Yun exclaimed. What? Zhou Ping was equally shocked. The two of them had traveled through time to 17 years ago. Could this be impossible? But as the scene before him changed, Zhou Ping quickly realized that what he was seeing was a scene his wife had seen when she was young, but which she had not clearly remembered because of her age and was hidden in her subconscious. Zhou Ping immediately became interested and began to watch intently. He had never understood why Xueling Yun was so cold to people, and he hoped that by taking this opportunity to look at her childhood experiences, he could find out some of the reasons. Xueling Yun was also watching intently. Although she had accepted all of the original owner's memories, her memory of this particular period was extremely vague. So she was also curious about what exactly happened to the original owner of this body 17 years ago. Chapter 56. 17 years ago. The Xue family mansion is shrouded in a misty haze, with rare birds singing in the sky above the palace, drawing dazzling streaks of light. The mansion has clear lakes, lush trees, a network of waterways, well-arranged rock formations, and vast gardens, creating a magnificent landscape. This is a blessed land, brimming with spiritual energy. My lady, have you noticed that Yuner has become very sleepy lately, and I seem to sense the aura of runes within her? A dashing young man stood in the room, staring at the baby held by the woman beside him. Oh, you noticed it too? I thought it was just my imagination. How could there be runes in her body when she's so young? The young woman said, puzzled. Could it be? The handsome man suddenly opened his eyes, and two bolts of lightning shot out of the window, startling a flock of auspicious birds, which quickly took flight. What came to mind? The beautiful woman asked. Among the true strongest humans, some will eventually develop sacred bones, revealing their own primordial imprint and possessing their own exclusive primordial treasure techniques. The man's words were resounding, then turned to excitement as he said, a very few individuals are even born with primordial treasure bones, like the golden winged rock or the true hoe. They are born with them, and the treasure techniques they develop are enough to make them stand out from the crowd. No martial arts technique can compare to them. It is no exaggeration to call them supreme bones. The beautiful woman was surprised to hear this, and looked at the adorable baby in her arms with an incredulous expression. Her hands were trembling with nervousness. The so-called precious arts are a special kind of existence independent of martial arts. They are extremely rare in the world and generally only exist on the divine bones of ancient ferocious beasts such as Yazi and Shilin. Let me investigate this thoroughly, the young man said decisively, striding over. The baby was very curious, not knowing what they were going to do. He blinked his big eyes, happily opened his little hands, and wanted his father to hold him. After some investigation, the man was shocked. His fingers trembled, and the usually calm and decisive man stammered, It's the supreme bone. What does that mean? In the future, this child will be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with ancient ferocious beasts, and will be able to fight against the golden winged rock and the true Ho, whose bloodlines are pure and flawless. His unique primordial treasures will shake the world and be engraved in the history of the human race. The woman took the baby in her arms, gently kissed her rosy cheeks, and said with a bright light in her eyes, "Whether she has the supreme bone or not, she is our child. I just hope she can grow up happily." Several days later, news suddenly came from the battlefield of the 100 Clans. Xuelingyun's grandfather, after shooting a baby Yazi, was chased for hundreds of thousands of miles by an adult Yazi. During the chase, the Yazi tore off his arm and almost all the bones in his body were broken. Finally, he was helped by a benefactor who used several precious bones from an ancient species to set up a magical array, which allowed him to escape with his life. However, he disappeared without a trace, and his fate is unknown. In addition, he was severely injured, so it is hard to say whether he could survive. "No, I must go find my father." Upon receiving the news, the young man stood up abruptly and decided to head to the southern border. The clan has already dispatched a large number of experts, and various forces are searching and rescuing. How much of a difference can you make? The young woman was afraid that her husband would impulsively risk going to find that Yazi. "My father's fate is unknown and his whereabouts are unknown. I must go and find him as soon as possible, no matter what." The man was resolute and insisted on going. The beautiful woman knew her husband's temperament. Once he made a decision, he wouldn't change it. But she was genuinely worried that he would go after that terrifying Yazi, so she said, "I'll go with you." "No, you still have to take care of Yuner," the man refused. "How can I leave you alone?" The woman shook her head, her expression gentle, and said, "With so many people in the family, how can we not take good care of Yuner? Unless an ancient ferocious beast is dispatched, who would dare to cause trouble at my Shui family's residence?" The man thought about it and realized it made sense. The couple did not tell anyone else about the supreme bone growing inside Xuelingyun's body. After all, this matter was not easy to discover unless one was very close to her. Therefore, there was no need to reveal it to prevent others from coveting it and causing her to die young. "Are you going on a long journey? There's really no need to do this. All the experts in the clan have been dispatched, and they will definitely bring the old man back." "Yes, don't worry, good people are always protected by heaven, the old man will definitely be fine." Despite repeated attempts by their clansmen to dissuade them, the couple insisted on setting off. "Go ahead without worry. I'll take care of Yuner. Let her spend more time with Iman, and when they grow up, let them, as sisters, suppress all races together," a young woman said with a smile. She was exceptionally beautiful and was Shui Yiman's mother. Her smile was charming, revealing her pearly white teeth and a friendly demeanor. Because she had a gifted young daughter, she held a very high position in the clan. Shui Yiman, a child of about 3 years old, stood not far away. Although she was young, she was very composed. Her pupils had a divine light, and she even had a faint sense of majesty, which was quite different from her age. In ancient times, all those who possessed the flying immortal eyes became saints or gods. The few who did appear were all extraordinary figures who shook the world. Shui Yiman was discovered to have the flying immortal eyes right after she was born, which naturally caused a great stir in the clan. Everyone had high hopes for her. In fact, she was truly extraordinary, a prodigy who learned everything very quickly, far surpassing her peers. "Thank you very much, sister-in-law. It's enough that a few elders are watching over things. It would be too much trouble for you," the couple said. "Sister-in-law, you're too kind. We're all family." "Don't say things like that," the young woman said gently. Finally, the couple set off, leaving the Shui family and heading to the battlefield of the 100 Clans. "Iman, you should get closer to Lingyun in the future. She has extraordinary talent and will be your right-hand woman when she grows up." After returning to her palace complex, the young woman instructed her daughter, who had the flying immortal eyes. The 3-year-old child was very composed, and his behavior was quite inconsistent with his age. Then, seeing the glint in her daughter's eyes as she stared intently at Xuelingyun, the young woman asked in bewilderment, "Iman, why do you keep staring at your sister? She is no ordinary person. There is a bone inside her body with complex and unfathomable runes," Shui Yiman said calmly. The young woman was taken aback. She knew that her child was extraordinary, possessing the flying immortal eyes, a characteristic of ancient sages and gods, capable of seeing through many origins. Suddenly, she was horrified, and in an instant, she remembered something. She asked urgently, "You said there was a bone inside her body covered with primordial runes?" "Yes," the child said calmly. "Born with the supreme bone." The young woman's body trembled immediately. She thought of that ancient legend and couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. For a long time, her expression shifted between anger and uncertainty as she stared at the innocent baby. A flash of malice crossed her eyes before she turned to her daughter and instructed, "Don't tell anyone." The child nodded, without saying anything more. A few days later, the young woman, along with Shui Yiman and Shui Lingyun, left the Shui family mansion and secretly headed to a secluded estate. Upon seeing this scene, Zhou Ping couldn't help but sigh. Shui Lingyun's expression was also not good. Although the original owner had long since passed away, Shui Lingyun, who had taken over the body, gradually developed a sense of resonance and naturally felt some empathy for the original owner's experiences. In the manor. "Auntie, where is that beautiful five-colored peacock you described?" Xiao Shuilingyun asked curiously, while also somewhat puzzled. After arriving at the manor, they went straight into an underground palace. "You'll see it soon," the young woman said expressionlessly. Upon entering a secret room, the young woman's eyes suddenly turned cold, and a wisp of vital energy surged from her fingertips. She then forcefully stabbed at Xiao Shuilingyun. Chapter 57 Promise. At the critical moment, the precious bone within Shuilingyun's body glowed, actually neutralizing the young woman's attack. As expected of the supreme bone, the young woman's gaze instantly turned fervent. It should be noted that her cultivation was not weak, and the precious bone had only just begun to grow, yet it was able to block her energy attack. She clapped her hands, and a shadow appeared not far away. Like a ghost, it silently approached, picked up Xiao Shuilingyun, and pressed her onto the cold bed. "Grandma, what are you doing?" This was a baby who was only 8 or 9 months old, at an age when she was innocent and naive. She asked with pure kindness and confusion. A dazzling silver blade flashed past, flowing with intoxicating luster, slicing open Xiao Shuilingyun's chest. Blood gushed out instantly, and at the same time, a hazy divine radiance, flowing with the mysteries of the heavens, with endless runes, flickered there incessantly. "Ouch, that hurts!" Little Shuilingyun cried out in pain, her eyes filled with terror. She never expected to be treated like this. She was only an 8 or 9-month-old toddler, what could she possibly know? "It's really troublesome that we can't even make her faint," the young woman said coldly. Beside her, another young child Shui Yiman watched quietly, speechless, making one wonder if she was really not even 4 years old. Blood flowed freely. Xiao Shuilingyun's face was pale, her eyes were lifeless, and she kept crying out in pain, wailing and weeping blood. Please don't let anything go wrong. I've checked a rare bone book, and it records that this grafting method can succeed. Iman was born with the flying immortal eyes, destined to be the supreme ruler of heaven and earth." The young woman was very nervous and couldn't help but shout excitedly. "Auntie!" Little Shuilingyun looked up, her face streaked with tears, and stretched out her little hands, pleading for some relief from the excruciating pain. However, the young woman remained unmoved, her face icy cold, only urging the ghostly figure to be careful and not let the supreme bone lose its life force. "All right." Finally, the dark figure let out a low, beast-like roar, and a ball of light was cleaved from Xiao Shuilingyun's chest. It possessed an indescribable magic power, and even as it began to grow, it made people's souls tremble, radiating endless divine radiance and illuminating the entire secret chamber. "Iman, it's your turn. You must hold on," the young woman said anxiously to the other child. The child nodded without saying anything. She lay on a jade bed, a silver knife slicing through her chest, blood flowing down her chest. "Be careful, don't make any mistakes," the young woman said to the dark figure with a fierce look in her eyes, clearly distressed for her child. On the cold bed beside her, little Shuilingyun looked extremely haggard and pained. Her large eyes were filled with tears, and with each blink of her long eyelashes, glistening tears rolled down her cheeks. She stretched out her small hands with difficulty, as if trying to grasp a sliver of warmth, and pleaded in a trembling voice, "Auntie." The young woman glanced at her coldly, then ignored her, turning to look at the other bed with a loving expression and a very gentle voice, whispering, "Iman, you must hold on. This entire domain will be yours in the future, because you are a born supreme being." Beside her, Shuilingyun, who had lost her supreme bone, lay alone on the cold bed, her snow-white face streaked with tears, slowly falling into unconsciousness, murmuring, "Mother." Xiao Shuilingyun murmured weakly in her unconscious state, longing for her gentle mother who would never hurt her. In her most painful moment, she was calling out for her true family, a sight that tugged at the heartstrings. She was only a few months old when her mother left, and only had a vague memory of her. But now, her mother is the warmth she longs for most, and she wants to lie in her mother's arms and fall asleep. Tears streamed down Shuilingyun's pale face. She curled up in a ball, her body trembling, and curled up in the cold corner of the bed while she was unconscious. A muffled groan came from the jade bed on the other side. Although Shui Yiman was young, she was not afraid. Her divine eyes shone with a faint light. She bit down on a piece of cork, her head covered in cold sweat, and she persevered despite the excruciating pain. Good child, you must endure it. After today, you will soar to the heavens, and no one will be able to stop your rise. You will be the most dazzling genius in this great domain. The young woman held the child's hand, letting her draw warmth to combat the excruciating pain. The young woman was very nervous, but her eyes also flashed with endless fervor. The light source was covered with countless runes, densely packed, flowing with the mysteries of the heavens, complex and difficult to understand, causing a sense of unease to rise in one's heart, and one could not help but worship it when facing it. The young woman's eyes were filled with madness, making her even more certain that what she was doing was worthwhile. Even if she was discovered and eliminated one day, it would be worth it as long as the supreme bone was implanted into Amon's body. This supreme bone had only just begun to grow and already had such power. If it grew well in the future, it would be incredible. The ancient golden-winged rock and Truho were beings that dared to slaughter gods, supreme and unparalleled. The innate supreme being could fight against them. Who could challenge them in the future? Almost there, almost done, Iman, hang in there. She kept encouraging and supporting Shui Iman with her gentle words, which helped her relax and get through this difficult time. The light source was dazzling, as if a slumbering god was inside, emitting divine halos that illuminated the entire secret room in a splendid manner. The holy radiance cascaded down, making it feel as if one had entered the realm of gods. Shaman's chest was filled with dazzling light, and she struggled more violently, letting out beast-like roars, in excruciating pain, her body covered in sweat. Be careful, don't hurt my Iman. The young woman's face showed a fierce look as she shouted at the dark figure. She was becoming more and more nervous and afraid, fearing failure. Although the records are detailed, this is, after all, a supreme bone. Transplanting it is far too dangerous. If things go wrong and it erupts, we could both perish here, the ghostly black figure said in a low voice. I don't care, I just want to succeed. Since it's recorded in the bone book and there are precedents, there's no reason why we can't succeed. The young woman shouted, her beautiful face slightly distorted. She grabbed Shui Yiman's hand and said, we're all of the Shui family bloodline, of the same lineage, descendants of the same ancestor. The success rate should be higher. Yiman, hang in there. The shadowy figure growled, and then the entire secret chamber erupted in a frenzy, with dazzling divine light spreading to every inch of space. A burst of fiery clouds erupted, thunder descended, lightning danced, divine sounds resounded, and all sorts of strange phenomena appeared. Finally, the auspicious light subsided, the runes condensed, and it transformed into the sole supreme source bone, which entered Shui Yiman's chest cavity. The dark figure moved swiftly, and runes burst forth, healing the wound, stopping the bleeding, and promoting tissue regeneration. All right. With a low growl, the secret chamber fell completely silent, and the strange scene vanished. Good child, you are your mother's pride. From now on, no one can stop you. This land will tremble under your feet. The young woman was extremely excited, holding Shui Yiman's arm, her face full of joy, and her eyes shining with fervent light. She took a soft blanket and carefully covered the unconscious Shui Yiman with it. Finally, she stood up and couldn't help but burst into laughter, a laugh that was somewhat manic and hysterical. Auntie. I'm cold. Curled up on the cold bed, shivering, Shui Lingyun was awakened by the laughter. Her chest ached, her face turned pale, and she called out weakly. The young woman turned around abruptly, not to get the blanket, but to stare at her intently, her gaze cold and devoid of pity. She then spoke to the dark figure, saying, take out all the remaining true blood in her body to nourish the supreme bone within Iman. The part where the supreme bone grows contains corresponding true blood, which is used to nurture that unique primordial treasure bone, which possesses astonishing divinity. The shadowy figure nodded, then took out a jade jar, used a secret technique, and began to draw blood from Xiao Shuelingyun. The hazy light shone again, instantly filling the secret chamber with a sacred light. Immediately cast the spell to nourish Iman's body with this precious blood, so that he can quickly merge with the supreme bone and become one with it. The young woman was very anxious. It's best to proceed gradually and take it slow, the shadowy figure advised. It's all right. Iman was born with the flying immortal eyes, which is incomparable to ordinary children. Besides, the sooner this bone merges with her, the more at ease I can be. It's so cold. Xiao Shuelingyun fainted again, her lips turned white, and her small body curled up in the corner of the bed, shivering constantly. When everything was over, the secret chamber fell silent. The dark figure had left, and the entire empty underground palace appeared somewhat eerie. When Xue Lingyun's parents returned, they were furious to discover the terrible ordeal their daughter had suffered and were determined to get an explanation. However, since the Supreme Bone has merged with Xue Yiman, making her a prodigy who possesses both the Flying Immortal Eye and the Supreme Bone, Xue Yiman's lineage is willing to do anything to protect her. So Xue Lingyun's parents made a huge scene, alarming the old monsters in the Xue family who were in seclusion. They thought that someone would finally uphold justice, but these old fogies were only concerned about Xue Yiman, who had two extraordinary appearances, and surrounded her. As for Xue Lingyun's parents, they only offered some appeasement and promised to save Xue Lingyun's life. Xue Lingyun's parents were naturally unwilling to accept this outcome, but their struggles were in vain. The hearts of the entire Xue family had already turned towards Xue Yiman. Most people believed that as long as she existed, the Xue family would surely soar to the top and become the overlord of Tianyuan continent. Now that Xue Lingyun has lost her supreme bone, her life is ruined and she is not worth paying much attention to. Who would offend Xue Yiman, who has a bright future, for her sake? Ultimately, the old man disappeared without a trace, and Xue Lingyun's parents also lost contact. As a result, Xue Lingyun became a completely neglected child, eventually abandoned by the Xue family, wandering in the mountains, starving, until she was kidnapped by the Zhou family. A gust of wind blew, the mist gradually dissipated, and the ancient blue phoenix completely disappeared into the world. Zhou Ping and Xue Lingyun stood in the cave, tears streaming down their faces. Zhou Ping's eyes held a look of reminiscence. He remembered Xue Lingyun's pitiful and miserable appearance when they first met at the Zhou family. Now he realized that his wife had experienced such a childhood. What a tragic time it must have been. No wonder she was so cold to people. After all, even her own family could betray her, let alone others. Suddenly, Zhou Ping reached out and pulled Xue Lingyun into his arms. "My wife, I think I understand why you asked me to dissolve our marriage. You think I can't help you fight against the Xue family, right? If that's the case, I can tell you definitively that the Xue family is nothing to worry about, and so what if Xue Yiman possesses both the Flying Immortal Eye and the Supreme Bone? In the future, I will definitely help my wife kill Xue Yiman, seize her Flying Immortal Eyes, take back the Supreme Bone that should belong to you, and eradicate the cold and ruthless Xue family. This is the promise I make to you." Listening to Zhou Ping's words, which sounded like a vow, powerful yet full of emotion, Xue Lingyun's heart seemed to soften for some reason, and she even forgot to push him away for a moment. After a long while, a crisp click sound finally woke the two of them. Xue Lingyun quickly retreated, putting a great distance between them. Zhou Ping looked at his hands. It was the first time he had held Xue Lingyun, and the feeling was really not bad. At that moment, a beam of azure light illuminated the entire cave. Zhou Ping and his companion looked up and were immediately stunned by the sight before them. A new azure phoenix is about to be born. Chapter 58 Harvest. Inside the cave. Within that azure egg, a life emerged with consciousness. It began to peck incessantly at the eggshell, and through its efforts, it finally pecked out the first crack. The scene before her eyes made Xue Lingyun's eyes light up, and an idea naturally arose in her mind, to raise this unborn young blue phoenix by her side. It is foreseeable that the whole world is very unfamiliar to the newly born Qingluan. It will instinctively seek things that can bring a sense of security. This is undoubtedly the easiest time to establish a close relationship with it. Once successfully established, such a relationship can last a lifetime. Even with Xue Lingyun's calm demeanor, she couldn't help but feel excited. Back in the day, even at the height of its power, the Holy Fire Palace didn't have many divine beasts. After all, these divine beasts were rare and powerful, and few people could subdue them. They were something that could only be encountered by chance. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Having made up her mind, Xue Lingyun immediately went to the unconscious fiery demon ape and ended its life without hesitation. She then immediately began to process the fiery demon ape's body, piling up the parts containing its essence next to the azure egg with extremely clean and efficient movements. Before long, Xue Lingyun carefully took out a clump of the essence blood of the fiery demon ape, and a look of joy immediately appeared on her face. With this, she could at least break through 2 or even 3 minor realms in a short period of time. The unexpected encounter just now allowed Xue Lingyun to clearly see the original owner's tragic experience. Without a doubt, she would avenge the original owner. Therefore, Xue Lingyun's most important task now is to restore her strength. If she can return to her peak condition, wouldn't destroying the Xue family be a piece of cake? As for Zhou Ping, although they experienced this adventure together, she hasn't revealed everything about the Sacred Flame Palace yet. In Xue Lingyun's view, this is too heavy a burden for Zhou Ping. So it's enough for Zhou Ping to know about the original owner of this body. After all, with his talent, dealing with the Shui family is already an extremely difficult task, let alone facing an even more terrifying enemy. Seeing Shui Lingyun's actions, Zhou Ping roughly guessed what she was thinking. He immediately stepped forward and helped Shui Lingyun deal with it. However, he had only been working for a short while when he let out a surprised exclamation. This is a divine bone? Zhou Ping stared in astonishment at the precious bone that Zhou Ping had dug out with his hands, which shimmered with divine light. Generally speaking, divine bones only appear on pure-blooded ancient ferocious beasts. The chances of an ancient remnant species like the fire-burning demon ape appearing with divine bones are extremely slim. Even he had to marvel at his incredible luck. It was practically the hand of God. Without much thought, Zhou Ping immediately handed the divine bone in his hand to Shui Lingyun. However, Shui Lingyun shook her head, indicating her refusal, and said seriously, "The supreme bone within my body has already been revived, so this divine bone is useless to me. You can keep it." But no need for further words. Didn't you say you would help me deal with the Shui family in the future? If you don't use this divine bone to change your terrible cultivation talent, why should you fulfill your promise? Shui Lingyun said calmly, and then pushed the divine bone back. Seeing that Shui Lingyun had already put it this way, Zhou Ping naturally had no choice but to put the divine bone away. Just then, the azure egg was finally pecked open. First, a piece of shell fell to the ground, then a second, and so on. Before long, a cute little head popped out, then pecked open the shell, and the whole body appeared in Zhou Ping and the other person's sight. This is a young blue luan bird with many reddish yellow and white eye-shaped markings on its wings, which are quite stunning when spread out. Zhou Ping couldn't help but marvel. Witnessing a divine beast descend to earth was something that ordinary people couldn't possibly encounter. Shui Lingyun then tiptoed towards the little blue phoenix, saying, "Hello, little one." Sensing someone approaching, the little blue phoenix, which was exploring its surroundings, shrank back slightly, but quickly returned to normal, seemingly unafraid. Upon seeing this, Shui Lingyun was overjoyed. She immediately seized the opportunity and threw a piece of flesh from the fiery demon ape to the little blue phoenix's mouth. The little blue phoenix hesitated for a moment at first, but in the end, it could not resist the strong hunger in its stomach and began to eat heartily. Soon, the two witnessed the little azure phoenix's terrifying appetite. It had only been born a short time, and its first meal almost completely devoured the fire-burning demon ape, an ancient species. No wonder the old azure phoenix had specifically kidnapped it. Ordinary demonic beasts simply weren't enough to satisfy it. Taking the opportunity, Shui Lingyun closed the distance again, came to the side of the little blue phoenix, and gently stroked it with her jade hand. Even Zhou Ping came over, and the two of them stroked the little blue phoenix's beautiful and delicate feathers together. Their hearts calmed down involuntarily, as if there was a wonderful aura on the blue phoenix that could help people calm their minds and cultivate. It truly deserves to be called a divine beast. Perhaps because Zhou Ping and his companion happened to be present when the old blue phoenix ascended to heaven, the young blue phoenix seemed to sense a sense of closeness from them. Instead of rejecting their actions, its relationship with them quickly warmed up. As the little blue phoenix ate, it hopped and chirped at Zhou Ping and Shui Lingyun, clearly trying to convey some kind of message. Shui Lingyun immediately listened intently, but as she listened, she sensed something was amiss. It seems to portray Shui Lingyun as a mother figure, while Zhou Ping is seen as a father figure. Shui Lingyun was speechless. Was this thing really a divine beast? How could it recognize its parents so quickly? Did it have any backbone? Zhou Ping immediately gave the little blue phoenix a thumbs up, praising the little guy without reservation. In his hometown dialect, he said, "I've known your good since you were a kid." Just as the two were about to leave the cave with the little blue phoenix and return to the Misty sect, an unsettling conversation came from outside the cave. "Are you sure it's here?" "There's no mistake. Our Shui family's bloodhounds have a very keen sense of smell. The fact that it stopped here means that the bastard must be in the cave ahead." Zhou Ping and the other man's expressions immediately changed. The next moment, a powerful surge of energy rushed towards the cave. Boom! After a violent surge of energy, the cave was completely destroyed. "Ha ha ha, didn't expect that, did you? I, Shui Bao, am back." Standing on a pile of rubble, a young man stood with his hands on his hips, laughing loudly with a crooked mouth. Chapter 59 Crisis. Looking at the collapsed cave, Shui Bao laughed triumphantly, with several powerful figures standing beside him. Having suffered a setback at Zhou Ping's hands, Shui Bao was still quite upset. Although he had already sent a message to Shui Bai, he still felt uneasy. So he returned to the Shui family and summoned several experts to back him up, one of whom was a clan elder. With these people supporting him, he immediately felt confident and prepared to get his revenge. As the dust settled, Xuelingyun and her companion came into view. The attack they had just received was quite powerful. If they hadn't used the eggshell from when the little blue phoenix was born to block it, they would undoubtedly be injured now. Heh, this bitch is lucky to be alive. Xuebao chuckled lewdly and turned to give an order to the clan elder beside him. Old Tian, go easy on her later. Don't kill Xuelingyun. Let me have my fun with her for 3 days and 3 nights first. Only after I've had my fill can I kill her and vent my anger. When Zhou Ping slapped him in the face earlier, Xuebao was still thinking about getting rid of his lecherous habit, but now he has completely forgotten about it. It's a small matter. The old man who had just launched the attack spoke calmly, and then his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Before the opponent could move, Xuelingyun activated the Crimson Flame Heart technique, condensing a phantom flame shield above her head. In fact, as a deity of the Holy Fire Palace, she possessed numerous powerful defensive techniques, but due to the limitations of her current low cultivation level, this was the only strongest defense she could currently employ. Crimson Flame Divine Shield. The next moment, a huge palm print slammed down on Xuelingyun, causing the vegetation on the entire peak to tremble and the wind to rage. This was at least a strike that reached the extreme palace realm level. Bang! The palm print slammed heavily onto the illusory shield of flames, and the powerful recoil collided violently with it, instantly sending a strong shockwave surging in all directions, blowing the surrounding rocks into the air. Despite mobilizing all her energy to support the shield, Xuelingyun finally let out a muffled groan after resisting for a while, and a trickle of blood spilled from the corner of her mouth. Seeing that she was about to give up, she quickly used another secret technique, and the energy in her body instantly became violent, which temporarily stabilized the situation. However, as the saying goes, one force can overcome 10 techniques. Faced with a huge gap in strength that spans at least 2 major realms, no matter how many methods Xuelingyun had, due to her limited energy, these methods could not only not unleash their full power, but could only be temporarily effective and could not reverse the overall situation. Crack! Not long after, the illusory shield of flame shattered, and a tremendous impact sent Xuelingyun flying backward. My wife! Fortunately, Zhou Ping reacted very quickly, immediately leaping up and catching Xuelingyun, holding her tightly as they landed on the ground. At this moment, the little blue phoenix also flew onto Xuelingyun's shoulder, expressing its concern in a rather human-like way. How are you? Are you badly injured? Zhou Ping asked anxiously, looking at Xuelingyun, whose face was pale, in his arms. At this moment, Zhou Ping's eyes gradually turned red, clearly indicating that he was already furious. This old bastard actually dared to injure Xuelingyun in front of him. He deserved to die. It's nothing, I just suffered a minor injury. Xuelingyun shook her head, then pushed Zhou Ping away, forced herself to stand up, and turned to say, this person is too strong, you should seize the opportunity to escape later. Zhou Ping shook his head firmly. He was not the kind of person who would stoop to such a lowly position and abandon Xuelingyun here alone. Looking at Xuelingyun, who seemed to be unharmed, Elder Tian appeared calm on the surface, but in reality, his heart was in turmoil. Although he had held back with his attack just now, no one below the extreme palace realm should have been able to withstand it, yet Xuelingyun had only suffered minor injuries. This Xuelingyun is truly like a centipede that, though dead, does not fall down. If she grows up smoothly in the future, she will surely bring a lot of trouble to Miss Iman. In that case, this girl must not be allowed to live. More importantly, the Xue family is currently in a period of power transition and internal instability. Xue Yiman's lineage currently holds a huge advantage, but if the Xuelingyun lineage finds out that she is not dead and seems to have good cultivation talent, then there will be big trouble. Thinking of this, old Tian no longer cared about what Xuebao had said earlier. He looked at Xuelingyun with a strong killing intent in his eyes. He was determined to eliminate this woman completely today. Boom! An unrestrained aura swept out from Elder Tian, and the powerful pressure made it difficult for everyone present to breathe. Earth-shattering claws. Tian Lao formed his right hand into a claw, and his powerful Yuan Qi surged forth. In mid-air, he used Yuan Qi to condense a huge, illusory tiger claw, which charged toward Xuelingyun with unparalleled momentum. This time, he was clearly serious. Faced with a full-force attack from someone at least at the extreme palace realm, Xuelingyun dared not be careless in the slightest. With her current strength, she simply could not withstand it. So, without the slightest hesitation, she immediately took out the jade talisman, held it in her hand, and shouted to Zhou Ping, "Come to me quickly." Judging from the power of that attack, the old man's strength was at least on par with Lu Wuji and the others. Facing such a powerful opponent, Zhou Ping's strategy was to listen to advice, and he flashed behind Xuelingyun. At the same time, Elder Tian's illusory tiger claws had already reached Xuelingyun, and the jade talisman in the latter's hand was crushed. Click! After crushing the jade talisman, a golden protective shield instantly appeared, enveloping Xuelingyun and part of the surrounding space. Bang! The illusory tiger claw slammed into the protective shield, but the shield not only didn't break, it also forced old Tian to take a few steps back. Upon seeing this, Xuelingyun was overjoyed. She remembered that Tian Xuanzi had once said that the protective shield provided by this jade talisman could withstand an attack from a powerful expert in the domain C realm, and the old man opposite her had obviously not reached that level yet. Run! Xuelingyun quickly spoke up, saying that although the old man opposite them couldn't break through the protective shield yet, the shield's energy was limited. If the opponent kept attacking, the energy would likely be exhausted. Therefore, they had to escape before the shield disappeared. Zhou Ping nodded, naturally understanding the reasoning behind it. He quickly used his movement technique to follow Xuelingyun down the mountain. Where do you think you're going? Old Tian roared and chased after them as fast as he could. If he let the two little kids slip away right under his nose, where would he put his old face in the future? In addition, Xuebao shouted angrily, the fat meat that was almost in our mouths is about to fly away. Why aren't you guys chasing after them? Remember, you absolutely cannot let those two get away. Yes. No sooner had he finished speaking than several menacing figures chased after Zhou Ping and his companion in the direction they had left. Chapter 60 Unleashing Full Power. On the south side of the mountain, there is a steep downhill road. Xuelingyun and her companion's escape was not smooth. Old Tian kept in hot pursuit, attacking the golden protective shield whenever he had the chance. As the number of attacks increased, the protective shield became visibly thinner. The current situation is clearly not optimistic. If things continue like this, it's only a matter of time before they fall into the enemy's hands. At this moment, Zhou Ping suddenly spoke up, "Wife, running like this is not a solution. We must use other forces to hold that old bastard back. Do you think I wouldn't know such a simple truth? But you need to understand one thing, we are currently deep in the great wilderness, and Elder Lu Wuji and the others cannot possibly get there to rescue us." Deep in the wilderness. Upon hearing Xuelingyun's 4 words, Zhou Ping suddenly had an idea and immediately slapped his thigh, shouting, "I've got it." Without further explanation, Zhou Ping condensed a ball of energy in his hand, but instead of attacking the Xue family elders who were chasing them, he flung it at a group of fire lizards not far away, causing a commotion. Seeing this, Xuelingyun's eyes lit up. She quickly understood Zhou Ping's idea. He wanted to make a big fuss, and the bigger the fuss, the better, in order to attract all the surrounding monsters. This is the depths of the great wilderness, the territory of the beastmen. If they attract all the surrounding monsters, these monsters will inevitably attack all the invading humans, especially targeting Elder Tian, who is the strongest and most threatening. There is even a possibility that they might attract powerful monsters that Elder Tian cannot resist. In this way, the two of them would have a chance to escape their pursuers in the chaos. It's quite surprising that he was able to come up with such a solution in such a short time. Xuelingyun thought to herself, glancing at Zhou Ping with a meaningful look. Then Zhou Ping and his companion began running while simultaneously unleashing a burst of yuan qi at the surrounding monsters whose auras lingered, in an attempt to provoke them. This tactic was indeed effective, and soon a chaotic roar of beasts erupted as more than 10 ferocious beasts charged toward them. The little blue phoenix perched on Xuelingyun's shoulder seemed to find it amusing, so it joined in the commotion, opening its beak and letting out a loud phoenix cry. The little blue phoenix's cry was quite remarkable. Perhaps because the influence of the old blue phoenix was still lingering, it immediately attracted responses from many surrounding demonic beasts, including some with powerful auras. Even more surprisingly, 2 Lord-level monsters have also attracted attention and are approaching this area. At this point, old Tian, who was relentlessly pursuing the enemy, also began to get anxious. If a Lord-level monster got involved, the matter would inevitably become very troublesome. Not only might they fail to capture the person, but they might also get themselves involved. Old Tian immediately used all his skills, recklessly mobilizing his inner energy to increase the frequency and power of his attacks. As a result, under the barrage of several powerful martial arts techniques, Xuelingyun's protective shield quickly approached its limit. Wind-breaking palm. Not good. Xuelingyun exclaimed in surprise, and then the golden protective shield beside her shattered with a crash, leaving her and Zhou Ping without their last line of defense. Ha ha ha. I told you you couldn't escape. As Elder Tian laughed triumphantly, the aftershocks from breaking through the protective barrier struck Xuelingyun, and instantly, a powerful surge of energy shook her internal organs. Put! She coughed up a mouthful of blood and fell heavily backward, her consciousness gradually fading. Zhou Ping quickly reached out and hugged him, his expression extremely anxious. Looking at the seriously injured Xuelingyun, Zhou Ping's eyes widened in fury, and his killing intent surged forth uncontrollably. You old dog, I'll take your life. A terrifying killing intent shot straight into the sky, and the weather changed instantly, startling many low-level demonic beasts. The moment he met Zhou Ping's cold gaze, for some reason, old Tian felt a vague unease. He's just a chi condensation realm kid, what do I have to be afraid of? It doesn't make sense. Suppressing the inexplicable unease in his heart, Elder Tian's vital energy surged, preparing to completely end Zhou Ping and Xuelingyun. However, before he could even make a move, the two Lord-level demonic beasts had already reached him. The two demonic beasts were the green-eyed poison frog and the black cunning beast. Both were not to be trifled with among the Lord-level demonic beasts. They were ferocious and brutal by nature, and naturally would not be polite to human cultivators. They quickly entangled Elder Tian, preventing him from being distracted in his pursuit. Although the plan had succeeded, Zhou Ping's face was covered with frost as he looked at the scene before him. He had only thought about escaping before, but now he was thinking about how to take advantage of the Xue family elder's weakness and kill him when the two Lord-level demon beasts were besieging him. At this moment, Xuelingyun, who hadn't completely lost consciousness, hurriedly said, "Don't be impulsive. You're no match for him. Take this opportunity to get me away from here." But all right. Zhou Ping gritted his teeth and finally agreed to Xuelingyun's request. Despite his rage, Zhou Ping hadn't completely lost his mind. Although he desperately wanted to kill that old bastard, saving his wife's life was the most important thing right now. Suppressing his anger, Zhou Ping picked up the injured Xuelingyun and quickly fled into the distance. Not long after the two left, Xuebao arrived with his men and found old Tian locked in a fierce battle. "Second young master, Xuelingyun has been severely injured by me and has lost his fighting ability. The strength of the remaining kid is negligible. You all hurry up and chase after them, don't let them get away." Old Tian did not let Xuebao and his group get involved. After all, they were all below the Forging God realm and could not be of much help in fighting against Lord-level demonic beasts. So he could only rely on him to keep these demonic beasts occupied here, so as not to entangle Xuebao and his group. Without saying a word, Xuebao led a large group of thugs and chased after them. After escaping some distance, perhaps because of the presence of the little blue phoenix, the attracted demonic beasts did not attack Zhou Ping and his companion, but merely watched them from afar. However, since Zhou Ping's movement skills had not yet reached the level of subtlety, carrying Xuelingyun along greatly affected his speed. In the end, they were caught up by Xuebao and his group. "Kid, stop running. Kneel down and kowtow 100 times to me, and maybe I'll consider sparing your life, ha ha." Xuebao and his group surrounded Zhou Ping, blocking every escape route. The situation seemed to have deteriorated to an all-time low. Surprisingly, Zhou Ping showed no sign of panic. He simply glanced down at Xuelingyun, who was unconscious due to her severe injuries, and said softly, "My wife, I will definitely take you back." The sound was soft, yet it seemed to carry 1,000 pounds of weight. Then, Zhou Ping gently placed Xuelingyun against a nearby boulder and instructed Xiao Qingluan, "I'm going to kill those bastards. You stay here and take care of her." The little blue phoenix flapped its wings and conveyed its message telepathically, "Leave it to me, I guarantee I'll complete the mission." Whoosh! Zhou Ping turned around abruptly, his cold gaze sweeping over Xuebao and the others, and said in a deep voice, "Yun'er has suffered immense injustice in your Xue family since she was a child, and even today, you still refuse to let her go or all the Xue family members beasts in human skin? Since that's the case, then let me tell you, she now has a powerful backer. Anyone who wants to touch her will have to get past me first." Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, an astonishing aura swept outwards from Zhou Ping in all directions. Suddenly, a fierce wind howled, and sand and stones flew everywhere. At this moment, Zhou Ping held nothing back, releasing his Yuan Qi cultivation, which was more than 20 times that of the second level of the Transcendent Realm, in an incomparably domineering manner. Looking at Zhou Ping, who seemed to have unleashed primal power, and who alone overwhelmed their group in terms of aura, the Xue family's thugs couldn't help but feel a little intimidated. Xuebao couldn't help but curse inwardly. Was this how a cultivator at the 7th level of the Qi condensation realm should behave? God, are you kidding me? Chapter 61 Fighting 10. Deep in the wilderness. At this moment, the anger that had been suppressed earlier erupted again. Zhou Ping's eyes were bloodshot. These bastards from the Shui family had repeatedly caused trouble for Shui Lingyun, and now they had even seriously injured her and made her unconscious. How could he not be furious? Prepare to die. Despite being surrounded, Zhou Ping, all alone, took the initiative to launch an attack. The battle was about to break out. Zhou Ping moved and arrived next to a Shui family henchman at the peak of the 9th level of the Qi condensation realm, and threw a punch without any hesitation. Bang! Intimidated by the earlier imposing manner, the thug didn't react in time and took Zhou Ping's punch head-on. He was sent flying dozens of meters away and hung on a large tree in the distance, lifeless. In the blink of an eye, a fairly strong fighter was lost. Seeing this, Shui Bao regained his senses and immediately shouted, "What are you all standing there for? All of you, get him. I don't believe he can take on 10 of them by himself." Upon hearing this shout, the two thugs closest to Zhou Ping exchanged a glance and then rushed forward together, intending to attack Zhou Ping from both sides. Windwing escape technique. Despite facing two opponents alone, Zhou Ping remained calm. He stood still, waiting for their attacks to arrive before launching a lightning-fast counterattack. Snap! Bang! Although both of them were at the first level of the transcendent realm, under Zhou Ping's fists, their performance was not much different from that of the previous Qi condensation realm 9th level peak fighter. A punch, a kick. With just two simple moves, Zhou Ping took the lives of the two men. Looking at Zhou Ping's incredible power, the remaining people couldn't help but shudder. What kind of monster was this kid? How come the difference between the Qi condensation realm and the transcendent realm seemed to be non-existent in front of him? Out of caution, the 5 henchmen of the Shui family communicated with each other and agreed to launch an attack at the same time in order to kill Zhou Ping together. Among them, the one with the highest cultivation level had reached the 5th level of the transcendent realm, and the one with the lowest cultivation level had reached the 2nd level of the transcendent realm. The cloud-shocking sword. The mysterious fist. Stone-splitting leg. 5 powerful martial arts techniques attacked Zhou Ping, but a cold smile appeared on his face. You think you can hurt me with your trashy martial arts? Humph. Zhou Ping neither dodged nor flinched, remaining standing in the same spot. However, he suddenly activated the power of the immortal Emperor Bone, and a faint white light membrane appeared on the surface of his body. Knock knock knock. Immediately afterwards, all 5 martial arts techniques landed on Zhou Ping, but he remained completely unmoved. What's going on? How is this possible? A monster. The 5 attackers were taken aback. Their combined attack was something even a 7th level Qi condensation realm cultivator wouldn't dare to withstand head-on, let alone a 7th level transcendent realm cultivator. Yet Zhou Ping had taken it so easily and remained completely unharmed, which was beyond their comprehension. Did you have enough? Ba Jiquan. Zhou Ping's fists flew rapidly, leaving countless afterimages in mid-air, and his fists rained down on the 5 people opposite him. For a moment, cries of agony filled the air. Even with the 5 of them working together, they failed to gain any advantage and were still defeated by Zhou Ping in one move. In less than a minute, 8 thugs died at Zhou Ping's hands. Looking at this unbelievable scene, Shui Bao recalled the scene of being brutally beaten by Zhou Ping earlier. Damn, this kid is too freakish. At this moment, the expressions of the 2 people beside Shui Bao changed several times. This was the first time they had ever seen such a monstrous Qi condensation realm cultivator. One of them whispered, "Young master, although this boy's realm doesn't seem high, his combat power is truly beyond common sense. Why don't we just give up? Release them?" Shui Bao shook his head. Now that things had come to this, if Zhou Ping and the others were released, the trouble would only get worse. He had to take this opportunity to finish them off completely, otherwise it would be difficult to deal with them once they returned to the Misty Sect. What are you two afraid of? I estimate he's only at the 6th level of the transcendent realm at most. Even if you can't beat him, you can at least hold him off, right? Shui Bao said coldly to the 2 people beside him, "I believe Elder Tian will be free soon. Once he arrives, no matter how strange this kid is, he won't be able to cause any trouble." "Yes, ma'am." The 2 exchanged a glance, then rushed towards Zhou Ping together. These 2 had been guarding Shui Bao's side the whole time. They were the strongest among the group of fighters, both having reached the 7th level of the transcendent realm. However, they never expected that they would have to join forces to dare to attack a cultivator at the 7th level of the Qi condensation realm. Zhou Ping, who had just dealt with the 5 people, looked up and realized the strength of the 2. His expression became slightly serious. Then, he closed his eyes and gently touched his brow with his right hand. Instantly, the grass and trees within 100 meters trembled and a whirlwind raged. You've come at the perfect time. Let me show you both the power of this move. A strange black line wriggled and stretched between Zhou Ping's eyebrows, as if something was about to be born from that black line. Boom! At the same time, the two strongest Shui family henchmen were not idle either, and an extremely astonishing surge of energy burst forth from their bodies. Several streaks of gray light rose from the two people's bodies, and then gradually condensed, vaguely appearing to condense into a gray meteorite about 10 feet in size in the air in front of them. The meteorite was irregularly shaped and had a pitted and uneven surface, but despite its unremarkable appearance, it emanated a terrifying aura. At this moment, Shui Bao, who had been watching the show from the sidelines, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Judging from Zhou Ping's appearance, he was obviously terrified and at a loss. The two henchmen of the Shui family were using a powerful spiritual-grade martial art belonging to the Shui family. When they went all out, they were enough to kill a master at the 8th level of the transcendent realm. The difference in their cultivation levels was a whole realm, and he was at a disadvantage, fighting two opponents at once. He couldn't see even the slightest chance of Zhou Ping winning. Meteor Fist. A deep shout suddenly resounded in the sky. The two members of the Shui family had solemn expressions, clenched their fists, and then threw a punch without any fancy moves. Bang! Their fists slammed into the gray meteorite in front of them. The meteorite then roared out, leaving a trail of gray light, like a shooting star streaking across the sky, carrying a violent and intense wave of energy that enveloped Zhou Ping in the distance. Click! The meteorite hurtled out, and before it even hit the ground, cracks were already rapidly appearing on the ground. The gray meteorite was extremely fast, and in just a few breaths, it reached above Zhou Ping. It was at this moment that Zhou Ping finally slowly raised his head and suddenly opened his eyes. Laugh! The moment Zhou Ping opened his eyes, the black line between his eyebrows also cracked strangely, and then black and red light condensed, turning into a black and red vertical eye between his eyebrows. The moment the black and red eyeballs appeared, an extremely terrifying wave of destruction spread wildly. A not-so-thick black-red beam of light suddenly shot out from Zhou Ping's black-red eyes, then silently streaked across the sky and collided with the gray meteorite. Abyssal Demon Eye. Bang! At the moment of impact, there was no loud noise. The black and red beam of light pierced through the meteorite with overwhelming force. Cracks appeared all over the meteorite, and finally, to Shui Bao's astonishment, it exploded. Such a powerful punch from the two members of the Shui family was so easily countered. The two people who were displaying their martial arts were equally dumbfounded as they stared at this scene. The martial arts technique that the other party was using seemed to have already transcended the realm of spirit-grade martial arts and was almost entering the ranks of heaven-level martial arts. Martial arts are divided into earth-grade and heaven-grade martial arts. In their view, Zhou Ping's move was at least at the level of a top-grade spirit-grade martial art, or even reached the level of a beginner earth-grade martial art. Before the two could think any further, the hairs on their bodies suddenly stood on end. In their narrowed pupils, a gray beam of light was hurtling toward them at an astonishing speed. That was the black and red beam of light that had pierced the meteorite earlier. Such speed! There's no way to dodge it. Call out! The beam of light arrived in the blink of an eye, piercing through their chests and completely destroying their hearts. Two cultivators at the 7th level of the transcendent realm died just like that. Zhou Ping remained calm and only made one move each time. From beginning to end, he killed 10 powerful henchmen of the Shui family, each time using only one move. At this moment, Zhou Ping's body was stained red with blood, including his face, making him look like a god of death. Thump! Shui Bao collapsed to his knees, terrified by Zhou Ping's monstrous appearance. He seemed to see two words written on the latter's face. Invincible. Zhou Ping slowly walked up to Shui Bao and said coldly, "Remember this, the person who killed you is called Zhou Ping." After saying that, Zhou Ping placed his hands on either side of Shui Bao's head. Just then, a figure flew over from the horizon. It was Elder Tian, who had finally managed to get rid of the two Lord-level demonic beasts. He looked rather disheveled, with several wounds on his body. Stop! He's the second young master of the Shui family. You can't kill him. Old Tian shouted anxiously as he watched Shui Bao fall into Zhou Ping's hands. Zhou Ping ignored this and continued working without the slightest hesitation. Click! With his neck snapped, Shui Bao's vision went black, and he fell heavily backward, ending his dissolute life. Chapter 62 How dare you take my sword? Shui Bao is dead. Old Tian slowly descended from the sky, his face shrouded in a dark cloud that seemed to drip water. Although Shui Bao was a good-for-nothing, he was still the second young master of the Shui family. More importantly, Shui Bao's sister's name was Shui Yuman, and that lineage was the actual power holder of the Shui family. If he died like this, the entire Shui family would probably be enraged, and he, an ordinary clan elder, would also be implicated. You bastard! Do you know what you just did? Old Tian's forehead veins bulged, and he gritted his teeth. Killed a scumbag, that's all. Zhou Ping remained calm. Old Tian pointed to Xuelingyun, who was still unconscious. Just for that woman? She is my woman. Zhou Ping moved aside to block Xuelingyun and said in a deep voice. You will pay the price for this. Old Tian's gaze turned cold, his killing intent undisguised. Now, the only thing he could do was kill Zhou Ping and Xuelingyun to appease the anger of the Shui family's higher-ups. Clang! Zhou Ping extended his right hand towards Elder Tian, and then a flash of light appeared in his palm, revealing the top-grade treasure, the Azure Cloud Sword, with its sharp blade. Old dog, how dare you take a blow from my sword? A surge of overwhelming fighting spirit rose into the sky. As a Qi Condensation Realm cultivator actively challenged an Extreme Palace Realm cultivator, a unique aura of invincibility seemed to be forming on Zhou Ping's body. Old Tian's lips twitched uncontrollably. He was, after all, a powerful expert who had reached the Extreme Palace Realm. How could he be so easily looked down upon by a mere Qi Condensation Realm kid? Arrogant brat, today I'll let you experience the fear of death. After saying that, Elder Tian suddenly unleashed his powerful aura, and his body crashed into Zhou Ping like a small mountain. The momentum was extremely terrifying. Because he had an absolute advantage in strength, he believed that Zhou Ping's words were just stubbornness before his death. Zhou Ping remained calm and composed, silently reciting the incantation of the Nirvana Sword technique. Streams of sword energy gathered on the Azure Cloud Sword, and then he swung the sword at Elder Tian. Nirvana Sword technique, first form 1 kill in 10 steps. Holding the Azure Cloud Sword, Zhou Ping's consciousness was completely immersed in it, and he walked out with a series of steps that contained profound mysteries. At this moment, the two major cultivation techniques within Zhou Ping's body, the Burning Heaven Heart Method and the Nirvana True Scripture, were operating simultaneously, causing him to radiate a golden red sacred glow. These two techniques mobilized the vast primordial energy stored within Zhou Ping's body, causing it to surge out wildly like a river flowing into the sea. After everything reached its peak, a massive cyan sword aura was released, cleaving through space and flying towards Elder Tian. What level of martial arts is this? With Zhou Ping's current strength, it would be impossible for him to destroy space, yet he managed to do so with this sword strike, which is truly astonishing. This is the terrifying aspect of martial arts with a strong artistic conception. The way it causes damage is not just by relying on vital energy, but also by attaching a powerful artistic conception. At this moment, Zhou Ping's will is firm, and he has a do-or-die spirit. Although he has not reached the level of comprehending the artistic conception, he has still amplified the power of the Nirvana Sword technique. Old Tian's voice trembled slightly, his eyes filled with disbelief. Just who was this kid? He was far too monstrous. Upon sensing the extraordinary power of this move, Elder Tian's expression immediately changed. Those two Lord-level demonic beasts were no pushovers, and escaping from their jaws would naturally come at a price. Therefore, he was not in good condition. He had originally thought he could easily crush Zhou Ping, but he hadn't expected the other party to make such a commotion. So he had no choice but to calm his mind and concentrate on dealing with this sword strike. Overwhelming force. At this moment, Elder Tian no longer cared about saving face. Facing a mere Qi Condensation Realm youth, he used all his strength and unleashed his trump card, a low-grade earth-level martial art. In an instant, two powerful forces collided in mid-air. The incredibly sharp sword energy sliced through the palm wind, which was as thick as a city wall. After a brief stalemate, the two forces were completely annihilated. Boom! The aftershocks of the martial arts clash caused both of them to retreat dozens of steps. Zhou Ping's face was pale, and blood was gushing from his mouth and nose. He almost lost his grip on the Qingyun sword. Clearly, the first move of the Nirvana Sword technique was somewhat overloaded for him, and the enemy he was facing was also beyond his current capabilities. Old Tian was even more frustrated. In the clash just now, he hadn't gained the slightest advantage, which was quite contrary to common sense. What's going on today? It was already unbelievable enough that Xuelingyun, with her transcendent realm strength, managed to withstand one of my attacks. How come even this Qi Condensation Realm kid can now hold his own against me? My powerful Extreme Palace Realm strength seems like a complete sham. Is this even reasonable? Is anyone in charge of this? At this moment, a hearty laugh suddenly rang out, completely breaking Old Tian's guard. Ha ha ha. Shui Tian, you're really getting worse as you get older. How come you can't even handle the disciples of my misty sect anymore? Immediately afterwards, a figure exuding extraordinary aura rode on a black mist dragon-shaped cloud and arrived. Looking in the direction of the sound, Zhou Ping was immediately delighted it was Elder Hua. Damn it! Shui Tian's heart sank completely. With an elder of the Misty sect and a lord-level black mist dragon, he had absolutely no chance of winning in his current state. After glaring fiercely at Zhou Ping, Shui Tian hurriedly left the place, otherwise he wouldn't be able to leave if Elder Hua approached later. They ran away already? They're such cowards. After landing, Elder Hua was quite displeased to see Shui Tian fleeing. He turned to Zhou Ping and said, "Hurry up and come up. It's not safe to stay in this deep wilderness for long." Zhou Ping nodded, then immediately picked up Shui Lingyun and jumped onto the back of the black mist dragon. At this moment, Zhou Ping finally breathed a sigh of relief. That sword strike had consumed all the vital energy he had accumulated. If Elder Hua hadn't arrived in time, the situation would have been truly dire. After taking a deep breath, Zhou Ping activated two major internal cultivation techniques simultaneously, rapidly restoring his nearly depleted vital energy. A wind rises from the ground, howling through the mountains and forests. The black mist dragon rose into the clouds and led Zhou Ping and the others away from the great wilderness. The Misty Sect, Nirvana Peak. At the summit, Ling Qingzhu finished her morning cultivation. Opening her eyes, she looked at the empty mountain, now only having herself left. She felt a little unaccustomed to it and missed Zhou Ping. Although Zhou Ping hadn't been there long, he had undoubtedly changed her life to a great extent. In Ling Qingzhu's eyes, he was definitely special. 10 days have passed since my junior brother went on his mission. The sect trial should be starting soon, right? Ling Qingzhu murmured to herself, looking up at the sky. Suddenly, at that moment, a fierce wind and thunderstorm broke out above the central peak of the Misty sect. The sudden and enormous commotion immediately attracted the attention of all the major branches of the Misty sect. Boom! In the vast sky, the weather suddenly changed. As the rolling clouds gathered in a coiled dragon-like formation, a dazzling golden light pierced through the clouds and shone into the central peak. Amidst the dazzling golden light, a magnificent stone tablet was revealed. The stone tablet is hundreds of feet tall and covered with ancient, black, lacquer-like patterns. Bang! The massive shock caused the mountains to tremble, and the stone tablet landed in the center of the main peak, releasing a powerful aura that spread like clouds. Buzzing! A flash of light appeared, and 4 dark, cold characters appeared on the stone tablet, Dark Beast Cave. Then, a powerful and resonant voice echoed throughout the entire sect. The location for this year's sect trial has been selected, the Dark Beast Cave. The opening time is set for 3 days from now. Whoosh! The entire Misty sect was in an uproar. The Dark Beast Cave? My god, this time the sect trial has actually chosen the heaven-level trial ground. The heavenly trial grounds are already very difficult, and the Dark Beast Cave is known as the most dangerous heavenly trial grounds. It seems that this sect trial is not simple. So what if it's not simple? In the end, Bai Yunfeng will probably take first place again anyway. Not necessarily. I heard that people from Nirvana Peak will also be participating this time. Ha, senior brother, you're not joking, are you? Even if Nirvana Peak participates, they're destined to be at the bottom. Their meager earnings won't even fill the gaps between the teeth of others. At the summit, a resolute expression appeared on Ling Qingzhu's cool and aloof face. To protect Nirvana Peak, she will go all out this time, even if it means risking her life. Chapter 63 Ling Qingzhu's Shock. The black mist dragon soared through the clouds, swiftly traversing the sky. As a lord-level demon beast, its travel speed was far faster than that of the Azure Falcon. In addition, the black mist dragon was very intimidating to demonic beasts, and no demonic beasts dared to harass them along the way. Therefore, Zhou Ping and his group quickly left the depths of the great wilderness, then crossed the sky above Yubian City, and the distance between them and the Misty sect was rapidly shortening. In the sky, Zhou Ping slowly opened his eyes, a look of satisfaction on his face. The 2 cultivation techniques restored his vital energy at an astonishing speed, and now his vital energy was basically fully restored. Although this experience was not without its dangers, it also brought him many benefits. Judging from the current situation, he should be able to break through to the transcendent realm after returning to the sect. Zhou Ping then looked down at Shui Lingyun. Her condition seemed to have improved. From the beginning, the little blue phoenix had been guarding Shui Lingyun closely. It emitted a soft green light, from which one could sense a life force. This seemed to be a healing method, which should be an innate ability of the Blue Phoenix clan. After confirming that Shui Tian had not sent anyone to pursue them, Elder Hu walked slowly toward Zhou Ping, inwardly marveling at how fearless a newborn calf could be. Although in his eyes Shui Tian was nothing special, he was, after all, a cultivator at the extreme palace realm, a powerful figure in any force in the Northern Territory. Then, after taking a serious look at the little blue phoenix that was healing Xuelingyun, Elder Hu was suddenly startled. A mythical beast, the Azure Phoenix, in its infancy? Am I seeing things? Zhou Ping nodded slightly in affirmation. Elder Hu was somewhat bewildered. You two are incredibly capable. You actually brought back a living divine beast from the depths of the great wilderness. This is one of the legendary 5 phoenixes. If it grows up in the future, it will be enough to serve as a sacred beast to protect the sect. At this moment, the green light emanating from the little blue phoenix gradually weakened, and Zhou Ping became somewhat anxious. After all, the little phoenix had only been born for a short time, and although it had eaten an entire fire-burning demon ape, it had not yet fully digested it. Using this method to heal Xuelingyun was obviously a huge drain on its energy. Upon seeing this, Elder Hu immediately extended his palm and continuously transmitted powerful Yuan Qi to it. With this powerful cultivation support, the little Azure Phoenix felt much more relaxed, and its green light became much brighter than before. Not long after, Xuelingyun's eyelids twitched slightly, and she slowly woke up. She opened her eyes slightly, and what came into view was Zhou Ping, who was covered in blood. He looked like a blood-soaked man, but his eyes were still full of concern when he looked at her. In that instant, Xuelingyun's heart was deeply moved. While she was unconscious, she seemed to vaguely hear someone say that he would definitely take her back. Thinking about it this way, Zhou Ping must have been relentlessly pursued by the Shui family all the way. With his Qi condensation realm strength, how easy would it be for him to survive? Now he has countless wounds on his body, and the overflowing blood has soaked through his robes. The pungent smell of blood is hard to get rid of. He really did everything he could to help me escape the pursuers. As the saying goes, true friendship is revealed in times of adversity. Even with Xuelingyun's icy heart, she felt Zhou Ping's burning affection at this moment. Struggling to get up, Xuelingyun said, Elder Hu, let's treat Zhou Ping's injuries first. He's covered in blood and his injuries are more serious than mine. Wife, this isn't. Zhou Ping didn't realize for a moment that the blood on his clothes wasn't his, it was splattered from when he killed the Shui family. Elder Hu was also completely bewildered. How could Zhou Ping, who was always so lively, be more seriously injured than you? After speaking, due to the severity of her injuries, Xuelingyun did not regain consciousness for long before losing consciousness again. Elder, please save her. Zhou Ping said anxiously. Elder Hu rolled his eyes. You two really know how to make an old man like me work. I'm good at fighting, but I'm not so good at saving lives. Besides, you came in such a hurry this time that you even forgot to bring your medicine. If it weren't for this Azure Phoenix, I would be helpless. Even so, I could only save her life at best. I could only fully heal her injuries after returning to the sect. Little Azure Phoenix was too weak after all, and the effect of her innate supernatural powers was limited. Zhou Ping sighed slightly. He understood that there was no good solution at the moment. He couldn't help but think about whether he should find an opportunity to learn alchemy, so that if he encountered a similar situation again in the future, at least he could refine some healing pills instead of just watching helplessly like he was now. Just as Zhou Ping was pondering silently, a familiar voice suddenly rang in his mind. A change in Xuelingyun's affection for the host has been detected. Due to the host's strong protection of his wife, the affection level has increased by 90, and is currently at 10. Zhou Ping was overjoyed. Xuelingyun's favorability towards him had finally turned from negative to positive. This was a huge boost for him. The host has initiated a Dao companion cultivation quest. Please help Xuelingyun improve her strength as much as possible and assist her in killing Shui Yiman to settle the many karmic ties with the Shui family. Upon completion of the quest, the host will be rewarded with extremely generous rewards. To deal with Sheik Yiman and the Sheik family. Zhou Ping wasn't opposed to this. He naturally wouldn't let those bastards who bullied Xuelingyun get away with it. Besides, after this incident, he estimated that he had already come into the Shui family's sights, and there would be no shortage of trouble in the future. About an hour later. We've arrived, Elder Hu suddenly said, and then began to steer the Black Mist Dragon down. Zhou Ping looked down and saw that Tian Xuanzi was standing outside the gate of the Misty Sect with Mo Qiufeng, Lu Wuji, and others. Before the Black Mist Dragon could even land, Tian Xuanzi flashed to Zhou Ping and the others. Upon seeing the injured and unconscious Xuelingyun, he immediately took out a high-grade pill and handed it to her. Zhou Ping quickly took the pill and fed it to Xuelingyun. After a short while, Xuelingyun's complexion became much rosier, and she woke up once again. Seeing that Xuelingyun's injuries had mostly healed, Zhou Ping finally felt relieved. What exactly happened? Tian Xuanzi asked hurriedly. He knew that Xuelingyun had a life-saving jade talisman given to him, which could withstand an attack from a Domain C realm expert, but in the end, she still suffered such serious injuries. Who wanted to kill his disciple? Zhou Ping and Xuelingyun exchanged a glance, then said, reporting to the sect master, the matter is as follows. After the two men explained, Tian Xuanzi quickly understood the whole story. Of course, there were some things that Zhou Ping and the other man didn't say, since those were their secrets and Tian Xuanzi didn't need to know. The Xue family is incredibly arrogant, they even dare to touch my disciple. Don't worry, my disciple. The Xue family wouldn't dare to openly cause trouble at the Misty sect. Just focus on your cultivation once you're back in the sect. I'll settle this score with them sooner or later. Tian Xuanzi's eyes were icy. As the sect leader, how could he allow his disciple to be bullied like this? Disciple understands. Xuelingyun nodded. If it weren't for the jade talisman given by Tian Xuanzi, the situation would definitely have been even worse. At this moment, the Black Mist Dragon finally landed, and Lu Wuji, Bai Ruyan, and the others hurriedly came over. When they saw that Xuelingyun had also returned, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. If something had happened to such a talented disciple, it would have been a huge loss. After everyone had chatted for a while, Tian Xuanzi took out 2 pills and distributed them to Zhou Ping and Xuelingyun. I have already understood the general situation of this mission. You all did a great job. As agreed before, you all killed more than 20 ferocious beasts. Each of you will be rewarded with 1,000 sect contribution points and 1 third-grade Qi condensation pill. In addition, Ling Yun defeated 3 inner disciples of the Rift Sky Sword sect in succession, which is a great achievement. In my opinion, she should be rewarded with 3 days of cultivation in Rain Aspect Cave. Upon hearing this, Lu Wuji and Bai Ruyan were both startled. Yuxiang Cave was an extremely precious cultivation place of the Misty sect, with extremely rich spiritual energy, making cultivation twice as effective with half the effort. The elders were overjoyed to be able to cultivate there for a day. Sect Master, this reward doesn't comply with the sect's regulations. Isn't it a bit inappropriate? Mo Qiufeng frowned. Tian Xuanzi raised his hand and said, do as I say. Then he took Xuelingyun back to the courtyard to heal her injuries. She was seriously injured this time and would definitely need to rest for a while. In addition, she also needed to spend time refining the essence blood of the fiery demon ape. Before leaving, Xuelingyun walked up to Zhou Ping and said softly, thank you so much this time. But don't overthink it, I'm just stating the facts. After saying that, Xuelingyun quickly left. Although she was unwilling to admit it, her opinion of Zhou Ping had actually improved a lot. Zhou Ping shook his head and smiled, glanced at Xuelingyun's departing figure, and then returned to Nirvana Peak. Nirvana Peak. Seeing Zhou Ping return safely, Ling Qingzhu finally breathed a sigh of relief. You're finally back. If you had been 2 days later, our lineage would have been unable to participate in the sect trial due to insufficient numbers. Zhou Ping chuckled and said, Senior sister, I've gained quite a lot from this mission. Some of the treasures will be a huge help in winning first place in the sect trial. What is it? Ling Qingzhu immediately became interested. Next, Zhou Ping took out a jade pendant. It was a storage jade that he had taken from Xue Bao, but it was empty. Obviously, it was not the one that Xue Bao usually used. After all, the situation was urgent at the time, and Zhou Ping did not have time to search carefully. Now, it is estimated that the storage jade that Xue Bao used himself has been taken back by Xue Tian. Ling Qingzhu was immediately surprised when she took the jade pendant. It was actually a storage treasure. No cultivator would dislike this kind of thing, since cultivators need a lot of things, and it would be very inconvenient if they didn't have something to store them. The host gifted Ling Qingzhu a superior storage artifact, triggering a 10-fold return reward of a top-grade Shanling jade. With a flick of his wrist, Zhou Ping revealed another new jade pendant in his palm. This pendant was much larger than the one he had just given to Ling Qingzhu. The larger the storage space of a treasure, the higher its value. Moreover, this jade pendant had an even more magical effect. It could store living things. And this too. As he spoke, Zhou Ping handed the Qi condensation pill to Ling Qingzhu. Ling Qingzhu was stunned. A third-grade pill used to enhance strength. Such a pill was quite valuable. That's not all, look what this is. Finally, Zhou Ping smiled and took out the divine bone he had obtained from the fiery demon ape. Gazing at the radiant, shimmering bone, Ling Qingzhu's shock reached its peak, and she couldn't help but exclaim, God, divine bone. Chapter 64. My senior sister is disrupting my Dao heart. You're going to give me this divine bone? Ling Qingzhu looked at Zhou Ping in front of her and asked incredulously. That's incredibly generous. You just give away divine bones like that? Zhou Ping didn't say much, but simply handed the divine bone to Ling Qingzhu. Junior brother, you're not kidding me, are you? This is a divine bone that you might not even be able to get by killing 100 ancient remnants, and you're just giving it to me like this? Ling Qingzhu felt it was unreal. However, Zhou Ping said in a calm tone, so-called divine bones are just a bit more precious treasures. The key is what kind of value they can generate. If they can't generate any value, then they are just a piece of useless bone. Senior sister, just absorb it. Don't worry about me. This divine bone will be of great help to you. It's all for winning first place in the sect trial and preserving our Nirvana Peak lineage. Ling Qingzhu was deeply moved, and her resolve to accept this junior brother into Nirvana Peak was strengthened. It was truly the best decision she had ever made in her life. Thank you, junior brother. After Ling Qingzhu received the divine bone, the two went to a place and set up a barrier to prevent others from disturbing them, with Zhou Ping standing guard beside them. After silently reciting a few complex incantations, Ling Qingzhu began to circulate the Nirvana Sutra. A circle of pale golden light spread from around her body and then enveloped the divine bones of the fiery demon ape. The moment she touched the divine bone, it felt as if a great fire had ignited within Ling Qingzhu's body, making her feel extremely hot. She couldn't help but tug at her robe and take it off. A drop of sweat trickled down her fair skin, releasing a faint fragrance. At that moment, that perfect figure was instantly displayed in Zhou Ping's sight, and the latter's body trembled and his hormones surged. I'm already a married man, senior sister, please don't make my Dao heart unstable. Zhou Ping cursed himself inwardly. He subconsciously looked away from his senior sister, but he had to turn back to continue observing. Because the ancient species were inherently ferocious, not to mention the fire-burning demon ape, a race with a brutal nature, the process of refining divine bones was not absolutely safe. At this moment, Ling Qingzhu felt as if a raging fire was burning inside her body. She took off one piece of clothing after another, but she still felt very hot. Just as she was about to take off the last piece of clothing, she suddenly remembered that her junior brother was still watching, so she gritted her teeth and held back. After calming down, Ling Qingzhu began to absorb the divine bone. In no time, a piece of blazing divine bone began to slowly grow on her chest. This is a divine bone that was re-evolved after absorbing the divine bone of the fiery demon ape and combining it with Ling Qingzhu's own original bloodline. Ling Qingzhu was able to become one of the top geniuses in the Misty sect, which was naturally due to her extraordinary qualities. She possessed a noble bloodline, but this bloodline was destroyed in the Great Battle 3 years ago. Now, stimulated by the demon ape divine bone, the divine bone and bloodline have combined to give birth to a new and powerful divine bone, which, in terms of its power, is second only to the supreme bone. Eat? Unable to control herself, Ling Qingzhu let out a soft moan. Her expression was one of great pain. As divine bones grew from her body, she felt an unbearable itch in her chest and couldn't help but reach out to scratch it. In her grab, she inadvertently revealed a glimpse of her private parts. It seems like I saw something I shouldn't have seen. Senior sister, this isn't my fault. If this continues, my Dao heart might really become unstable. Zhou Ping blushed and quickly calmed his chaotic thoughts, focusing his attention on his nose and mind. A full day and night passed before Ling Qingzhu finally woke up. At this time, her cultivation level had successfully reached the 5th level of the transcendent realm. Furthermore, it merged with the infernal fire of the fiery demon ape, successfully evolving its own divine bones. Moreover, she hasn't fully absorbed the power of the divine bone yet. In the coming period, she only needs to concentrate on converting the power of the divine bone into her own power, and her cultivation level will rise rapidly. This is the power of the divine bone. The power it contains is enough for an ordinary cultivator to advance several minor realms. Therefore, on the Tianyuan continent, divine bones are equivalent to elixirs and are extremely precious, which is why so many people wanted to seize the fiery demon ape. After a while, Ling Qingzhu slowly opened her eyes. She was all smiles, unable to hide her joy. When Ling Qingzhu saw Zhou Ping sitting at the door, she was so excited that she wanted to hug him, but suddenly she felt a cold wind blowing, which made her shiver. She looked down and, after a second, her pretty face flushed red. She quickly grabbed the long robe on the ground and draped it over herself, covering her fair and jade-like skin. Ah! This is so embarrassing. I wonder if my junior brother saw anything just now. I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Feeling the sheer scale of this social death scene, Ling Qingju wished she could disappear into a crack in the ground. Junior brother. Ling Qingju called out shyly. Ahem. Don't worry, senior sister, I didn't see anything, Zhou Ping said calmly. Upon hearing this, Ling Qingju's face turned even redder. If I hadn't seen you, I wouldn't have emphasized it. Isn't that just like trying to hide something obvious? Why? How am I supposed to face anyone after this? Ling Qingju felt like dying. As the senior sister of the Nirvana Peak lineage, she had always been steady and elegant in her actions, qualities ingrained in her very being. I never expected to do such a thing in front of my junior brother today. My impression of him must have plummeted. The main problem was the intense heat of the infernal fire within the divine bone. Without realizing it, she had stripped herself down to just her inner garment. She was drenched in sweat, and the garment clung to her body, making it practically transparent. Now that my junior brother has seen everything he was supposed to see, how am I supposed to face him in the future? Zhou Ping stole a glance at his senior sister's exposed, fair, long legs, and couldn't help but swallow hard before quickly regaining his composure. At this moment, Ling Qingju's eyes flickered, and she looked up at Zhou Ping, only to find that his expression was completely calm and unperturbed. This unexpected feeling of loss filled Ling Qingju's heart, a strange sensation that also fueled her curiosity. What's going on? Does my junior brother not like women? I did that just now, why didn't he react at all? Or is it that my looks aren't attractive enough to my junior brother? What am I thinking? That's my junior brother. Shaking her head, Ling Qingju tried her best to suppress the evil thoughts in her heart and finally returned to normal for the time being. Cough cough. Zhou Ping cleared his throat and quickly changed the subject. Senior sister, the sect trial starts tomorrow. Can you tell me what it's all about? Upon hearing Zhou Ping bring up the matter, Ling Qingju regained some seriousness, as this sect trial was of great importance. Since you want to know, junior brother, I will tell you in detail. Ling Qingju gracefully tugged at her red robe, tightly wrapping it around her body, but her pair of long, fair legs, whether intentionally or not, were deliberately exposed. This almost made Zhou Ping's Dao heart unstable. Senior sister, your heart is not pure. You are going to ruin your own reputation. Chapter 65 The Dark Beast Cave. Inside the room, on the bed. Ling Qingju stared intently at Zhou Ping with her bright, watery eyes, making Zhou Ping feel a little embarrassed. He strongly suspected that this senior female student was deliberately putting on an act for him. She showed off her long, fair legs and made a charming expression that made people want to kiss her. TSK, a deep sense of guilt. This is far more dangerous than Xuelingyun. Xuelingyun gives people a chilling feeling. Even if you get caught up in her, you can quickly come to your senses. The senior sister is the type who is gentle yet passionate, tender and touching, with a fire burning inside her that makes people eager to be with her. Regarding the Dark Beast Cave. Seeing that Ling Qingju had gotten into the flow of her explanation, Zhou Ping finally breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, phew. Senior sister is just too alluring. If this continues, I'll lose my Dao heart sooner or later. Junior brother, you should know that there are many training grounds in our Misty sect. Disciples can not only cultivate in them, but if they are lucky, they can also obtain opportunities and fortunes that suit them. Zhou Ping nodded. He had indeed heard of that. Ling Qingju continued, those training grounds also have different levels. The ordinary training grounds are the most numerous, and you can go to them almost any time you want. Originally, after you finish the inner disciple assessment, I planned to take you to the sect's training grounds to cultivate, but you were just assigned to a mission by the sect. He paused, then continued, then there's the earth-level trial grounds, which open about once every 3 years, and the heaven-level trial grounds, which only appear once every 5 years. And the Dark Beast Cave is the most dangerous battlefield among the several heavenly-level trial grounds. The last time it was opened was 30 years ago. The celestial trial grounds appear only once every 5 years. The appearance of the Dark Beast Cave, which had not appeared for 30 years, caused a great sensation. Then where did this Dark Beast Cave come from? Zhou Ping asked curiously. Ling Qingju explained, the predecessor of this Dark Beast Cave was called Aolai Kingdom, which is very close to the northern border. Aolai Kingdom was once a land of outstanding people and abundant resources, where many powerful human beings established sections. At its peak, Alai Kingdom became a sacred place for cultivation that countless heroes and talents in the world longed for. However, about 500 years ago, Alai Kingdom suffered a devastating catastrophe. Zhou Ping frowned slightly. Ling Qingzhu said, enunciating each word clearly, it turns out that in a deep abyss north of Alai Kingdom, there was an underground demon's lair. Within this lair lived a vast number of ferocious demons and beasts. They launched a massive attack on Alai Kingdom, and in less than 2 years, they transformed it into a blood-red demon realm where no human existed. In that racial war, Alai Kingdom suffered a complete defeat. All the sects were taken over by ferocious demons, and all the humans were killed by evil beasts. In just a few years, Alai Kingdom went from a glorious period of cultivation to a living hell. Because Alai Kingdom is very close to the northern border, and fearing that the demonic beasts that had invaded Alai Kingdom would cause trouble in the northern border, 500 years ago, a group of sects and forces in the northern border united to suppress the rebellion in Alai Kingdom and slaughtered a large number of high-level demonic beasts. Later on, the various forces in the northern territory joined forces to seal off Alai Kingdom and transformed it into a trial ground, which later became known as the Dark Beast Cave. This training ground is extremely dangerous. Although the most powerful beast commanders have been killed, there are still many monsters in the Dark Beast Cave. For ordinary disciples, it is still very deadly. Of course, as the saying goes, the greater the danger, the greater the opportunity. As the predecessor of the Dark Beast Cave, many sects and forces in Alai Kingdom left behind their inherited cultivation techniques and martial arts treasures there. Even after 500 years, there are still many inherited treasures that have not been discovered. Thus, the Dark Beast Cave, the most dangerous heaven-level training ground, has become a treasure trove that many talented disciples covet. After listening to Ling Qingzhu's explanation, Zhou Ping had a general understanding of the Dark Beast Cave. As the former Alai Kingdom, the Dark Beast Cave was indeed a great treasure trove. However, although the resources from those destroyed sects were abundant, not everyone could share them. Most of these valuable resources can only be obtained through hard work, so ultimately, it all comes down to ability. For most people, once they obtain the powerful inheritance left by those sects and forces from 500 years ago in the Dark Beast Cave, they will have the possibility of soaring to great heights. Those with mediocre talent want to become geniuses, while those with exceptional talent want to become even more geniuses. Therefore, whether they are geniuses or mediocre, they all have many ideas about the Dark Beast Cave. It can be said that all forces will send their best disciples to enter it in search of opportunities. Since this sect trial is being held in the Dark Beast Cave, it's estimated that many powerful disciples from the other 8 branches will sign up to participate, and they will also have a numerical advantage. Therefore, under these circumstances, it's arguably the most difficult time for Nirvana Peak to achieve first place in the last 10 years. But I have no other choice. Junior brother, you have extremely high talent and unlimited potential. If you go to another branch, you will definitely receive high-level training, which is better than staying here at Nirvana Peak. It's not too late to regret it now. I respect your choice and will never blame you. After Ling Qingzhu finished speaking, she raised her beautiful eyes to look at Zhou Ping. On the surface, she looked calm, but in reality, she was quite nervous. It's not surprising that people would do anything when faced with a life or death situation. The Dark Beast Cave, this heaven-level trial ground, is fraught with far too many dangers. A single misstep during the adventure could cost you your life. According to the sect's records, every disciple who enters the heaven-level trial ground manages to return alive. Ling Qingzhu went there prepared to die, but Zhou Ping had only been at Nirvana Peak for a few days. He could have chosen not to go, and no one could blame him for it. Zhou Ping solemnly replied, "Senior sister, I don't want to hear such words again. Since I chose to become a disciple of Master, I have made a decision that I will never change. I have no regrets about entering Nirvana in this life." What a wonderful statement, no regrets. Upon hearing this, a glint of light appeared in Ling Qingzhu's beautiful eyes. She took a deep breath, her face filled with determination, and said, "Tomorrow we will head to the Dark Beast Cave. We must win first place in this trial. If we fail, we will die trying. Don't worry, senior sister. As long as the two of us are here, Nirvana Peak will definitely be number 1 this time," Zhou Ping said confidently. The two looked at each other, both seeing a resolute determination in each other's eyes. Chapter 66 The Sect Trial begins. As evening fell, the setting sun painted the western sky red. The misty sect was bathed in a mysterious and magnificent light. After returning to his room, Zhou Ping began to collect the rewards returned by the system. The host gifted Ling Qingzhu a grade 3 Qi condensation pill, triggering a tenfold return, rewarding her with a grade 4 Qi enhancement pill. The host gifted Ling Qingzhu a piece of ancient divine bone, triggering a tenfold return, and she obtained a piece of true dragon remnant bone. Receiving the enhancing essence pill as a reward was within Zhou Ping's expectations, but this fragment of a true dragon's bone was far beyond his expectations. What? The precious bones of a true dragon? The true dragon is one of the legendary 10 fiends of the ancient immortal realm. This system, are you sure you're not mistaken? Reporting to the host, this bone is a fragment of a true dragon's bone, severely damaged, and not a complete precious bone. The system emphasized this point seriously, but even though it was just a skeleton, Zhou Ping was still very excited. A true dragon is a being that can kill you with a single breath. There is probably no one in the entire Northern Territory who can rival it. Even a mere fragment of its bone is an unparalleled treasure. We've struck it rich. We've struck it rich. This divine bone really wasn't given for nothing. Being good to my senior sister is being good to myself. Zhou Ping could hardly contain his joy and excitedly took out the remains of the true dragon. The astonishing aura rushed over instantly, and without any hesitation, Zhou Ping decided to start refining and absorbing it now, lest things get complicated. As Zhou Ping activated the Burning Heaven Heart method and the Nirvana scripture, golden runes instantly appeared on his body and flowed across his skin as the power of the true dragon surged in. Hiss! That hurt so much. In an instant, Zhou Ping felt as if he had been violently struck, his limbs and bones almost shattered. This dragon bone is no joke, it almost seriously injured Zhou Ping in just a moment. As these runes continued to pour in, Zhou Ping's body seemed to be bursting open, stretching out suddenly. Not daring to delay, Zhou Ping immediately activated the Immortal Emperor Bone to try to suppress this power before beginning to refine it. The effect was remarkable. Although this small piece of bone belonged to a true dragon, it was incomplete and quickly lost its power in front of the flawless Immortal Emperor's bone. Zhou Ping immediately began refining, gradually channeling the power of the true dragon into the Yin-Yang Dragon Profound Qi Cyclone in his Dantian. He remembered that when he was refining the Yin-Yang Dragon Profound Pill before, he had discovered a faint dragon's might hidden in this cyclone. Now that he had encountered this power of the true dragon, what would happen? The refining process gradually got on track, and Zhou Ping's cultivation level began to improve rapidly. He leaped to the peak of the 9th level of the Qi condensation realm and was about to cross over into the transcendent realm. Furthermore, under the tempering of the true dragon bone remnant runes, his body underwent a miraculous change, with golden runes emerging on his skin, revealing an indestructible nature. True dragon golden body? Zhou Ping gasped. After absorbing the runes from the true dragon bone, his body gradually became stronger, and his power increased rapidly under the strong defense. The power of the true dragon continuously refined the primordial energy within his body, bringing it to an absolutely pure state. After carefully sensing the changes in his body, Zhou Ping was overjoyed. This powerful feeling was wonderful and irresistible. At the same time, the dragon's might within the Yin-Yang Dragon Profound Qi Cyclone, nourished by the power of the true dragon, finally grew stronger. With just a thought from Zhou Ping, a powerful dragon's might would sweep over his body. Those with weak wills would involuntarily kneel before the dragon's might. Moreover, Zhou Ping's abilities in a certain area have also been significantly improved, making him incredibly powerful and invincible. Zhou Ping was speechless about this. It seemed that the saying was indeed true: dragons are inherently lustful, so it's reasonable for them to be strong in that area. Suddenly, a massive surge of vital energy entered Zhou Ping's body. It was Ling Qingzhu's breakthrough. Zhou Ping smiled, presumably so that Ling Qingzhu would have a better chance of success in the Dark Beast Cave. After he left, she began refining the Qi condensation pill. Detected that Ling Qingzhu has broken through to the 6th level of the transcendent realm. Host is rewarded with 10 times the cultivation energy. Previously, in order to resist Shui Tian, Zhou Ping had exhausted all his stored Yuan Qi cultivation. He was still a little unsure of himself, but now, he has received 10 times the Yuan Qi from Ling Qingzhu for each of the 3rd to 6th levels of the transcendent realm. This is much more than before. Since that's the case, why not take this opportunity to break through to the transcendent realm? Zhou Ping swallowed the enhancing Yuan pill returned by the system. The pill's power immediately took effect, and the surrounding heaven and earth energy surged towards him continuously, while the vast Yuan Qi cultivation within his body was also being absorbed and digested. The so-called transcendence means shedding the mortal body and condensing the embryo of the primordial spirit, laying the foundation for entering the realm of forging the spirit in the future. Above the Dantian, a rotating yin-yang dragon Xian Qi vortex floats, emanating a powerful suction force. The two pure energies are all poured into the vortex, and then at the other end of the vortex, they converge into an increasingly brilliant golden light, which is completely absorbed by the vortex in the dantian. With the infusion of powerful energy, the cyclone's volume expanded at a visible rate, and even its luster became increasingly deep. However, although the size and color of the cyclone were slowly changing, the imagined embryonic spirit still had not appeared. Zhou Ping simply watched this scene quietly, without feeling much disappointment. He understood that at this moment, the only thing to do was to calm his mind and wait for the right moment to come. Time passed slowly, and the vortex of energy within the dantian gradually solidified, condensing into a round golden pill at its center. As Zhou Ping absorbed all the Xingyuan pills, the color of the golden pills gradually changed from dark to bright. Click! Suddenly, a very subtle but pleasant sound rang out, and at that moment, fine cracks appeared on the surface of the golden core. Click, click. Immediately afterwards, the cracks spread at an astonishing speed, quickly covering the entire surface of the golden core, and from within the cracks, faint golden light shone out. Seeing this scene, even Zhou Ping, with his composure, couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. The brilliant golden light finally reached its peak intensity, and the entire golden core exploded completely, with the rich golden light spreading out in all directions within the dantian. Zhou Ping, however, stared intently at the center, where golden light condensed, and finally, a golden phantom about the size of a palm slowly emerged. The moment the golden phantom appeared, Zhou Ping's body trembled violently. An extremely mysterious feeling arose spontaneously. In that instant, he could feel a fluctuation rising from his heart, where his soul and flesh were separated, yet still intertwined with countless threads. So this is the embryonic form of the primordial spirit. Zhou Ping gazed intently at the golden phantom that appeared in his dantian, muttering to himself with barely concealed excitement in his voice. Although this primordial spirit embryo was extremely illusory, this was normal. After all, what cultivators had to do in the transcendent realm was to continuously nurture the primordial spirit embryo and increase its foundation in order to surpass others when they entered the forging god realm. As soon as the primordial spirit embryo was born, Zhou Ping's realm naturally entered the first level of the transcendent realm. Furthermore, Zhou Ping's breakthrough was extraordinary. He broke through two paths simultaneously. Combined with the large amount of yuan qi cultivation returned by Ling Qingzhu earlier, his true combat power below the forging god realm is now practically unmatched. When we enter that dark beast cave, with me here, senior sister will definitely not suffer any losses. Zhou Ping's face was filled with a confident smile. The next day. It was early morning. The Misty sect was in an uproar. At the top of the central main peak, 100-foot-tall stone tablet displays a majestic and magnificent grandeur. The four large characters Dark Beast Cave appearing on the stone tablet have a strong visual impact. Under the expectant gaze of everyone, the heavenly trial grounds, the Dark Beast Cave, have officially opened. Chapter 67 Undercurrents. Boom! In an instant, countless disciples of the Misty sect gathered towards the central peak, each with an intense and burning desire on their face. At the central peak, a sea of people stood, their solemn eyes fixed on the 100-foot-tall monument. Unlike entering other trial grounds, this time everyone felt both anticipation and caution. Although almost everyone knew that the Dark Beast Cave was extremely dangerous, it still couldn't dampen their enthusiasm. Cultivation is inherently a journey against the heavens. Those who fear danger are destined to go far on that path. The Dark Beast Cave, the most dangerous heaven-level training ground. I've been in the Misty sect for 10 years, and finally, the day has come for it to open. Brother, don't get too excited yet. You should know very well that the Dark Beast Cave is the most dangerous of all the heavenly-level training grounds. If you encounter danger instead of opportunity first inside, then you're doomed. Brother, fortune favors the bold. I've been stuck at the 9th level of the Qi condensation realm for a year now. I'm just waiting to see if I can get some good fortune in the Dark Beast Cave and break through. Otherwise, I don't know how long I'll be stuck at this bottleneck. While everyone was looking forward to it, Ling Qingzhu and Zhou Ping arrived at the main peak square early. Their appearance naturally attracted the attention of disciples from the other 8 major branches in the surrounding area. What's going on? Why are even people from Nirvana Peak here? Nirvana Peak? I've already received the news that the sect's higher-ups have issued a notice to abolish Nirvana Peak. Yes, I've heard about it too. It was a decision made collectively by the sect's higher-ups. I even saw Elder Lin Fian from Baiyun Peak announce it at Nirvana Peak. It's a good thing to abolish Nirvana Peak. Those guilty people should not exist anymore. If it weren't for Master Xiantian who destroyed that team and caused the mission to fail in that battle, we wouldn't have lost to the Rift Sky Sword sect. Nirvana Peak and the word guilt have become inextricably linked. When other sect disciples see the people from Nirvana Peak, they think of the great battle 3 years ago, of the complete annihilation of the army led by true Master Xian Tian, and of how the Misty sect was defeated by the Rending Sky Sword sect as a result. Even though Zhou Ping's actions during the inner disciple assessment had caused quite a stir, it was still not enough to make everyone accept Nirvana Peak again. In the eyes of most Misty sect disciples, this lineage was not only weak and incompetent but also guilty of wrongdoing to the sect. Junior sister Qingzhu, it's been a long time. At this moment, a young man suddenly led a group of people to Ling Qingzhu. I heard you resumed your cultivation recently, why haven't you come to see me? Song Qingfeng, my affairs have nothing to do with you. Ling Qingzhu frowned slightly. The person who came was named Song Qingfeng, a first-ranked disciple of 9 Luminaries Peak, and one of the top 10 strongest inner disciples. Junior sister, you're mistaken. How could it be unrelated? But I heard that the sect has already ordered the abolition of Nirvana Peak. Unless you win first place in this sect trial, it's simply impossible for the two of you. However, if you're willing to become my Taoist partner, then my 9 Luminaries Peak lineage can help you win first place at Nirvana Peak in the Dark Beast Cave. How about it? Song Qingfeng chuckled lightly with a hint of amusement and said, Song Qingfeng, I told you long ago not to bring up the matter of Taoist partners again. Besides, this is a matter for Nirvana Peak itself, and it's not your place to interfere. Ling Qingzhu's voice turned noticeably cold. Back then, she was just as popular in the sect as Xuelingyun is now, and she had countless suitors. Song Qingfeng was one of them, but he was rejected by Ling Qingzhu twice in front of everyone, and eventually his love turned into hatred. Since you're unwilling to seize the opportunity I'm giving you, then don't blame me. Remember to be careful in the Dark Beast Cave. Song Qingfeng's eyes turned cold, and he thought to himself, Ling Qingzhu, this time I'm going to make you understand how wrong it was for you to choose to reject me again and again. After saying that, Song Qingfeng left with his group. From beginning to end, Song Qingfeng didn't pay any attention to Zhou Ping standing to the side. However, Zhou Ping was happy to have some peace and quiet. There was nothing wrong with being an ordinary little cultivator on the surface. But if anyone dared to mess with him, he wouldn't mind showing them just how monstrous he was at the first level of the transcendent realm. Senior sister, don't get angry over someone like that, it's not worth it. Zhou Ping walked to Ling Qingzhu's side, who had a furrowed brow, and patted her shoulder. Ling Qingzhu nodded, thinking that her junior brother was still the best. Originally, she didn't have high hopes for winning first place, but she was unwilling to accept defeat and wanted to fight hard. However, the things Zhou Ping gave her yesterday changed many things and made the impossible possible. The argument that broke out here quickly attracted the attention of others, and before long, most of the people in the main peak square were talking about Nirvana Peak. What? Nirvana Peak wants to win first place in the sect trial? What is Ling Qingzhu thinking? With just the two of them, Zhou Ping, it would be difficult to even survive in the Dark Beast Cave, yet she dares to dream of winning first place. The people of Nirvana Peak really know how to daydream. Hearing the surrounding chatter, Ling Qingzhu's face turned somewhat grim. She clenched her fists involuntarily. Just you wait and see, the achievements Nirvana Peak has made this time will surely impress everyone. Suddenly, a deafening storm roared in the sky. A powerful current of air spiraled upwards from the 100-foot-tall stone tablet. Buzz! Waves of primordial energy rippled across the heavens and earth, and streaks of aurora lightning flashed across the surface of the 100-foot-tall stone tablet. Hiss! The aurora gathered together and then transformed into a spectacular pillar of light that shot straight into the sky. Bang! A vast and powerful force spread across the universe, tearing through the clouds, and a dazzling array of mysterious runes suddenly appeared above the stone tablet. The talisman array was like a giant stone disk, slowly rotating before casting a rainbow-like path across the ground. The Dark Beast Cave is now open. In the vast sky, thick clouds gathered, and a figure with an air of otherworldly grace appeared, riding a crane. Then, a powerful and solemn voice invaded everyone's ears. That's the Grand Elder's voice. Someone exclaimed. As expected of the most dangerous heaven-level trial grounds, the Grand Elder is personally in charge of this matter. The Grand Elder's voice came again. This sect trial will be held in the Dark Beast Cave. After each disciple obtains an item and submits it, they will receive corresponding sect contribution points. After the trial, they will be ranked from highest to lowest based on the sect contribution points they have earned. The Dark Beast Cave is fraught with danger. You must think carefully before you enter. The Dark Beast Cave will be open for 10 days this time. The Grand Elder stood in mid-air, looking down at the crowd below. Enter. The moment the crowd entered, they ignited the atmosphere. Instantly, the dark mass of figures surged forward like a school of fish heading into the sea. Whoosh! Call out. As soon as everyone touched the rainbow-like passage, they were immediately sucked into the talismanic array in the void. Ling Qingju and Zhou Ping exchanged a glance, their gazes resolute. Walk! Without the slightest hesitation, the two immediately entered the dark beast cave. At this moment, on a high platform south of the main peak, a man and a woman were talking. Zhou Yu, those two eyesores from Nirvana Peak. Elder Lin, rest assured, I have already made arrangements for this matter. Someone will handle them. Zhou Yu's smile was extremely sinister. As for Ling Qingju's life or death challenge, Zhou Yu did not take it to heart at all, because he believed that the former was not qualified to challenge him at all. Moreover, regardless of the outcome of this battle, Zhou Yu would not gain anything. Therefore, it would be better to quietly kill Ling Qingju in the Dark Beast Cave and take care of Zhou Ping as well. That's good. Today you will represent the sect to reclaim Nanyue City. This matter can only succeed and cannot fail. Once the city is reclaimed, you will naturally become a true disciple, and I will be able to take the position of head disciple, Lin Fian said solemnly. Zhou Yu and his companion exchanged a smile, seemingly already envisioning their future dominance within the Misty Sect. Chapter 68 Opportunity. Heavenly Trial Grounds, Dark Beast Cave. This is a dark world. The desolate mountains in sight resemble the skeletons of dragons stripped of their scales and drained of their flesh and blood. The former Alai Kingdom was full of vitality and teeming with life. Today, the original vitality here has long been lost, replaced by a dangerous demonic aura carrying a bloody and chilling scent. Almost all areas are shrouded in darkness, and desolation and death are the themes here. At this moment, Zhou Ping and Ling Qingju appeared on a high ground, surrounded by deep, desolate valleys. The desolate valley contained many ferocious beast carcasses, but even more human skeletons. Although those carcasses and skeletons had been dead for a long time, the sight before one's eyes still sent chills down one's spine. Senior sister, according to the map, the road to the east should lead to Purple Flame Valley. There should be a lot of purple flame grass there. Let's start accumulating contribution points from there. Last night, Zhou Ping and Ling Qingju made many preparations and did their best to gather some intelligence information about the Dark Beast Cave. A single purple flame grass can be exchanged for 100 contribution points if handed over to the sect. Without much hesitation, Ling Qingju nodded and led Zhou Ping toward Purple Flame Valley. In less than half an hour, the two arrived at Purple Flame Valley without incident. This is an underground valley, dimly lit, with smooth pebbles scattered all over the ground. The interior of Purple Flame Valley is quite spacious, enough to accommodate dozens of people passing through at the same time, with a large gap between the stone walls on both sides. After searching for a while, Ling Qingju successfully found a purple flame grass. The purple flame grass grew quietly in a secluded crevice in the rocks. It was about the height of a chopstick and had 4 petals, each of which looked like a burning purple flame. Such abundant vital energy. Ling Qingju's face lit up with joy. The purple flame grass has high medicinal value, and many expensive elixirs require this herb. Ling Qingju carefully dug out the purple flame grass along with its roots and placed it on a token. This token was issued by the sect to everyone before entering the Dark Beast Cave. Its purpose was to exchange for contribution points and record the achievements of each branch. With a flash of light from the token, the purple flame grass was teleported back to the Misty Sect, thus earning 100 sect contribution points. Ling Qingju glanced at the token in her hand, which displayed the sect contribution point rankings in real time. First place, Guishu Peak, sect contribution points 5390. Second place, 9 Luminaries Peak, 4090 sect contribution points. 8th place, Yuan Huafeng, sect contribution points 3060. 9th place, Nirvana Peak, 100 sect contribution points. This is the ranking of the sect contribution points of the 9 major branches about half an hour after entering the Dark Beast Cave. From this perspective, Nirvana Peak sect contribution points are not far behind those of the top team. After all, they only have 2 people, while other branches have at least 20 or 30 people in their teams, giving them a natural numerical advantage in treasure hunting. This is one of the reasons why no one is optimistic about Nirvana Peak. However, Ling Qingju had plenty of confidence. After all, the divine bone that Zhou Ping had given her was a priceless treasure. With this divine bone, she had the confidence to face the geniuses of many powerful forces, and it was only a matter of time before she became a leading figure of the younger generation. However, since this divine bone was extracted from the fiery demon ape, it is not entirely compatible with the human race. Therefore, Ling Qingzhu has not yet fully integrated with it. But if she can solve this problem in the Dark Beast Cave, she will reach a higher level. Ling Qingzhu then continued deeper into the Purple Flame Valley. Sects have a long-term and large demand for things like purple flame grass, so if she could find more purple flame grass, she could get more sect contribution points. Although it takes at least 2 or 3 years for a purple flame grass to mature, the Dark Beast Cave hasn't been visited for 30 years, so there should still be quite a few purple flame grasses to be found here. At this moment, Zhou Ping, who was walking in front, suddenly shouted back, "Senior sister, there is a very strong fluctuation of yuan qi in here. Come and take a look. There should be some good treasures." A sense of anticipation immediately arose in Ling Qingzhu's heart. To surpass the other branches, she would indeed need a bit of luck. If she could find some rare treasures, the sect contribution points she could exchange for would not be small. Da-da-day. Ling Qingzhu's jade-like feet made a slight sound as they stepped on the pebbly path. The vast Purple Flame Valley is like the gaping maw of an ancient giant python, and as Ling Qingzhu walked deeper into it, it felt as if she were being swallowed up. What is that? Suddenly, Ling Qingzhu's pupils contracted slightly, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. What appeared before Ling Qingzhu was a dilapidated and overgrown Taoist altar. The platform is octagonal, over 100 meters wide, and has 8 sides, each with more than a dozen wide steps. What alarmed Ling Qingzhu the most was that there was a huge skeleton on the platform. Judging from the shape of the skeleton, it seemed to be the remains of the purple sunflame spirit leopard. The purple sunflame spirit leopard can grow into a 3rd-tier demon beast in its cub years, and once it reaches adulthood, it can break through to the 5th-tier demon beast level, which is the Lord-level demon beast. Ling Qingzhu frowned slightly, looking at the huge skeleton in front of her with some doubt. It was over 100 meters long. Upon closer inspection, the carcass of the purple sunflame leopard became even more visually striking. Ling Qingzhu then realized that its skeleton wasn't even laid straight. If it had been, it would have been more than 100 meters long. This size is way too big. Even a fully grown purple sunflame spirit leopard wouldn't be this big. Could this be a mutated flame spirit leopard that has broken through to the beast general level? Ling Qingzhu walked up the steps with a bit of vigilance, and then noticed a cauldron in the center of the platform. The cauldron is about 3 meters tall and has 3 legs. The handles on both sides of the cauldron were locked with iron chains, which connected to the ground of the platform and were covered with dust. "Junior brother, what is that?" Ling Qingzhu asked Zhou Ping, who was studying the cauldron. "If I'm not mistaken, this should be a spirit-gathering cauldron," Zhou Ping replied. Because he had the idea of cultivating alchemy, Zhou Ping took the time to read through many of Nirvana Peak's classic texts. Although he did not find any alchemy lineage, he learned a lot about alchemy and weapon crafting. "The spirit-gathering cauldron, is it a treasure?" Ling Qingzhu asked expectantly. "Treasures are all valuable. Even a low-grade yellow-rank treasure can be exchanged for at least 1,000 contribution points." Zhou Ping denied it, shaking his head and saying, "I'm afraid we can't take this spirit-gathering cauldron with us. It's completely integrated with this Dao platform, so unless we can move the entire Dao platform together, it can only stay here." Ling Qingzhu immediately felt a little disappointed. This platform was over 100 meters in diameter, with 8 sides and steps in 8 directions. How could the two of them carry it? "Senior sister, don't worry. In my opinion, this spirit-gathering cauldron can only serve as a container at most. The real source of power should be the spirit-gathering fire array set up in this platform. As it stands, this platform is not damaged, so the spirit-gathering fire array inside should be well preserved. Go and check inside the spirit-gathering cauldron. There should still be some residual spirit fire," Zhou Ping said. Ling Qingzhu asked in confusion, "What's the use of any remaining spiritual fire? Can't we take it with us?" Zhou Ping said, "Indeed, we can't take it with us, so I didn't plan to. We can just use it here." "What do you mean?" Ling Qingzhu seemed to understand something. The fire collected using the spirit-gathering fire array is no ordinary fire. The person who built this platform must have been an alchemist or weapon refiner. This person used the spirit-gathering fire array to collect the beast fire from the purple sunflame leopard and then refined it into spiritual fire for alchemy or weapon refining. Zhou Ping paused for a moment, then continued, "If there is still some residual spiritual fire inside, you can use this spiritual fire to refine your body and completely fuse the divine bones of the fireborn demon ape with yourself. Once the divine bone is perfectly absorbed, the inherited treasure technique will appear, and at that time, your strength will surely leap forward." Chapter 69: The Uninvited Guest. How to completely integrate the divine bones with oneself. Upon hearing Zhou Ping's words, Ling Qingju immediately became interested. Her purpose in entering the Dark Beast Cave was not only to win first place for Nirvana Peak, but also to search for opportunities and fortunes to improve her own strength. After all, the life or death duel with Zhou Yu a year later was still waiting for her. Therefore, both preserving Nirvana Peak and strengthening oneself are extremely important. As the saying goes, sharpening the axe won't delay the work of chopping wood. As long as one's strength is improved, it will be much easier to obtain treasures with high sect contribution points in the future. At the same time, Ling Qingju felt a slight warmth in her heart. Her junior brother was indeed thoughtful and always remembered her. Immediately, Ling Qingju walked towards the cauldron. She raised her hand and placed it on the cauldron. A scorching heat came from her palm. Ling Qingju was delighted. It seemed that there should be residual spiritual fire inside. But when Ling Qingju leaped up and came to the top of the cauldron to take a look, she froze. Because the inside of the cauldron was completely empty. There are no remaining flames, Ling Qingju said, shaking her head. There's no reason for this. There's clearly a strong spiritual fire fluctuation here. Zhou Ping was somewhat surprised. His burning heaven heart technique was extremely sensitive to things related to fire, so he shouldn't be wrong. Ling Qingju jumped off the spirit-gathering cauldron. Just as she was about to search elsewhere, Zhou Ping suddenly said, "I know where the spirit fire is." Zhou Ping's voice stirred Ling Qingju's heart. "Where?" "Far away, yet right before my eyes." Ling Qingju glanced around and couldn't see even a spark. If Zhou Ping wasn't talking nonsense, then there was something wrong with her eyes. Ling Qingju said helplessly, "Junior brother, stop teasing me. We are in a tight schedule and have a heavy mission. We can't afford to waste a single second." Zhou Ping smiled and replied, "Senior sister, relax a little. Sometimes when people are too anxious, they will overlook a lot of things. Our task is indeed arduous, but if we can't control our mindset, we will only miss the opportunity and it will be even more detrimental to our chance to win first place. So, with such a large ball of spiritual fire right in front of you, you really didn't see it?" Ling Qingju glanced at the platform again. Apart from the spirit-gathering cauldron, there was only the huge skeleton of the purple sunflame spirit leopard on the entire platform. Where was the spiritual fire? Etc. Purple sunflame spirit leopard? Ling Qingju's eyes narrowed slightly. Looking at the skeleton of a demonic beast that was over 100 meters long in front of her, she couldn't help but ask, "You mean this?" "Not bad," Zhou Ping said with a smile. "How is this possible? It's been dead for at least 500 years, right?" Ling Qingju couldn't believe it. So many years had passed, there should be nothing left of the purple sunflame spirit leopard except its bones. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Ping activated the Burning Heaven Heart technique, waved his hand, and released a wisp of primordial energy, which shot towards the corpse. Whoosh! In the next instant, the monster skeleton in front of Ling Qingju burst into flames like ignited gasoline. The scorching heat instantly filled the platform, sweeping away all the dust covering the purple sunflame spirit leopard's skeleton. Immediately afterwards, one after another, shimmering, iridescent animal bones, seemingly forged from glass and refined steel, gradually appeared before Ling Qingju's eyes. With its massive body and purplish gold flames, this skeleton exudes an indescribable air of mystery. It lay sprawled on the platform, like a ferocious demon beast from hell, with flames flickering in its empty eye sockets, as if its soul had awakened. How could this be? Ling Qingju asked, puzzled. Zhou Ping replied, "Judging from the current situation, the purpose of this spirit-gathering cauldron may not be to absorb the beast fire from the purple sunflame leopard, but rather to integrate the spiritual fire collected in the cauldron into the purple sunflame leopard's body, making it even more powerful." Ling Qingju's eyes widened, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. Zhou Ping continued, "This also explains why the body of this purple sunflame spirit leopard is so huge. It is because someone specially provided it with spiritual fire to absorb. It is also because of this that its animal bones and remains were forged to be extremely strong, and have remained almost intact for 500 years. Ling Qingju suddenly realized that this explained why she had never heard of the purple sunflame spirit leopard possessing such a massive body. Can this formation still be used? Ling Qingju asked. 500 years had passed since then, and time erodes everything. Of course. Zhou Ping replied confidently. Since the spirit fire has disappeared, we only need to reverse the spirit fire gathering array to retrieve the spirit fire from this corpse into the cauldron. Upon hearing this, Ling Qingju's eyes lit up. Zhou Ping continued, "The process of body tempering will be quite painful. You need to guard your mind at all times and not get distracted. I understand. To gain power, one must always pay a corresponding price. Ling Qingju's eyes were firm. Alright, let's not delay, let's begin now. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Ping activated the Burning Heaven Heart technique and mobilized all his vital energy, pouring it into the Dao platform. Immediately afterwards, red ripples appeared on the dusty platform. The scorching air surged upwards, the ripples intertwining and weaving together to form a magnificent flower of flames. Reverse the spirit gathering fire formation. Start up. With a low shout, the ancient formation was revitalized and released powerful energy. The skeleton of the 100-meter-long purple sunflame spirit leopard suddenly burst forth with a strong light, and inch by inch of its solid bones were transformed into spiritual fire by the formation, drifting towards Ling Qingju. Ling Qingju immediately activated the Nirvana scripture, and her body emitted a golden light. Countless dark golden patterns emerged from her skin, clearly indicating that the Nirvana scripture was quite effective in body refinement. Beneath each dark golden line lies a terrifying power. Ling Qingju could clearly feel that with the appearance of these spiritual flames, the impurities in her body were being gradually cleared away, and the residual medicinal power of the condensing essence pill and yin yang yuan qi pill she had previously taken was also being gradually absorbed. Gradually, countless spiritual flames surrounded Ling Qingju, almost engulfing her. Then these spiritual flames clung to Ling Qingju's skin, merged into her flesh and blood, and finally burrowed into the divine bone inside her chest. Ling Qingju's face immediately showed a look of pain. This burning sensation from the outside in was something that ordinary people could not endure. Senior sister, can you still hold on? Zhou Ping asked. It's all right, continue. Ling Qingju said in a deep voice with her eyes closed. Zhou Ping nodded slightly upon seeing this. The energy within the corpse of the purple sunflame spirit leopard had undergone countless refinements, and over the long years it had absorbed a great deal of the essence of heaven and earth. The spiritual fire it produced was incredibly powerful. Even a 5th-level transcendent realm expert would be severely injured if touched by it. In that case, I'll unleash the full power to activate the formation. Zhou Ping immediately increased the intensity. As the spirit-gathering fire array operated faster and faster, streams of purple fire dragon-like energy swirled and surged upwards. They were like ferocious beasts, trying to tear Ling Qingju to shreds. The space around Ling Qingju appeared distorted, and a burning sensation spread throughout her body. Ling Qingju remained silent, steadfast in her resolve, and activated the Nirvana Sutra, transforming the incoming heat energy into body-refining energy. As she continuously absorbed energy, the dark golden patterns on Ling Qingju's body deepened, and the power she contained became increasingly terrifying. However, there is still a considerable gap between the divine bone and Ling Qingju's complete fusion. That's not enough. Ling Qingju's eyes flashed, and then she shouted, "Junior brother, let this fire burn even more fiercely." Zhou Ping understood immediately and then used all his strength to push the spirit-gathering fire array to its limit. The next moment, the 100-meter-long skeleton of the flame purple sun spirit leopard burst into flames, and a spectacular storm of flames enveloped the entire platform. Ling Qingju sat cross-legged in the center of the raging fire, like a calm and still statue, bearing the tempering of the violent spiritual fire. At the same time, at the exit of an underground palace beneath Purple Flame Valley, several figures dressed in the robes of the Rift Sky Sword sect disciples were chatting and laughing, clearly having made quite a haul. However, just as the group reached the ground, they suddenly felt a surge of intense heat hitting them. Everyone's hearts tightened. What's going on? I remember it wasn't like this outside when I first arrived. Something unusual must be going on. Perhaps this strange phenomenon was caused by some kind of treasure. The members of the Sky-Splitting Sword sect exchanged glances. It seemed they were in luck this time. They had just reaped a great harvest in the underground palace, and now it seemed that more good things were coming their way. So they immediately ran towards the source of the heat wave. Deep within the Purple Flame Valley, an ancient altar was enveloped in magnificent purple-gold spiritual fire, the powerful flames resembling intertwined dragons. Ling Qingju has reached the most crucial moment in the fusion of the divine bones. By absorbing the last bit of spiritual firepower, she can completely merge with the divine bones and obtain the inherited treasure techniques within them. But just at this crucial moment, a group of uninvited guests arrived. Hee, so you're from the Misty sect. What a small world. Chapter 70. A glance. Purple Flame Valley. The heat wave is unbearable. The platform, shrouded in the purple-gold spiritual fire, was like a giant furnace, and the weeds on the platform were completely burned into nothingness. The spirit-gathering cauldron, connected to the underground magic array, was entirely red and covered with magma patterns. The skeleton of the 100-meter-long purple sunflame spirit leopard, every bone was like a red-hot branding iron, constantly drawing away the demonic fire essence that had been sealed for 500 years. Snap! A series of crisp sounds rang out, and cracks quietly appeared on the bones of the purple sunflame spirit leopard. After the demonic fire energy was extracted, the flame spirit leopard's bones lost the support of demonic power and became extremely fragile. Buzz! Under the burning of the demonic fire, Ling Qingzhu's delicate skin, which was as smooth as if it could be broken with a touch, slowly took on a faint golden glow. Through the circulation of the Nirvana Sutra and the nourishment of the divine bone power, the spiritual fire tempered Ling Qingzhu's physical body, strengthening it round and round. As the impurities were purified, Ling Qingzhu's power became more refined, and the golden light surrounding her became even purer. Although her physical strength was still not as good as Zhou Ping's, she was now virtually unmatched among those of the same level. Just then, a group of people dressed in the robes of the Rift Heaven Sword sect arrived at the place. They quickly recognized Ling Qingzhu, who was tempering her body in the raging fire. Hee, so you're from the Misty sect. What a small world. What is Ling Qingzhu doing? Is she trying to rein in herself in the fire? Why bother with all that? Just kill anyone from the Misty sect when you see them. Several disciples of the Rift Sky Sword sect were eager to fight and were about to make their move. Please wait, everyone. At this moment, a young woman suddenly spoke up to stop them. She then walked down to the platform and took out a colorful gourd. It's truly a case of searching high and low without finding it, only to have it come to me effortlessly. The last element of fire attribute demonic power that this 5-colored gourd was missing was right here. The woman's face was full of a smug smile. They had previously obtained a treasure left behind by a deceased powerful figure in the underground palace, and this 5-colored gourd was one of them. Then, she held the gourd in her palm and activated her internal energy. 5-colored gourd, absorb fire. With a soft shout, the gourd in the young woman's hand emitted a ring of water-like ripples, followed by a powerful suction force released from within it. Whoosh! The purplish gold flames immediately separated, and the water-absorbing gourd, like a dragon sucking water, greedily collected the demonic fire on the platform. The purplish gold spiritual fire on the platform, like a spiraling fire dragon, quickly burrowed into the gourd. Zhou Ping, who was focused on controlling the array, immediately noticed something was wrong. The spirit-gathering fire array was clearly weakening, and the subsequent energy was also starting to run out. If this continued, the perfect fusion between Ling Qingzhu and the divine bone would inevitably fail. Just as the spirit-gathering fire array was about to stop operating, Zhou Ping decisively extracted the last wisp of vital energy from the bones of the purple sunflame spirit leopard, accelerating the operation of the spirit-gathering fire array once again. Crack! When the last bit of demonic power was drawn out, the demon bones that had been perfectly preserved for 500 years finally became extremely fragile. They were like ashes after being burned by flames, rapidly weathering away with the chaotic airflow. Roar! Amidst the raging flames, a final, low roar of a beast echoed. At this moment, the power of the purple sunflame leopard was completely integrated into the spirit-gathering fire array. The roar of the beast startled the young woman. Just then, a rapid gust of wind rushed toward Yuan Lan's location. Yuan Lan, be careful, a young man standing behind shouted. Before the words were finished, a figure flew up to the young woman like a rock spreading its wings, snatched the gourd that absorbed spiritual fire from her hand, and kicked her with his right leg. Bang! This strike was incredibly powerful. A loud bang was heard, and Yuan Lan cried out in panic, "Senior brother Lu Yu!" The man who had spoken up earlier immediately rushed forward. With his help, Yuan Lan retreated more than 10 meters before finally regaining her balance. However, her face was covered with frost. She was both shocked and angry. The 5-colored gourd was a top-quality treasure, and yet it had been stolen by someone, and she had even been kicked. How dare you steal my 5-colored gourd? Yuan Lan's face darkened, and anger surged in her eyes. You just used this gourd to disturb people's cultivation, your intentions are despicable. Even if I took it, so what? Zhou Ping blared coldly and stomped his foot heavily on the ground. Bang! The immense force ripped through them, sending hundreds and thousands of small and large stones flying out from beneath them. Then, Zhou Ping waved his sleeve. Hundreds of pebbles flew towards the crowd like a sudden storm. Each pebble moved at an extremely high speed, leaving streaks of white light in the air. Be careful. Without saying a word, Liu directly stood in front of Yuan Lan, unleashing a powerful palm strike to block the rain of stones in front of both himself and Yuan Lan. However, the others didn't have it so easy. They didn't have Lu Yu's strength, and the pebbles empowered by Zhou Ping either pierced their palms or went through their shoulders and thighs. Ah! My leg! Streams of crimson blood splattered all over everyone's bodies. In the blink of an eye, everyone except Lu Yu and Yuan Lan was lying on the ground, crying and wailing in pain. Such incredible power! Lu Yu looked surprised. In Zhou Ping's hands, ordinary pebbles were as sharp as arrows. Some people were wearing defensive artifacts, but they still couldn't stop Zhou Ping's attack. Lu Yu frowned slightly and asked, "Just who are you?" The air around Zhou Ping surged, and his cold, aloof eyes made him appear even more domineering. Nirvana Peak, Zhou Ping. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu's expression immediately changed. As far as he knew, since the Nirvana Peak lineage was wiped out by their sky-splitting sword sect, leaving only Ling Qingzhu, it seemed that they had not accepted any new disciples. Where did this Zhou Ping come from? Senior brother Lu Yu, why waste your breath on him? Just attack. Yuan Lan, who had been unable to contain her anger any longer, said through gritted teeth. While mocking Xiao Nua, Yuan Lan also provoked Lu Yu. "He's only at the first level of the transcendent realm, while you're already at the 8th level. Are you afraid of him?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yu felt somewhat embarrassed and said coldly, "Humph, why would I be afraid of him?" Then, his gaze swept over Zhou Ping. "I'll give you two choices, either kneel down and kowtow to junior sister Yuan Lan to apologize and return her treasure, or... I'm only giving you one choice, get out of Purple Flame Valley." Zhou Ping didn't even bother to listen and interrupted them directly. In fact, if Ling Qingzhu hadn't been at a critical moment and Zhou Ping hadn't been worried that the commotion from the fight would affect her, he would have already launched a full-scale attack and wouldn't have given these people from the Rift Sky Sword sect a chance to leave. Lu Yu's face darkened. He had no intention of reconciling with Zhou Ping. He had only wanted to test Zhou Ping's strength with those words. If the other party showed fear or backed down, Lu Yu would definitely push his luck. But to their surprise, Zhou Ping showed no respect whatsoever, completely disregarding their group. You're asking for death." A flash of anger appeared in Lu Yu's eyes, and he was about to step forward to teach the other party a lesson. Zhou Ping's eyes turned cold, and a powerful dragon's might instantly swept over him. Faced with this overwhelming aura, Lu Yu and Yuan Lan's group immediately lost their arrogance and felt an instinctive fear deep in their hearts, the kind of apprehension that comes from a subordinate facing a superior. The young man stood with his hands behind his back, and with just a glance, he intimidated several disciples of the Rift Sky Sword sect. Let's see who dares to take a step forward. Overwhelmed by Zhou Ping's imposing presence, Lu Yu and Yuan Lan felt a sense of humiliation. As first-ranked disciples of the Rift Sky Sword sect, they were actually intimidated today by a disciple of the Nirvana Peak of the Misty sect who was only at the first level of the Transcendent Realm. At that moment, with a loud boom, the spirit-gathering cauldron located in the center of the platform shattered into pieces. On the platform, the spirit-gathering fire array beneath Ling Qingzhu suddenly erupted with an incomparably powerful aura. Immediately afterwards, the purple-gold demonic fire, resembling a coiled dragon, returned to the top of the spirit-gathering fire array and circled around, drilling towards Ling Qingzhu's body. Whoosh! At this moment, Ling Qingzhu broke through the barrier, and under the baptism of the demonic flames, she seemed to have undergone a rebirth. Suddenly, the light surrounding Ling Qingzhu seemed like ribbons dancing around her, and she opened her eyes, with flames seemingly dancing deep within her pupils. "Stop your arrogance. You are not allowed to bully my junior brother." Chapter 71 Revenge begins today. Bang! Ling Qingzhu unleashed a powerful burst of energy that spread in all directions, its purer and more domineering power sweeping out like a cross-shaped halo. The enormous platform was instantly covered with wounds and cracks, and the group from the Rift Sky Sword sect below were also shaken and forced to retreat. The demon ape Divine Bone had now become an integral part of Ling Qingzhu. At the same time, Ling Qingzhu's cultivation level also broke through from the 6th level of the Transcendent Realm to the 7th level of the Transcendent Realm. Upon seeing the icy-faced young woman on the stage, Lu Yu and the others' expressions all changed. Wasn't Ling Qingzhu crippled 3 years ago? How come she's recovered now? Ling Qingzhu came to Zhou Ping's side and, seeing that he was unharmed, turned to look at Lu Yu and the others. So many people are bullying my junior brother. The people of the sky-splitting sword sect are becoming more and more shameless. Lu Yu's lips twitched, thinking to himself, didn't you see the people lying on the ground? Who bullied him? Who would dare to bully him? Weren't we the ones who were just bullied? Ling Qingzhu, do you think you're still the same person you were 3 years ago? We've already surpassed you by a great deal. If you continue to be arrogant, don't blame us for being ruthless. Yuan Lan said bluntly. She had a bad temper and never tolerated being provoked. Today, she had been repeatedly contradicted, and her anger had clouded her judgment. 3 years ago, Ling Qingjue's heart was suddenly pierced, and a surge of overwhelming hatred welled up. On that day, the people of the Rift Sky Sword sect killed far too many people around her. Her fellow disciples, with whom she had spent every day, died tragically, and her master, true person Shantian, also perished while protecting her. Junior brother, just watch from the side. From today onwards, your senior sister will avenge our fallen brothers on Nirvana Peak step by step. Ling Qingju patted Zhou Ping on the shoulder and then walked towards the other side. Zhou Ping nodded slightly, without saying much. He knew this was something Ling Qingju had to do. The deep-seated hatred between Nirvana Peak and the Rift Sky Sword sect was a heavy burden on her shoulders, and she had to unload it herself. Whoosh! Ling Qingju unleashed the movement technique Flying Shadow. Although she could not improve her cultivation level before, she had not neglected her martial arts training at all. She had already cultivated this movement technique taught to her by Master Xian Tian to a very subtle level. A look of astonishment flashed in Lu Yu's eyes. Had Ling Qingju really risen from the ashes? He immediately unleashed his martial art Meridian Transformation Palm. Transforming Meridian Palm is a spiritual grade martial art of the Rifting Heaven Sword sect. This martial art uses internal energy to injure people, and the target is the major meridians of the opponent's body. Once hit by this martial art, the injury is almost invisible on the outside, but in reality, the meridians are all broken and the internal injury is severe. The fact that Lu Yu used this palm technique on Ling Qingju reveals the extent of his malicious intent. What Lu Yu didn't expect was that after Ling Qingju's previous body tempering and strengthening, her divine bones had already merged with her body, making her incredibly strong, even able to withstand high-grade yellow-rank treasures. Bang! When palms met, the collision of their forces caused the ground beneath their feet to crack. Lu Yu felt as if his palm strike had struck a piece of refined steel. It couldn't even break through the opponent's outer defenses, let alone sever his tendons. How could that be? Lu Yu found it hard to believe. You have to understand, I'm at the 8th level of the Transcendent Realm, and I'm also empowered by the martial arts technique Transforming Meridian's Palm. In contrast, Ling Qingju's attack just looks like a simple, basic attack. Roll! Ling Qingju's arm trembled, followed by an even more domineering force that directly shattered Lu Yu's palm strike. Bang! The circular aftershock swept in all directions, and Lu Yu was immediately thrown back more than 10 meters. Yuan Lan, who was closest to the two, was also thrown back 3 or 4 meters by the chaotic airflow. Her face turned cold. Humph, how dare you attack us? Do you know who I am? As soon as she finished speaking, Yuan Lan summoned a deep blue, high-grade yellow rank sword, the water blue sword. The surface of the sword was covered with shimmering water patterns, and water ripples spread wherever the sword's blade passed. Clang! Yuan Lan slashed at Ling Qingju with her sword. Water wave slash. Despite the fierce attack of Yuan Lan's sword, to everyone's surprise, the blade struck Ling Qingju's palm without causing any damage. What? Everyone was shocked. That's a top-grade yellow rank sword. Surprisingly, it did not cause Ling Qingju the slightest injury. I don't need to know who my defeated opponent is, Ling Qingju said coldly, striking out with her palm. Golden, silk-like light converged on Ling Qingju's arm. Ling Qingju's seemingly ordinary attack stirred up air currents from all directions. Yuan Lan felt a wave of scorching heat rush towards her, and a glint of light flashed in her eyes. White Serpent Crystal Armor. It must be said that Yuan Lan's reaction was quite quick. She activated her protective armor the moment she saw Ling Qingju counterattack. Buzz! In an instant, a dazzling crystal armor appeared on Yuan Lan's body, and at the same time, a white snake covered with silver scales rushed out from behind Yuan Lan. Although the white snake's body was somewhat ethereal and transparent, it possessed a formidable ferocity. It was the armor worn by Yuan Lan that had transformed into it. Oomph, let's see what you're capable of. Yuan Lan smiled coldly. This white serpent crystal armor was both offensive and defensive, a quasi-yellow grade top-quality armor, which she had acquired at great cost as a life-saving item. She did not believe that Ling Qingju could harm her. Hiss! The white snake coiled around Yuan Lan, opened its mouth wide, its fangs bared, and lunged at Ling Qingju head-on. But the moment Ling Qingju's arm touched the white snake, the snake trembled and twisted, its head and neck shattering instantly. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise. The golden vortex outside Ling Qingju's arm resembled flowing wind blades, mercilessly tearing apart the white snake's body. Thump! A heavy explosion ripped through the air in front of Yuan Lan, sending chaotic vortexes swirling around her. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, and as her longsword flew from her hand, she was thrown backward. Senior sister Yuan Lan. Just as the people behind were about to step forward to help, Ling Qingju reached out with her 5 fingers towards the light blue sword that the other party had dropped. Clang! The azure sword hovered in Ling Qingju's palm, emitting a trembling sound. On the other side, Liu was furious and shouted angrily, "Ling Qingju, how dare you? What is there to be afraid of?" Ling Qingju replied indifferently, then a circle of cyan energy burst from her palm, and the azure sword flew towards its owner. Call out! The azure sword, like a shooting star, sliced through the air and pierced directly into Yuan Lan's abdomen. Hiss! The sword's edge was sharp, like a long nail, and the white snake crystal armor on Yuan Lan's body suddenly cracked. Ah! Along with a scream, Yuan Lan's lower abdomen was pierced directly by her own blue sword. Blood splattered as Yuan Lan's back slammed into a huge rock, exacerbating her injuries and rendering her incapacitated. Looking at Yuan Lan, who was covered in blood, Lu Yu's face was filled with murderous intent. He glared at Ling Qingju. "It seems you really think you can do whatever you want if I don't teach you a lesson." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yu clasped his arms together and formed a hand seal with his 10 fingers. Call out! Then a staff radiating powerful energy flew out from behind him. Swish, swish, swish. The cane tumbled a few times in the air before landing straight on the ground. Bang! The cane struck the ground, unleashing a burst of light waves. A hint of surprise flashed in Ling Qingju's eyes. The staff was over 2 meters long, exquisitely crafted, with a beautifully crafted ring at the top. Inside that ring, a dazzling 5-colored cloud of flame flickered. The 5 colored flames resembled a magic orb containing a mysterious Tao, exuding a unique spiritual power. Ling Qingju immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of this item, while Zhou Ping clenched his fist slightly, ready to strike at the slightest provocation. The others around couldn't help but exclaim, "It's the Wind and Cloud Taoist's signature weapon, the Wind and Cloud Staff." Before anyone could react, Lu Yu grabbed the Wind and Cloud Staff and attacked Ling Qingju. "You were lucky to escape with your life back then, but you won't be so lucky today." Chapter 72 Defeating Lu Yu. With the staff in hand, Lu Yuyun's aura suddenly surged. He swung his cloud staff and struck at Ling Qingju. Ling Qingju stepped back, her left hand meeting the staff of the wind and clouds. Bang! The immense force collided and detonated layers of the ground. Ling Qingju's eyes narrowed slightly. She could clearly feel the powerful energy emanating from within the cloud staff. Immediately afterwards, Lu Yu turned around, gripped the wind and cloud staff in his backhand, and struck Ling Qingju with a palm. Fall down. Whoosh! Suddenly, the solidified 5-colored palm force shot out. Ling Qingju turned her head to dodge, and the palm strike landed on the platform behind her. Boom! The platform that housed the spirit-gathering fire array was nearly half destroyed. Ling Qingju was somewhat surprised. Everyone else also looked shocked. With Lu Yu's strength, it is absolutely impossible for him to possess such astonishing destructive power. In other words, it was the amplification effect of the wind and cloud staff that allowed Lu Yu to unleash power beyond his limits. Is this the power of the wind and cloud staff? It's truly amazing. As expected of the famous treasure of Feng Yun Daoren. With the boost from the wind and cloud staff, senior brother Lu Yu's combat power has increased significantly, so Ling Qingju is bound to lose. While the other disciples of the sky-splitting sword sect were excitedly discussing, Lu Yu unleashed his killing move once again. Die! With a loud shout, Lu Yu unleashed a 5-colored shockwave from his wind and cloud staff. This shockwave was like an anchor breaking through the ice, not only powerful but also incredibly potent. Ling Qingju immediately used the flying shadow technique, leaving a phantom image in place while her real body flashed more than 10 meters away. Boom! As the 5-colored shockwave passed through the illusory image in front of them, a ravine 100 meters long suddenly appeared before their eyes. Those watching from outside the battlefield gasped in astonishment. At this moment, Lu Yu exuded a powerful aura and possessed extraordinary charm. Humph, all you do is hide? Lu Yu said sarcastically, holding the wind and cloud staff in one hand and pointing at Ling Qingju with the other. Do you dare to fight me head-on? Ling Qingju raised her beautiful eyes slightly. As you wish. Bang! With that, a powerful burst of energy erupted, and golden light surged in Ling Qingju's eyes as chaotic streams of air rushed into the sky. Roar! Immediately afterwards, a red demonic ape suddenly appeared behind Ling Qingju, its astonishing aura like a waterfall cascading over the ocean, shocking everyone. Demon Ape Transformation. This was a powerful mid-grade spiritual martial art that Ling Qingzhu had previously cultivated, considered her trump card. Now, combined with the divine bone of the fiery demon ape she obtained, its power has reached at least the level of a top-grade spiritual martial art. Lu Yu laughed at this moment, and his laugh was particularly contemptuous. Back then, Ling Qingzhu did defeat many people with this move, but now it was not enough. In the past 3 years, he had already mastered a high-level spiritual martial art. Lu Yu shifted his body to the side, and then a surge of nether tiger power, comparable to a raging torrent, erupted forth. Another deafening roar of a ferocious tiger echoed through Purple Flame Valley, and behind him appeared a black ferocious tiger with azure beast eyes. Nether tiger strength. As Lu Yu finished speaking, the wind and cloud staff in his hand once again released a dazzling halo of light. Buzz. Multicolored streams of energy swirled around him, and Lu Yu's aura surged once more, while the black nether tiger behind him more than doubled in size. It's over. Lu Yu stomped heavily on the ground and leaped high into the air. Standing dozens of meters in the air, he threw a punch. Roar! At the same time, Ling Qingzhu also completed her preparations, and the divine bone within her body erupted with a scarlet light, which then shot into the phantom of the demonic ape behind her, instantly doubling its power. Demon Ape Transformation. Roar! In an instant, a red demonic ape swooped down from above, and a black ghost tiger leaped out from the ground, the two terrifying forces clashing head-on. Just as the two martial arts illusions were about to collide, they each transformed into a powerful and domineering fist strike. Boom! The two fists collided solidly in mid-air, creating chaotic aftershocks that violently impacted each other. On one side is the amplification and enhancement of the wind and cloud staff, and on the other side is the fusion of the power of the demon ape divine bone. The two forces are like water and fire, neither giving way to the other. Lu Yu shouted sternly, "You can't stop me! I have the wind and cloud staff in my hand. I can defeat anyone stronger than me. You can't beat me." Lu Yu was absolutely confident of defeating Ling Qingzhu. His advantage over Ling Qingzhu was not only in the weapon he held, but also in the suppression of their cultivation levels. Is that so? Ling Qingzhu curled her lips into a mocking smile. You've already given it your all, while I haven't even done anything yet. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a deafening cry of a monkey shook the very soul. What? Lu Yu was shocked. The others also stared wide-eyed. The next second, an incredibly powerful fist aura shot upwards like a pillar of light. Thump! Lu Yu's punch was instantly shattered, accompanied by explosive air currents that danced wildly in mid-air, before the fist's energy slammed heavily into Lu Yu's body. Bang! The burst of vital energy struck Lu Yu as if struck by lightning. His whole body trembled, and blood flowed from his 7 orifices. Ah! Lu Yu screamed, then flew backward like a sandbag, losing his grip on the wind and cloud staff. Everyone was incredulous. In terms of strength, Lu Yu was at a disadvantage, and in terms of martial arts, he was no match for him. If one hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes, no one would believe that, with the support of the wind and cloud staff's energy, Lu Yu could still be defeated in a martial arts contest with Ling Qingzhu. On the other side, Yuan Lan, who had just recovered, suddenly showed a look of despair. She did not expect Lu Yu to be so vulnerable. Without a doubt, the exceptionally talented Ling Qingzhu from back then has returned, and seems to have become even more outstanding. The disciples of the Rift Sky Sword sect were all horrified. They couldn't help but wonder if Ling Qingzhu would one day become the vengeful goddess of Nirvana Peak and wipe out the Rift Sky Sword sect. Bang! Lu Yu fell to the ground in a sorry state, and his first reaction was to look for the wind and cloud staff. It was as if without this item, he would lose his backbone and completely forget his swordsmanship. Before Lu Yu could even get up, the wind and cloud staff landed steadily in Ling Qingzhu's hand. This treasure is mine. A powerful aura spread across the ground. Ling Qingzhu held the wind and cloud staff, her posture noble and her demeanor far surpassing Lu Yu's. The expressions on everyone's faces changed. Lu Yu's face was ashen. He staggered to his feet and charged toward Ling Qingzhu, roaring. Give it back to me, this is what I found. Give me back the wind and cloud staff. Swish, swish, swish. Ling Qingzhu twirled the wind and cloud staff, which spun several times in her palm, its 5 colored flames flickering erratically. Then she placed it on the ground. Bang! Instantly, 2 intertwined red shockwaves rippled outwards from the center of the wind and cloud staff. The ground sank half a foot, and rubble flew everywhere. Before Lu Yu even reached Ling Qingzhu, he was blasted 7 or 8 meters away by this terrifying force. Ah! The fierce power penetrated Lu Yu's body defenses once again, and he felt his internal organs shaking violently. Lu Yu was thrown to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth, and he completely lost the ability to stand up. The others in the audience were so frightened that they fell silent. Ling Qingju looked at Lu Yu calmly and said, "As a sword cultivator, you have lost your true self because of a powerful magic weapon and forgotten how to use the sword. The Rift Sky Sword sect has actually cultivated a disciple like you. It is truly laughable. You." Lu Yu was filled with anger and shame, and was killed by Ling Qingju with a casual blow. Upon seeing Lu Yu's death, Yuan Lan, who was not far away, immediately felt the urge to retreat. However, just as she was about to slip away quietly, a figure had already appeared beside her without her noticing. "Leaving without even saying goodbye, isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Zhou Ping said calmly. "The dragon's might has reappeared." Yuan Lan, who had already lost her fighting spirit, was so startled by the dragon's might emanating from Zhou Ping that her legs went weak on the spot. Please don't kill me. I'll do anything to keep you alive." Yuan Lan, her previous arrogance gone, knelt down and begged Zhou Ping for mercy with a sob in her voice. Clang! Zhou Ping held the Qingyun sword to Yuan Lan's fair neck and coldly asked, "So, what are you going to use to buy your life?" Feeling the icy aura of the azure cloud sword, Yuan Lan sensed how close death was to her. If Zhou Ping exerted even the slightest force, she would perish. "I can give you my sword and my armor," Yuan Lan said hurriedly. However, Zhou Ping shook his head. "I can get these things by killing you. It seems, you can't afford the price anymore." A chilling killing intent pierced Yuan Lan's heart. Terrified, she didn't care about anything else and hurriedly said, "Don't do it. I know of an unexplored sect's ruins." Upon hearing this, Zhou Ping smiled and said, "Congratulations, your life is temporarily saved." Chapter 73 Ranking Rises. Unexplored sect ruins. Is this true? Ling Qingju's eyes lit up when she heard the news. Within the Dark Beast Cave lies an undiscovered sect ruin, its value immeasurable. With a bit of luck, it's quite possible that most of the sect's treasures are still there. If we can search thoroughly, the items we find can be exchanged for at least tens of thousands of sect contribution points, which will greatly increase our chances of Nirvana Peak winning first place in the sect trial. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Ling Qingju waved her jade hand lightly, and several bursts of energy flew towards the fallen disciples of the Rift Sky Sword sect, killing them one by one. Then, she looked down at Yuan Lan and said coldly, "Tell us everything you know about that sect ruins. If you dare to lie to us even a single word, your fate will be worse than theirs." After witnessing the other party's ruthless methods, Yuan Lan nodded vigorously and said, "I also learned about it by chance. That sect is called the Black and White Sword Palace, located in the southwest corner of the Dark Beast Cave." According to Yuan Lan's description, Zhou Ping and Ling Qingju gradually gained a clearer understanding of the appearance of the Black and White Sword Palace, and their anticipation grew stronger. If they could take over such a sect's ruins, the gains would be extraordinary. "I'm absolutely telling the truth, can you let me go now?" Yuan Lan asked tentatively. Zhou Ping sheathed the Qingyun sword and said, "Hand over your sword and armor, and you can get lost." After hurriedly throwing the blue water sword and the white snake crystal armor over, Yuan Lan immediately turned around and ran wildly, afraid that Zhou Ping would regret it. She ran several hundred meters in one breath. Looking back, Yuan Lan finally breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Zhou Ping still standing in the same spot. However, at that moment a voice suddenly rang in her ears. "I never said I was going to let you go. It's Ling Qingju." Yuan Lan felt a chill run down her spine. She understood that given the extent of their hatred for the Rift Sky Sword sect, they would have no qualms about killing her. "No, you can't kill me. My brother is Yuan Yi." "Yuan Yi?" Ling Qingju's eyes flashed. The overall strength of the Rift Sky Sword sect was stronger than that of the Misty sect, and the quality of its disciples was also higher. Among the new generation of disciples, there were 4 rising stars, each with great strength, known as the 4 great geniuses, and Yuan Yi was one of them. "Fool, it would have been better if you hadn't said it. Now that you have, I'm even less likely to spare your life." Ling Qingju sneered. Since she had already formed a grudge against Yuan Lan, even if she let her go, Yuan Yi would not let it go once she went back and complained. She must understand that mercy to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. With her arms outstretched, the Shenbing chain flew out along the direction of her fingers, tightly binding Yuan Lan's throat and suffocating her to death. Before she died, she kept muttering the name Yuan Yi. After dealing with Yuan Lan, Ling Qingju went to Zhou Ping's side, who had just finished cleaning up the battlefield. Senior sister, these people from the sky-splitting sword sect have a total of 10 purple flame grasses on them. As for the others, there's nothing else. As Zhou Ping spoke, he used his token to teleport 10 purple flame grasses back to the sect, earning 1000 sect contribution points. For this sect trial, the tokens only recognize items produced within the Dark Beast Cave. Items brought in from outside cannot be counted as contribution points on the ranking list for each branch. Otherwise, everyone could simply prepare a bunch of items in advance to exchange for contribution points, and the sect trial would lose its purpose of honing the disciples of each branch. It's already pretty good. After all, they are just ordinary disciples, and the majority of our spoils this time came from Yuan Lan and Lu Yu. Ling Qingzhu said with a smile that this trip had been very fruitful for her. With the help of the spirit-gathering fire array left here by the Taoist Fengyun 500 years ago, Ling Qingzhu not only completely merged with the divine bone, but also broke through to the 7th level of the transcendent realm. As everyone says, the Dark Beast Cave is a place full of opportunities, and everyone hopes to seize their own share of good fortune. Whoosh! Then, with a thought, Ling Qingzhu conjured a magnificent cane in her hand. This wind and cloud staff should be a Xian rank treasure. Although Lu Yu's cultivation level was one level higher than Ling Qingzhu's, the latter's body had been strengthened by the divine bones, reaching a new level in both physical strength and defense. A difference of one minor realm is not considered a lead for Ling Qingzhu at all. However, thanks to the wind and cloud staff, Lu Yu managed to hold his own against it at the very beginning of their fight. Senior sister has made quite a haul. But the value of this gourd treasure must be quite high as well. Zhou Ping smiled and took out the gourd he had previously snatched from Yuan Lan. Ling Qingzhu looked closely and exclaimed, "It's actually the 5-colored gourd." That was the famous treasure of Fengyun Daoren, a great cultivator from Aolai Kingdom 500 years ago. Rumor has it that the 5-colored gourd contains 5 streams of ferocious demonic energy. These 5 streams of demonic energy correspond to the 5 elements, and the 5 elements generate each other, providing the 5-colored gourd with a continuous source of energy. Is it really that incredible? Zhou Ping exclaimed in surprise. Ling Qingzhu nodded and said, "That's right. Legend has it that the 5-colored gourd is the king among top-grade yellow rank treasures. If used at full power, it is even stronger than some profound rank treasures." Zhou Ping raised an eyebrow and said, "Senior sister, it seems this 5-colored gourd has been remade." "What do you mean?" Ling Qingzhu asked, puzzled. "The 5-colored gourd in my hand is not quite the same as the one in the rumors. It only contains 4 streams of ferocious demonic energy, with the attributes of metal, wood, water, and earth respectively. It is missing 1 stream of fire attribute demonic power, but even so, this 5-colored gourd is still the best of the best among the best treasures." After a pause, Zhou Ping pondered for a moment and guessed, "I suspect that when Taoist Fengyun wanted to upgrade the 5-colored gourd into a powerful Xian rank treasure, he only completed the fusion of 4 demonic energies in the early stages, leaving the final fire attribute demonic energy unsealed. At the last moment, Aolai Kingdom was invaded by a large number of ferocious demons, leading to the demise of Taoist Fengyun's body, and the 5-colored gourd became a flawed artifact." Ling Qingzhu nodded. "What junior brother said makes sense. It's a pity. If the last bit of demonic power had been successfully integrated, the 5-colored gourd would have been a true Xian-level treasure." At this moment, Zhou Ping glanced at Ling Qingzhu and said with a smile, "Senior sister, after you perfectly fused with that divine bone just now, you should have obtained the inherited treasure technique, right?" "Not bad, I have already mastered the deadly demon flame of the fire-burning demon ape clan." "Perfect, then consider this 5-colored gourd your congratulatory gift, junior brother. You can also make up for the missing fire attribute demonic power in this treasure, senior sister, so please don't refuse." Zhou Ping handed the 5-colored gourd to Ling Qingzhu without any hesitation. Ling Qingzhu opened her mouth, wanting to say something but didn't. She simply thanked Zhou Ping and accepted the 5-colored gourd. Since she met Zhou Ping, this junior brother has given her countless congratulatory gifts, and she can't refuse them all. "Zhou Ping was incredibly kind to me, giving me a top-grade yellow rank treasure without hesitation. Since the 5-colored gourd and the wind and cloud staff are extremely valuable and would significantly enhance Ling Qingzhu's strength, they will not be converted into contribution points for the time being. As for the 2 high-grade yellow rank treasures, the azure sword and the white crystal armor, Zhou Ping did not hesitate to use his token to retrieve them to the sect, bringing Nirvana Peak a total of 4,000 sect contribution points. With the 1,000 points from the 10 purple flame grasses, Nirvana Peak sect contribution points instantly reached 5,100. Ling Qingzhu glanced at the token, which displayed the sect contribution point rankings in real time. First place, by Yunfeng, sect contribution points 18,330. Second place, Guishu Peak, sect contribution points 15190. Third place, 9 Luminaries Peak, 14,890 sect contribution points. Eighth place, Nirvana Peak, sect contribution points 5100. Ninth place, Xingyang Peak, sect contribution points 4780. The ranking has improved, marking the first time in recent years that Nirvana Peak has escaped its last place position. Ling Qingzhu was in high spirits and said with great enthusiasm, "Junior brother, there's no time to lose, let's hurry to the ruins of the Black and White Sword Palace. As long as we can thoroughly search that place, it's not impossible to surpass Baiyun Peak and take first place. At that time, Nirvana Peak will not only not be destroyed, but everyone will also look at it with new eyes." Zhou Ping nodded. Although Yuan Lan claimed that very few people knew about this matter, since she already knew, others were also very likely to have a way to find the ruins of the Black and White Sword Palace. Therefore, it was important to act sooner rather than later and seize the initiative. So, after dealing with Yuan Lan and the others who died in Purple Flame Valley, Zhou Ping and Ling Qingzhu quickly headed towards the location of the Black and White Sword Palace ruins. Chapter 74 Immortal Tree. They left Purple Flame Valley. During her journey, Ling Qingzhu continuously used the precious technique contained within her divine bone, namely the five-colored gourd nurtured by the deadly demon flame of the fire-burning demon ape clan. Persistence pays off. 2 hours later, she finally managed to replenish the missing demonic fire. Then, a dazzling five-colored radiance appeared, and the five-colored gourd was enchanting and dreamlike. The 5 streams of primordial energy intertwined, creating an indescribable charm. I wonder what the wonderful uses of this 5-colored gourd are. Let me study it carefully. Ling Qingzhu believed that due to the neglect of the previous 3 years, she had fewer ways to fight enemies and not many magical artifacts she could use. The 5-colored gourd and the wind and cloud staff are both excellent magical artifacts. There's no reason not to use them. After studying it for a while, Ling Qingzhu finally gained a relatively comprehensive understanding of the 5-colored gourd. With guidance from the spirit of the Hongmeng Golden Pagoda, Ling Qingzhu discovered 5 different attribute techniques from the 5-colored gourd: Golden Blade Whirlwind Kill, Thorn Cage, Water Control Technique, Earth Escape Technique, and Explosive Combustion Technique. All 5 powers are activated by the 5-colored gourd, a magical artifact. Golden Blade Whirlwind Kill is a purely offensive formation technique. Thorn Cage is a spell that combines sealing and attack. Water Manipulation is a supplementary technique. Using this technique, one can walk on the water as if on flat ground, and can also go deep into the water without being affected. Earth Escape Technique is also a supplementary method. It allows one to hide in the earth and escape when encountering a powerful enemy. As for the Explosive Combustion Technique, regardless of its power, its enhancement of Ling Qingzhu's inherited treasure technique alone was already extremely satisfactory to her. Overall, the 5-colored gourd was a pleasant surprise for Ling Qingzhu, as all 5 of its techniques were quite practical. That Taoist Feng Yun is truly a powerful human being, capable of creating such a comprehensive set of magical artifacts. Ling Qingzhu sincerely admired Feng Yun Daoren. If he were allowed to grow up smoothly, his future would be limitless. It must be said that the fall of Aolai Kingdom was a great loss to many. If it weren't for the demonic calamity 500 years ago, with the talent gathered in Aolai, Aolai would undoubtedly be a powerful force today. But history cannot be changed, and Aolai Kingdom was eventually submerged in the ruins of time. Ling Qingzhu suppressed a sigh in her heart and then began to try using the first power of the 5-colored gourd, Golden Blade Whirlwind Kill. Buzz! Ling Qingzhu activated her internal energy, and a chaotic mass of air swirled around the 5-colored gourd. 5 beams of light swirled rapidly around the 5-colored gourd, while the other 4 beams quickly entered the golden airflow. Whoosh! In an instant, the 5-colored gourd shone brightly, and a miniature golden array wheel appeared. This golden array wheel is about half a meter in diameter, with intricate and interwoven patterns on its edges, each line dazzlingly bright. Clang! A sharp, whistling sound arose from the weapon, and the 5-colored gourd immediately merged into the formation, transforming into 5 golden blades of light. These 5 light blades were in a state of being half illusory and half solid. They were shaped like short swords with blades on both sides. Ling Qingzhu controlled the power of the 5-colored gourd, slightly raised her arm, and 5 light blades spun rapidly, like a carousel, beautiful and dazzling. Such a powerful fluctuation of spiritual energy. Ling Qingzhu's eyes shone brightly, her heart filled with both surprise and joy. She could clearly sense the intensity of the vital energy contained in these 5 light blades. As long as Ling Qingzhu had a thought, the 5 light blades could be unleashed from a distance, unleashing powerful destructive force. As for the wind and cloud staff, so far it has only been discovered that this treasure can amplify the vital energy within the body, allowing it to unleash even greater power. This alone is enough. My darling. Ling Qingzhu was secretly delighted. With the 5-colored gourd in the wind and cloud staff, she could make up for her lack of magical artifacts. Meanwhile, on Zhou Ping's side, the system's voice kept ringing in his mind. Ling Qingzhu obtained the low-grade Shen level treasure, the wind and cloud staff, triggering a tenfold return, and rewarded the host with the mid-grade Shen level treasure, the thunder scepter. Ling Qingzhu obtained the 5-colored gourd, a mid-grade Shen level treasure, triggering a tenfold return bonus, which rewards the host with the 7-colored lotus, a high-grade Shen level treasure. Detected that Ling Qingzhu has obtained the inherited treasure technique, Deadly Demonic Flame, triggering a tenfold return, rewarding the host with the treasure technique, Crimson Lotus Karmic Fire. Holding a 7-colored lotus flower in his left hand and a scepter crackling with electric arcs in his right, the power of these two treasures is beyond doubt. Zhou Ping couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He could foresee that if things continued like this, the treasures, techniques, and martial arts skills he possessed would one day pile up like a mountain. About a day later, Zhou Ping and his companion finally arrived at the southwest corner of the Dark Beast Cave, slowly approaching the location of the ruins that Yuan Lan had mentioned. What comes into view is an extremely large stone palace, standing quietly. The stone hall in front of us is somewhat damaged and covered with the marks of time, so it must have existed for quite some time. Clearly, this must be Ling Qingzhu and Zhou Ping's destination, the legendary ruins of the Black and White Sword Palace. Their gazes turned to the intersecting corridor, a light flickering in their eyes, as if something there was drawing them in. Zhou Ping and Ling Qingzhu exchanged a glance, then rushed straight into the corridor and headed deeper into the building. Since Yuan Lan knew the location of this sect's ruins in advance, it's possible that disciples from other sects would also know. Laugh. After running for several minutes, the two figures finally stopped. A spacious stone chamber came into view of Ling Qingzhu and her companion. The chamber was filled with astonishing energy fluctuations, and a rich medicinal fragrance wafted out. Clearly, this was a storeroom that the Black and White Sword Palace used to store various spiritual herbs and pills. Ling Qingzhu's gaze swept across the spacious warehouse, finally settling on the very center, where a withered sapling stood. From afar, its branches were densely covered with green fruits, faintly exuding a magical connection to the primordial energy of heaven and earth. The immortal origin ancient tree. Gazing at this ancient tree brimming with vitality, Ling Qingzhu's eyes shone brightly for a moment. A rich medicinal fragrance wafted over, and the astonishing energy fluctuations made Ling Qingzhu's heart skip a beat. Is that really the immortal origin ancient tree? Ling Qingzhu was also somewhat incredulous. That should be right. Zhou Ping was equally shocked. The immortal tree is now a legendary creature, almost extinct in the Northern Territory. Ling Qingzhu had only seen records of it in ancient books, and even in a powerful force like the Misty Sect, which was considered a sacred place for cultivation, it had never possessed one. It is said that the fruit of the immortal origin tree can cleanse the body of impurities, clear the meridians, and improve one's cultivation level. It is especially effective for cultivators below the transcendent realm. It can be said that if any sect has the immortal origin ancient tree, it means that it will have a continuous stream of outstanding disciples, which is something that can strengthen the foundation of the sect. Ling Qingzhu let out a soft breath, and then slowly walked into the stone chamber. As she walked in, she could see how vast the stone chamber was. There were many spiritual herbs in the stone chamber, but Ling Qingzhu did not linger on them. Instead, she stared intently at the ancient immortal tree in the distance and suddenly quickened her pace. Zhou Ping followed slowly behind her, constantly looking around and remaining vigilant in case of any unforeseen events. Upon approaching the immortal origin ancient tree, Ling Qingzhu stopped. Due to the close proximity, she could clearly see the dense, fine lines covering the branches of the immortal origin ancient tree. These lines, like masterpieces of nature, were natural and magical, giving one a sense of intoxication. As Ling Qingzhu carefully examined the immortal origin ancient tree, the fervor in her eyes undoubtedly became much hotter. She then took out her token and scanned it, nearly exclaiming in surprise. A young immortal origin tree sapling, worth 10,000 sect contribution points. Chapter 75 The Hope of Winning First Place. A young immortal origin tree sapling, worth 10,000 sect contribution points. 10,000 contribution points. In other words, this single sapling of the immortal origin tree is enough to propel Nirvana Peak into the top 3. Filled with excitement, Ling Qingzhu quickened her pace. If she could really obtain the sapling of the immortal origin tree, it would be a major step for Nirvana Peak to win first place. Suddenly, Zhou Ping flashed and stood in front of Ling Qingzhu. Careful! As soon as the words were spoken, a deep roar came from behind the immortal origin ancient tree, and a demonic beast slowly emerged. It was about 2 meters tall, with a front half resembling a wolf, but its limbs were longer and sharper. It had 3 pairs of eyes on its face, making it look extremely eerie. The beast trailed a blue shadow behind it, which looked like a wisp of smoke. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be its tail. "It's a blue venomous beast," Zhou Ping said in a deep voice. "This blue poison beast is a lord-level demon beast. An adult blue poison beast possesses combat power comparable to a human at the extreme palace realm. Monsters generally live much longer than humans." After the fall of Alai Kingdom, the major sects in the Northern Territory joined forces to kill all the powerful monsters. However, some escaped and multiplied in the Dark Beast Cave, giving birth to a new generation of monsters. Judging from the size of the blue poisonous beast in front of us, it is clearly in its juvenile stage, and it was probably born when the Dark Beast Cave last opened. Natural treasures have always held immense appeal for demonic beasts, and the immortal origin ancient tree is no exception. It was no surprise that it attracted a demonic beast guardian. Roar! The blue poison beast let out a low growl and spat out a gray energy ball at Zhou Ping and his companion. Boom! The gray energy sphere exploded a few meters after it flew out, and a powerful aftershock followed, spreading a cloud of gray poisonous gas throughout the stone chamber. Zhou Ping quickly pulled Ling Qingzhu back to avoid inhaling the poisonous gas. Despite being blocked by the blue poison beast, Ling Qingzhu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Junior brother, this blue poison beast is yours to handle. Remember not to go too far. As long as you capture it alive and then hand it over to the sect to be trained as a guardian spirit beast, that will increase your sect contribution points by 5,000. The Misty sect has extremely high requirements for its guardian spirit beasts, the most important of which is that they must be trained from their juvenile stage. Because once a monster enters adulthood, its mind has matured, and its wild instincts cannot be changed. Therefore, adult monsters are very difficult to tame, and even if they are tamed, their loyalty is very low. If not handled carefully, it may turn on its owner. Young monsters are different. Their inner beastly will is still relatively weak, and they need to rely more on others to survive. Therefore, the Misty sect has always sought out young demon beasts to tame. However, juvenile demon beasts are extremely difficult to find, and even if you do find one, there will be powerful adult demon beasts guarding it nearby. Therefore, Ling Qingzhu was extremely excited when she saw the cub of the blue poisonous beast. It was truly a walking 5,000 sect contribution points. 5,000 points. That means if we capture both the immortal origin tree sapling and the blue poison beast, based on the current contribution points of the major branches, we'll be in first place. A glint flashed in Zhou Ping's eyes, and he immediately moved, rushing towards the blue poison beast. Despite being a juvenile, the blue poison beast's combat power was still astonishing. It leaped left and right, up and down, constantly unleashing fierce power clashes with Zhou Ping. Moreover, the blue poison beast's attacks were accompanied by paralyzing toxins, and once hit, one would quickly lose the ability to move. While Zhou Ping was dealing with the blue poison beast, he didn't forget to remind his senior sister to collect the sapling of the immortal origin ancient tree, since that was the most important treasure. Ling Qingzhu nodded and took the opportunity to come to the side of the immortal origin ancient tree sapling. She could not suppress her excitement and immediately reached out to take it. "Humph, do you think you deserve to possess such a rare treasure?" Just as Ling Qingzhu reached out her hand, a slightly sinister laugh suddenly rang out in the spacious stone chamber. "Who's lurking around like that, afraid to show themselves?" Ling Qingzhu immediately became alert, her vital energy surging forth as she shouted sharply. "Call out!" Just as Ling Qingzhu shouted, a black shadow swept down from midair like a ghost. Then, a man in black hovered in midair, looking down at Ling Qingzhu. A disdainful look appeared on his slightly cold face as he sneered, "I didn't expect that someone else could find this place. I don't know whether to say you're lucky or unlucky." As he spoke, the man in black took a step, and a powerful aura surged forth. "Stay away from that ancient immortal tree, or I'll destroy you." "Who do we have here?" "It's Zhang Wushu from Qingyang Peak. You can't stop me." Ling Qingzhu narrowed her eyes and recognized the person. Zhang Wushu had joined the Misty sect in the same year as her. His strength was so great that he was expected to become one of the top 10 inner disciples of the sect. Zhang Wushu's face darkened, and he said, "Ling Qingzhu, don't look down on me. I have been cultivating diligently for the past 3 years, and my strength has already reached the peak of the 8th level of the transcendent realm. You can't catch up to me after just 1 month of resuming your cultivation." After saying that, he moved again, moving with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, he appeared above the immortal origin ancient tree. With a grab, his powerful primordial energy formed a giant hand and reached out to grab the immortal origin ancient tree. Laugh. However, just as the giant hand of primordial energy was about to grasp the immortal origin ancient tree, the branches of the immortal origin ancient tree, which had been quietly stretching out, suddenly shot out and rushed towards Zhang Wushu. The latter immediately became flustered, clearly not expecting the fruit tree to have a sense of self-defense. Ling Qingzhu smiled when she saw this. The reason she didn't intervene was because she had read about the immortal origin ancient tree before. This immortal origin ancient tree is an extremely rare spiritual object of heaven and earth. Even in its seedling stage, it possessed a trace of intelligence and could not be easily manipulated. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Ling Qingzhu immediately used her flying shadow technique to rush towards the ancient tree. Ling Qingzhu, stop right there. Zhang Wushu, who was entangled by the immortal tree, also noticed Ling Qingzhu's actions. His eyes flashed with cold light, and he roared angrily. However, this had no effect on Ling Qingzhu. With her agile movements, she dodged the attacks of the immortal origin ancient tree's branches and got closer and closer to it. Then, under Zhang Wushu's furious gaze, Ling Qingzhu appeared at the trunk of the immortal origin ancient tree. Her gaze immediately focused on the center of the trunk, where the tree patterns formed an extremely peculiar rune, upon which a fluorescent light seemed to surge. This is the central point of the immortal origin ancient tree, and all its strange energy is concentrated on this rune. As long as it is taken away, the immortal origin ancient tree can be completely taken into its possession. Looking at the runes formed from tree patterns so close at hand, Ling Qingzhu smiled sweetly. At this moment, the immortal origin ancient tree seemed to sense it as well, and immediately some branches shot back, fiercely wrapping around Ling Qingzhu. However, Ling Qingzhu ignored the attack of the immortal Yuan ancient tree. She bent her hand into a claw shape and then suddenly stretched it out. A fierce gust of energy surged out and grabbed the tree pattern runes. Then, with a heavy pull, the fluorescent runes were pried off the tree trunk. With the loss of the rune, the ancient immortal tree withered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and its branches softened. Ling Qingzhu held the tree-patterned rune in her hand, and with a flick of her wrist, she put it into the storage treasure that Zhou Ping had given her. Immediately afterward, she sensed the sinister killing intent surging up from behind her. Ling Qingzhu, I think you really don't want to live anymore. Top 3 in Chapter 76. Zhang Wushu's face was terribly gloomy. His eyes were filled with intense killing intent as he looked at Ling Qingzhu. He had checked the rankings displayed on the tokens earlier and found that their Qingyang Peak had actually fallen behind Nirvana Peak. This was an utter disgrace. As the leader of Qingyang Peak this time, if he could not change this fact, he would be ridiculed by everyone in the Qingyang Peak lineage when they returned. Therefore, Zhang Wushu absolutely cannot allow this sapling of the immortal origin tree to fall into Ling Qingzhu's hands. Ling Qingzhu looked at him and sneered, showing no intention of handing over the tree-patterned rune. Her actions undoubtedly made Zhang Wushu's eyes grow even colder. Bang! Zhang Wushu's gaze was cold. He took a step forward, and instantly a surge of vital energy swept out. Beneath his skin, a withered and desolate aura surged. He showed no sign of using martial arts. With a movement, he transformed into a blurry light and punched Ling Qingzhu with lightning speed. The air exploded under his fist. The cultivation technique practiced by the disciples of Qingyang Peak is called the wilderness scripture. In their daily cultivation, they mainly cultivate a kind of desolate energy, which is called the power of desolation and is their most powerful weapon. It is said that once one is touched by this power, one will lose vitality and fall into desolation. Faced with such immense power, ordinary cultivators dared not offer the slightest resistance. Ha! I'll show you what the power of the wilderness is like, and show you its terror. Zhang Wushu's attack was extremely ruthless, his fist was fierce and its angle was tricky, aiming straight for Ling Qingzhu's chest. If this punch, which was wrapped in the power of the wilderness, hit, it would leave a bloody hole. Zhang Wushu exuded an aura of desolation that spread to the surrounding spiritual herbs. Shockingly, the herbs, which had just been full of vitality, withered at a visible speed. Snort! Seeing that her opponent was going for the kill right from the start, Ling Qingzhu's eyes turned cold. However, facing the powerful desolate force, she did not choose to avoid its edge. Instead, her body trembled, and golden light emanated from her body. Golden light surged outward from Ling Qingzhu's body, and a feeling of nirvana and immortality arose spontaneously. Ling Qingzhu threw a punch as well, her elegant fist, glowing with golden light, clashing head-on with Zhang Wushu's. Bang! A deep, piercing sound echoed in the stone chamber, and a violent wave of energy instantly swept outwards, turning many surrounding spiritual herbs into powder. The next moment, Zhang Wushu retreated rapidly, and as he retreated, his arm was constantly emitting subtle explosions as it was directly shattered by an extremely powerful force. His arm burst open section by section, and black cracks covered the white hand bones. In an instant, blood and flesh flew everywhere in the stone chamber. Ah! Zhang Wushu screamed in pain as he crashed into a huge stone pillar beside him. The pillar, which was as thick as several people could hug, was smashed open, creating a huge crack. Zhang Wushu fell to the ground. He stared at Ling Qingzhu in disbelief. Why are you unaffected by the power of the wilderness? Why is your physical body so terrifying? Why? Ling Qingzhu said calmly, I told you long ago, you can't stop me. After saying that, Ling Qingzhu walked step by step toward Zhang Wushu, who had fallen to the ground. Ling Qingzhu, what are you trying to do? Stop right there! Zhang Wushu shouted in a panic. Oh? Why did you stop? Ling Qingzhu looked at the man and asked with a playful expression. We are fellow disciples, we cannot kill each other. Ha, didn't you just say you were going to kill me? Why can't I kill you now? Ling Qingzhu sneered, getting closer and closer. And if I kill you here, no one will know. Zhang Wushu was completely panicked at this point. Sensing the coldness in Ling Qingzhu's eyes, he believed that this person was absolutely capable of doing such a thing. No. You can't kill me. I have a very good relationship with senior brother Mo Guiyuan. If anything happens to me, he won't let you off the hook. Mo Guiyuan, the strongest disciple of Yuanhua Peak, is a man who spends most of his time away from the sect, always carrying out sect missions. He has exceptionally rich combat experience and is extremely powerful. It is said that this person almost defeated Zhou Yu, the deadly scholar, and is definitely one of the strongest disciples of the Misty sect. At this moment, Ling Qingzhu came to Zhang Wushu, grabbed his head, and slammed it heavily to the ground. Ah! With a scream, several bloody teeth fell to the ground. Ling Qingzhu said coldly, I don't care who your backer is, or who's going to help you. In my eyes, you're nothing but a dead dog. And once it's in my hands, no one can take it away. Your biggest mistake in this life was harboring murderous intent towards me. Be more careful in your next life. Zhang Su looked at Ling Qingzhu in horror. He hadn't expected her to actually dare to make a move. With a low groan, Ling Qingzhu snapped the other person's neck. Throughout the entire process, Ling Qingzhu did not show the slightest sign of fear. No one can threaten her without paying a price. Ling Qingzhu then glanced at the things Zhang Su had left behind, but found nothing of interest. It seems that there aren't many lucky guys like Yuan Lan and Lu Yu. Furthermore, items brought into the Dark Beast Cave by the disciple themselves do not count towards the sect's contribution points, so Ling Qingzhu only received a small amount of contribution points from this person. However, due to the acquisition of the immortal origin tree, the ranking of Nirvana Peak has undergone a dramatic change. First place, by Yunfeng, sect contribution points 18830. Second place, Guishu Peak, 16,290 sect contribution points. Third place, Nirvana Peak, sect contribution points 15100. Ninth place, Yuan Huafeng, sect contribution points 5090. At this moment, Nirvana Peak broke into the top 3 for the first time in 3 years. At this moment, inside the Misty sect, people from all the major branches were staring at the sect contribution point rankings in front of them. Ha! Nirvana Peak sect contribution points are increasing so fast. They've even surpassed my 9 Luminaries Peak in the rankings. Elder Lu Wuji of 9 Luminaries Peak exclaimed in surprise. Impossible, right? Bai Ruyan, who was standing to the side, quickly glanced at the rankings and found that Nirvana Peak was in 3rd place. At the same time, many disciples who were paying attention to the sect trials also noticed this matter, which immediately caused quite a stir. Could it be that Nirvana Peak is on drugs? There are only 2 of them, how could they possibly get so many sect contribution points all at once? Is there a mistake in the sect contribution point ranking? I just clearly saw that they have 10,000 fewer sect contribution points than our lineage. How strange. Could it be that the people from Nirvana Peak cheated? For a time, many disciples were discussing it. They couldn't understand how Nirvana Peak, which only had 2 people, could have obtained so many contribution points. Soon, the news that Nirvana Peak had broken into the top 3 spread throughout the entire Misty sect. In a small courtyard. Having just finished healing, Shui Lingyun got up and stretched. Now that her injuries had healed, she would rest for a while before starting to refine the essence blood of the fiery demon ape. She stepped out of her room to get some fresh air, but soon she ran into her maid, Xiaoyu, who was in a hurry. Xiaoyu, why are you in such a hurry? Did something happen? I just heard some news. In this sect trial, Nirvana Peak has become a dark horse and is now ranked 3rd. Upon hearing this news, Shui Lingyun couldn't help but think of Zhou Ping. Ever since the last incident, although she didn't say it, she always thought of him. Nirvana Peak is now very close to first place in the sect trial. With Zhou Ping around, is Nirvana Peak really going to create a miracle? Chapter 77. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The Dark Beast Cave, the ruins of the Black and White Sword Palace. Inside the stone chamber, as Ling Qingzhu killed Zhang Wushu, Zhou Ping's side was also nearing its end. Actually, if it weren't for the need to capture it alive, Zhou Ping would have dealt with it long ago. He was just worried that his punches were too heavy and that he might accidentally kill the blue poison beast, which would mean losing 5,000 sect contribution points for nothing. Junior brother, be careful of that blue poison beast's last-ditch counterattack. Just as Ling Qingzhu finished speaking, the blue poison beast suddenly unleashed a powerful and ferocious aura, its blue, shadowy tail instantly igniting like flames. Roar! It let out a sharp roar, and the trailing shadow at its tail transformed into a spiraling upward stream of air. A large amount of energy gathered above the blue poison beast's tail, and in an instant, a beam of blue energy rapidly formed. Ling Qingzhu's expression changed, and he hurriedly said to Zhou Ping, "Junior brother, be careful. This is its ultimate attack. Don't try to take it head-on." Just as the energy beam flew towards Zhou Ping, an arm covered in powerful primordial energy met the blue poison beast's killing move. Bang! With a strong and powerful arm, fingers spread wide, he caught the beam of light arrow with his palm. The moment the two forces collide, they instantly cause airflow disruption. Bang! In an instant, a powerful surge of energy clashed and split apart, and to Ling Qingzhu's incredulous gaze, the ultimate attack unleashed by the blue poison beast was shattered. Immediately afterwards, the blue poison beast's 6 eyes flashed with a cold light, its limbs burst forth with astonishing power, and then it rushed toward the stone chamber exit at a terrifying speed. Clearly, after realizing it was at a disadvantage, blue poison beast had already begun preparing to escape. Junior brother, don't let it escape. Just as Ling Qingzhu spoke to remind him, Zhou Ping used the wind wing escape technique, leaving behind an afterimage while his main body flashed directly in front of the blue poison beast. Then, Zhou Ping executed a spinning sweep, his right leg drawing an arc of light and shadow in the air. Bang! Zhou Ping delivered a powerful kick to the blue poison beast's forelimb, causing it to lose its balance and fall forward uncontrollably. Whoosh! Zhou Ping left a second afterimage on the ground before his real body leaped into the air. Just before the blue poison beast was about to crash to the ground, Zhou Ping flipped 720 degrees in mid-air and delivered another heavy punch, which landed squarely on the blue poison beast's head. Bang! Unlike typical combos, this time Zhou Ping used the power of Bajiquan to launch a series of attacks on the blue poison beast's forelegs and head. Moreover, the force was just right, leaving the beast dazed but not mentally damaged. Thump! The blue poison beast crashed heavily to the ground. The impact of its own momentum, combined with Zhou Ping's heavy blow, caused the blue poison beast to create a large crater in the ground the moment it landed, and a large amount of gravel was scattered. Wonderful! Ling Qingzhu, who was watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but exclaim. From the moment he caught the beam of light that was flying towards Zhou Ping until he successfully prevented the blue poison beast from escaping, his entire sequence of movements could be described as smooth, clean, and efficient. The blue poison beast lay unconscious in the crater in the ground, with a little blood flowing from its mouth and nose. Junior brother. Ling Qingzhu quickly stepped forward and looked at Zhou Ping's arm with some concern. Is your hand all right? What's wrong with my hand? Zhou Ping raised his left arm. Ling Qingzhu continued, the blue poison beast's attacks come with paralyzing venom that can cause physical paralysis. Your hand wasn't injured? Don't worry, senior sister, I'm fine. Zhou Ping said with a smile, opening his palm. There wasn't a single mark on it. Ling Qingzhu was startled again. Just how strong is Zhou Ping's defense? She withstood the blue poison beast's ultimate attack with her bare hands without even sustaining a scratch. Her physical body is even stronger than it was after absorbing the divine bones of the fiery demon ape. Unbelievable. Ling Qingzhu shook her head repeatedly, then said, You're amazing. If it weren't for you, it might have gotten away. Zhou Ping smiled and said, It's a small matter. In terms of credit, senior sister deserves more credit this time. It would have been a huge loss if the immortal origin tree sapling hadn't been saved. You're so good with words. Alright, it's time to reap the rewards of our victory. Ling Qingzhu breathed a sigh of relief. She walked up to the blue poison beast and took out a talisman. Junior brother, step back a bit, I'm about to activate the beast trapping talisman, Ling Qingzhu reminded him. Zhou Ping nodded and stepped back a few meters away. Immediately, Ling Qingzhu threw out a talisman and formed a hand seal. Buzz! The talisman hovered above the blue poison beast, then released golden light streaks resembling a spiderweb. The light streaks enveloped the blue poison beast's body, making it appear as if it had fallen into a large net. The beast trapping talisman is similar to other talismans such as the Thunderfire talisman, Explosion talisman, Smoke talisman, and Invisibility talisman. It is an auxiliary talisman and an important tool for cultivators. However, the beast trapping talisman cannot attack or provide defense. Its greatest function is to seal captured spirit beasts. Of course, ordinary beast trapping talismans can only seal monsters that have lost their ability to resist. Just like now, the heavily injured blue poison beast has no ability to resist, so it can be sealed. There are also some specially made powerful beast trapping talismans that don't have as many restrictions. If you use those beast trapping talismans, dealing with this blue poison beast will be much simpler. However, the higher the grade of the talisman, the more expensive it is. Ling Qingzhu wasn't exactly well off either, so being able to use such a common beast trapping talisman was already quite good. Buzz! Soon, the light released by the beast trapping talisman completely enveloped the blue poison beast, and the blue poison beast's body began to float off the ground and fly into the beast trapping talisman. The interior of the beast trapping talisman is a special space that can temporarily contain demonic beasts. The stronger the ferocious demon, the shorter the sealing time. For a young blue poison beast, this ordinary trapping talisman is enough. With 5,000 sect contribution points in hand, Ling Qingzhu smiled. With these 5,000 points, Nirvana Peak would surpass White Cloud Peak and become number 1 in the sect trial. But, unexpectedly, without any warning, a mysterious force descended from the sky. Bang! With a loud bang, the beast trapping talisman that Ling Qingzhu was manipulating shattered. What happened? Zhou Ping was startled and quickly looked at Ling Qingzhu. Ling Qingzhu also looked bewildered and uneasy. Before the two could react, a golden light shot down from the sky, enveloping the blue poison beast. Ling Qingzhu looked up and discovered that the light was actually being released from a painting. The scroll was about 3 meters long and 1 meter wide, with dazzling runes and talismans flowing across it, each rune radiating powerful energy. It's the 100 Beasts painting. Ling Qingzhu's expression changed repeatedly. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ping frowned. The 100 Beasts diagram is a type of beast trapping artifact, which can be considered a high-level beast trapping talisman. This artifact can seal 100 demonic beasts at once, and the restrictions are very small. Whoosh! Suddenly, the light emanating from the 100 Beasts diagram engulfed the blue poison beast, which then transformed into a golden ray and darted into the 100 Beasts diagram in the void. Call out! After taking away the blue poison beast, the 100 Beasts diagram rolled up on its own and then flew away as a beam of golden light. Ling Qingzhu's face instantly darkened. Humph, what a classic case of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. It seems someone has been watching us in the shadows all along. Chase! Zhou Ping's eyes turned cold, and his face darkened. Before he could finish speaking, Ling Qingzhu had already rushed out first. Ling Qingzhu was even more anxious than Zhou Ping. She felt more uneasy than anyone else. Nirvana Peak was just one step away from reaching the top of the leaderboard, but it was snatched away by someone else at this crucial moment. How could they tolerate this? Senior sister, wait for me. Zhou Ping quickly followed. Chapter 78. I've found you. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zhou Ping and his companion ran at breakneck speed, their robes fluttering in the wind, which seemed to roar past their ears. Over there! The 100 Beasts diagram flew out of the stone chamber. Ahead lay a dense, dark forest. Once the 100 Beasts diagram entered the forest, its visibility would be much less than it was now, and it would soon lose sight of its target. With this in mind, Zhou Ping and Ling Qingzhu immediately sped up. But just as the two were about to catch up, a dazzling silver light curtain suddenly appeared in front of everyone. If Zhou Ping hadn't intervened in time, Ling Qingzhu would have almost crashed into the light barrier. Before the two could recover, the ground around them began to tremble violently. Then, mounds of earth bulged up one after another, and one rock monster after another crawled out from underground. These rock monsters are all over 2 meters tall. Their entire bodies are made of rock, including their facial features, and they look extremely cold. It's an array technique. Ling Qingju's expression was somewhat solemn. It seems that the person who took the blue poison beast is an array master. Array master. Upon hearing those 3 words, a sharp glint flashed in Zhou Ping's eyes. An array master, as the name suggests, uses powerful arrays to trap and kill enemies. A skilled array master will often make arrangements in advance. Once trapped in the opponent's array, it is very difficult for cultivators of the same level to escape. Even defeating enemies of a higher level is not a difficult task for a formation master. In the path of cultivation, besides practicing various martial arts techniques and special skills, some people also focus on cultivating techniques. Martial arts techniques are diverse, including internal energy cultivation, external energy cultivation, sword techniques, saber techniques, fist manuals, and body techniques, among others. Magic and spells are also all-encompassing, including array techniques, spells, poison techniques, and so on, with all sorts of strange and mysterious arts. To some extent, weapon crafting and alchemy are also related to magic arts. Before Zhou Ping and his companion had much time to think, the rock monsters from all directions attacked them. "Junior brother, we must break through as soon as possible. We absolutely cannot waste time here," Ling Qingju said. When facing a formation, the faster you break through, the better. Otherwise, even the strongest person will be worn down and killed by the formation. Clear. With that, Zhou Ping unleashed his sword, the sharp sword energy causing a tremor in the air. Clang! A solid sword aura shot out like the howling moon in the sky, instantly severing the heads of several rock monsters blocking its path. If the opponent were an ordinary person, blood would surely be splattered everywhere by now. But these rock monsters are not made of flesh and blood, so they are not afraid of the pain of each sword strike. Even after their heads were cut off, they were not greatly affected. No sooner said than done, one of the headless rock monsters threw a punch at Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping narrowed his eyes, twirled the long sword in his hand, and thrust it out. Bang! Zhou Ping's sword energy was extremely powerful. His sword techniques were inherently sharp and fierce. The rock monster was instantly pierced through the chest, and a series of fragments of stone flew out. On the other side, Ling Qingju activated the 5-colored gourd and instantly pierced through 2 rock monsters. But the problem remains: they have no life. Without life, even the most severe trauma is futile. Although these rock monsters were no match for Zhou Ping and Ling Qingju, their sheer number made it impossible to cut through their bodies or sever their limbs. At this moment, the 100 Beasts painting had already flown into that dark forest, and Ling Qingju's mood instantly sank to the bottom. The blue poison beast that was within their grasp just flew away. They were so close to getting those 5,000 contribution points, which would have allowed Nirvana Peak to take first place. In the end, did I just end up doing all the work for someone else? Boom! Suddenly, a deafening roar, like a bolt from the blue, exploded, and a rock monster blocking the way was instantly shattered into pieces. Ling Qingju, feeling somewhat down, turned her head and saw Zhou Ping, with his domineering aura, forcefully clearing a path through the encirclement of numerous rock monsters. Whoa! Another strange rock monster made a bizarre sound as it lunged at Zhou Ping from the side. Zhou Ping met the attack with his right fist. Long! As their fists collided, the rock monster's arm shattered on the spot. Whoosh! Zhou Ping moved quickly, and any rock monsters that blocked his way were all smashed to pieces. Senior sister, I will bring the blue poison beast back. After leaving those words, Zhou Ping used the wind wing escape technique, leaping several times in succession to forcefully break out of the encirclement. Watching Zhou Ping's retreating figure, perhaps influenced by the former's unwavering will to never give up, Ling Qingju's negative emotions vanished, her eyes gradually sharpened, and she soon carved a path through the pile of rock monsters. Now, in a dark, lush forest, a woman with a cool and aloof demeanor stood on the branch of a towering tree. The woman was dressed in black, had a beautiful face, and her eyes were filled with a hint of arrogance. Call out! At that moment, the 100 Beasts painting flew over. The woman raised her hand and took the scroll, a smug smile immediately spreading across her face. You fools from Nirvana Peak, thank you for sending the blue poison beast. As payment for your service, you'd better stay in the Rockman trapping formation for a few days. The woman gave a cold laugh and then prepared to leave. But at that moment, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. They actually managed to break through my Rockman trapping formation. No wonder senior brother Zhou Yu specifically told us to follow them. Interesting. The woman lifted her eyes, her gaze brimming with vitality, and a playful, cat-to-mouse expression graced her face. Since that's the case, then I'll play along with you. Immediately, she moved and disappeared from the spot like a ghost. At the same time, Zhou Ping was like a fierce tiger in the forest, moving through the woods. Call out. Suddenly, a long vine covered in thorns sprang up from in front of him, swinging like an iron chain and sweeping horizontally toward Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping nimbly dodged it. The long vine was as sharp as a long curved sword, cutting 7 or 8 trees behind Zhou Ping in half. Such a strong fluctuation of spiritual energy. Zhou Ping thought to himself. Judging from the current situation, the other party had already discovered him. Before Zhou Ping could investigate the other party's location, several more long vines flew out of the forest. Each vine contains powerful vital energy, and upon closer inspection, one can also discover several obscure and complex runes shimmering on its surface. Call out. Whoosh! The long vines, like flexible tentacles, launched an attack on Zhou Ping from multiple directions. However, Zhou Ping's movements were like a ghost, making it difficult to discern his true whereabouts, and he easily evaded the attacks of the long vines. But just then, a rapid, whistling sound suddenly came from deep within the forest. Upon seeing this, Zhou Ping's expression hardened slightly, as one after another, sharp wooden stakes flew out from the forest ahead. Each wooden stake is of varying length, some less than half a meter and some more than 2 meters. They move at an astonishing speed, like a sudden storm. This was Zhou Ping's first direct encounter with the abilities of a Ray Master. It must be said that the power of magic is indeed extraordinary, both astonishing and peculiar. Whoosh! Immediately, Zhou Ping summoned the top-grade treasure, the Azure Cloud Sword, and without retreating, he dragged the sword forward. Then, the sword's momentum swirled, and the Azure Sword energy, like a dreamlike star wheel in moon shadow, continuously clashed fiercely with the flying wooden stakes. Bang bang bang! The sword energy was magnificent and unrestrained. Zhou Ping was like a tiger forging ahead in a storm, splitting and breaking one wooden stake after another under his sharp sword. Boom! Suddenly, the earth trembled, and a strange rock figure burst forth from the ground in front of Zhou Ping. This rock monster was over 4 meters tall, and its features were much clearer than those of the other rock monsters in the formation. Prepare to die. The rock monster spoke in a human voice, raised its right arm, and tightly wrapped vines around its entire stone arm. Then, it threw a punch at Zhou Ping. The fists and arms tightly bound by vines looked extremely intimidating, with each vine containing powerful magical energy. Zhou Ping showed no fear whatsoever. I'd like to see who's really pulling the strings behind the scenes. Whoosh! Zhou Ping lightly touched the ground with his toes and leaped into the air, a silk-like cyan vortex converging towards his left arm. In the next instant, Zhou Ping's fist collided head-on with the rock monster's stone arm. Boom! A deafening roar, like thunderclaps, shook the mountains and forests. A powerful force surged in all directions, and the vines on the rock monster's arms were all shaken off and loosened. Before the person in the forest could continue controlling the rock monster to launch an attack, Zhou Ping used the wind wing escape technique, leaving an afterimage in place, and his real body instantly flashed to the side of the rock monster. Bang! Zhou Ping swept his foot across the rock monster's left knee, shattering the rocks and instantly destroying its left leg. Whoosh! With another afterimage, Zhou Ping reappeared behind the rock monster. Ba Jiquan! Bang! 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 One powerful force after another erupted, and Zhou Ping's extremely fierce fist force landed on a spot on the rock monster's back. Even with its incredibly sturdy body, the rock monster couldn't withstand Zhou Ping's relentless and fierce attacks. When the 7th level of power was unleashed, the giant rock monster shattered into countless fragments on the spot. At the very moment the rock monster shattered, a barely perceptible groan was heard. At the same moment, Zhou Ping's eyes sharpened instantly, and he urged the Azure Cloud Sword to unleash a sword light that cleaved towards a large tree in the forest. Boom! The big tree was cut in half. A woman dressed in black came into view. Looking at the woman, a chill crept onto Zhou Ping's face. Found you! Chapter 79 Zhang Huiran. Found you! After giving a cold shout, Zhou Ping immediately charged towards the woman in black. The woman in black immediately used her movement technique to dodge, retreating while sneering, "Finding me is nothing to be happy about." As soon as she finished speaking, the woman in black clasped her hands together, and an even more powerful surge of energy erupted from her. Rock-splitting thrust. With a cold shout, magical power erupted. Boom! 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 Sharp rock spikes suddenly pierced through the ground. The rock spikes were denser than bamboo shoots after a rain, and they stretched rapidly along a straight line to Zhou Ping's feet. The dense, jagged rocks forced Zhou Ping to constantly dodge, and as time went on, the space for dodging became smaller and smaller. But at that moment, under the pressure of the rock spikes, Zhou Ping's movement technique finally reached the level of subtlety. Rise. The next moment, Zhou Ping, who used the wind wing escape technique, seemed to transform into a rock, briefly soaring through the air and over the rock spikes on the road. What is that? The woman in black in the dark forest exclaimed in surprise. Before she could react, Zhou Ping had already arrived above the woman in black, looking down at her. If I can find you, I can kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Ping leaped into the air like a tiger descending a mountain, gripping his sword with both hands and unleashing an extraordinary sword technique. A ribbon-like sword aura swirled around Zhou Ping as he gathered his strength and unleashed a powerful strike. Clang! In the dark forest, dazzling sword light illuminated the surroundings, and a sword aura, shaped like a cascading waterfall, slashed towards the person in front. Take this! A cold shout rang out, and a dazzling sword light illuminated the forest. Zhou Ping stood in the air, his eyes cold and fixed on the figure that had taken away the blue poison beast. The woman in black had a cold look in her eyes, and her pupils reflected the incoming sword energy. The situation before her was unexpected. In her opinion, Ling Qingzhu was the only person in Nirvana Peak who was worth mentioning. As for Zhou Ping, he was just a newcomer who had just joined the sect and should not pose any threat at all. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Ping had already charged right in front of them. The woman crossed her palms together, and her 10 fingers formed a mudra. White cloud golden shield. Buzz. Suddenly, a golden halo spun out in front of her, and then a hexagonal defensive shield appeared. Boom! The sword light released by the azure cloud sword struck the magic shield with the force of splitting a mountain. In an instant, the earth cracked and the soil was torn up. Long. With the added strength of Zhou Ping, the sword slammed down, its chaotic aftershock sweeping in all directions. One by one, the large trees flew out, and the surrounding vegetation was completely leveled. The shield in front of her was cleaved by the sword, and the woman in black quickly moved away. Even so, she still suffered a minor injury, and the coldness in her eyes intensified. Zhou Ping landed back on the ground, holding the Qingyun sword, his gaze fixed on his opponent. Give blue poison beast back. Humph. The woman in black sneered, looking at Zhou Ping with disdain. Once something falls into my hands, Ling Lin, no one can ever take it back. Zhou Ping said calmly, that's because you haven't met me yet. Whoosh. A misty current surged forward. Without saying a word, Zhou Ping brandished his azure cloud sword and unleashed an even more ferocious attack. Ling Lin frowned. She hadn't expected Zhou Ping to not only be unafraid of her, but also dare to attack directly. Oomph, arrogant brat. Ling Lin immediately flicked her sleeve, and several plum blossom darts flew out from her sleeve. Clang clang clang. The plum blossom darts collided with the azure cloud sword, and layers of fragments exploded in the air one after another. Zhou Ping didn't give his opponent time to cast a spell, and with his sword in hand, he closed in on his opponent. Clang! A resounding sword cry filled the air as the azure cloud sword thrust forward, like a blue dragon emerging from the sea. Ling Lin shifted her body to the side, avoiding the sharp edge of the sword. Then, Zhou Ping twisted his wrist, and the Qingyun sword slashed towards the opponent's throat. Ling Lin once again avoided its edge and chose to retreat. Bang! Zhou Ping's sword struck a tree to the side, sending wood chips flying and snapping the thick tree in two. Ling Lin tried to avoid it again and again, but she couldn't help but be secretly shocked. Zhou Ping's cultivation level was only at the first level of the Transcendent Realm, while she had already reached the 8th level of the Transcendent Realm. However, in a direct confrontation, her opponent actually had the upper hand. Snort! Startled, Ling Lin suddenly unleashed her palm strike, wisps of blue light crisscrossing in her palm. Azure Wolf Palm. Ah! A wolf howl echoed through the forest. Ling Lin struck out with both palms, while Zhou Ping met it with his right fist. Ba Jiquan. Bang! A fierce burst of energy erupted, and a cross-shaped aftershock spread out, creating a deep ravine in the earth, separating the two once again. Looking at her trembling hands and then at Zhou Ping, who was completely unharmed, Ling Lin's astonishment deepened. The Azure Wolf Palm was a spirit-grade martial art. Despite her own cultivation at the 8th level of the Transcendent Realm, it failed to cause any real damage to Zhou Ping. Instead, she was at a disadvantage. Ling Lin wondered to herself, did her opponent possess powerful protective armor or magical artifacts? Or did they simply rely on their physical defense to withstand her palm strike? If it's the former, that's fine, but if it's the latter, that's a bit scary. Zhou Ping did not answer the question, returned the blue poison beast. At the same time, after breaking through the Rockman's trap, Ling Qingzhu hurriedly rushed to the battlefield. When Ling Qingzhu saw Ling Lin confronting Zhou Ping, a look of surprise appeared on her face. Ling Lin, so it was you who was behind this. Clearly, Ling Qingzhu knew Ling Lin. The other party was quite well known in the Misty sect. She was a first-ranked disciple of White Cloud Peak and a very capable array master. So you're from Baiyun Peak. In this dark beast cave, instead of dealing with people from other sects, you're secretly plotting against your fellow disciples. Such behavior is truly despicable. Quickly returned the blue poison beast. Upon learning that Ling Lin was also a disciple of the Misty sect, Zhou Ping's eyes grew even colder, and he immediately spoke in a deep voice. Ling Lin smiled. She replied dismissively, "What if I don't give it to you?" These words immediately heightened the tension once again. Zhou Ping's hand, which he had just raised slightly, instantly clenched into a fist, and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. If you don't give it to me, then I have no choice but to offend you. Call. The surrounding air currents have intensified, and the current atmosphere has become tense. Ha 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 ha. Ling Lin laughed triumphantly, without a trace of fear on her face. Offend? Do you think you can afford to offend them? As soon as she finished speaking, Ling Lin flipped her left hand, and the air currents from all directions suddenly gathered towards her palm. Immediately afterwards, a powerful surge of energy rippled outwards, and a black jade sphere floated in her hand. This jade sphere was about the size of a fist, dark in color, and contained a powerful amount of compressed energy. It's a primordial black magic orb. Junior brother, be careful. Don't act rashly. Ling Qingzhu's expression changed slightly, revealing a hint of apprehension, and she quickly spoke up to remind him. Zhou Ping's gaze sharpened. Although he didn't know what this primordial black orb was, he could clearly sense that the energy contained within it was not to be underestimated. Ling Lin's face was filled with disdain. My Yuanhei magic orb is not an ordinary top-grade yellow-rank treasure. It is also reinforced with the power of various array techniques. Who wants to try it? Yellow-grade top-quality treasures are already powerful, but if they are further enhanced with layers of arrays, their power becomes unimaginable. Upon hearing this, a hint of seriousness appeared on Zhou Ping's face, but he showed no sign of backing down. Then let's give it a try. Ling Lin's expression grew cold, and she sneered, "Humph, the more this is the case, the less I'll hand over the blue poison beast to you." After saying that, Ling Lin activated her inner energy, and the black magic ball in her palm emitted a deep rhythm. The situation between the two sides is on the verge of exploding, and the great battle will continue. But just then, an indifferent voice rang out. Senior Sister Qingzhu, we are all fellow disciples, why make such a fuss? On the other side of the forest, a young man walked out unhurriedly. The man was dashing and tall, dressed in white, exuding an air of arrogance with every step. Zhang Huairan Ling Qingzhu's pretty face tightened immediately after recognizing him, and she couldn't help but clench her hands. Chapter 80 Cleaning Up the House. Zhang Huairan is also a first-ranked disciple of Baiyun Peak. He and Ling Lin are Taoist partners. It's been a long time, Senior Sister Qingzhu. Zhang Huairan strode over, looked directly at Ling Qingzhu, and said calmly. Ling Qingzhu calmly replied, "There's nothing to talk about between us." Zhang Huairan smiled and turned to Ling Lin, saying, Junior Sister Lin, why don't you be merciful and return the blue poison beast to them? After all, I came from Nirvana Peak, so I should remember some of our past friendship. Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Zhou Ping's eyes. This man named Zhang Huairan was actually from Nirvana Peak. However, when Zhang Huairan uttered the words Nirvana Peak, there seemed to be little emotion in them. Instead, there was a subtle sense of disgust and contempt. Zhang Huairan seemed to be telling others how right it was for him to leave Nirvana Peak. Don't treat this like charity. The blue poison beast belongs to us, Ling Qingzhu said in a deep voice, seemingly suppressing some emotion. Upon hearing this, Ling Lin immediately became unhappy. Everything in this dark beast cave is ownerless. Whoever gets it by their own ability owns it. What makes you think this blue poison beast belongs to you? Zhang Huairan chimed in, Junior Sister Lin, don't take it to heart. The people of Nirvana Peak will stop at nothing to get sect contribution points these days. You have to understand their feelings. Seeing the other person being sarcastic in front of her, Ling Qingzhu could no longer suppress her emotions. Zhang Huairan, you ungrateful wretch, how dare you say such a thing? If I hadn't given you all the remaining cultivation resources of Nirvana Peak, would you be where you are today? Ling Qingzhu questioned loudly. It turns out that Jiang Huairan was the first disciple he accepted after the incident at Nirvana Peak. Because of his good talent for cultivation, Ling Qingzhu devoted herself to cultivating him. However, she never expected that he would be such an ungrateful wretch. Faced with Ling Qingzhu's questioning, Jiang Huairan flatly denied it, saying, "Humph, don't make it sound so nice. I only cultivated on Nirvana Peak for 3 months, and the little bit of cultivation resources you gave me was not enough at all. Luckily, I was fortunate enough to gain Elder Lin Fian's appreciation, which gave me the opportunity to switch to Baiyun Peak. Otherwise, my cultivation talent would have been buried. So, my achievements today have absolutely nothing to do with Nirvana Peak." Ling Qingzhu gritted her teeth. What transfer? That was blatant betrayal. Moreover, the little bit of cultivation resources that Jiang Huairan mentioned was actually her entire monthly allowance. During that time, in order to lay a solid foundation for Jiang Huairan's cultivation, Ling Qingzhu herself was reluctant to use spirit stones to buy healing pills. When he met Zhou Ping later, his actions were worlds apart from Jiang Huairan's, which is why his goodwill towards Zhou Ping increased so drastically. At this point, Zhou Ping was also getting impatient. Jiang Huairan was clearly an extremely hypocritical villain. Not only had he betrayed Ling Qingzhu, but he was also trying to kick her when she was down. People like him deserved to be killed as many times as they wanted. Senior sister, there's no point in arguing with this kind of person. If we want to get the blue poison beast back, we'll have to see who has the bigger fist. Upon hearing this, Ling Qingzhu took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled. Her expression returned to calm, but her eyes became much colder and more resolute. Alright, today I will clean house for our master. Junior brother, you hold off Ling Lin for now. I will help you after I have dealt with Jiang Huairan. Don't worry, senior sister, I won't be any slower than you in dealing with Ling Lin. After saying this, in this tense moment, Zhou Ping and Ling Qingzhu actually smiled at each other. Since these two look down on Nirvana Peak, let them, this brother and sister, show everyone that as long as they are there, Nirvana Peak is enough to look down on the other branches. Hearing Zhou Ping and Ling Qingzhu's conversation, Ling Lin's face immediately turned frosty, and she was very unhappy. The other party's tone made it seem as if they were sure to win. Humph, what a pity for senior brother Zhang's good intentions. It's like a dog biting Lu Dongbin, not recognizing a kind heart. Since that's the case, I'll show you 2 frogs in a well from Nirvana Peak why our White Cloud Peak far surpasses other branches. After saying that, Ling Lin attacked Zhou Ping directly. Azure Wolf Palm. With her deadly move unleashed, Ling Lin's palm strikes were sinister and menacing. A chilling, malevolent wind rushed towards Zhou Ping, while the blue palm force surged like flames in Ling Lin's palm. Bang! Faced with Ling Lin's attack, Zhou Ping also met it with his left palm. Suddenly, their palms met, and a burst of air, expanding dozens of meters, shot out in all directions. Beneath their feet, rubble crumbled and large chunks of stone brick turned to dust. Despite Ling Lin's forceful methods, Zhou Ping remained unmoved. You've got it backwards. Zhou Ping stared coldly at Ling Lin's face, his voice sharp. We are the ones who want to show you why Nirvana Summit will become the head of the 9 lineages of the Misty Sect. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Ping's arm trembled, and a burst of azure energy spread outwards, along with the explosion of his internal energy. The dark force, like a deep-sea tide, poured into Ling Lin's body. Bang! The earth split open once more, and Ling Lin's body trembled. She immediately retreated as the power of the 8 Extremes Fist, combined with the power of the immortal Emperor Bone, seeped into her body. Ling Lin's blood and she flowed in reverse, and blood immediately appeared at the corner of her mouth. With a whoosh, Jiang Huairan immediately flashed behind Ling Lin and grabbed her waist. Seeing the blood at the corner of Ling Lin's mouth, a chilling killing intent instantly filled Jiang Huairan's entire face. I'm giving you 2 choices now. Jiang Huairan said in a chilling tone, first, cut off your own hands, kneel down and kowtow to apologize. Second, I will personally break all 4 of your limbs and soak you in a water vat for 49 days. Whoosh! The air currents intensified, and the tense atmosphere grew increasingly tense, with a growing sense of impending doom. Zhou Ping's lips curled slightly, a smile that was neither a smile nor a smile, but rather a contemptuous one. Well said. I think the second option is perfect for an ungrateful person like you. Stubborn fool, you're asking for death. Jiang Huairan struck one knee, causing a massive earthquake behind him to explode with layers of rubble. He first released Ling Lin, then leaped into the air and launched a kick at Zhou Ping. Don't get me wrong, I'm your opponent. Just as Jiang Huairan's attack was heading towards Zhou Ping, Ling Qingzhu delivered a flying kick that landed squarely on the former's shin. Bang! Jiang Huairan suddenly felt a numbness in his calf, and his attack was thwarted. Zhang Huairan immediately adjusted his posture, flipping in midair with his feet like spiral drills, launching a fierce attack on Ling Qingzhu. Ling Qingzhu resisted the force with her strength and shook the leg with her palm. The two sides attacked repeatedly, igniting the surrounding air. Boom! The immense force swept outwards, forcing both figures to retreat. Ling Qingzhu only took 3 steps back, while Zhang Huairan retreated 3 meters. Zhang Huairan looked surprised. You're only at the 7th level of the Transcendent Realm, how can you have such combat power? Chapter 81 Premeditated. Shocked by Ling Qingzhu's powerful defense, Zhang Huairan's attitude changed from initial disdain to a much more serious one. You should know that he had already broken through to the 9th level of the Transcendent Realm a few days ago. In terms of realm, he was an outstanding disciple of the first rank and had the strength to compete for a place among the top 10 strongest inner disciples. Surprised? This is the Nirvana Sutra that you once disdained to cultivate. Now you should understand, right? The cultivation methods of White Cloud Peak are no match for it. The Nirvana Sutra is the strongest cultivation method of the Misty sect. Ling Qingzhu said proudly. After perfectly fusing with the divine bone, her mastery of the Nirvana Sutra deepened considerably. This layer of protective golden light was difficult even for a top-grade yellow-rank treasure to break. It's just a broken cultivation technique. Who would want to cultivate such garbage? I made the right choice back then. After saying that, Zhang Huairan attacked again, and at the same time, a mysterious black flame burst forth from his body. After a brief probing, an even fiercer battle ensued. The two exchanged blows, each move fierce and brutal. To Zhang Huairan's surprise, Ling Qingzhu's defense was extremely strong. His attacks hit Ling Qingzhu as if they were hitting a steel plate. Ling Qingzhu's attack landed on Zhang Huairan, but it caused a strong shock that penetrated into his internal organs. This disparity forced Zhang Huairan to switch from offense to defense. Is this how you've been cultivating on White Cloud Peak for the past 2 years? You're so weak and pathetic, Ling Qingzhu said sarcastically as she attacked. Bang! Their fists collided solidly once again, sending out 2 cross-shaped shockwaves. Zhang Huairan withstood Ling Qingzhu's straight punch, and the eerie black flames covering his arm were directly shattered. Zhang Huairan retreated repeatedly, his strength dissipating. Upon witnessing this scene, Ling Lin, who had been at a disadvantage in her confrontation with Zhou Ping, was both shocked and furious, and also felt somewhat incredulous. It should be noted that Zhang Huairan possesses the rare black flame body, and his attacks are imbued with the power of black flames, carrying an inherent corrosive force that even third-tier demonic beasts would find difficult to withstand, being eroded to the bone in no time. Logically speaking, with Zhang Huairan's cultivation level being 3 minor realms higher than Ling Qingzhu's, he should have been able to easily suppress her. In fact, Ling Qingzhu's flesh and blood should have been eroded beyond recognition by Zhang Huairan's black flame power long ago. However, after the two exchanged blows, Zhang Huairan found that he was actually unable to do anything to Ling Qingzhu. You've already lost your composure after less than 10 moves. I'm really disappointed in you. The moment Ling Qingzhu finished speaking, she immediately used the flying shadow technique. Call out. A rush of air hit his face. While Zhang Huairan's attention was still on the illusory figure in front of him, Ling Qingzhu's real body had already arrived in front of him. Before Zhang Huairan could react, Ling Qingzhu delivered a sidekick, striking him squarely in the stomach. Bang! This attack, seemingly ordinary, actually contained extremely terrifying power. Zhang Huairan was struck by a tremendous force, flying dozens of meters away, crashing heavily into more than 10 large trees before finally hitting a boulder. Boom! The boulder suddenly exploded, sending a swarm of rubble flying like moths. In close combat, every punch landed squarely, and within 10 moves, Zhang Huairan was already showing signs of being in a sorry state. Seeing that Zhang Huairan had suffered a loss at Ling Qingzhu's hands, Ling Lin immediately became anxious and shouted loudly, "You two, stop watching the show and come over to help." As soon as these words were spoken, 7 or 8 figures suddenly emerged from the dense forest. The 2 fastest among them unleashed their auras, which were at least at the 8th level of the Transcendent Realm. Junior sister Ling Lin, don't worry. You know better than anyone how strong senior brother Zhang Huairan is. He was just underestimating him just now. Junior sister Ling Lin, don't be angry. I'll help you deal with this arrogant brat. The commotion immediately caught Ling Qingzhu's attention. Ignoring Zhang Huairan, who was catching his breath in the rubble, she quickly reminded Zhou Ping. It's Chen Yang and Su Zhang. Junior brother, be careful. They are both first-ranked disciples of Baiyun Peak, and their strength should not be underestimated. Looking at the group of people who were clearly lying in ambush in the dense forest, Zhou Ping's eyes gradually turned cold. He now understood that the other party was not some opportunist, but had been eyeing him and his senior sister for a long time. He guessed that Zhang Huiran and the others had started tracking him and his senior sister after entering the Dark Beast Cave. As for the mastermind, it was undoubtedly Zhou Yu. After all, who else could mobilize 4 first-grade disciples from Baiyun Peak to ignore the opportunities in the Dark Beast Cave and instead focus on targeting the two of them? Senior sister, there is no need to worry. You just focus on dealing with Zhang Huiran. Leave this to me, Zhou Ping replied. Ling Lin on the other side couldn't help but sneer and mocked. How extremely arrogant. You actually think you can stop so many of us? I am enough to deal with your rabble. After saying that, Zhou Ping unleashed his aura, a powerful aura that far exceeded that of an ordinary first-level transcendent realm cultivator by dozens of times. Caught off guard, Ling Lin was so shocked that she coughed up blood and flew backward like a kite with a broken string. Chenny Yang and Su Jiang quickly flew over and caught Ling Lin, using their powerful spiritual energy to counteract Zhou Ping's domineering aura, thus preventing Ling Lin from suffering serious injury. I'm so angry. Hurry up and kill him. Ling Lin couldn't stand being made to look so pathetic by a newcomer from Nirvana Peak, and she flew into a rage on the spot. Chenny Yang and Su Jiang exchanged a glance, and the former took the initiative to move, his vital energy surging as he headed straight for Zhou Ping. You trash from Nirvana Peak, how dare you oppose my White Cloud Peak? You'll soon find out who the real trash is. The burly Chenny Yang, wielding a long battle axe, charged into the battlefield like a raging beast. He raised his weapon high with both hands and delivered a powerful axe chop down towards Zhou Ping's head. Mountain Splitting Slash. Mountain Splitting Slash is a spirit-grade martial art of the Misty Sect. In addition, Chenny Yang wields a high-grade yellow-rank treasure battle axe, making it incredibly powerful and capable of splitting mountains. A glint flashed in Zhou Ping's eyes, and he shifted his body to the side, avoiding the axe's attack. Clang! The battle axe fell swiftly, almost grazing Zhou Ping's left side. Seeing that the attack was useless, Chenny Yang quickly twisted his wrist, trying to force a change of move and alter the trajectory of the battle axe. Before Chenny Yang could change his move, Zhou Ping raised his left foot and landed directly on the battle axe in Chenny Yang's hand. Boom! The deafening roar was so heavy it made my eardrums ache, and spiderweb-like cracks spread rapidly. Zhou Ping planted his left foot on the battle axe, the sharp blade embedding itself in the earth, sending pebbles flying and dust billowing everywhere. Chenny Yang's eyes widened as he tried to draw his weapon, but he couldn't move. The tip of the axe blade was pinned down by Zhou Ping, and he couldn't even loosen it. This is not just about weapons being trampled on, but also about dignity being trampled on. Get your filthy feet off me! Chenny Yang's eyes were practically spitting fire as he punched Zhou Ping in the head. Zhou Ping also threw a punch, the air vortex generated by the extremely fast punch swirling around his arm. He didn't hold back with this attack. Roll! After shouting loudly, he clashed his fists together. Boom! It was as if Chenny Yang had collided with the iron fist of a bronze statue and extremely domineering force surged towards him. Snap! His arm shattered, and a piece of broken bone pierced through Chenny Yang's elbow, a scene of extreme violence. Chenny Yang was immediately horrified, his face filled with fear and pain. Before he could even scream, Zhou Ping turned and kicked him again. Bang! An explosion erupted between the two, and Chenny Yang's burly body crashed directly into a small hill. The mountain was smashed open, leaving a large hole. Chenny Yang coughed up a lot of blood and instantly lost his fighting ability. Is this all the strength a first-grade disciple of Baiyun Peak has? They can't even beat a second-grade disciple of Nirvana Peak. Zhou Ping said calmly. At that moment, everyone's pupils dilated in shock. They then remembered that Zhou Ping had only become a second-rank inner disciple of the Misty Sect half a month ago, but the strength he displayed far exceeded the normal level for someone of that status. Chapter 82. One man holds the pass. Boy, don't be so arrogant. Just after Chenny Yang was defeated, another first-rank disciple, Su Jiang, charged towards Zhou Ping once again. Su Jiang was using a pure silver soft sword. Splittering light and shadow sword. Su Jiang's soft sword danced wildly like a dragon and snake, instantly splitting into dozens of wave-like sword energies that attacked Zhou Ping. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Each wave of sword energy resembled a crescent moon shuttle, one chasing after another, cutting directly at Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping showed no fear whatsoever. He raised his arm and instantly activated the power of the immortal Emperor Bone. Bang! The ground exploded, rubble flew everywhere, and the vital energy flowed around him like silk. Instantly, Zhou Ping's body was covered by a white light membrane. Thump! 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 The sharp sword energy continuously struck the white light membrane, causing the sword light to scatter and rush wildly. Even though Su Jiang's sword moves were as swift and fierce as a storm, they were unable to break through Zhou Ping's defense. In the blink of an eye, dozens of sword energies exploded on the white light membrane. Su Jiang was both shocked and furious. He twitched his soft sword again and moved like lightning to close in and kill. Splittering light and fixing the sword. Swish, swish, swish. The soft sword moved like a silver snake, drawing lightning like zigzag streaks in the air. Bang! The sharp, unparalleled sword tip struck the white light membrane, and another dazzling burst of sword energy exploded in all directions. Su Jiang gritted his teeth, channeled all his power, and poured all his energy into the sword blade. Break! Boom! The vertically spreading sword wave shot into the sky and penetrated the ground, cutting a deep trench in the earth beneath their feet. Even though Su Jiang exerted all his strength, the soft sword in his hand could not penetrate the white light membrane surrounding Zhou Ping. At that moment, Ling Lin, who had recovered slightly, activated a formation. Formation Mighty Force Technique. Ling Lin formed a hand seal, and her vital energy surged. Then, she put her hands together and pointed a spiral beam of light towards Su Jiang's back. Senior brother Su Jiang, go all out on the attack. I'll use array formations to amplify your attack from behind. As soon as he finished speaking, the spiral beam of light, like a flying serpent, crashed directly into Su Jiang's body. Buzz! Su Jiang was immediately shaken. With Ling Lin's magical power entering his body, the power he unleashed increased several times over. Su Jiang unleashed another powerful attack with his sword. Break! Bang! The enhanced blade finally broke through the defensive light membrane surrounding Zhou Ping's body. Seeing this, Su Jiang was overjoyed. Ha, you're finished now. Clang! The soft sword moved like a snake, quickly approaching Zhou Ping's throat. But in the next instant, Su Jiang's attack was immediately thwarted. Zhou Ping's right index and ring fingers firmly gripped the blade of the soft sword. The cold tip of the sword was less than 3 inches from Zhou Ping's throat, but those 3 inches seemed like an insurmountable chasm. What's going on? Su Jiang kept pouring his power into the sword, but it still had no effect. Ling Lin behind them continued to unleash her magical power. The combined attack of the two caused the sword to bend into a semicircle, but the distance between the sword tip and Zhou Ping remained unchanged. Zhou Ping looked calmly at Su Jiang's sinister face. Is this all the two of you can do together? Too weak. With that, Zhou Ping flicked his wrist. Clang! A powerful force surged out in the opposite direction, and the silver serpent's soft sword twisted violently like undulating ripples. Su Jiang suddenly felt a numbness in his tiger's mouth, and his hand holding the sword was directly knocked away. No sooner said than done. Before Su Jiang could react, Zhou Ping gripped the blade with 2 fingers and thrust it forward. Hiss! The soft sword, like a silver lightning bolt, pierced straight through Su Jiang's chest. Ah! Su Jiang let out a scream, blood splattering everywhere, and flew backward. Zhou Ping stood firm, holding the line against the enemy, while the remaining Baiyun Peak disciples were terrified and dared not take a single step forward. With Su Jiang's defeat, Ling Lin's formation was also broken. Bang! Her magical power dissipated, and the backlash caused Ling Lin to collapse to the ground again, spitting out 2 mouthfuls of blood. Senior brother Jiang, save me. In a life or death situation, Ling Lin instinctively called out to Zhang Huairan. However, while they were being gradually defeated by Zhou Ping, Zhang Huairan was also having a hard time on the other side of the battlefield. Taking advantage of Ling Qingzhu's distraction and reminding Zhou Ping, Zhang Huairan quickly adjusted his state, and the vital energy in his body surged wildly. Boom! With a deafening roar that shook the earth, jet-black fissures of black flame rapidly spread from the pile of rubble. Bang! Zhang Huairan clenched his fist and slammed it into the ground, unleashing a powerful black explosion that shook the entire dense forest. Black Yuan halberd, come forth! I was careless just now, but now I'll show you just how powerful the genius disciple of Baiyun Peak truly is. Zhang Huairan pulled out a black halberd and leaped from mid-air toward Ling Qingzhu, the halberd containing terrifying power slashing toward Ling Qingzhu's head. Air-piercing stab. Whoosh! Ling Qingzhu stepped out with her flying shadow technique, leaving a blur as she glided backward. Boom! The next second, the black halberd struck the afterimage left by Ling Qingzhu with great force. The earthquake, which was over 10 zhang in size, exploded on the spot, sending countless flying rocks soaring into the sky. The ground caved in to both sides, and at the same time, a black flame array expanded like a turbine. The illusory image left behind by Ling Qingzhu was instantly swallowed up by the black flame array. Ling Qingzhu's gaze flickered slightly. The Black Yuan halberd is not only a powerful Xian rank treasure, but it also has the enhancement of an array. Even if the first strike misses, the array will still unleash a second wave of damage. Zhang Huairan's face twisted in a ferocious grin. Ha, this is something your fallen Nirvana peak could never produce. With a surge of rage, like a whirlwind, Zhang Huairan charged towards Ling Qingzhu, one hand gripping the end of his halberd, the shaft resting on his shoulder. Then, he spun 360 degrees, the Black Yuan halberd sweeping horizontally towards Ling Qingzhu like a black wheel of fire. A terrifying force, like a surging tide, or a swirling storm. Ling Qingzhu remained calm. A flash of light appeared in her hand, and the wind and cloud staff materialized. The leaping 5-colored cloud flames absorbed the surrounding heaven and earth energy and then fed it back to Ling Qingzhu. 5 or 6 powerful, golden, silk-like vortexes converged outside Ling Qingzhu's arm. This attack from Ling Qingzhu was like a heavy arrow piercing armor, fierce and sharp. I have something better than you. The black battle halberd and the golden fist aura, two deadly moves, approached each other at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom! Two terrifying forces collided head-on, instantly creating a vast aftershock. The sheer power of the wind and cloud staff to boost one's strength has already been vividly demonstrated in Lu Yu's case. Therefore, with the blessing of this treasure, Ling Qingzhu managed to withstand the killing power of the Black Yuan halberd. The moment her fist collided with the halberd blade, the ground was immediately covered with scars and cracks. Whoosh! Call out! After exchanging deadly blows, Ling Qingzhu and Zhang Huairan both distanced themselves, but the only difference was that shock filled Zhang Huairan's entire face. You, a frail woman, took the hit of the Black Yuan halberd head-on and emerged unscathed. Are you even human? Chapter 83 Baiyun Peak is no good. At the same time, Ling Lin also showed an expression of disbelief. She knew best how powerful Zhang Huairan's attack was. The combination of the black flame body, the Black Yuan Xian halberd, and the Yuan Qi from the array within the halberd, the triple power, was enough to kill any opponent of the same level. To be honest, among all the disciples of the Misty sect at the 9th level of the Transcendent Realm, almost no one could withstand Zhang Huairan's attack head-on. Ling Qingzhu was not only not at the same level as Zhang Huairan, but she was only at the 7th level of the Transcendent Realm, which was 2 minor realms lower than the latter. This extraordinary strength in fighting beyond one's level is incredibly awe-inspiring. Hee, it seems that this time your Baiyun Peak has completely lost. Looking at Zhang Huairan, who was being beaten by Ling Qingzhu without any chance to fight back, Zhou Ping chuckled. Don't be too happy yet. With a determined effort, Ling Lin took out a scarlet pill and swallowed it. Her weakened aura instantly surged, and her previous injuries were mostly healed. In order to deal with Zhou Ping, she did not hesitate to use banned drugs to overdraw her own potential and immediately summoned the Yuanhe magic orb. Buzz! With Ling Lin's magical power, the Yuanhe magic sphere released unprecedented Yuan Qi fluctuations. You want me to bow down to you people of Nirvana Peak? No way. I want to see if you can withstand this move. Call out. The black sphere flew high into the sky, its body flowing with dark patterns, while powerful primordial energy surged within it. Black element transformation. A cold glint flashed in Ling Lin's eyes, and in an instant, the size of the Yuanhe magic sphere suddenly expanded, growing from the size of a fist to a huge sphere with a diameter of 1 or 2 meters. At the same time, magma patterns lit up on the surface of the Yuanhe sphere, and it burst out with astonishing heat. Destroy! With a cold shout, Ling Lin unleashed the Yuanhe magic sphere, magnified nearly 100 times, which, like a meteorite, carried a scorching wave of air and flew towards Zhou Ping. The Yuanhe magic sphere is a top-grade yellow-rank treasure imbued with array techniques, and its power is even greater when used by the array master Ling Lin. Zhou Ping stared coldly upwards, then suddenly closed his eyes, and chaotic beams of energy spiraled upwards from his body. Abyssal Demon Eye. As the vertical eye between his eyebrows emitted a dazzling beam of light, Zhou Ping suddenly opened his eyes again. The terrifying explosion caused the surrounding space to tremble, and a black and red beam of light shot out. Bang! The black and red beam of light struck the black magic sphere, and a shockwave swept across the dense forest. Instantly, the black and red beam of light shattered, and the black magic sphere continued to press down. Ling Lin sneered triumphantly, this spirit-grade martial art alone can't withstand the Yuan Black Orb. Ling Lin had been a member of the Misty sect for many years, so she was naturally familiar with the famous martial art, the Abyss Demon Eye. However, her array technique was specifically designed to be compatible with the primordial black orb. Equivalent to the power of a spirit-grade spell combined with the power of a top-grade treasure, plus the fact that she has now used forbidden drugs to greatly increase her strength, how could she possibly withstand a mere beam of demonic light? But just as Ling Lin finished speaking, call out. Another beam of black and red light shot out. What? Ling Lin's heart tightened as she saw another equally powerful and domineering black-red beam of light shoot out. Bang! The second beam of demonic light, like a black dragon emerging from the sea, surged towards the Yuanhe magic orb, unleashing a crimson tide that swept across the sky. The attack of the black magic ball was immediately blocked, and large swaths of crimson flames bloomed like fiery wings. However, before the shock in their hearts could subside, a third beam of demonic light shot out, making the scalps of the other White Cloud Peak disciples tingle, and even more so, making Ling Lin tremble with fear. The other Baiyun Peak disciples in the dense forest stared wide-eyed, while Su Jiang, lying in a pool of blood, turned deathly pale. How is that possible? The Abyss Demon Eye is a martial art that is notoriously difficult to master. Even after mastering it, cultivators are cautious in using it. After all, although this move is powerful, it is quite harmful to the cultivator. An ordinary person would need to rest for at least a day or two after using it once. Who would dare to use it 3 times in a row? They would lose their eyes. As unbelievable as it may seem, nothing is impossible for Zhou Ping, who possesses the bones of an immortal emperor. In an instant, the third beam of demonic eye shot diagonally into the sky. The demonic eye beam flashed, and the energy surged like a dragon, striking the primordial black sphere the instant it touched it. Boom! A terrifying burst of energy erupted, and at that moment, all the power contained within the black primordial orb was shattered and dispersed. The vital energy was in complete chaos, and the magic orb trembled incessantly. Bang! The next second, the black dragon-like beam of demonic eye pierced through the front and back of the black magic sphere, and the original black magic sphere was directly shattered. Are you kidding me? Ling Lin's pupils dilated in shock, her expression one of utter horror. Bang! A loud bang came from high above, and the Yuanhe magic sphere was destroyed. Its volume rapidly shrank and collapsed inward. Then it fell freely from the sky. After landing, it had lost its original luster, and the runes and talismans on it had also become dull. Ling Lin immediately suffered a huge backlash from the destruction of the treasure and the breaking of the formation, and scarlet blood gushed uncontrollably from her mouth. Inside the dense forest, all the other disciples of Baiyun Peak were stunned by the scene before them, their faces turning pale. The power of this move is terrifying. It actually destroyed senior sister Ling Lin's top-grade yellow rank treasure. After witnessing Zhou Ping's terrifying combat power firsthand, these people felt immense fear. Was this the Nirvana Peak that their senior brothers and sisters used to ridicule? How could the newcomers they cultivated be like monsters? Zhou Ping stood with his hands behind his back, his vital energy swirling around him like silk ribbons. With his piercing gaze, he resembled a god, and he could only ignore this group of people. By Yunfeng, no way. These few simple words fully expressed their contempt for Jiang Huairan and Ling Lin's group. Being mocked by Zhou Ping, a newcomer from Nirvana Peak, Jiang Huairan's anger instantly reached its peak. It's too early to draw conclusions now. Bang! Jiang Huairan's black halberd landed on the ground, and a surge of dark flames erupted, the eerie and chaotic magic array resembling poisonous fire. Whoosh! Jiang Huairan swung the black yuan halberd, and the black flame array beneath him began to operate at full speed. Suddenly, an unprecedented power erupted from Jiang Huairan's body. Extinction slash. Boom! Black flames, like black vines, climbed up and down the black yuan halberd, and Jiang Huairan was holding nothing back at this moment. Jiang Huairan, your opponent is right here. If you want to deal with my junior brother, you'll have to ask me for permission first, Ling Qingzhu said coldly. Then let me send you on your way. Jiang Huairan immediately stomped on the ground, sending countless stones flying into the air. Then, he pushed the black yuan halberd and launched a fierce attack on Ling Qingzhu head-on. Kill them! The black yuan halberd, covered in black flames, seemed to have grown 5 or 6 times larger. It was like an indestructible icebreaker warship, unstoppable, advancing all the way forward. Bang bang bang! The earth was turned upside down layer by layer, and the surface of the ground cracked wherever it went. Jiang Huairan was full of confidence at this moment. He had used this move once when he sparred with Zhou Yu at Baiyun Peak. Even Zhou Yu had to take it seriously and almost got injured. Therefore, no matter what, Ling Qingzhu absolutely could not withstand this move. Today I'll show everyone just how powerful the Nirvana Sutra, which you once dismissed with disdain, truly is. Ling Qingzhu's gaze changed, and she activated the Nirvana Sutra at full power, unleashing an astonishing aura that swept across the entire area. Chapter 84 Sandbag Zhang Huiran. On the battlefield, the situation can change in an instant. The golden silk light surrounding Ling Qingzhu quickly tightened, wrapping around her body layer by layer. Buzz! A golden flame ignited in Ling Qingzhu's eyes, and the golden patterns on her body were extremely eye-catching. The protective golden light condensed from cultivating the Nirvana Sutra reappeared around Ling Qingzhu's body, but immediately afterward, a burst of red flames ignited, and a phantom battle armor engraved with mysterious patterns appeared. This battle armor fit Ling Qingzhu's delicate body perfectly, outlining her figure's curves beautifully, yet it did not lack a majestic divine power. Nirvana Golden Armor. Buzz! An extremely intense surge of primordial energy swept through the ruins of the Black and White Sword Palace. Under the shroud of raging flames, the golden light protecting Ling Qingzhu transformed into a magnificent and domineering golden battle armor. Base. Under the scorching red flames, the color of Ling Qingzhu's Nirvana golden armor became more solid, and the patterns on it became clearer. This mysterious armor covered almost 80% of Ling Qingzhu's body, with powerful defenses applied to vital areas. Boom! At the same time, Zhang Huiran's killing move had already rushed to Ling Qingzhu's eyes. The black yuan halberd, magnified 5 or 6 times, resembled an ice-breaking warship, its burning black flames adding to its murderous aura. The ground of the dense forest was almost cut in two by Zhang Huiran's offensive. Ling Qingzhu, Nirvana Peak will always be trampled underfoot by White Cloud Peak, and you can't change that fact. Zhang Huiran roared ferociously, his eyes blazing like torches. As someone who betrayed Nirvana Peak, he was arguably the one least willing to see Nirvana Peak rise again. Especially after witnessing the terrifying potential of the newcomer Zhou Ping today, and after Ling Qingzhu regained her talent for cultivation, Zhang Huiran understood that if he did not stop it, the rise of Nirvana Peak was almost a foregone conclusion. Zhang Huiran, do you know? In my eyes, you are really pathetic. Ling Qingzhu sighed sadly, and at the same time, the flames of the Nirvana golden armor on her body surged, and a large amount of golden silk light gathered towards Ling Qingzhu's arm. Divine patterns appeared on her entire right arm, just like the hand of the mysterious Nine Heavens mystic maiden. Then, Ling Qingzhu stepped forward and rushed towards him. Boom! In an instant, the two powerful forces collided violently. One side attacks, the other defends. The situation seems to be constantly shifting. A deafening roar echoed above the ruins of the Black and White Sword Palace, as black halberd light and golden palm force surged left and right, creating terrifying intersecting shockwaves. The earth was turned upside down layer by layer, and the thick stone bricks remaining in the ruins were also broken into pieces. Even the few remaining walls of the Black and White Sword Palace ruins are covered with cracks. The scene on the battlefield caused Ling Lin and Su Jiang to stare wide-eyed. The other disciples of Baiyun Peak were even more incredulous. Ling Qingzhu pressed the tip of the black Yuanshan halberd against the palm of her right hand. The black flames and golden light clashed like fire and water, tearing at each other. Hiss! Everyone gasped involuntarily. It actually blocked it? Can it even stop that? This was Zhang Huiran's strongest attack, a triple boost from the black flame body, the Xian rank treasure, and the array inscribed within the black yuan halberd. Even so, they still couldn't break through Ling Qingzhu's defenses. Zhang Huiran was equally shocked. He tightened his strength and used all his strength to push the power of the black yuan halberd, but Ling Qingzhu stood on the ground, her feet not moving an inch. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Zhang Huiran gritted his teeth and shouted sharply, the Nirvana Sutra is incomplete at all, where would such a powerful body refining method come from? The Nirvana Sutra, which he had abandoned without hesitation back then, now shone with such dazzling brilliance in Ling Qingzhu, driving him to the brink of madness. Bang! A dark flame array spun out from the tip of the black yuan halberd, and Zhang Huiran disregarded everything and held nothing back. Clang! The force applied was too great, and the shaft of the black yuan halberd was already bent, but it still could not pierce Ling Qingzhu's defense. Ling Qingzhu's Nirvana golden armor was covered with mysterious golden patterns, which resembled activated seals and shimmered with a unique luster. Destroy them! Ling Qingzhu let out a loud shout, and the power of her divine bones erupted from her body. At the same time, the ferocious shadow of a demonic ape suddenly appeared behind her. Roar! The earth-shattering roar stirred up chaotic air currents. Boom! With a deafening roar, the black flame array at the tip of the black yuan halberd shattered, and a violent recoil crushed the black flames inside and outside the halberd. Bang! The black halberd rang out and broke in half. What? Ling Lin, Su Jiang, and the other disciples of the Misty sect were struck dumb. Even the Xian rank treasures were destroyed. Everyone felt a chill run down their spine and their scalp tingle. First came the Yuan He Dharma sphere, then the He Yuan Xuanji. If one hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would believe that this pair of senior and junior siblings from Nirvana Peak were actually this powerful. Shock filled everyone's faces. Little did they know that Ling Qingzhu's physical body, strengthened by the Nirvana Sutra, was now powerful enough to withstand the might of a top-grade magic weapon. The reason why the Yuan He Magic Sphere and the He Yuan Xuanji are so powerful is partly because they are reinforced with array techniques. In terms of quality alone, these two treasures are not particularly high-grade. They are not comparable to Ling Qingzhu's Wind and Cloud Staff, and are even inferior to Zhou Peng's Azure Cloud Sword. Even so, the sight of the black Yuan halberd breaking still delivered a powerful visual impact to everyone. Boom! The broken black halberd split in two, and Zhang Huairan watched helplessly as the front half of the halberd flew out. At this moment, his heart was filled with shock. It's over. A cold voice reached her ears, and a gust of wind rushed towards her. In an instant, Ling Qingzhu was in front of Zhang Huairan. Before he could react, Ling Qingzhu kicked him in the chin. Bang! Zhang Huairan immediately fell backward, his body involuntarily suspended in mid-air. I'll teach you to betray me. Before Zhang Huairan could regain his footing, Ling Qingzhu used her flying shadow technique and appeared to his side in the next instant. Bang! Another kick landed squarely on Zhang Huairan's ribs. Zhang Huairan flew out like a sandbag. I'll teach you to look down on Nirvana Peak. But then, Ling Qingzhu disappeared from her spot again and arrived at the location where Zhang Huairan had landed. Thump! Another heavy blow sent Zhang Huairan flying high into the air, spitting out scarlet blood. I ordered you to ambush and kill us. The audience was stunned. Zhang Huairan, who was at the height of his fame at Baiyun Peak, was being utterly and humiliatingly crushed by Ling Qingzhu. A dignified first-rank inner disciple of Baiyun Peak has now become a ball to be kicked around at will. Ling Lin's mind went blank. She couldn't believe that the man she admired had fallen to such a state. Just a short while ago, she regarded the people of Nirvana Peak as a bunch of chickens and dogs, but now, her arrogance has been shattered. Stop! Stop it! Ling Lin pleaded desperately. But her calls failed to stop Ling Qingzhu. One after another, after images flashed across the field. Every time Ling Qingzhu changed position, Zhang Huairan would suffer a heavy blow. Zhang Huairan was like a sandbag flying around in mid-air, while Ling Qingzhu was like a ghostly afterimage, flashing wildly around him. 9 shadows of flying shadow. Ling Qingzhu gave a cold shout. In an instant, 9 afterimages and 9 attacks landed on Zhang Huairan. Bang bang bang. This is a beginner-level spiritual grade martial art that Master Xian Tian taught to Ling Qingzhu. Although it is not high grade, it is extremely practical. It allows one to attack 9 different places in succession by using the flexible movement of the flying shadow body technique. As everyone watched Zhang Huairan's gruesome fall, the sound of bones breaking echoed in their ears. As the 8 attacks ended, a blur of motion leaped into the air. Ling Qingzhu flashed through the air and flew above Zhang Huairan. Then, Ling Qingzhu flipped in mid-air and struck Zhang Huairan heavily in the chest. The 9th strike. Thump! Ling Qingzhu's 9th attack forcefully slammed Zhang Huairan into the ground. This attack caused the entire black and white sword palace ruins to tremble. The black flames on Zhang Huairan's body were extinguished on the spot, layers of rubble flew away, and cracks spread out like demonic claws, stinging everyone's eyes. Wow! Zhang Huairan spat out a large amount of blood. He had finally lost all fighting ability and lay helplessly at Ling Qingzhu's feet, like a defeated wild dog, extremely pathetic. Ling Lin was completely dumbfounded. She couldn't believe that Zhang Huairan would be defeated by Ling Qingzhu, who had wasted 3 whole years on Nirvana Peak. In Ling Lin's mind, Zhang Huairan has always been someone with the potential to catch up with the sex prodigies like Zhou Yu. However, at this moment, Zhang Huairan was completely overwhelmed by Ling Qingzhu, utterly powerless, devoid of any sharpness or arrogance, and utterly devoid of any dignity. He lay amidst the ruins and rubble, covered in blood, with the broken black Yuan halberd lying nearby, its severed front half embedded diagonally in the ground. Clang! Suddenly, the broken halberd was drawn into Ling Qingzhu's hand from afar, and then held against Zhang Huairan's neck. Next, it's time to settle the score for you stealing the blue poison beast. Chapter 85 Settling Accounts. Next, it's time to settle the score with you for stealing the blue poison beast. Ling Qingju's words were as cold and sharp as a blade. She held the broken piece of the black Yuanxian halberd and her indifferent gaze swept directly towards Ling Lin on the other side. The moment Ling Lin met Ling Qingju's gaze, her expression changed drastically, and she felt a chill run through her entire body. Escape! This was the only thought that remained in Ling Lin's mind. The person she was relying on was lying at Ling Qingju's feet, covered in blood, looking as wretched as a dead dog. So she had no choice but to run. Just as Ling Lin turned to run away, a black shadow tore through the air and flew after her. Bang! A blinding cloud of blood exploded on Ling Lin's lower body as the dark figure mercilessly severed her right knee. As Ling Lin ran, she watched helplessly as a section of her lower leg flew off, and the thing that severed her right leg was the half of the black yuan halberd that Ling Qingju had flung out. The excruciating pain that spread throughout her body, coupled with the loss of balance on her right side, caused Ling Lin to instantly lose her balance. Ah! She let out a terrified scream and fell forward. At that very moment, Zhou Ping, who was closest to her, flashed in front of Ling Lin like a ghost. Then, Ling Lin suddenly felt her throat tighten as Zhou Ping's hand gripped her neck. "Do you think you can escape right under my nose?" Zhou Ping's eyes were cold, and his words were sarcastic as Ling Lin was slowly lifted off the ground. She looked terrified, her face deathly pale. "Jiang, senior brother Jiang, save me, save me." With her last bit of strength, Ling Lin called out for help to Jiang Huairen, who was lying on the other side. However, Jiang Huairen, lying in the pile of rubble, couldn't even get up. He had broken countless bones in his body and could only tremble as he raised his arm and glared at Zhou Ping. "If you dare to touch her, I will never let you go." "Well said, then don't blame me. If I were to start a fight, I wouldn't hold back like my senior sister." With a thought, Zhou Ping sucked the broken halberd from the ground into his palm and thrust it into Ling Lin's dantian. Hiss! A trail of crimson blood splattered out, and Ling Lin felt a sharp pain in her dantian as her strength rapidly began to dissipate. "You!" Ling Lin was instantly gripped by immense fear. She didn't even have the strength to struggle, and drops of blood dripped down the broken halberd. Zhou Ping coldly looked at Ling Lin. "Don't worry, I went easy on you. If you can get someone to treat your injuries quickly, you won't be crippled. But if Jiang Huairen still acts so arrogantly, then all of you today will die." Buzz! Everyone felt their minds go blank, and the Baiyun Peak disciples were trembling. Ling Lin fell silent, turning her gaze back to Jiang Huairen. At this moment, all she hoped was that Jiang Huairen could get up and protect her behind him. However, when Jiang Huairen saw Ling Lin's miserable state, he was actually frightened. He feared that Zhou Ping's halberd would pierce his dantian. For a cultivator, having their dantian destroyed and becoming a cripple was worse than death. "Senior brother Jiang," Ling Lin called out weakly. Jiang Huairen pretended to be unconscious and didn't hear anything, so he didn't dare to speak. Every drop of blood dripping from Ling Lin's body added to Jiang Huairen's fear. Having witnessed the two men's actions in the face of life and death, Ling Qingju sighed softly. She had seen through Jiang Huairen. Although he had decent talent for cultivation, his character was extremely poor, and he had no sense of responsibility whatsoever. This was why he chose to leave Nirvana Peak and join White Cloud Peak instead, because he was afraid of taking on the responsibility of making Nirvana Peak rise again. Then Ling Qingju glanced at Zhou Ping again and clearly sensed the difference. The latter's arrival had changed her life and rekindled the flame of hope on Nirvana Peak. Zhou Ping lifted Ling Lin into the air with one hand and said calmly, "Now, you should know what to do, right?" By this time, Ling Lin had become much more docile, and her previous arrogant demeanor was nowhere to be seen, nor did she have that haughty air about her. "I surrender. I will return the blue poison beast to you immediately. It's inside my 100 Beasts painting. Is it just returning the blue poison beast?" Zhou Ping stared into Ling Lin's eyes, and the latter felt as if her soul was being controlled by him. "There's one more in the 100 Beasts picture, plus that blue poison beast, making a total of 2 juvenile lord-level monsters." "Not enough." Zhou Ping's voice was icy, his eyes like water from the bottom of an ancient well, deep and chilling. "2 demonic beasts are not enough to quell my anger, not enough to atone for your offense against Nirvana Peak, and certainly not enough to save your lives." Zhou Ping's words were sharp and relentlessly attacked Ling Lin's psychological defenses. She obeyed Zhou Yu's orders, setting up an ambush against Zhou Ping and Ling Qingju. Her arrogance and contempt for Nirvana Peak have resulted in the life or death threat she faces now. Ling Lin looked at Jiang Huairen again. At this moment, Jiang Huairen had entered a state of playing dead. The man who had always pampered her to the extreme was now too afraid to utter a single word in the face of this crucial moment. I I also have a mind concentrating pill, I'll give it to you as well. To save her life, Ling Lin finally lowered her arrogant head. Despair. Suddenly, Ling Lin felt a wave of relaxation wash over her, and then she collapsed weakly in front of Zhou Ping. She kept her head down, only able to look at Zhou Ping's feet, which looked like a tamed beast. Then, Ling Lin took out the 100 Beasts painting and a mind concentrating pill that she had recently obtained. Although the concentrating spirit pill is only a third-grade pill, its value is extremely high because its effect is something every transcendent realm cultivator desires. It strengthens and solidifies the primordial spirit embryo, accumulating foundation for entering the forging god realm. Zhou Ping squatted down and took both items from him. Do you know why I'm not killing you? Zhou Ping then whispered in the other's ear, I will make all of you who have mocked, bullied, and trampled on Nirvana Peak witness the day when my senior sister and I will make Nirvana Peak rise again. Upon hearing these words, Ling Lin felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She stared incredulously at the young man before her, who was not only decisive and ruthless but also possessed a broad perspective, unwavering will, and domineering presence. Zhou Ping possesses a quality that Zhang Huairan has never had. At this moment, Ling Lin understood that they had lost completely. Even if they called all the White Cloud Peak disciples in other parts of the Dark Beast Cave to come and provide support, they would not be able to change the current situation. Without giving Ling Lin, who was looking completely lost, Ling Qingzhu slowly walked to Zhang Huairan's side. Stop pretending. I held back 3/10 of my strength in that move. You won't die. Whoosh. A cold, austere airflow rushed towards the ground, completely burying the brilliance of Zhang Huairan's genius. The dazzling aura surrounding Ling Qingzhu returned once more, and everyone present understood that her strength was absolutely no less than that of the 10 strongest inner disciples. After being exposed, Zhang Huairan tried to stand up, but when he met Ling Qingzhu's gaze, he became so frightened that his hands and feet went weak. Ling Lin had already met such an end, and Zhang Huairan didn't believe that she would let him off easily. After all, his actions back then were indeed beastly. I also have a mind concentrating pill here you go. Zhang Huairan tremblingly took out the mind concentrating pill and held it in his palm. What happened back then was my fault. I shouldn't have listened to the words of a villain and betrayed Nirvana Peak. Now I regret it deeply. Senior Sister Qingzhu, please be lenient in today's matter, considering our past relationship. How dare you bring up what happened back then? You don't deserve to call me Senior Sister. Ling Qingzhu kicked Zhang Huairan hard again. Get lost. I only have one junior brother. Then, Ling Qingzhu looked at Su Jiang and the disciples of Bayan Peak on the other side. Upon seeing Zhang Huairan, they were terrified. Su Jiang and the other Bayan Peak disciples naturally raised their hands in surrender as well. Please, the two gentlemen of Nirvana Peak, let us off the hook. We are just followers of senior brother Zhang Huairan, trying to make a living. We are just underlings. We had no choice but to do this. That's right, we didn't even lift a finger while you were fighting. Not only did we not even lift a finger, we didn't even have the thought of doing anything. Seeing everyone's reaction, Ling Qingzhu sneered inwardly. She knew very well that they hadn't made a move just now because they were intimidated by Zhou Ping's power. However, since these people have already bowed their heads and begged for mercy, let's just let it go. Regardless of the circumstances, killing fellow disciples is a major taboo in the Misty Sect. Zhang Wushu was killed because he was alone and there was no one else in the stone chamber besides Zhou Ping. But now, there are more people on White Cloud Peak, including 4 first-ranked disciples. If they are all killed, it will definitely shock the entire Misty Sect, and the sect's higher-ups will definitely investigate to the end. Junior brother, let's go. Once Ling Qingzhu and the other person left, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. I'm so glad I survived. Su Jiang thought to himself. His gaze swept over the pavilion on the other side of the Black and White Sword Palace ruins. In that collapsed pavilion, Chen Yang was still unaware of the severity of his injuries. But one thing is certain, Zhang Huairan and Ling Lin's injuries must be very serious. I never imagined I'd fall into the hands of Nirvana Peak. After leaving the dense forest, the brother and sister from Nirvana Peak found a secluded spot. Zhou Ping took out the 100 Beasts chart he had obtained from Ling Lin, and after recognizing it as his own, released the blue poison beast and another demon beast from it. Senior sister, these 2 juvenile demonic beasts should be worth 10,000 contribution points, right? No problem. Ling Lin caught a silver moon wolf earlier. It's a lord-level wolf in its adult form, definitely worth 5,000 contribution points. Ling Qingzhu nodded, then eagerly took out her token to check her current ranking. First place, by Yunfeng, sect contribution points 22830. Second place, Guishu Peak, sect contribution points 19290. Third place, 9 Luminaries Peak, 17,890 sect contribution points. Fourth place, Nirvana Peak, sect contribution points 15100. Ninth place, Xingyang Peak, 8,790 sect contribution points. Inside the Dark Beast Cave, the contribution points of the various branches change rapidly. After Zhou Ping and his group experienced that great battle, Nirvana Peak's ranking has dropped slightly by 1 place. However, after glancing at the results of Baiyun Peak, who ranked first, Ling Qingzhu breathed a slight sigh of relief. With the contribution points gained from exchanging the 2 demonic beasts, Blue Poison Beast and Nirvana Peak, they were well enough to overtake them. With excitement, Ling Qingzhu pointed the token at the Blue Poison Beast. Chapter 86, Reaching the Top. Unlike collecting other items, when Ling Qingzhu aimed the token at the Blue Poison Beast, the token emitted a red light, followed by a beam of light that transformed into a large net in mid-air, covering the Blue Poison Beast and then teleporting it back to the Misty Sect as a point of light. 5,000 sect contribution points obtained. Ling Qingzhu glanced at the leaderboard displayed on the token. Nirvana Peak had climbed to second place, while the first place Baiyun Peak's ranking remained unchanged. Alright. At this moment, Zhou Ping had already used the token to put away the other Silver Moon Wolf. With mixed feelings, Ling Qingzhu's gaze lingered on the token in her hand. First place, Nirvana Peak, sect contribution points 25,100. First place. A layer of mist rose in her beautiful eyes, and Ling Qingzhu couldn't help but hug Zhou Ping beside her, repeatedly saying thank you. Since entering the Dark Beast Cave, the journey has seemed easy, with all the hardships and dangers failing to stop Nirvana Peak's progress. However, Ling Qingzhu knew very well that without Zhou Ping's tireless help in the fierce battles with the enemy, it would have been incredibly difficult for Ling Qingzhu to reach this point on her own. Senior sister, there's no need for thanks. Do you remember what I said the day I joined Nirvana Peak? With me here, senior sister is no longer alone. Holding Ling Qingzhu, who was somewhat out of control, Zhou Ping did not push her away, but patted her back and said softly. With tears streaming down her face, Ling Qingzhu leaned back and looked at Zhou Ping, then smiled through her tears. Of course I remember, and I also said, you are my only junior brother. In the desolate, dark beast den. A man and a woman burst into laughter, savoring this hard-won joy, adding a vibrant touch of life to the dilapidated backdrop of the Sword Palace ruins. The Misty Sect. More and more disciples from the sect arrived at the central main peak, paying attention to the rankings. This is actually quite normal. After all, the sect trials are a major event every year, and the final ranking will directly affect the amount of cultivation resources allocated to each branch of the sect in the following year. The branch ranked first can receive 20% of the total, while the other 8 branches can only share the remaining 80%. The second ranked branch cannot receive more than 15%, and the last ranked branch cannot receive more than 5%. This means that the top ranked branch will receive far more resources than the other branches, almost 4 times that of the 9th ranked branch. For 2 disciples at the same level, this is a huge difference. This Nirvana Peak seems to be just a flash in the pan. There's been no movement for a long time now. I told you long ago, Nirvana Peak has already fallen to such a state. How could it possibly have a chance to turn things around? That's right, our Baiyun Peak is still the most stable. After reaching the top of the rankings, it hasn't fallen off. Seeing that Nirvana Peak's sect contribution points hadn't changed for a long time and its ranking had declined, many people thought that this should be the limit for Nirvana Peak. After all, there were only 2 of them, and they couldn't make any waves. Half of the 10-day period stipulated for this sect trial has already passed, and according to convention, the rankings should be basically finalized by now. However, at this moment, a thin disciple suddenly let out a cry of surprise. Look, Nirvana Peak's ranking has risen again. Upon hearing this, everyone looked up and saw that, just as the person had said, Nirvana Peak had surpassed Guishu Peak in the rankings and had moved into second place. Holy crap, what's going on? 5,000 contribution points added in one go. Did the people of Nirvana Peak find some great treasure? Don't joke around. We, Guishu Peak, only want to take 15% of the share. Are we going to let Nirvana Peak take it away this year? Nirvana Peak's rise in the rankings undoubtedly made it the focus of the entire event. Almost everyone present felt quite uncomfortable, especially Xingyang Peak, which was currently ranked 9th. Nirvana Peak had been at the bottom for years, and they had selectively ignored the last place. But today, Nirvana Peak achieved a surprising result. However, this was not the end. Just as everyone was still immersed in the shock of Nirvana Peak's second place ranking, the disciples who were watching the leaderboard soon discovered that the leaderboard had begun to change again. After a flash of light, a list that shocked everyone appeared in everyone's sight. First place, Nirvana Peak, sect contribution points 25,100. Second place, by Yunphone, sect contribution points 22930. Third place, Guishu Peak, sect contribution points 19990. Fourth place, 9 Luminaries Peak, 17,990 sect contribution points. Ninth place, Qingyan Peak, 10,790 sect contribution points. We've reached the summit of Nirvana Peak. In an instant, the disciples who had been discussing the matter fell completely silent, their faces filled with disbelief. Another 5,000 points were added, and Nirvana Peak actually gained 10,000 sect contribution points in a short period of time. Is this reasonable? On the main peak, many disciples rubbed their eyes, afraid that they had seen wrong. For the past 3 years, Baiyun Peak has consistently held the top spot in the sect trials, and no one has been able to challenge its position. No one expected that the one who could change this situation would be Nirvana Peak, the one that was once hailed as the leader of the 9 peaks. The current situation is like an aging king returning, ready to kick the rising king off the throne and become the head of the 9 veins once again. Feeling the strange looks from the other branch disciples, the faces of the Baiyun Peak disciples present became quite interesting. They had come here to enjoy the envious looks of everyone as Baiyun Peak once again won first place, but they never expected that Nirvana Peak would be like it had taken drugs, its ranking soaring like a rocket, and it actually reached the top in one fell swoop. Humph, don't jump to conclusions. Nirvana Peak is just lucky for now. They can't hold on to first place for long, a disciple from White Cloud Peak quickly interjected. Clearly, they believed that the people from Nirvana Peak were just lucky to have found a treasure left behind by a certain sect, but luck alone could not guarantee their first place. After all, their luck could not last forever, and they believed that it wouldn't be long before Baiyun Peak would step up and climb to the top again. At this moment, Lu Wuji, Bai Ruyan, and other elders from various branches were also in shock. As they watched Nirvana Peak soar on the rankings, their hearts were already filled with turbulent waves. It should be noted that Nirvana Peak currently has no elders, and only 2 disciples, Ling Qingju and Zhou Ping. It can be said that they have no backing or anyone to help them. Therefore, all of this was achieved by the 2 senior and junior disciples through their own efforts. Based on this alone, all the elders present were amazed. On the high platform, Lin Fian's expression was very unpleasant, as if she had swallowed a dead fly. Damn it, what are those good-for-nothings like Zheng Huiren good for? They can't even handle those 2 cripples from Nirvana Peak? These useless people, if we don't get first place in the sect trial this year, where will I put my face? Lin Fian has always valued her reputation highly. Now that she has taken over as the head of Baiyun Peak, if Baiyun Peak loses its first place under her leadership, it will surely be a laughingstock and would be too disgraceful. A small courtyard. Although the sect trials were not yet over, the huge news of reaching the summit of Nirvana Peak spread throughout the Misty sect at an extremely fast pace. After listening to the news from another disciple at the door, the maid Xiaoyu excitedly ran to the door of the room in the courtyard. Sister Lingyun, come out quickly. I have something important to tell you. Chapter 87 Undercurrents. Xiaoyu, I've told you so many times, you need to stay calm and not act rashly, especially in this courtyard. Upon hearing the noise and stepping out of the room, Shui Lingyun immediately began to reprimand Xiaoyu. If she hadn't already emerged from seclusion half an hour earlier, Xiaoyu's disruption of her cultivation would not have been tolerated lightly. Sister Lingyun, I'm sorry. I was just too excited and forgot some things by accident. Xiaoyu lowered her head, stuck out her tongue, and said apologetically. Shui Lingyun shook her head helplessly and asked, Tell me, what's making you so agitated? Xiaoyu's face lit up with excitement, and she quickly said, It's about Nirvana Peak. I just heard that not long ago, Nirvana Peak topped the sect trial rankings and took first place. First place in the sect trial. Did Zhou Ping really do it? Shui Lingyun's mouth gaped slightly, somewhat incredulous. It's true. It said that Nirvana Peak has nearly 3,000 more sect contribution points than the second-ranked White Cloud Peak. Seeing Shui Lingyun's surprise, Xiaoyu quickly added. Upon hearing this, Shui Lingyun fell into deep thought. Although she said that Zhou Ping was just so-so, only having a little talent for cultivation, after what happened in the depths of the Great Wilderness, her impression of Zhou Ping had actually changed quite a bit. Unconsciously, the seemingly ordinary man's every move seemed to have begun to tug at her heartstrings. Let's go to the central main peak. Shui Lingyun lifted her foot and walked towards the courtyard gate. She wanted to see with her own eyes how Nirvana Peak would retain its first place, and whether Zhou Ping could really prevent Nirvana Peak from being destroyed, just as he said. Standing behind, Xiaoyu couldn't help but cover her mouth, her face full of surprise. Ever since Shui Lingyun became a disciple of Tian Xuanzi, Xiao Yu had been assigned to be Shui Lingyun's maid. During this time, she discovered that Shui Lingyun was an absolute cultivation fanatic. In order to improve her realm, she was unwilling to waste a single second, and she had exceeded all the cultivation courses arranged by Tian Xuanzi. But now, Shui Lingyun has actually given up her afternoon cultivation schedule in order to go and see the rankings of the sect trials at Nirvana Peak. Zhou Ping, you might be a little different to Sister Lingyun, Xiao Yu muttered to herself, then hurriedly chased after him out of the courtyard gate. The central main peak. Shui Lingyun arrived gracefully, and her appearance quickly caused quite a commotion. Wow, look! It's junior sister Shui Lingyun. What's going on? Junior sister Shui is always focused on cultivation, which is why she has broken the Misty Sect's cultivation records one after another. How could she have time to come here and watch the excitement? Who cares? All I know is that junior sister Shui is so beautiful. Her delicate face and elegant, aloof demeanor. If I could just exchange a few words with her, I would never forget it for the rest of my life. Shui Lingyun remained quite calm in the face of everyone's reactions. At this moment, her attention was entirely focused on the sect trial ranking list floating in the sky. They really did get first place. I don't know how they did it. In fact, this problem not only troubled Shui Lingyun, but also all the other members of the Misty Sect. Just then, the void rune array above the 100-foot stone tablet suddenly flickered, and then 4 disheveled figures fell down. This means someone withdrew from the sect trial early? Seeing this, everyone gathered around. Look, that person looks like Chunyi Yang from Baiyun Peak. How did he get so badly injured? And what about Jiang Huiran and Ling Lin? Their injuries are even more serious. Hey, it seems Su Jiang still retains a sliver of consciousness. The fact that 4 first-ranked disciples of Baiyun Peak withdrew from the sect trial early is unprecedented. Considering the soaring rankings of Nirvana Peak, an idea popped into everyone's mind. Could it have been done by someone from Nirvana Peak? The crowd found this speculation hard to believe. After all, there were 4 first-ranked disciples. Even if Ling Qingzhu had recovered her former talent for cultivation, she could at most deal with one of them. Zhou Ping would have no chance of stopping the other 3. Whoosh! A figure disappeared from the platform and then appeared beside Su Jiang. Lin Fian helped him up, placed her right hand on his back, and transferred a breath of vital energy to him. Su Jiang immediately regained some of his energy. Seeing that it was the chief himself who had come, he quickly and respectfully said, "Greetings, chief. Tell me, what exactly happened?" Lin Fian nodded slightly and then asked. When asked the question, Su Jiang suddenly became hesitant, scratching his head and changing the subject. This was understandable, as anyone would feel embarrassed if such a shameful thing were made public. As Lin Fian listened, she frowned. Immediately, she waved her sleeve and created a barrier of energy to envelop herself and Su Jiang. Her gaze was icy as she stared at Su Jiang, who shivered on the spot. Only then did Su Jiang recount to Lin Fian the whole story of their failed ambush of Zhou Ping and Ling Qingzhu. So many of you, and you still can't handle those 2? What are you all good for? After hearing Su Jiang's story, Lin Fian was so angry she almost exploded. It's all our fault for being too careless at the beginning. Su Jiang lowered his head and explained that, looking back, if his men had attacked Zhou Ping together from the beginning and taken him down first, it would have been easier to deal with Ling Qingzhu who was chasing after them. Stop saying such useless things. Lin Fian's mind raced. The situation of Baiyun Peak was far from optimistic. Although it was still ranked second, the loss of 4 first-ranked disciples, including Jiang Huiran, would greatly increase the difficulty for the remaining disciples to obtain sect contribution points. Not to mention the Dark Horse Nirvana Peak, Guishu Peak and Jouyao Peak were also likely to push Baiyun Peak out of the top 3, which would be a very bad outcome. Moreover, Lin Fian's heart was now filled with rage towards Zhou Ping and Ling Qingzhu, wishing she could grind the Nirvana Peak lineage to dust and never allow it to rise again. A moment later, Lin Fian took out a healing pill, put it into Su Jiang's mouth, and then whispered a few words quickly in his ear. You should all understand now. Do as I say. This time, we cannot afford to fail. But, Chief, isn't this going a bit too far? After hearing Lin Fian's next arrangements, Su Jiang couldn't help but feel uneasy. If the sect found out about the plan she proposed, it would be condemned by everyone. Su Jiang, it seems you've forgotten what happens on Baiyun Peak if you don't listen to me. Lin Fian stared intently at Su Jiang with eyes like lightning, her tone somewhat chilling. This disciple dares not, I will go and do it immediately. Su Jian broke out in a cold sweat, took the new token from Lin Fian, and entered the Dark Beast Cave again. This move undoubtedly sparked a discussion. Those who crushed their tokens to withdraw from the trial have not had the face to go back and continue participating in the trial for many years. Although Lin Fian, as the head of a lineage, does have the privilege of allowing one disciple who withdrew from the trial to return to the trial grounds, according to unwritten custom, each lineage will not care about its own disciples who chose to withdraw from the trial. After all, there is nothing to say if someone is not skilled enough, and whether one person returns or not does not have much impact. Using this privilege would be somewhat shameful. Lin Fian was well aware of this, but she couldn't care less about it now. Compared to the terrible result of Nirvana Peak winning first place and Baiyun Peak being squeezed out of the top 3, losing face like this was nothing. "Ha, I'm using a borrowed knife to kill someone, let's see how you deal with it." Watching Su Jiang return to the Dark Beast Cave, Lin Fian revealed a cold smile, then turned and returned to the high platform. At this moment, several disciples of Baiyun Peak hurriedly stepped forward and carried Zhang Huiran, Ling Lin, and the others back for treatment. Not far away, Xue Lingyun glanced at Lin Fian without leaving a trace. Seeing the other woman's seemingly scheming appearance, she suddenly felt a little worried about Zhou Ping, who was in the Dark Beast Cave. Winning first place in the sect trial isn't that simple. Don't be reckless. Chapter 88: The Girl Being Chased. Heavenly Trial Grounds, Dark Beast Cave. Upon his return, Su Jiang reappeared at the place he had left before and quickly found the disciples of Baiyun Peak he had met earlier. Listen carefully. The chief has given an order: we must make the undiscovered ruins of the Black and White Sword Palace public, so that people from other branches can get the news, and even other sects can be informed. Everyone was shocked by these words. If this is done, all the disciples of the sects will gather here, and this sect ruins will undoubtedly become the target of everyone's attacks, becoming the most dangerous place in the Dark Beast Cave. Su Jiang continued, "Do as I say, and I will be responsible for notifying the other 2 teams from Baiyun Peak." After everyone dispersed, Su Jiang also turned and left. He also had a mission: to tell Baiyunfeng's remaining team not to come to the ruins of the Black and White Sword Palace, but to focus on accumulating sect contribution points elsewhere. In this way, the people of Baiyun Peak can stay away from the ruins of the Black and White Sword Palace. While others gather here and fight amongst themselves, they can conduct a thorough search of other areas, and the growth rate of their sect contribution points will inevitably become extremely fast. As for Zhou Ping and Ling Qingzhu, who were at the center of the storm, although they were strong, they were probably in grave danger of losing their lives in such a chaotic situation, let alone accumulating sect contribution points. In this way, Baiyunfeng will surely regain the top spot. Ruins of the Black and White Sword Palace. Ling Qingzhu was still immersed in the joy of Nirvana Peak rising to first place. Looking at the token in her hand, she murmured softly, "Master, Nirvana Peak will not be destroyed, it won't." At this moment, Zhou Ping coughed twice and reminded her, "Senior sister, we can't let our guard down yet. The current first place is only temporary, and the gap isn't that big. Other branches could catch up at any time, so we need to hurry up and continue exploring the ruins of the Black and White Sword Palace." He clearly knew very well that opening champagne at halftime was absolutely out of the question. After Zhou Ping's reminder, Ling Qingzhu quickly regained her senses. They had only been at the ruins of the Black and White Sword Palace for a short time, yet they had already obtained 20,000 sect contribution points. They believed that there should still be a lot of treasures left in the ruins. As long as they explored the place carefully, it should be enough to keep Nirvana Peak firmly in first place. Junior brother is right. Let's continue searching for treasures and exchange them for more sect contribution points. Now that Bai Yunfeng and his group have been dealt with, there is a high probability that there are no other people in the ruins. In order to speed up the exploration, Zhou Ping and Ling Qingzhu went their separate ways to the unexplored areas of the ruins, agreeing to send a signal to each other if they encountered any danger. Before long, a dilapidated alchemy academy caught Zhou Ping's attention. The courtyard was in a state of utter disarray. 500 years had covered this once glorious place with a thick layer of dust, and almost all the buildings and pavilions had collapsed. However, in the central square of the Dan Academy, there stood a pill refining platform. The alchemy platform was not badly damaged and was relatively well preserved. At this moment, Zhou Ping noticed a dusty alchemy furnace placed on the platform. The alchemy furnace was about 3 or 4 meters tall, and it looked just like the surrounding clutter, without any luster. Zhou Ping stepped forward and gently touched the alchemy furnace with his finger, inwardly surprised. This alchemy furnace still has residual heat? So many years have passed, yet the residual heat inside the alchemy furnace has not dissipated. It can be basically confirmed that this alchemy furnace is equipped with a restriction. It is estimated that this batch of pills was just completed before the destruction of the Black and White Sword Palace. After setting the restriction, the alchemist was most likely summoned by the sect to fight against the demonic beasts. With the restriction in place, all the pills inside should have been preserved, but it's unknown how many there are or how many sect contribution points they can be exchanged for. Immediately, Zhou Ping pressed his palm against the alchemy furnace and began to circulate his vital energy. 500 years had passed, and the power of the restriction should have been almost completely worn away, so breaking it would not be difficult. Buzz. A surge of energy spread outwards, shaking away all the dust on the surface of the alchemy furnace. The furnace, which had just been covered with mottled marks, suddenly revealed a layer of complex, magma-like patterns. Then, a dazzling golden light burst forth from inside the furnace. Immediately afterwards, several round, golden pills fell into Zhou Ping's hands. Rejuvenation pill, Qi gathering pill, vitality enhancement pill. The quality of the pills inside is quite good, mostly grade 3 pills, with 1 or 2 grade 4 pills. The total value should be no less than 2,000 sect contribution points. Zhou Ping was quite satisfied with this. He could easily gain 2,000 contribution points just by opening a pill furnace. If people from other branches knew this, they would be grinding their teeth in anger. Just as Zhou Ping took the pills and was preparing to head to the next area, an accident occurred. Day. There were footsteps, and the voices were unfamiliar. It definitely wasn't Ling Qingzhu. Zhou Ping immediately found a secluded place to hide and observe in secret. Not long after, a woman in tattered clothes staggered into the dilapidated alchemy courtyard. Her body was covered in bloodstains, but if you looked closely, you would find that her face was actually quite delicate. If the bloodstains were washed away, she would definitely be a beauty. Upon seeing someone enter, Zhou Ping quickly focused his attention and noticed that the woman's breath was weak and her face was pale, indicating that she must have suffered serious injuries. Boom! Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and the entire alchemy platform trembled violently. Boom! With a loud bang, the ground suddenly exploded, and a large silver serpent covered in lightning appeared in sight. Upon seeing the silver serpent, the woman's face revealed an expression of despair. Before she could react, the silver serpent raised half of its body, its snake eyes flashing with lightning, and then opened its mouth to spew out a lightning ball half a meter in diameter. The ball of lightning struck the woman, forcing her to roll several times on the ground. Immediately afterwards, ferocious beastly figures appeared from all directions. Roar! Bah! At a glance, there were at least 100 ferocious demons of varying sizes, which had sealed off the dilapidated alchemy courtyard and were emitting sharp roars. Hiss! Just then, a two-headed python, about 30 or 40 meters long, suddenly crawled out from behind the myriad of beast shadows. The two-headed python is covered in dark red scales, and its two huge heads are ferocious and menacing, inspiring fear in people. The two-headed python possesses combat power comparable to a master at the 8th or 9th level of the transcendent realm. On each of the two heads of the two-headed python stood a young figure. What's going on? Zhou Ping frowned. Chapter 89 Hero Saves the Beauty. Ruins of the Black and White Sword Palace. On the alchemy platform of the dilapidated Alchemy Academy, a huge two-headed python slithered over from behind a group of demonic beasts. On each of the two heads of the python stood a figure. On the left is a dark-skinned man, and on the right is a young woman with a black veil covering her face. The two looked down at the girl, who was covered in wounds and curled up against the alchemy furnace. Just as Zhou Ping was wondering what was going on, the dark-skinned man standing on the snake's head grinned and spoke with a sinister smile. Xiaolinger, you don't really think you can escape from our grasp with your meager strength, do you? The injured girl raised her head and said sarcastically, Han Ning, you really are a good dog by Nalan Xiufeng's side. Instead of seeking opportunities in this dark beast cave, you keep chasing after me. Shut up. Even now you still have this attitude, you're incredibly stupid. No wonder you made that foolish promise to fight senior brother Nalan to the death. Now even I can easily crush you, do you realize how big the gap is between you? The dark-skinned man had a mocking expression on his face. Hearing this, Xiaolinger's feelings were complicated. Now that she had fallen into Han Ying's hands, the promise she made in front of her mother was probably impossible to fulfill. Swish! The woman with the black veil suddenly leaped down from the snake's head. After landing, she slowly walked in front of Xiaolinger and extended her right palm. Smack! After delivering a resounding slap, the woman in black veil pinched Xiaolinger's cheek and said viciously, "Humph, shameless little slut. That betrothal arranged between your Xiao family and the Nalan family back then is all ancient history, nobody remembers it anymore. So I advise you to be realistic. Brother Chofeng is the future successor to the sect leader, how could he be with a lowly servant like you? You, a mere illegitimate daughter of the Shao family, dare to dream of marrying my brother Chofeng? You deserve to be divorced. Li Ru, get this straight, it was I who broke off the engagement, not Nailan Chofeng who divorced me. Xiao Linger endured the humiliation and pain, still trying to maintain her dignity. Upon hearing this, the woman in the black veil unconsciously increased the pressure on her hand. You lowly servant, how dare you say divorce to brother Chofeng? You deserve to die. At the same time, the dark-skinned man also came to the alchemy furnace. He opened his palm, and a dark brown worm was wriggling in his palm. Xiao Linger, don't say I didn't give you a chance. If you can withstand the torment of this heart-piercing worm goo for an hour, I might consider sparing your worthless life. The dark-skinned man and the woman in black veil exchanged a glance and simultaneously revealed a mocking smile. Clearly, they thoroughly enjoyed torturing someone to death. At this moment, Xiao Linger felt a great deal of sorrow and anger. She had gone to great lengths to obtain a spot to enter the Dark Beast Cave for training, hoping to find opportunities here to improve her strength as soon as possible so that she could defeat Nailan Chofeng in the life or death duel. But she never expected that the other party would be so shameless as to send people to hunt her down. As the dark-skinned man drew closer, Xiao Linger bit her lip tightly, letting the faint taste of blood spread across her lips. The various experiences she had gone through in recent days felt like a knife cutting into her heart, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. If I manage to escape this calamity, I will make Nailan Chofeng pay 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold price in this lifetime. Summoning the last bit of energy within her body, Xiao Linger decided to fight to the death for a glimmer of hope, and also etched a vow of revenge deep in her heart. At the same time, Zhou Ping, who was secretly preparing for battle, suddenly paused as a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Potential Taoist partner Xiao Linger detected. A favorability quest has been triggered. If the host successfully rescues Xiao Linger, a reward of increased favorability will be obtained. Affection level task? It looks good. Zhou Ping smiled. This system really understood him. He naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity to be a hero and save the damsel in distress. Now that the mission had been triggered, it was like killing two birds with one stone. Just as the dark-skinned man was about to make his move, Li Ru, looking at the opened alchemy furnace with a lingering fragrance of pills still wafting out, suddenly said, "Something's not right. Someone was here before we arrived. Be careful, there might be an ambush." Upon hearing this, Han Ying was immediately startled. Before he could react, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, grinning. Surprised? Unexpected? Then he struck out with a palm, forcing Han Ying back more than 10 meters. I am Li Ru from the 10,000 Gu Cave. Who are you? State your name. Li Ru immediately demanded. Zhou Ping's eyes flickered slightly, so the other party was from the 10,000 Gu Cave. Like the Misty Sect, the Myriad Gu Cave is also one of the major sects in the Northern Territory, and its strength is extraordinary. What this sect is most skilled in is all kinds of strange Gu techniques. The most common rumor is that the people of the 10,000 Gu Cave can kill people invisibly with Gu techniques, and even control other people's consciousness and behavior without their knowledge. No wonder they can control hundreds of ferocious demons. It seems they have used some kind of Gu technique. The Misty Sect, Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping, that name is quite unfamiliar. Li Ru narrowed her eyes slightly. Although the Misty Sect and the Myriad Gu Cave rarely had any contact and almost no interaction on a daily basis, the disciples of the Myriad Gu Cave had naturally heard of such a powerful sect. So, someone like Zhou Ping, whom she had never heard of, must have just joined the sect not long ago and couldn't be that strong. Humph, enough nonsense. Who dares to criticize the people of the 10,000 Gu Cave? If you know what's good for you, you'd better kneel down and kowtow. Otherwise, I don't mind letting you taste the power of the heart-piercing worm goo first. Han Ying looked furious. In the Dark Beast Cave, all disciples from other sects could be considered enemies. Moreover, what they had just done to Xiao Linger was not something to be proud of if it were spread by this person. Nailan Chofeng would not let them off the hook. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ping shook his head. Since the other party was determined to seek death, there was nothing he could do. I'm sorry, I can't comply. Then you should just die. As soon as Han Ying finished speaking, he and Li Ru returned to the head of the two-headed python and began to control it. Immediately afterwards, the two-headed python straightened its forebody, and one of its heads opened its mouth wide, spewing out a spectacular pillar of fire. The pillar of fire, like a blazing dragon, rushed towards Zhou Ping on the alchemy platform. Boom! In the next instant, a dazzlingly hot fire lotus bloomed on the alchemy platform, and a wave of flames once again spread out from the platform. Zhou Ping stood firmly in place like a stone statue, while Xiao Linger was behind him, completely unharmed. "Is that all you've got?" Zhou Ping said sarcastically, ignoring Han Ying and Li Ru in the sky above. Seeing this, the two were slightly startled. Han Ying immediately retorted, "This is just the beginning." Jie. Then, the other head of the two-headed python opened and exhaled 3 streams of white, icy breath. The icy breaths intertwined and instantly transformed into an ice cone over 10 meters long. Zhou Ping extended his left hand, fingers spread, directly towards the ice cone. Bang! The immense force exploded in front of Zhou Ping, and a chilling aura swept in all directions, instantly shattering the large ice cone from head to tail. "This isn't over yet." Li Ru waved her hands rapidly, issuing commands to the ferocious demons around her. Then, a multitude of ferocious demons from all directions roared and pounced on Zhou Ping and Xiao Linger on the alchemy platform. Chapter 90: The Power of the Scepter. Roar! Awu! Looking at the numerous ferocious beasts surrounding her, Xiao Linger couldn't help but tremble. She was currently seriously injured and had lost the ability to move. Any one of the ferocious beasts could end her life. "Don't worry, they're just monsters. I'll kill as many as they come." Zhou Ping stood in front of Xiao Linger, exuding an extraordinary and imposing aura. His words were filled with boundless confidence, and his charm was captivating. Xiao Linger was momentarily dazed at that moment. The figure that had suddenly appeared seemed to be her everything. The next moment, Zhou Ping leaped up and tore the 4-armed monster ape in two with his bare hands. Then the azure cloud sword was drawn, its light flashing wildly, splitting into several sword energies. A blood-red leopard cat was instantly pierced through all its vital points, then let out a miserable cry and flew backward. Roar! A 3-eyed blue wolf seized the opportunity to pounce, its fangs bared, and lunged at Zhou Ping's head from the side. Zhou Ping didn't even lift his eyelids, and swung his Qingyun sword, unleashing a horizontal slash. Sizzle! The cyan sword blade cleaved open the chest of the 3-eyed cyan wolf, which let out a mournful howl, its blood spurting out and its internal organs flying everywhere. Then it fell helplessly to the ground, dying instantly. Then, another blazing tiger charged to the side and in front of the two. Zhou Ping thrust out his sword, its terrifying aura like a blue dragon emerging from the abyss. Bang! The cold, merciless sword pierced through the head of the fiery tiger. Crimson and white blood flew together, and the sword light pierced through the head of the blazing tiger. The scene on the alchemy platform was awe-inspiring. Zhou Ping wielded the azure cloud sword with astonishing skill, unleashing deadly moves that instantly slayed any ferocious demons that approached him and Xiao Linger. "You beast!" With a cold shout, a vast aura spread out, Zhou Ping's long hair flew wildly, his eyes flashed with golden light, and a powerful dragon's might swept over his body. Immediately afterward, all the ferocious demons stopped in their tracks. Under that pure dragon might, they instinctively felt fear, the absolute crushing power of the superior over the inferior. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhou Ping unleashed a powerful sword strike without hesitation. Boom! After a deafening roar, a massive pillar of light burst forth like a golden vortex, causing the earth to tremble, the platform to collapse, and a shower of rubble to fly everywhere. Many ferocious demons and beasts, subdued by the dragon's might, were cleaved away by the sword light. Bang! Boom! The ferocious demons that were knocked away could not get up again. They all suffered internal injuries and broken bones. Crimson blood flowed from their mouths and noses as they let out painful growls. Han Ying and Li Ru in the 10,000 Gu cave looked shocked. These ferocious beasts were all controlled by the beast control Gu, so they should be fearless. How could they be intimidated by Zhou Ping's aura? The opponent's sword strike nearly wiped out all the demonic beasts they controlled, leaving only one angry white ape that survived by chance due to its distance. Li Ru immediately controlled the angry white ape to continue charging towards Zhou Ping. She had just planted another Gu worm in the angry white ape's body, the Rage Gu. The Rage Gu can increase the berserk power of the Rage White Ape, unleashing an even more terrifying attack. Let's see how you stop this time. Li Ru smiled, quite confidently. Under her control, the enraged white ape roared and pounded its chest before charging forward in a frenzied manner. Seeing this, Xiao Linger couldn't help but shout with her remaining strength, "Brother, you can't fight against 4 hands with 2 fists. You'd better think of a way to escape." Zhou Ping did not answer. He simply quietly channeled his vital energy into the Qingyun sword in his hand. In an instant, a sharp sword wreathed in azure energy flew past like a terrifying bolt of lightning, striking the center of the enraged white ape's chest. This sword strike was like a bolt from the blue, unstoppable. Bang! The incredibly sharp azure cloud sword, carrying immense impact, pierced right through the enraged white ape, pinning it to a high wall behind it. What? Upon seeing the scene before them, the smiles on Li Ru and Han Ying's faces immediately froze. The enraged white ape's massive body was immobilized under the suppression of the azure cloud sword, and it let out a shrill scream as it looked up. At this moment, Zhou Ping stood with his sword in hand, both he and Xiao Ling are unharmed. Is this all the people from the 10,000 Gu Cave are capable of? If they don't have any other tricks up their sleeves, they should just get lost. I warn you not to be too happy yet. We haven't even used our full strength yet. Take this. Han Ying's face turned ferocious. He shook his arms, and suddenly two dark iron rings spun out from his wrists. Both iron rings were very thick and heavy, and looked extremely heavy, so they should also be top-grade yellow rank treasures. I hope you'll still be this arrogant when I smash your head open with this black and gold armlet. After saying that, Han Ying flicked his hands one after the other. Call out. Whoosh! Two black and gold arm rings flew towards Zhou Ping from the left and right, moving with lightning speed. Zhou Ping drew his sword to meet him. Clang! Bang! The black gold armlet struck the azure cloud sword, producing a heavy sonic boom. Two consecutive cross-shaped shockwaves exploded in front of the surrounding plane, the residual force spreading and penetrating the ground, kicking up a large amount of dust. The black and gold armbands were launched and splashed onto the city wall, instantly creating two glaring craters. Humph! Han Ying sneered, how powerful is my black gold armlet? Zhou Ping said dismissively, powerless. The two words alone conveyed sarcasm. Han Ying's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he once again remotely controlled the black gold armband. Buzz! The black and gold arm ring drew two arcs of light in the air and attacked Zhou Ping from two different angles on the left and right. Zhou Ping used the wind wing escape technique, leaving afterimages in place, and in the blink of an eye, he retreated more than 10 meters away. Boom! The two black and gold arm rings collided, instantly unleashing a vortex-like aftershock. You dodged pretty quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Ying had a thought, and the two black and gold arm rings flew over from the void on the left and right sides respectively. Then, Han Ying clasped his hands together, and the black and gold arm rings instantly overlapped into one. When the golden rings are combined, their power is 10 times greater. Drink! With a loud shout, Han Ying pushed his hands down, and the black and gold arm ring burst out with dazzling golden light. Its shape rapidly expanded, and in the blink of an eye, it became a large flying ring with a diameter of 7 or 8 meters. The terrifying force destroyed everything. The large flying ring crashed down like a star wheel. Zhou Ping's eyes flashed with a green light, and a stream of green silk-like energy swirled around his body as he held his sword horizontally in front of him to take the impact of the opponent's treasure weapon head-on. Boom! The large flying ring slammed solidly into Zhou Ping's front, and the violent shockwave swept in all directions, shattering the earth inch by inch. Layers of soil were overturned, and the chaotic air currents resembled dragons and snakes gripping the ground, creating a spectacular tearing scene. Bang! A powerful force flowed through Zhou Ping's hands via the azure cloud sword, yet Zhou Ping remained calm and unharmed. Just then, a goo worm shrouded in black corpse energy crawled up to the back of Zhou Ping's neck. This goo worm was very small, so small that its appearance was almost invisible, but the corpse energy it released was exceptionally strong. While the two were fighting, Li Ru, who was secretly planting a goo, said smugly, "Let me introduce this to you, corpse-transforming goo. Once you're entangled by it, in less than a day, you'll become a walking corpse that obeys our every command, ha!" Zhou Ping's eyes narrowed as he glanced behind him. He could clearly feel the corpse-dissolving goo about to merge into his body. But in the very next instant, the smile on Li Ru's face froze. Boom! A burst of flames erupted from Zhou Ping's body, revealing ancient flame patterns on his skin. When the corpse-dissolving goo touched the surface of the skin, it was instantly burned into nothingness by the dark golden flame patterns on it. How could this be? Li Ru exclaimed in shock. Zhou Ping said sarcastically, "Does a tiny insect dare to hurt me?" After saying that, Zhou Ping raised his left hand, and with a flash of light, the thunder scepter appeared. This thunder scepter is as bright as silver, and it is engraved with countless obscure and complex thunder patterns. As the thunder patterns flash, they are like thunder eyes that exude a powerful aura. Let me show you what a real killing weapon is. Whoosh! What is that? Han Ying immediately sensed something was wrong. The power of a mid-grade Xian-level treasure was astonishing. Zhou Ping raised his arm and waved it, and the thunder scepter emitted 5 lightning blades that chased each other and drew brilliant lines of light in the air. Thunderstruck! Han Ying quickly recalled the black gold arm ring to defend himself. Bang! Bang! Two lightning blades struck the black gold arm ring, causing it to retreat and fly away. The remaining three light blades continued their attack without diminishing. Han Ning summoned his protective armor to defend himself. Bang! The third and fourth lightning blades struck the armor in succession, and two bursts of light and shadow exploded outwards. Han Ning felt a tremendous force enter his body, blood splattered from his mouth, and he staggered backwards. No, don't kill me. However, it was too late to beg for mercy at this point. Just like how he had treated Xiao Linger, his fear did not make Zhou Ping show leniency. The fifth blade of light pierced Han Ying's throat like lightning. The shouting stopped abruptly, and Han Ying's head flew off his neck in an instant. Hiding behind Zhou Ping, Xiao Linger was shocked. A powerful disciple of the 10,000 Gu cave had actually died just like that. Chapter 91 Consecutive Slashes. Xiao Linger's eyes were filled with disbelief. She thought that it was already a great blessing that someone would lend a helping hand, but she felt a little guilty for dragging the other party into this mess. But she never expected that the reinforcements who came out of nowhere would be so powerful. Zhou Ping stared at Han Ning, whose head had been severed, and suddenly kicked him, sending his head flying towards Li Ru. Dod did day. Li Ru instinctively retreated sharply, her face turning deathly pale as she stared at the head rolling on the ground. Her eyes seemed to spit fire, but deep down she was utterly shocked. Han Ning was at the 9th level of the Transcendent Realm, and was definitely not weak among the first-class disciples of the Myriad Gu Cave. But the person in front of him who claimed to be Zhou Ping of the Misty Sect clearly only had the first level of the Transcendent Realm. How could he have such powerful combat strength? He's crossed 8 minor realms in total. Is he even human? Woman, it's not too late to get out now, Zhou Ping said calmly. How dare you kill a first-ranked disciple of my 10,000 Gu cave? Suppressing her shock, Li Ru's gaze was icy. She had to bury Zhou Ping and Xiao Linger here today, no matter what. Otherwise, Han Ying's death would have been in vain. When they returned, Nailan Xiufeng might make it so that there would be no evidence against her, and she would disappear from the face of the earth. You're just bluffing. That last move should have completely depleted your energy. You think you can scare me away? No way. I'll tear you to pieces. As soon as she finished speaking, Li Ru rushed towards Zhou Ping, summoning a crescent-shaped dagger from each of her hands. Zhou Ping calmly watched Li Ru charging towards him. You self-righteous woman, isn't it better to live a good life? Why do you have to come here to die? Whoosh! At this moment, Li Ru was on the verge of death. Only by killing her opponent could she have a chance to survive. She leaped up and swung her curved blade at Zhou Ping. Dual blade ring attack. Compared to Han Ning, Li Ru's combat strength is much greater. As she lunged at Zhou Ping, she spun around, her twin blades spinning and dancing in the air. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, Li Ru was like a small tornado, her twin swords dragging out a ring of airflow. Zhou Ping reacted quickly, seizing the opportunity and grabbing Li Ru's wrist just before her blade struck. Buzz! The airflow became erratic, and Li Ru's figure came to an abrupt halt. The latter was also shocked. She couldn't believe that Zhou Ping had managed to forcibly restrain her. Die! Li Ru swung the curved knife in her other hand in the opposite direction, aiming straight for Zhou Ping's throat. Unfortunately, Zhou Ping was prepared. He leaned back, dodging the blade, and kicked Li Ru in the shin. Bang! Li Ru immediately lost her balance, and her whole body tilted to one side. Zhou Ping braced himself with his hands on the ground and executed a clean and decisive back kick, striking Li Ru's chest again, sending her flying dozens of meters away. Boom! When Li Ru landed on both knees, she felt as if her internal organs were about to shift. Her blood rushed to her head, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood. At this point, she couldn't care less about anything else, so she simply sent out the few remaining ferocious demons controlled by the beast control Gu. Kill them. Tear them to pieces. I want them both to die without a burial place. As if sensing Li Ru's anger, the ferocious demons controlled by the beast control Gu went berserk and pounced on Zhou Ping. I don't have time to waste here with you, Zhou Ping said calmly. Then, with a thought, the thunder scepter reappeared in his palm, 5 flashing blue arcs of electricity swirling around his finger. Thunderstruck. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 5 lightning blades spun in Zhou Ping's palm, each blade instantly unleashing a powerful surge of energy. As the horde of demonic beasts pounced upon him, Zhou Ping raised his arm and unleashed 5 beams of light. Hiss. Sizzle. The light blades moved like shuttles and lightning, crisscrossing and cutting sharp beams of light around Zhou Ping. These beams of light lashed out relentlessly, mercilessly reaping the lives of the ferocious demons. Blood flew everywhere, limbs were severed, and any ferocious demon that approached Zhou Ping was killed by the intertwined blades of lightning. Crimson beast blood stained the dilapidated alchemy hall. Watching the ferocious demons die one after another, Li Ru was both shocked and furious. The other party was simply a monster. It was one thing to be powerful in battle, but how could the vital energy in his body be so abundant? After fighting for a long time, there was no sign of his vital energy being exhausted. Was this the first level of the transcendent realm? There was no time to think, and the ferocious demons that were sent out to stop Zhou Ping and buy him time were almost all dead in just a short while. Die! Li Ru gritted her teeth, suddenly stood up, spun around, and the two crescent-shaped daggers in her hands flew out one after the other. He channeled all his power into his twin swords. The high-speed spinning scimitar, like a flying wheel, hurtled all the way to Zhou Ping. Despite the swiftness of the attack, it posed absolutely no threat to Zhou Ping, who possessed the bones of an immortal emperor. Zhou Ping raised his arm and swung it outwards, deflecting the first flying scimitar. Bang! The scimitar that had been knocked away landed on a ferocious demon, cleaving it in two. In the blink of an eye, the second curved blade rushed towards them. Zhou Ping met the attack directly with his left hand. Boom! A chaotic burst of energy exploded in Zhou Ping's palm, and the scimitar, shaped like a flying wheel, bounced back in a straight line. What? Li Ru looked horrified and quickly tried to back away, but she was too late. Swoosh! The recoiled scimitar slashed across Li Ru's left ribs, the cold blade failing to harm the enemy but instead injuring itself. A trail of crimson blood splattered out, and Li Ru suddenly felt a sharp pain in her left rib. A bloody wound had almost torn through her side. Ah! Li Ru clutched her wound and stumbled backward. Zhou Ping didn't even give his opponent a chance to catch his breath. He poured his vital energy into the thunder scepter in his hand again, and bolts of lightning light rapidly formed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 5 beams of light flashed out like lightning, piercing through Li Ru's body one after another. Bang! Blood mist exploded, light and shadow pierced through the chest and flew out from the spine, taking away not only a rain of blood, but also severing all of the opponent's life force. Utter despair. There wasn't even time to regret it. Li Ru's body was mercilessly cut and separated in many places by the light blade, and the life force in her body gradually died out. In the end, she collapsed helplessly to the ground and could not get up. Whoosh! After easily killing Li Ru, Zhou Ping moved with lightning speed, returning to the alchemy furnace on the alchemy platform like a phantom. As they moved, the 5 lightning blades simultaneously retracted towards Zhou Ping's palm. In the blink of an eye, lives are taken, and the scene has an indescribable sense of ethereal beauty. Walking over to Xiao Linger, who was leaning against the alchemy furnace, Zhou Ping put the rejuvenation pill he had just obtained into the girl's mouth and used his inner energy to help her refine it. The rejuvenation pill was a third-grade healing pill, which was extremely effective in treating internal injuries. Linger, wake up. Chapter 92 Re-encounter with Song Qingfeng. Linger, wake up. The sound echoed through the dilapidated alchemy courtyard. Xiao Linger, whose consciousness was already somewhat blurred and who was almost unconscious, suddenly felt a warm current flow into her body. The gentle medicinal power began to repair her damaged body, and her condition gradually improved. After a moment, Xiao Linger, who had finally regained some strength, slowly opened her eyes. What came into view was Zhou Ping's face. His appearance seemed ordinary, but at this moment he looked quite handsome and had an indescribable attraction. Thank you so much, young hero, for saving my life. With her cherry-like lips slightly parted, Xiao Linger expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Zhou Ping smiled slightly and waved his hand, saying, "No need to thank me, it was just a small favor." Their behavior was so despicable that anyone would find it unacceptable. Afterwards, Zhou Ping helped Xiao Linger walk out of the Pill Academy. So many demons and people had died here, it was not a good place to stay for long. Xiao Linger has been successfully rescued. The favorability task is complete. Xiao Linger's favorability towards the host is rewarded with plus 80. Current favorability, 80. On the way, Zhou Ping heard the system notification that the mission was completed. His heart stirred slightly. Although this hero saves the damsel in distress trope was old-fashioned, the effect was still quite good. Now he only needed 10 more points of favorability to bind a Taoist couple relationship. It could be said that he was already on the last step. When the time came, there would be a huge wave of rewards. Just thinking about it made him excited. Just as Zhou Ping was envisioning the future, a familiar, slender figure came rushing towards him from afar, her face showing worry and anxiety. "Junior brother, how are you? Are you all right?" Ling Qingzhu asked with concern. After hearing the sounds of fierce fighting coming from the Pill Academy in the distance, she rushed over as if afraid that something might have happened to Zhou Ping. However, despite her haste, she was still a step too late, because Zhou Ping had resolved the battle far too quickly. "Senior sister, don't worry, I'm fine. It's just that this young lady needs some healing pills, otherwise I'm afraid she won't make it." Zhou Ping shook his head. Upon hearing this, and looking at Xiao Linger who was covered in wounds, Ling Qingzhu's heart softened. It was truly pitiful that such a beautiful young girl had been injured like this. "I also have a blood-clotting pill here, which is quite effective for treating external injuries. Take it quickly." Ling Qingzhu stepped forward, and with a clench of her jade hand, a round, red pill rolled out. "Thank you." Xiao Linger quickly took it and swallowed it. Before Ling Qingzhu could ask what had happened, she suddenly frowned and looked southeast, where some figures were moving quickly, their faces showing surprise. These are many unfamiliar auras, and their numbers are increasing. Something's not right. According to Yuan Lan, this site has never been discovered before. How could it suddenly attract so many people? Zhou Ping frowned. Just as the two were wondering what was going on, a discordant voice entered their ears. No wonder Nirvana Peak's ranking has risen so quickly. It turns out you guys got incredibly lucky and discovered this sect's ruins first. Looking in the direction of the voice, Ling Qingzhu's expression turned slightly cold. The person who came was none other than Song Qingfeng from 9 Luminaries Peak. He was a first-ranked disciple of 9 Luminaries Peak and one of the top 10 strongest inner disciples. At this moment, a group of 20 or 30 people followed behind Song Qingfeng. This was almost the entire force of 9 Luminaries Peak that had entered the Dark Beast Cave this time. Zhou Ping became more vigilant, quietly circulating his inner energy. Although they were both from the Misty sect, they had had an unpleasant argument before entering the Dark Beast Cave, so their relationship wasn't exactly harmonious. Now that Nirvana Peak had won first place, the people from 9 Luminaries Peak were definitely envious. "Junior brother, ignore him, let's go." Ling Qingzhu didn't want to pay attention to Song Qingfeng, so she immediately pulled Zhou Ping along and prepared to leave. Just as Ling Qingzhu brushed past him, Song Qingfeng's lips curled into a cold smile, and he suddenly said, "If you leave, Nirvana Peak's hard-won first place will be in jeopardy." The atmosphere in the room changed abruptly after these words were spoken. "Song Qingfeng, what do you mean by this?" Ling Qingzhu's pretty face turned cold, and she turned around and stopped. "Don't rush, listen to me. If you want to hold on to the number 1 position, I advise you to lower your expectations a bit. Stop talking nonsense, get to the point." Seeing the other party's arrogant attitude, Zhou Ping was furious and directly reprimanded him without giving him any face. If he wasn't busy taking care of Xiao Linger, he would have already taken action. "You ill-mannered brat." Song Qingfeng's gaze turned cold, and he was about to teach this arrogant newcomer a lesson. "Stop wasting time, just say it already," Ling Qingzhu urged, standing in front of Zhou Ping. Seeing Ling Qingzhu speak, Song Qingfeng's expression softened slightly. After a pause, he began to tell his story. "Do you know how I found my way here? It turns out that not long ago, someone spread the word about the location of the Black and White Sword Palace ruins in the Dark Beast Cave, and even left a detailed route map. This led to almost everyone knowing that there was an unexplored sect ruin here, and everyone flocked to this place in order to seize the opportunity." After listening, Zhou Ping fell into deep thought. Logically speaking, anyone who had information about such a treasure land would try to keep it a secret so as to gain the upper hand in plundering the sect's treasures. But the current situation is very abnormal. Who could be doing something that harms others and benefits no one? After thinking it over, Ling Qingzhu and Zhou Ping suddenly looked at each other and read the same guess in each other's eyes. This must be Bai Yunfeng's doing, and only their people would do such a thing. Previously, all the members of the Rift Sky Sword sect had been wiped out by them. The only survivors who knew the location of the Black and White Sword Palace were the people from White Cloud Peak who had followed Zhou Ping and Ling Qingzhu. Given the current situation, there will inevitably be a situation where there are too many monks and not enough porridge, and too many wolves and not enough meat. At that time, how much good stuff will you two from Nirvana Peak be able to get? So, I'll say it again, if you're willing to become my Taoist partner, then my 9 Luminaries Peak lineage can help you secure the number 1 position on Nirvana Peak in the Dark Beast Cave. What do you say? Before entering the Dark Beast Cave, I gave you 1 chance, but you foolishly refused. Now I'm giving you a second chance. If you still don't cherish it, I can't guarantee we won't turn into soldiers next time we meet. You'd better think it through. Song Qingfeng stared intently at Ling Qingzhu. Based on his analysis, given the current situation, Ling Qingju had no way to refuse the conditions he offered. My answer remains no. Ling Qingju shook her head without hesitation and said, "We people of Nirvana Peak will rely on our own strength to win first place. We don't need to humiliatingly beg for the charity of others." After saying that, Ling Qingju and Zhou Ping helped Xiao Linger leave quickly. "Humph, you'll regret this soon." Watching the three departing figures, a cold expression appeared on Song Qingfeng's face. Chapter 93: The Way to Break the Stalemate. Over the next day, the number of people flocking to the Black and White Sword Palace ruins continued to increase. Following Jiuyao Peak, the forces from Guishu Peak and Xingyang Peak also arrived one after another. It can be said that, apart from Baiyun Peak, all the major branches of the Piaomiao sect have arrived. In the ruins of the Sword Palace, in a dilapidated courtyard, Zhou Ping and Ling Qingju were collecting spirit cypress flowers growing in the courtyard. These flowers were often used to refine elixirs that strengthened the body's foundation and nourished the vital energy. Each flower could be exchanged for 200 sect contribution points. Meanwhile, Xiao Linger was also helping with the picking. After a day of rest and taking 2 pills, her internal and external injuries had basically healed, and her condition had improved a lot. The three of them finally collected 10 spirit cypress flowers, totaling 2,000 sect contribution points. After using the token to teleport the spirit cypress flower back to the sect, Ling Qingju glanced at the latest news on the rankings and couldn't help but sigh softly. First place, Nirvana Peak, sect contribution points 32980. Second place, Bai Yunfeng, sect contribution points 32100. Third place, 9 Luminaries Peak, 30,190 sect contribution points. Fourth place, Guishu Peak, sect contribution points 27810. Ninth place, Xingyang Peak, sect contribution points 21790. Although Nirvana Peak is currently in first place, the contribution points of the major branches behind it are also soaring, and the speed is even faster. In particular, White Cloud Peak is the closest, and the gap with Nirvana Peak is less than 1,000 contribution points. It can easily overtake them by finding some spiritual herbs. At this rate, Nirvana Peak's top position is in serious jeopardy. After glancing at the rankings, Zhou Ping said, "In my opinion, this is a trap set by Bai Yunfeng to lure as many people as possible to the Black and White Sword Palace to share the spoils. This way, they can take the opportunity to plunder other places and overtake us." "Junior brother, your analysis makes sense, but what good will it do us? If we leave the Black and White Sword Palace now and go elsewhere to accumulate sect contribution points, handing over this ruin to other branches, the situation probably won't be much better." Ling Qingju sighed, rubbing her forehead. The current situation was stark. The Black and White Sword Palace ruins held a wealth of treasures. If Nirvana Peak chose to give up, the other branches would gain more sect contribution points. In that case, it might not be White Cloud Peak that would regain the top spot, but rather Guishu Peak or Jiuyao Peak. In short, there are many who want to dethrone Nirvana Peak from its number 1 position, and they all have a chance now. Bai Yunfeng's move was extremely insidious. Whether Su Jiang and his group could win first place was only a matter of face, but Ling Qingju and her group were different. If other branches won first place, Nirvana Peak would face the fate of becoming a useless branch. However, there is a way. If Zhou Ping is angered, he will go all out and beat up everyone from the other branches, so that no one will be able to share the pie. Perhaps I can be of some help. At this moment, Xiao Linger suddenly spoke up. Seeing that her savior Zhou Ping was worried about this matter, she raised her little hand. "Oh?" Ling Qingju was somewhat surprised. Xiao Linger hadn't even reached the transcendent realm yet, so how could she possibly help with her strength? Xiao Linger didn't keep them in suspense and immediately stated the key points. "I know a little more about the Black and White Sword Palace. As far as I know, this site was not completely destroyed. Before its destruction, the Black and White Sword Palace left behind a formation to select inheritors. Once the formation is activated, its spirit will block all outsiders and send those within the site into the inheritance space to undergo the trials set by the Black and White Sword Palace. From these trials, only one inheritor will be selected and the preserved inheritance treasures will be given to that person. But this method is very risky. After all, there are only 2 of you. It's almost impossible for you to become the final inheritor." Xiao Linger expressed some concern. However, after hearing Xiao Linger's words, Zhou Ping and Ling Qingju both smiled. Once the formation was activated, it would prevent more people from joining and would also restrict people from other branches, leaving them no time to search for treasures and forcing them to stay in the inheritance space and compete with the people of Nirvana Peak. In this way, Nirvana Peak's disadvantages will disappear. As long as they become the inheritors and obtain the sex treasure left by the Black and White Sword Palace, wouldn't it be a piece of cake for them to secure the number 1 position? I think this method is feasible, but how do we activate this formation? Zhou Ping looked at Xiao Linger impatiently and asked. If this method works, the scheme set up by Baiyun Peak will become the biggest help for Nirvana Peak to finally win first place, and they will be so angry that they will be furious. I can do it, but it will take some time, and I can't let anyone disturb me. Okay, we'll keep watch around for you. Swish. Swish. Zhou Ping and Ling Qingzhu leaped onto the high wall, keeping a close watch on their surroundings, leaving Xiao Linger alone in the courtyard to prepare to trigger the inheritance formation. Ling Qingzhu glanced back at Xiao Linger, who was muttering to herself and seemed to be deep in thought. It seems that the Black and White Sword Palace has left behind a legacy formation. Such secret information is not even recorded within a major sect like the Misty Sect. How could a young girl know about it and even master the means to open the formation? This makes one wonder. Zhou Ping recalled the conversation between Han Ing and Li Ru from the 10,000 Gu cave when they were chasing Xiao Linger. From this, it was not difficult to deduce that Xiao Linger's background was definitely not simple. Taking advantage of this break, Ling Qingzhu swallowed the concentration pill she had obtained from Jiang Huiran and began refining it with a sliver of her mind. Now that she was at the peak of the 7th level of the Transcendent Realm, it was time to lay a solid foundation for entering the Forging God realm. If she could condense her primordial spirit in advance in the Transcendent Realm, the benefits would be immeasurable. Detected that Ling Qingzhu has taken a grade 3 concentration pill, triggering a tenfold reward. The host is rewarded with a grade 4 forging pill. With his palm open, 2 fragrant pills appeared. Zhou Ping immediately put them into his mouth. He believed that the combined effects of the mind concentrating pill and the mind forging pill would greatly benefit his primordial spirit embryo. About 15 minutes later, Ling Qingzhu and Zhou Ping successfully refined the pills, a look of satisfaction crossing their faces. At this moment, the primordial spirit embryos in their bodies had grown stronger, especially Zhou Ping's, whose primordial spirit was almost fully formed. At this moment, a subtle fluctuation suddenly spread from the courtyard, and the huge underground formation suddenly started to operate, causing the entire ruins to tremble violently. It's a success! In the center of the courtyard, Xiao Linger shouted excitedly. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge illusory figure appeared in the sky above the ruins. When Zhou Ping looked up, he saw that the spirit of the formation was actually a bald man. 500 years, the bald man was momentarily lost in thought, but he quickly recovered and glanced at everyone in the ruins. Immediately afterwards, the bald man waved his hand, and an invisible array of power enveloped the entire ruins of the Black and White Sword Palace. Prepare yourselves for the test. Chapter 94. The test begins. Inside the ruins. The bald man who appeared out of nowhere undoubtedly attracted everyone's attention, and disciples including Song Qingfeng were speculating about his origins. After using the power of the formation to seal off this area, the bald man did not stop what he was doing. Suddenly, a dazzling light burst out from his body, and then dozens of streams of light flew out and fell in all directions. One of them landed in Ling Qingzhu's hand. This is a jade sword? What's it used for? Looking at the tiny sword in her hand, Ling Qingzhu looked at Xiao Linger with a puzzled expression. However, Xiao Linger shook her head and said, "The information I have only goes up to the point before the inheritance formation is activated. The rest is up to you." Ling Qingzhu was helpless, but fortunately the bald man spoke up and explained to everyone, "Attention, the inheritance test of my Black and White Sword Palace will begin in 60 breaths. Those who obtain the Jade Sword are considered qualified to participate in the test. Others who do not obtain the Jade Sword will be asked to leave the Sword Palace in 30 breaths. Please be prepared." Upon hearing this, Ling Qingzhu couldn't help but glance at Zhou Ping. He hadn't received the Jade Sword from the bald man, which meant that Zhou Ping had to leave, and the burden of competing for the inheritance fell solely on Ling Qingzhu's shoulders. Xiao Linger was a little embarrassed. She hadn't expected things to turn out this way. "Linger, you've already helped me a lot. The situation isn't actually that bad now," Ling Qingzhu comforted him, then looked at Zhou Ping. "Junior brother, don't worry. With my strength, I have no fear of anyone here." Ling Qingzhu's gaze was firm. She would never back down because of the difficulties ahead, and she had to defeat Song Qingfeng and the others to become the last and only inheritor. "Of course I have confidence in senior sister," Zhou Ping said with a smile. Ling Qingzhu has the strength of the 7th level of the Transcendent Realm, possesses the divine bone of the demonic ape, and has 2 powerful Shen-level treasures, the 5-colored gourd and the wind and cloud staff, by her side. Even cultivators in the Forging God realm would not dare to say that they can definitely defeat her. That's good. We can split up. Senior sister, you can take charge of obtaining the sect treasures of the Black and White Sword Palace, while I will take charge of finding opportunities in other parts of the Dark Beast Cave and accumulating sect contribution points, so that White Cloud Peak will lose out on both fronts. The two exchanged a few words, and 30 breaths passed quickly. Zhou Ping waved to Ling Qingzhu, and then he and Xiao Linger were moved to the outside of the ruins of the Black and White Sword Palace. Looking at the spot where the two had disappeared, Ling Qingzhu took a deep breath. From now on, it was all up to her. Let me see what's so special about the inheritance test of the Black and White Sword Palace. Outside the ruins of the Black and White Sword Palace, many people were moved out along with Zhou Ping, most of whom were second-ranked disciples from other branches. You have so much confidence in your senior sister? Xiao Linger still had some doubts. Of course, my Nirvana Peak lineage is never inferior to anyone. Even if senior sister faces many powerful enemies alone, she will surely be able to obtain the inheritance, Zhou Ping replied confidently. By the way, judging from your apparent knowledge of the Black and White Sword Palace, you should know which places in the Dark Beast Cave have good things, right? Xiao Linger nodded and said, I do know a place, but you have to promise me first that once we get there, all the cultivation techniques, martial arts, spiritual herbs, and pills you find can be yours, but there is only one thing you must give me. As for what it is, we'll talk about it when we get there. No problem, Zhou Ping agreed readily, then asked, where are you planning to take me? The ruins of Panglai Pavilion. Xiao Linger slowly uttered 5 words. If it weren't for the great favor Zhou Ping had done for her and the fact that he had the location of the Panglai Pavilion ruins, she would never have told a second person. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ping's eyes flickered for a moment. 500 years ago, there were 2 pillars protecting the country in Aolai Kingdom, namely the Black and White Sword Palace and the Panglai Pavilion. These 2 were also the 2 most powerful sects in Aolai Kingdom. However, the former was good at swordsmanship, while the latter was devoted to alchemy and had cultivated many powerful alchemists. It could be said to be the most influential force in Aolai Kingdom. Rumor has it that if the major sects in the Northern Territory were to obtain the inheritance of Panglai Pavilion, they would soon be able to cultivate a large number of alchemists, and would no longer have to worry about the shortage of pills, and the strength of their sects would also soar. If I'm not mistaken, the reason you went through so much trouble to enter the Dark Beast Cave was to go to Panglai Pavilion, right? Zhou Ping pondered for a moment before slowly saying, I guess he had already formed in his mind. That's right. My ultimate goal in coming to the Dark Beast Cave is Panglai Pavilion, because there is something there that can change my destiny. Xiao Linger did not hide anything. That was her original plan. However, she was chased by the 10,000 Gu Cave on the way and ended up at the Black and White Sword Palace by accident. If Zhou Ping hadn't intervened, she would have been beheaded long ago. Looking back, many things had indeed happened during this period that caught Xiao Linger off guard. For example, just now, she had originally planned to have Ling Qingzhu and Zhou Ping stay at the Black and White Sword Palace to undergo the inheritance test, while she went to Panglai Pavilion alone. However, things didn't go as planned, and Zhou Ping was unable to participate in the inheritance test of the Black and White Sword Palace. Let's get going without delay. Zhou Ping lifted his foot to leave. Aren't you even a little curious about how I know so much? Seeing Zhou Ping's decisive actions, Xiao Linger felt a bit uncomfortable and couldn't help but ask. Zhou Ping smiled and shook his head, saying, everyone has curiosity, and I'm no exception. However, I also understand a principle, don't pry into other people's past, because it often contains pain. When the other person is willing to talk about it, just be a quiet listener. Hearing these words, Xiao Linger was slightly lost in thought. Her savior was indeed quite extraordinary. If this trip goes well, then I may tell him. If it fails, then all of this will be meaningless. It makes no difference whether I tell him or not. With these thoughts in mind, Xiao Linger moved swiftly and rushed towards the ruins of Panglai Pavilion. Zhou Ping, who was right behind him, touched his nose. He thought that there should be an opportunity to increase Xiao Linger's favorability in Panglai Pavilion. It shouldn't be difficult to add 10 points, right? Ruins of the Black and White Sword Palace. 30 breaths after Zhou Ping left, an invisible wave swept over everyone. Immediately afterwards, one spatial vortex after another appeared above everyone's heads, sucking people in. Before long, the group arrived at an endless, enormous plaza, where the bald man stood on a high place, waiting. After Ling Qingzhu and the others arrived, the bald man said, this test, although a calamity for you, is also a great opportunity. In the huge square, the bald man waved his hand, and suddenly a black and white millstone, spanning 100 miles in diameter, appeared in mid-air. The millstone slowly descended and finally landed on the open ground. This is the black and white millstone. The bald man pointed to the huge millstone. You people will take turns going up to the black and white millstone and fight one-on-one on it, and a large number of warriors will also appear on the black and white millstone to attack you. The side that cannot withstand the attack first will be defeated. The other side will be the victor. The losing side will have some of their cultivation reduced, while the winning side will have it increased accordingly, the bald man said. Finally, the cultivator who performs best on the black and white millstone will receive the inheritance of the black and white sword palace. After scanning everyone in the room, the bald man said loudly. The trial of the black and white sword palace's legacy. First round, begin. Chapter 95 Three Great Mountains. First round, begin. The bald man's gaze swept over the crowd, finally pointing to the people from Qingyang Peak and Yuanhua Peak. Phew! Phew! The two teams were instantly moved onto the black and white millstone, and they quickly shrank, becoming as small as ants. Looking at the two teams that had been moved onto the black and white millstone, Ling Qingzhu thought to herself how impressive it was. This black and white millstone must contain a small space, which is not in the same place as the space where the others are. She did not expect that the things left behind by the black and white sword palace would have such magical means. Based on this, she deduced that there might have been a marquis-level expert in the black and white sword palace back then. Immediately, Ling Qingzhu turned her gaze to the other teams in the square. The disciples from the 8 major branches who had entered the Dark Beast Cave were gathered here, including many outstanding first-ranked disciples. In other words, the opponents she would face were all true elites cultivated by each branch. For example, Song Qingfeng, the leader of 9 Luminaries Peak, who repeatedly tried to coerce Ling Qingzhu into becoming his Taoist partner, may not be a very good person, but he undeniably has some strength. He ranks 5th among the top 10 inner disciples, which is quite impressive. There's also Meng Wuji from Guishu Peak, ranked 7th among the top 10 inner disciples, and Mo Wuji, the leader of the team from Tianyuan Peak, ranked 4th on the leaderboard and ranked 9th among the top 10 disciples. It should be noted that each of the top 10 inner disciples has already entered the Forging God realm, giving them a natural and enormous advantage when facing cultivators in the Transcendent realm. Therefore, these 3 people are undoubtedly the 3 mountains that Ling Qingzhu faces on her path to inheriting the legacy. If she cannot overcome them, then all her previous efforts will be in vain. Boom! On the huge black and white millstone, countless strange patterns burst forth, radiating light. The first round of the test of inheritance officially began with Qingyang Peak facing off against Yuanhua Peak. The enormous black and white millstone began to tremble, and the countless patterns on it began to emit light. This light quickly condensed and formed a golden armored warrior in the shape of a human figure. At a glance, there were thousands upon thousands of golden armored warriors, and the aura emanating from these golden armored warriors had all reached the chi condensation realm level. Heavens! How can there be so many golden armored warriors? The terrifying scene on the black and white millstone caused all the cultivators present, whether they were the 2 teams on the black and white millstone, Ling Qingzhu, or Song Qingfeng and others from 9 Luminaries Peak, to immediately change their expressions. Judging from the fluctuations in the aura of these golden armored warriors, they are not very strong, and each of them should only be at the chi condensation realm level. But don't underestimate them because of this, because even if they are only at the lowest level of chi condensation realm, once their numbers reach tens of thousands, they will become extremely terrifying. Although all the first-ranked disciples present had reached the transcendent realm, they couldn't help but feel a little intimidated by so many chi condensation realm golden armored warriors. Let's begin, the bald man ordered. Kill! Kill! In an instant, tens of thousands of golden armored warriors transformed into streaks of light, some charging towards Yuanhua Peak's forces, and others towards Qingyang Peak's forces. The leader of Qingyang Peak was named Zhang Yuanqi. He quickly led the group to huddle together, back to back, facing all directions, forming a solid defensive formation. Kill! Kill him! These golden armored warriors roared, some wielding swords, some spears, some gourds, some ropes, and some whips, as they launched a frenzied attack. Bang bang bang! These golden armored warriors quickly engaged in battle with the Qingyang Peak team. With each loud bang, the battle intensified. The golden armored warriors charged fearlessly, some dying from severe injuries, but even more emerged from behind. Meanwhile, the patterns on the black and white millstone continued to glow, constantly condensing into golden armored warriors, ensuring that their numbers didn't decrease but rather gradually increased. Oh no, senior brother Zhang, I can't hold on any longer. After struggling to hold on for a while, a disciple finally ran out of energy and was slashed in the shoulder by the golden armored warrior's blade, collapsing on the spot with serious injuries. Whoosh! The bald man instantly moved it out of the black and white millstone, declaring it eliminated. No! Zhang Yuanqi's eyes were filled with anxiety. Under these circumstances, once someone falls, a second one will immediately follow. Rush! The golden armored warriors surged forward, utterly fearless of death, making it increasingly difficult for the Qingyang Peak disciples to resist, and they fell one after another. Damn it, there are too many of these things. Zhang Yuanqi quickly understood the situation. Although he was at the 8th level of the transcendent realm and could defend himself relatively easily, he would be helpless if he were surrounded and attacked without the help of others. On the other hand, Yuan Huafeng's side presents a completely different picture so far. Not a single person has fallen or left the scene. The others watching the battle were not surprised by this. After all, the leader of Yuanhua Peak was Wang Qiuyuan. Although he was not one of the top 10 inner disciples, his strength had already reached the 9th level of the transcendent realm. As one of the golden armored warriors charged into the area within 10 zhang, more golden armored warriors followed suit, and Zhang Yuanqi was quickly overwhelmed by them. This black and white millstone supposedly lets both sides fight each other. There's no need for fighting at all. Just the siege of these golden armored warriors is already difficult enough to withstand. Observing the battle scene on the black and white millstone, Ling Qingzhu analyzed and summarized in her mind, thinking about how to gain the upper hand in this situation. Splash, splash, splash. On the massive black and white millstone, accompanied by Zhang Yuanqi's shrill cry, "I surrender," all the golden armored warriors stopped, and their bodies began to dissipate, turning into nothingness. Soon, only Yuan Huafeng's disciples remained on the millstone. The first round is over. The bald man spoke coldly, then stretched out his hand, which transformed into a giant, radiant palm, and waved it towards the group from Qingyang Peak. The losing side will have all members of their cultivation level reduced by 1 layer. Call out. Zhang Yuanqi and the others showed expressions of pain as a surge of vital energy was drained from their bodies and sent flying towards Yuan Huafeng's group. A tingling sensation spread throughout his body, and Wang Qiuyuan's cultivation level instantly rose to the peak of the 9th level of the transcendent realm. He was just a little short of stepping into the divine forging realm. So this opportunity was to strip the loser of their cultivation and let the winner absorb it. Wang Qiuyuan couldn't help but be overjoyed. "Ha, this reward is fantastic. I love it." Only then did everyone understand the meaning of the bald man's initial statement. The battle on the black and white millstone was a calamity for the losers, but a great opportunity for the victors. Immediately afterwards, everyone's attention was drawn to Ling Qingzhu. If that's the case, Ling Qingzhu will be at the biggest disadvantage, because the other branches have anywhere from 3 to 5 people to 7 or 8 people. But she was all alone. If she lost, she would have to give her vital energy to the whole team, which would weaken her considerably and might even cause her to fall out of the transcendent realm. For a moment, everyone wore gloating smiles. When they saw Nirvana Peak reach the top of the leaderboard, they felt incredibly frustrated. If Nirvana Peak, with only 2 members, had actually won first place, it would have been a disgrace for the rest of their branches. Now, if Ling Qingzhu loses just 1 game, she will lose the whole game and have no chance to turn things around. After moving the disciples of Yuanhua Peak back to the plaza, the bald man pointed his finger at the Tianyuan Peak team, and then at their opponent, Ling Qingzhu. In the second match, Nirvana Peak faced off against Tianyuan Peak. Is there any need for us to even go on stage? Let's just declare ourselves the winner. Mo Wuji laughed smugly, and the others from Tianyuan Peak all agreed. Their Tianyuan Peak lineage is known for its teamwork, and this situation presents a perfect opportunity for them to showcase their skills. Moreover, Ling Qingzhu on the other side was only 1 person. How could she possibly hold out longer than them? Ling Qingzhu, I told you long ago you would regret it. Wouldn't it have been better if you had just agreed to be my Taoist partner? Song Qingfeng shook his head and sighed in the square. Meng Wuji of Guishu Peak also didn't think highly of Ling Qingzhu. It's true that the latter was indeed one of the best disciples of that generation, but in the path of cultivation, one either progresses or regresses. Any one of the top 10 inner disciples had already left Ling Qingzhu far behind. The bald man then gave the order, "Round 2, begin." Thousands upon thousands of golden armored warriors instantly materialized on the black and white millstone. With a command, these golden armored warriors transformed into streaks of light and rushed towards Tianyuan Peak's team and Ling Qingzhu. The bald man then moved Mo Wuji and the others onto the black and white millstone. In contrast to them was Ling Qingzhu, who was all alone. Mo Wuji said disdainfully, "Ling Qingzhu, hurry up and admit defeat, otherwise you'll just be standing here waiting to die." In his eyes, Ling Qingzhu was just 1 person, and there was no way she could withstand the siege of so many golden armored warriors. Faced with the mocking words, Ling Qingzhu simply stood calmly on the black and white millstone, silently circulating the Nirvana Sutra, her vital energy surging through her meridians. Based on the analysis of the previous battle, she came to the conclusion that simply resisting and defending would lead to certain death. Therefore, what she needed to do was not to cower in place, but to take the initiative and eliminate Mo Wuji and the others. Ling Qingzhu wanted to take this opportunity to make the people of the other branches understand one thing: Nirvana Peak has risen again. Chapter 96, Showing Off One's Edge. Faced with the attack of the golden armored warriors, Mo Wuji quickly led everyone to form a sword formation. Heavenly Origin Sword Formation. Every disciple of Tianyuan Peak moved with orderly steps, as if they were a single unit, their attacks and defenses flowing smoothly. No matter which direction the golden armored warrior attacks from, he will face resistance from two disciples at the same time. The average strength of the first-ranked disciples of Tianyuan Peak was already very strong, and with this sword formation, they could be described as impregnable. No need to worry, everyone just needs to hold on for a little while. That Ling Qingzhu on the other side won't last long before she's finished, Mo Wuji said casually, his words revealing his pessimism about Ling Qingzhu. As soon as Mo Wuji finished speaking, Song Qingfeng and the others in the square couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "This is impossible." At this very moment, on the other side of the black and white millstone, Ling Qingzhu faced a dense array of golden armored warriors alone, but she felt no fear, only a strong fighting spirit. She unleashed the power of the demonic ape Divine Bone without reservation, and also summoned the wind and cloud staff. This treasure was a low-grade Xian-level artifact, and its speed in aiding in the recovery of vital energy was terrifying. Ling Qingzhu, who was already cultivating the Nirvana Sutra, had a much stronger total amount of vital energy than the others in the Misty sect. With the addition of the wind and cloud staff, she was like a tiger with wings. A dozen golden armored warriors swung their weapons and slammed them hard into Ling Qingzhu's body. However, Ling Qingzhu's body emitted a faint golden light and she was completely unharmed. Then, her beautiful eyes flashed, and she took the initiative to rush into the sea of people composed of golden armored warriors, moving towards the direction where Mo Wuji and the others were. In an instant, figures flew about, and the sound of metal clashing was incessant. Ling Qingzhu's jade fists appeared weak, but they became unstoppable weapons of destruction. With each fall of her fist, a golden armored warrior would be shattered to pieces. Ling Qingzhu unleashed his abundant vital energy without reservation. The wind and cloud staff surrounded Ling Qingzhu, continuously channeling vital energy into him, and the five-colored cloud flames were incomparably dazzling. In the blink of an eye, Ling Qingzhu killed over 100 golden armored warriors, leaving none alive within a radius of 100 meters. To everyone's astonishment, Ling Qingzhu arrived at the outer edge of Mo Wuji and the others' circle at an unbelievable speed, leaving a vacuum zone on the black and white millstone along the way. Ling Qingzhu's displayed combat prowess made Mo Wuji somewhat unable to believe his eyes, but as proud as he was, he would never allow himself to be defeated by someone from Nirvana Peak. Ling Qingzhu, don't even think about turning Nirvana Peak around. The three absolute swords of Tianyuan. The sword in Mo Wuji's hand burst forth with three intense beams of light, red, yellow, and blue. The dense sword energy seemed to solidify into a physical form, reaching a length of over 10 meters, and flew towards Ling Qingzhu with a powerful pressure. Mo Wuji truly lived up to his reputation as one of the top 10 inner disciples. The power of this sword move was enough to kill an ordinary cultivator at the 9th level of the transcendent realm. Along the way, none of the golden armored warriors could withstand the slightest resistance. They died instantly upon contact and perished upon touch. Mo Wuji coldly watched the sword light rush straight towards Ling Qingzhu. Give up resistance, and let me end your daydream with this one sword. You're far from good enough. A golden light suddenly flashed, and Ling Qingzhu rose from the ground, rushing straight towards the three-colored sword energy. Bang! Without any fancy moves, Ling Qingzhu directly clashed with Mo Wuji's three absolute swords of heavenly origin, stirring up countless clouds of dust. As the smoke cleared, the awe-inspiring sight of Ling Qingzhu grasping the sword energy with both hands came into everyone's view. You really are the 9th among the top 10 inner disciples? You seem to be nothing special. Ling Qingzhu sneered. Don't be so smug. I'll show you just how big the gap is between us. Mo Wuji's face was gloomy. This woman dared to mock him to his face. He couldn't let her off easily. On the plaza, the disciples from the other branches were all dumbfounded. Song Qingfeng frowned as he watched this scene, finding it hard to accept. Although Mo Wuji hadn't used his full strength in that sword strike, Ling Qingzhu shouldn't have been able to block it so easily. Could it be that this woman had a Xian-level inner armor? Meng Wuji of Guishu Peak stared wide-eyed, wondering if he was hallucinating. Immediately afterwards, a mysterious power erupted from Ling Qingzhu's palm, exuding an ancient aura. Inherited treasure technique, deadly demonic flame. Before everyone's incredulous eyes, the massive tricolored sword energy was completely incinerated by a ring of scarlet demonic flames, eventually shrinking and disappearing visibly. At this moment, Ling Qingzhu's aura suddenly became incredibly terrifying. Mo Wuji and the others in the distance immediately felt a jolt in their hearts, as if a battle-hardened female general was awakening. Whoosh! Ling Qingzhu flashed forward, using her flying shadow technique to charge towards the sword formation formed by Mo Wuji and his men. The golden armored warriors on her journey were like glass figures in front of her, shattering at the slightest touch. In the blink of an eye, Ling Qingzhu rushed in front of Mo Wuji. Under her interference, the other disciples of Tianyuan Peak fell down one after another, and were declared eliminated by the bald man. The Tianyuan sword formation, which had previously displayed great power, proved completely ineffective against Ling Qingzhu. In the blink of an eye, only Mo Wuji remained on Tianyuan Peak. He said coldly, "Don't be smug. I haven't even used my full strength yet." Boom! A powerful aura burst forth from his body. After Mo Wuji unleashed his full power at the first level of the divine forging realm, the speed of his sword instantly increased several times. In the way of the sword, speed is paramount. Whoever's sword is slower will die. Ling Qingzhu, let's see how you fight me? There was a hint of madness in Mo Wuji's expression. Heavenly Origin Sword Manual, Luo Shang 3000 Swords. Countless sword shadows, invisible to the naked eye, rushed straight towards Ling Qingzhu. Mo Wuji's sword was so fast that it was a blur in the eyes, as if he had unleashed thousands of sword lights in an instant. Such power is terrifying. It seems Ling Qingzhu has nowhere to hide. Facing Mo Wuji's final killing move, Ling Qingzhu's expression remained largely unchanged. A flash of light appeared in her hand, and the Xianbing chain suddenly materialized. Ling Qingzhu, you can't dodge this. Mo Wuji's eyes were filled with killing intent, and at this moment, countless sword shadows had already reached Ling Qingzhu. Nirvana Peak should just rot there. That's its fate. No one can save it. Boom! Ling Qingzhu accelerated again, transforming into an astonishing streak of light. At this moment, she activated another ability of the demon ape Divine Bone Fiery Eyes. This is the powerful pupil technique of the fiery demon ape clan. Under the gaze of the fiery eyes, no matter how fast Mo Wuji's sword is, it will seem too slow in Ling Qingzhu's eyes. What? How is that possible? How exactly did Ling Qingzhu manage to do that? Therefore, the sword light, which seemed incredibly fast to the other first-ranked disciples, couldn't even touch Ling Qingzhu's clothes. Golden light shimmered in Ling Qingzhu's beautiful eyes. At the same time, she used her agile movements to shake off all the sword shadows and broke through all the golden armored warriors with an unparalleled momentum, arriving in front of Mo Wuji. At this moment, Mo Wuji was extremely deranged. Ling Qingzhu trampled on his sense of superiority step by step, forcing him to face himself again. My sword is so fast, why can't I hit it? Seeing this, Ling Qingzhu coldly said, "It's simple, because I'm stronger than you." Golden light divine whip, first form dreams lament. Pop. A strange wave swept out, completely enveloping Mo Wuji. In a daze, Mo Wuji felt as if he had entered a dream. The world around him was bizarre and strange, and a mysterious force seemed to want to seduce him. So Mo Wuji desperately tried to wake himself up and struggled to open his eyes. Whoosh! Suddenly, a cold sensation came, and Mo Wuji abruptly opened his eyes. He then realized that he had been bound around the neck by Ling Qingzhu's Xianbing chains. You've lost, Ling Qingzhu said calmly, tightening the chains without hesitation. Anyone who tried to stop her from crippling Nirvana Peak was her enemy. Despite Mo Wuji's desperate struggle, he quickly lost consciousness. Watching the battle, Zhang Yuanqi's legs trembled as he witnessed the bizarre scene. That was Mo Wuji, ranked 9th among the top 10 inner disciples, yet he had been defeated by Ling Qingzhu. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. From other people's perspectives, after Ling Qingzhu made her move, Mo Wuji became like a fool, standing still and being defeated by Ling Qingzhu effortlessly. The scene was eerie, and the outcome of the battle seemed unreal to everyone else. Nirvana Peak was already doomed, a fact that was already a foregone conclusion in the eyes of the other 8 branches of the Misty sect. However, Ling Qingzhu's performance made people question this outcome. It wasn't until the bald man loudly announced the results that everyone accepted reality. Round 2, over. The losing team will have all members stripped of one layer of their cultivation. Mo Wuji was struck dumb. His cultivation at the first level of the Forging God realm was almost knocked down from the Forging God realm by the bald man's attack. At the same time, 5 other orbs of energy rose from the bodies of the other disciples of Tianyuan Peak and then all converged on Ling Qingzhu. At this moment, the others realized something. They had only noticed that Ling Qingzhu was alone and that the outcome of her defeat would be terrible, but they had overlooked the other side of the story. Because she was alone, the reward for winning would not be shared with anyone else, it would all go to her. All the vital energy of the losing side was absorbed into Ling Qingzhu's body, and a huge surge of energy flowed into her dantian. If it were an ordinary person, this amount of energy would be enough to advance 3 levels. However, Ling Qingzhu had a long-term vision. She intentionally channeled a portion of her vital energy into the demon ape divine bone to nourish this powerful treasure. This was definitely a long-term investment with good returns. Nevertheless, due to the abundance of vital energy, Ling Qingzhu's cultivation level soared from the 7th level of the transcendent realm to the 9th level, resulting in a significant improvement in her strength. Ling Qingzhu also smiled. She was only 1 realm away from reaching the Forging God realm, which gave her more confidence in defeating Zhou Yu. Overjoyed, Ling Qingzhu couldn't help but think of Zhou Ping. She had won her first battle, and the methods she used in the process almost all bore the shadow of Zhou Ping. If only my junior brother were here, I really want him to know this good news. I wonder how he's doing out there, whether he's encountered any danger. Chapter 97 Panglai Pavilion. A dark and shadowy beast's lair. In a scenic spot, a clear pool at the foot of a small hill rippled with a faint red hue, which looked quite meaningful from a distance. A light mist hung over the pool, and in the crystal clear water, a fair and delicate slender body was faintly visible, with a graceful figure, snow-white skin, and exquisite features. Splash! Xiao Linger gently raised her jade-like hand and washed away the wound that had almost healed. Then she swam to the shore and walked slowly ashore, like a lotus emerging from the water. She then changed into a light blue dress and came to the side of a young man in black robes. "My benefactor, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting," Xiao Linger said with a light smile, a few glistening water droplets still clinging to her hair, making her look adorable. This scene left Zhou Ping somewhat lost in thought. He immediately made a firm decision: he must raise Xiao Linger's favorability to 90 as soon as possible. Wouldn't it be a pity not to bind such a beauty to a Taoist couple relationship? Benefactor? Seeing that Zhou Ping didn't speak, Xiao Linger quickly waved her hand in front of his eyes. Ahem. It's all right to wait a bit. Anyway, the ruins of Panglai Pavilion are not far ahead. Also, you should still call me by my name from now on. I always feel a little uncomfortable hearing the words benefactor. Zhou Ping coughed and scratched his head as he spoke. Hearing this, Xiao Linger covered her mouth and smiled. Speaking of which, we both turned 18 this year, but you came of age a few days earlier than me. In that case, I'll call you Brother Zhou Ping, how about that? Zhou Ping nodded slightly. The form of address sounded rather pleasant. Linger, let's hurry up and leave. There are only a few days left before the Dark Beast Cave closes. Xiao Linger took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. She was actually very clear about this. She had bathed in the pool earlier to reduce the sense of urgency so as not to affect her correct judgment. After all, if she missed this opportunity, she didn't know when she would be able to go again when the Dark Beast Cave opened. It might be another 30 years. A moment later, the two left the pool and headed towards the distant place shrouded in demonic mist. Panglai Pavilion was once the #1 sect in Alai Kingdom, but it was also the place most ravaged by demonic calamities. 500 years have passed, and Panglai Pavilion is still shrouded in a demonic fog. It's no exaggeration to say that Panglai Pavilion is known as a forbidden zone, a dark beast's lair. Many disciples from various sects who come here for trials and training will deliberately avoid the ruins of Panglai Pavilion, even if they happen to find them. After all, life is more important than searching for treasure. Soon, Zhou Ping and his companion arrived at the outer perimeter of the Panglai Pavilion ruins, and looked around. Once the largest sect in Alai Kingdom and a pillar of the nation, it has now been destroyed beyond recognition. Xiao Linger stood outside the mountain gate of Panglai Pavilion, where a dark and gloomy world unfolded before her eyes. The sky above was shrouded in dark clouds. The area inside and outside Panglai Pavilion was also sealed off by demonic mist. This eerie mist had a grayish-blue sheen, like miasma. The plants and flowers within the Panglai Pavilion had all withered. Those dry trees, without branches or leaves, looked like the outstretched claws of demons, sending chills down one's spine. The ground was littered with skeletons, some human, some demonic. The gruesome scene sent chills down Xiao Linger's spine, and she couldn't help but turn her head away, trying to suppress her discomfort. Seeing that Xiao Linger was having some difficulty accepting it, Zhou Ping started to ramble on and throw out a lot of questions to distract her from the corpses. Unexpectedly, this trick actually worked. Linger, as far as I know, the heavenly trial grounds are inaccessible to ordinary sections. Even the strongest sects only allow their own disciples to enter to seek opportunities. Not to mention the Dark Beast Cave. Yet you came alone. How did you manage to get in? Zhou Ping was indeed curious about this question. The Dark Beast Cave is one of the most precious heavenly level training grounds, jointly controlled by several major sects in the Northern Territory. Ordinary people have no chance to enter, so Xiao Linger's ability to enter alone is already extraordinary. On the day Alai Kingdom was destroyed, the situation was indeed extremely critical. Fortunately, Panglai Pavilion had always been aware of potential dangers and implemented a plan to preserve the flame early on. This plan was not to deal with the demonic calamity, but to deal with any crisis that might destroy Panglai Pavilion. Those who become the flame will be put into hibernation by a secret method. When they awaken, they can rebuild Panglai Pavilion and ensure that the legacy will never be destroyed. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ping couldn't help but look Xiao Linger up and down. Could it be? That's right, our Xiao family is a lineage left behind by Panglai Pavilion, the very source of its flame. It's just that this plan encountered a slight mishap. Xiao Linger sighed. After the fall of Alai Kingdom, those who were part of the Panglai Pavilion's plan did indeed become the sparks of revolution. They successfully survived, but their legacy was not preserved. In other words, these awakened sparks of revolution only possessed a portion of the Panglai Pavilion's legacy. Therefore, due to the lack of inheritance, the Xiao family has always struggled to grow and expand, let alone achieve the grand goal of rebuilding the sect and slaying demons to avenge their family. As descendants of Panglai Pavilion, our Xiao family possesses a secret passage into the Dark Beast Cave. However, over the years, no one has dared to use this passage. I am the first one to do so. After explaining, Xiao Linger noticed that her condition had improved considerably, and she had gradually adapted to the horrific scene inside. Zhou Ping nodded thoughtfully and said, "So you came here this time to complete the inheritance of Panglai Pavilion?" "Yes, unlike you, I don't possess outstanding cultivation talent. I am just an ordinary cultivator, so, only by obtaining the inheritance of Panglai Pavilion can I become a powerful alchemist and change my life." "Linger, having such an idea and the courage to put it into practice already makes you extraordinary," Zhou Ping exclaimed. "A woman venturing alone into the Dark Beast Cave, that kind of courage is not something everyone possesses." On the Tianyuan continent, alchemists hold an extraordinary status. Alchemists, as the name suggests, can concoct all sorts of magical pills that enhance strength. Any alchemist will be sought after by various forces at all costs, and their status is extremely prominent, making them the object of pursuit for many cultivators. It can be said that every faction longs to have its own team of alchemists, as this would bring endless benefits to everyone in the faction, whether it is to help improve strength, heal injuries, or detoxify, all of which are of paramount importance to cultivators. Therefore, it can be said that everyone on the Tianyuan continent wants to become an alchemist. The reason why alchemists enjoy such treatment is not only because it is extremely practical, but also because their numbers are very small, since the conditions required for a cultivator to become an alchemist are exceptionally demanding. Therefore, those qualified to become alchemists are extremely rare. With fewer alchemists, the magical pills naturally become even rarer, thus creating the noble, even somewhat distorted, status of alchemists. However, this is not difficult for Zhou Ping. As long as he establishes a Taoist partnership, when Xiao Linger obtains the inheritance of Panglai Pavilion, he will also receive a reward, and he will naturally be able to master the art of alchemy. This is exactly what Zhou Ping urgently needs. It is foreseeable that as his bound Taoist partners break through their realms in the future, the amount of yuan qi and cultivation returned will increase. If there is enough pills, then Zhou Ping's realm improvement speed will probably be faster than taking a high-speed train. Once Zhou Ping becomes an alchemist, his strength will experience a terrifying, explosive increase. With me here, I will definitely help you find the inheritance. A hint of solemnity flashed in Zhou Ping's eyes, and then he led Xiao Linger into the Panglai Pavilion, which was shrouded in demonic mist. Chapter 98: The Place of Inheritance. Inside the ruins of Panglai Pavilion. Here, the demonic mist that has not dissipated for 500 years seals the heavens and the earth. Zhou Ping and Xiao Linger walked on a dark road. The flowers, plants, and trees on both sides had withered. Each withered tree was crooked and twisted, and there was not a trace of green life on it. In the Dark Beast Cave, it was as if there was no daytime. No matter the time, the sky is always gray. The sky above Panglai Pavilion was even darker. As Zhou Ping and his companion ventured deeper into the area, the fog grew even thicker, and the dark, forest-like path beneath their feet seemed like an alien route leading to another world. Just then, suddenly, a thick, scarlet wind swept in, and a pair of scarlet eyes quietly appeared behind Xiaolinger. Then came a second pair, and a third pair of eyes. Swish! 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 The rapid sound of wind breaking came from all directions, and in the mist, sharp claws and fangs quickly approached. Xiaolinger immediately felt her hair stand on end, and a strong sense of crisis enveloped her heart. Clang! In the next instant, two dazzling cyan sword energies crossed each other in a cross shape. Wah! Accompanied by a shrill scream, a ferocious demon about 5 to 6 meters tall with 8 sharp claws was cleaved in two. In a flash, the azure cloud sword was suddenly in his hand. Zhou Ping's eyes were indifferent, with a coldness like that of an ancient well. He said in a deep voice, "Be careful. There's more than one demon beast coming. You stay here with this 7-colored lotus and don't run around." After saying that, Zhou Ping stretched out his palm, and a crystal lotus flower composed of 7 colors floated to Xiaolinger's side. Buzz! The 7-colored lotus emitted a powerful aura, its rainbow-like light dispelling the surrounding darkness. Xiaolinger couldn't help but be secretly alarmed. Could this be a Xian-rank treasure? Jie! Roar! The shadowy figures in the mist revealed their true forms one after another. They were all ugly and ferocious demons. Zhou Ping moved and flashed into the air, while swinging his sword horizontally. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! A row of sword energy shot out, instantly killing the several ferocious demons in front. However, the number of ferocious demons that attacked was large. The blood of their companions did not make them retreat, but instead stimulated their bestial nature, making them even more violent. More than 20 ferocious and hideous monsters surged from all directions, then leaped up together and launched a fierce attack on Zhou Ping and his companion. 3 ferocious demons roared and charged at Xiaolinger, who was wearing a blue dress. She quickly mobilized her energy to fight back, but the effect was minimal. Fortunately, the 7-colored lotus was there to protect her. Whoosh! The 7-colored lotus continuously unleashed attacks of different colored energy, repelling all the ferocious demons that attacked Xiaolinger. Zhou Ping remained calm and composed. In his other hand, a thunder scepter suddenly appeared, instantly bursting forth with a dazzling burst of lightning. Hiss! Frenzied and magnificent electric sparks surged and moved across the scepter itself, then spread out like a large net. Thunderstruck! Lightning flashed in his eyes, and sharp lightning blades struck the beasts. The ferocious demons and angry beasts from all directions vanished into nothingness amidst a chorus of mournful screams. At this moment, looking at the back of this man she had only recently met, Xiaolinger's heart was filled with something called security. Zhou Ping landed lightly, his expression unchanged. Protected by the 2 Xian-rank treasures, he led Xiaolinger through the thick demonic fog, clearing a smooth path for her. As time went on, the two ventured deeper and deeper into the area. Zhou Ping could clearly feel that the air was much colder, as if he had stepped into a snowy wonderland. The situation here is worse than I imagined. Xiaolinger frowned slightly, but her eyes remained calm, showing no intention of stopping. She would never give up before obtaining the inheritance of Penglai Pavilion. Otherwise, with her current mediocre cultivation talent, how long would it take before she could take revenge on that despicable man, Nalan Xiufeng? It seems that in these 500 years, Penglai Pavilion has completely become a habitat for these ferocious demons, Zhou Ping said after killing a wolf demon. As they ventured deeper into the ruins of Penglai Pavilion, the number of ferocious demons they encountered decreased, but their strength increased. Clearly, these areas were territories reserved for powerful ferocious demons. At first, most of the ferocious demons couldn't withstand a single sword strike from Zhou Ping. Later on, they became noticeably more troublesome. After continuously slaying so many ferocious demons blocking his path, Zhou Ping's stamina was somewhat affected. Therefore, in the process of fighting the ferocious demons, Zhou Ping gradually began to look for their weaknesses or use tactical techniques. After wandering around inside for a long time, the two finally arrived at a magnificent palace. As soon as they entered, they were attacked by a ferocious demon. Boom! A cyan sword aura swept across the sky, and Zhou Ping's azure cloud sword shattered a gigantic blue human-faced demon spider. Ah! The human-faced spider let out a shrill scream, its eyes bloodshot, like a vengeful ghost. Its severed arms fell to the ground one by one, like fallen lotus roots, creating a very eerie and terrifying scene that filled people with dread. After defeating the human-faced spider demon, Zhou Ping looked around and discovered that it was a palace city that had long been abandoned. Ruins and collapsed buildings. Many city towers were trampled beyond recognition by the ferocious demon from 500 years ago. Even so, every brick, tile, building, and pavilion in this palace still reveals the splendor it once possessed. Xiao Linger quickened her pace, feeling that she was not far from inheriting the legacy. Inside the palace, spider webs covered everything, and all sorts of dark, poisonous insects and snakes lurked in the cracks between the rocks. It was quite quiet here, and the corpses of ferocious demons, large and small, with bizarre shapes, could be seen everywhere in the palace. Besides these, many human corpses were scattered around, remaining in their death poses, their swords, spears, and halberds already covered in rust. Some of the bodies haven't even decomposed yet? Zhou Ping wondered. Logically speaking, after 500 years, any corpse, regardless of its type, should have long since turned into bones. At first glance, one could see that there were many human corpses in the Panglai Pavilion, still with flesh and blood, but their skin had turned a dark gray, indicating that they had been dead for a long time. At this moment, Xiao Linger, standing to the side, parted her red lips slightly and murmured excitedly, "Found it, I actually found it." Oh? Zhou Ping's eyes flickered slightly. Had he found it? What did you find? Could it be the location of the Panglai Pavilion's legacy? Zhou Ping asked excitedly. Xiao Linger nodded, pointed ahead, and said, "According to the family's secret records, it should be in there." Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Filled with excitement, Zhou Ping immediately pulled Xiao Linger into the central area of the palace. Shortly after the two went inside, a strange figure quietly emerged, a sinister smile on its face. He, thank you both for leading the way. Chapter 99 Demon King. Zhou Ping and his companion walked past a magnificent, ship-shaped city platform, and a towering palace, hundreds of feet high, came into view. The palace is as solid as a mountain, supported firmly by magnificent pillars. The next second, Zhou Ping's eyes widened, and a look of deep horror appeared on his face. To the side of that palace lay the corpse of a ferocious demon of immense size. From a distance, the corpse appeared to be at least 200 or 300 meters tall. Its feet are thick and its claws are embedded in the ground like sharp hooks. Its body is like a giant, but if you look up, you will find that it has a ferocious bull's head. A large iron rod pierced its heart and pinned it firmly to the palace. Although it had long since lost its vitality, the demonic aura it exuded still penetrated to the bone. Could this be a demon king? Zhou Ping asked, somewhat incredulously. You guessed right. According to what the Xiao family has passed down from their ancestors, there were indeed several powerful demon kings among the ferocious demons that destroyed Alai Kingdom back then. Xiao Linger was also extremely shocked. Only then did she understand why even a powerful place like Panglai Pavilion was eventually destroyed. That demonic calamity was simply too terrifying. Even though it has been dead for 500 years, its ferocity and demonic aura still affect the ruins of Panglai Pavilion, making those who enter feel a chill. Against the dim background, shrouded in mist, the Demon King's body looked utterly eerie and sinister. At this moment, Xiao Linger's beautiful eyes were filled with unprecedented solemnity as she stared intently at the enormous beast body of the Demon King. Zhou Ping glanced at her, and then realized that Xiao Linger's real focus wasn't on the Demon King's corpse, but on the large iron pestle piercing the Demon King's heart. The iron pestle pierced the Demon King's body, and part of it was embedded in the palace behind him. The entire iron pestle was covered in rust and had an unusually dark color. Zhou Ping glanced sideways at the enormous iron pestle that had pierced the Demon King's heart, a flicker of emotion emanating from his eyes. What is that? Zhou Ping asked. The treasure of Panglai Pavilion, the Jinyuan pestle, the inheritance of Panglai Pavilion is inside it. Xiao Linger's eyes were full of anticipation as she spoke and headed toward the Jinyuan pestle. Wait a minute, we don't know what dangers the Jinyuan pestle poses yet, we can't act rashly. Zhou Ping quickly reminded him. The Jinyuan pestle was, after all, a treasure of Panglai Pavilion. It was quite normal for the people of Panglai Pavilion to take some measures to prevent it from falling into the hands of others. Although this area is teeming with ferocious demons, and ordinary people simply cannot reach the Demon King's corpse alive, over the past 500 years, there must have been more than one person who has found this place. And there must be some reason why those people could not take away the Jinyuan pestle. So the two cautiously approached the Demon King's corpse. As they got closer, Zhou Ping's shock at the Demon King's enormous body grew stronger. In front of it, he felt like an ant. After about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Xiao Linger and Zhou Ping arrived at the Demon King's chest without any incident. Facing the Jinyuan pestle, the two exchanged a glance, and Zhou Ping reminded them, "Be careful, danger may be lurking in this Jinyuan pestle." Xiao Linger nodded solemnly, and then she grasped the Jinyuan pestle that had pierced the Demon King's heart in mid-air, and slowly pulled it out as a large amount of primordial energy was poured into it. When Xiao Linger pulled it halfway out, a special kind of primordial energy was released from the Jinyuan pestle. In the next instant, one ancient talismanic pattern after another covered the staff of Jinyuan pestle, and at the same time, the mottled rust on the staff was activated and ignited like magma patterns. The restrictive power within the Jinyuan pestle has erupted. Looking at the scene before her, Xiao Linger's gaze revealed a hint of caution. So the Jinyuan pestle actually contains such enormous energy. No wonder no one has been able to take it away. Zhou Ping murmured. As soon as he finished speaking, the Jinyuan pestle burst into a dazzling burst of firelight. Boom! With a deafening roar, a pair of dazzling fiery wings unfurled on either side of the Jinyuan pestle, and before Xiao Linger, a magnificent and intricately interwoven magic array suddenly appeared. The magic circle resembled a series of rotating wheels of flame, each rune and incantation on it shimmering with a dreamlike and magnificent beauty. Xiao Linger frowned, her gaze fixed on the runes that illuminated the Jinyuan pestle. She seemed to see a string of talismans, each character composed of flames. Just as Xiao Linger was pondering the meaning of those fire-inspired talisman characters, the Jinyuan pestle once again emitted an extremely astonishing surge of energy, and several incredibly turbulent streams of firepower rushed towards Xiao Linger along the staff. The pestle of Jinyuan suddenly became incredibly dazzling, and streaks of sharp fire snakes flew out. Boom! Centered on the Jinyuan pestle, a fiery magic circle suddenly appeared beneath their feet. This fire array is exceptionally solid, with each array mark containing immense energy. It is like a fire lotus gradually blooming, dazzlingly beautiful. Then, the Jinyuan pestle they were holding transformed into a pillar of flame. Above Panglai Pavilion, the wind and clouds shifted, and a ball of fire magic quickly took shape. The two couldn't help but look up at the sky, where the ball of fire was pointing directly at the Jinyuan pestle, seemingly about to fall. Boom! The fireball grew more and more magnificent, and the power it gathered became increasingly formidable. The flame array that Zhou Ping and Xiao Linger were in grew increasingly powerful and dazzling, and the two could clearly feel a dangerous storm gathering. Retreat quickly! Zhou Ping immediately grabbed Xiao Linger's arm, trying to pull her back quickly, but he found that he couldn't move Xiao Linger at all. Oh no, I'm sucked by this Jinyuan pestle and can't get away. Xiao Linger's expression changed drastically. This was obviously why the Jinyuan pestle hadn't been taken away. Those who tried to pull it out before had all died under the attack of the restriction. No matter how hard Xiao Linger tried, even with Zhou Ping's help, she couldn't break free from the Jinyuan pestle's restraints. The fiery orb above her head had stopped expanding and was radiating powerful energy. It's too late. Don't worry about me, you should go. Xiao Linger said in despair. Zhou Ping naturally couldn't just stand by and watch Xiao Linger fight alone. If she did, her chances of survival would be zero. Stop saying those useless things, just hold me tight. Xiao Linger blushed. She hadn't expected that she and Zhou Ping would do such an intimate thing after knowing each other for less than a day. However, the situation was urgent and she couldn't care less about that now. She immediately opened her arms and hugged Zhou Ping. Feeling the softness against his chest, Zhou Ping couldn't help but sigh, the touch is nice. It wasn't that he was trying to take advantage of her, the only way now was to use his powerful body to build a solid wall for Xiao Linger. Zhou Ping then shielded Xiao Linger with his body, their backs to the fireball in the sky. Without hesitation, Zhou Ping poured his inner energy into the remnant of the true dragon's bone, activating the power from the 10 fiends of the immortal ancient era. True dragon golden body. In an instant, an unparalleled and lofty dragon might was revealed, and runes flowed across Zhou Ping's body, with golden light enveloping his flesh. The moment Xiao Linger sensed the dragon's might, she was stunned into thought. At this moment, Zhou Ping seemed like a real dragon. Clang! With a deafening roar, the fiery orb in the sky plummeted downwards. As it moved, it transformed from a sphere into a raging thunder dragon, crashing into the Jinyuan pestle. Boom! In the next instant, an incredibly dazzling fiery lotus bloomed. The ground collapsed, rocks flew into the air, and the explosive gas bursts scattered like clouds. Countless rays of light sliced through the ground, causing city towers to collapse and walls to break through wherever they went. Hiss! Dust and smoke filled the air, and the air currents swirled wildly. In the center of the fiery magic array, drops of crimson blood dripped down from between Zhou Ping's fingers. A trace of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth, but he still held Xiao Linger tightly in his arms. How are you? Are you all right? After the aftershock subsided, Zhou Ping released his arms and checked on Xiao Linger's condition. Cough cough cough, I'm not going to die yet. Xiao Linger replied, coughing. Her face was very pale, indicating that she had also suffered a serious injury. Her eyes were filled with gratitude as she looked at Zhou Ping. If it weren't for Zhou Ping risking his life to save her, she would have certainly not escaped this calamity. Zhou Ping breathed a slight sigh of relief. The power of that attack was extraordinary. Fortunately, the true dragon golden body saved their lives, otherwise, the outcome would have been uncertain. He then looked down at the Demon King's heart and realized that Xiao Linger had pulled out the Jinyuan pestle at some point. The Jinyuan pestle in Xiao Linger's hand swayed continuously, creating colorful flame illusions. Then, numerous characters appeared on the surface of the Jinyuan pestle. The legacy of Panglai Pavilion is indeed still intact. Xiao Linger was overjoyed. These words were like ethereal scriptures, gathering into threads of information that surged towards Xiao Linger's brow. Chapter 100 Going Too Far. However, that's often how things are in this world. One wave subsides only for another to rise. Just as Xiao Linger was receiving the inheritance information, suddenly, an extremely terrifying and overwhelming demonic aura enveloped the area, and the Demon King's corpse, which had been nailed to the palace wall by the Jinyuan pestle for 500 years, opened its huge, blood-red eyes at this moment. Roar! This roar caused all the beasts to tremble, the earth to shake, and Xiao Linger to feel as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Zhou Ping's eyes widened, and he said in a trembling voice, "This Demon King is not quite dead yet." These words are undoubtedly chilling. How could that be? Logically speaking, this Demon King should have been nailed to this place by the powerful figures of Panglai Pavilion with the Jinyuan pestle 500 years ago, so how could it suddenly be resurrected? Wait a minute. Jinyuan pestle? Zhou Ping's heart tightened suddenly, and he looked at the Jinyuan pestle in Xiao Linger's hand. It's the Jinyuan pestle. Zhou Ping's expression changed. The Jinyuan pestle may have only sealed the Demon King back then, but it did not actually kill it completely. Now that the Jinyuan pestle has been pulled out, it's as if the seal has been broken. Roar! The roar of fury echoed throughout the mountains and rivers, and within the Panglai Pavilion, demonic energy surged forth. The Demon King, with a huge bull's head on its head, slowly stood up. Its eyes were spitting fire, and it opened its mouth to spew mist. It pressed one claw down on the majestic palace behind it, and the huge palace was instantly crushed with a large hole by its sharp claw. Moo! It emitted another ethereal sound that reached the heavens. The Demon King stood up and saw the earth crack and the surrounding buildings collapse one after another. Countless ferocious demons within the Panglai Pavilion roared to the sky, seemingly welcoming the king's return. Zhou Ping stared in utter horror at the Demon King's resurgence of demonic energy, then said to Xiao Linger, "Run." But at this moment, Xiao Linger was receiving the inherited information, and she was also injured in the attack just now, so blood was still flowing from the corner of her mouth. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhou Ping stepped forward and embraced Xiao Linger's slender shoulders, then leaped away, disappearing more than 10 meters away. The Jinyuan pestle in Xiao Linger's hand shone brightly, and the fire patterns on it transformed into mysterious characters that merged into Xiao Linger's brow. Moo! The Demon King behind them spotted Zhou Ping and Xiao Linger fleeing with the Jinyuan pestle. It was precisely because it had been pinned here by the Jinyuan pestle for 500 years that its rage was instantly ignited, and its killing intent was instantly unleashed. Bang! 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 The Demon King trampled the earth, his feet breaking through buildings, and one foot stomped towards Zhou Ping and Xiao Linger. Zhou Ping glanced sideways out of the corner of his eye, then immediately used the wind wing escape technique. With a whoosh, he left an afterimage in the original spot, and his main body flashed to the other side with Xiao Linger. Boom! The Demon King stepped on Zhou Ping's afterimage, and the ground below immediately caved in, creating a huge crater, with dust and rubble flying everywhere. Zhou Ping was sweating profusely. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great. In the next instant, the Demon King's left arm swept across, shattering the city walls and leveling the pavilions. Wherever his power touched, everything became ruins. Zhou Ping narrowly escaped the attack and ran wildly out of the ruins. Then, an even stronger crimson aura emanated from the Demon King's body, and it opened its abyss like maw. Moo! Immediately, a thick cloud of demonic mist gushed out from its mouth. The demonic mist, like a dark, monstrous dragon, lunged at Zhou Ping and Xiao Linger. Oh no! Upon seeing this, Zhou Ping was immediately alarmed. Bang! As soon as they finished speaking, the menacing demonic mist exploded behind them. The demonic mist exploded like clouds, and the terrifying energy swept in all directions. The two of them were thrown away one after the other as if they were being hit by a wave. Zhou Ping was alright, he possessed the golden body of a true dragon, so this kind of injury was not a big problem for him. Xiao Linger's condition was far from optimistic. She was injured on top of her injuries, and a mouthful of blood spurted from her mouth. Roar! Immediately afterwards, the demonic mist spewing from the Demon King's mouth began to flow back, engulfing Zhou Ping and Xiao Linger within it. The demonic mist sealed the sky and the earth, like a giant magic sphere encasing the two of them. Instantly, the Demon King's maw unleashed an extremely powerful suction force, and Zhou Ping and Xiao Linger were immediately drawn into the Demon King's belly under the envelope of the demonic mist. The next second, a surge of magma like flames rushed up, and Zhou Ping and Xiao Linger felt as if they had fallen into a giant furnace, except that it was pitch black all around them. This is really bad. In the vast, dark space, Zhou Ping's voice echoed. Now. Outside the palace, several young figures watched the chaos inside from afar. Daring to touch the people of our 10,000 gu cave, this is what will happen to them. The speaker was a young woman wearing a black veil, and next to her was a young man with fair skin. At the very front of the procession was a woman dressed in magnificent robes. The woman exuded an air of nobility. She held a delicate embroidered ball in her hand, which was just the right size to hold and was decorated with exquisite patterns. The woman's name is Zhang Churu. Besides being one of the most outstanding gu masters among the younger generation of the 10,000 gu cave, she also has another identity, the personal disciple of the Grand Elder of the 10,000 gu cave. What was the name of the person who killed Han Ying and Li Ru? Zhang Churu asked calmly, holding the embroidered ball. The people behind them exchanged glances. One of them said, Senior Sister Zhang Churu, according to the investigation, that person is Zhou Ping from Nirvana Peak of the Misty Sect. People from Nirvana Peak? A sneer appeared on Zhang Churu's face. Most people held Nirvana Peak, the shame of the Misty Sect, in contempt. That Zhou Ping was truly incredibly stupid. He actually went against my 10,000 gu cave for the sake of that slut Xiao Linger. He deserved to die. Although Zhang Churu and Nalan Xiufeng were not officially a couple, they were in fact a couple. Therefore, Zhang Churu had been wanting to kill Xiao Linger, who had once been engaged to Nalan Xiufeng, for quite some time. At this moment, a disciple from the 10,000 gu cave stepped forward and asked, Senior Sister Zhang Churu, we received news from Senior Brother Wang Mo that he's encountered trouble at the ruins of the Black and White Sword Palace and needs our support. Should we? Zhang Churu replied calmly, no rush. The living corpse gu has only just started to work on the Demon King. We'll wait until we have it under control before taking action. With the Demon King in our hands, we can do whatever we want, can't we? Upon hearing the words living corpse gu, the expressions of the people behind her changed, and their gazes toward Zhang Churu became filled with fear. The living corpse gu is one of the most terrifying gu worms in the 10,000 gu cave, and it occupies a place among the 8 great gu worms of the 10,000 gu cave. This gu is extremely difficult to refine, and the process is incredibly complicated. As the name suggests, the most powerful aspect of the living corpse gu is its ability to control corpses. Whether human or ferocious demon, both can be temporarily resurrected using the living corpse gu. Of course, the time it takes for an inanimate object to revive depends on the level that the living corpse gu itself has reached. A disciple of the 10,000 gu cave laughed smugly. I bet they'd never guessed that the Demon King was able to stand up again because he was actually controlled by Senior Sister Zhang Churu's living corpse gu. That's right. Others chimed in, saying, even a powerful being like the Demon King is merely a tool for Senior Sister Zhang Churu to kill someone else. Hearing the flattery from the people behind her, a mocking smile appeared on Zhang Churu's face. She explained, actually, the Demon King isn't completely dead. The people from the 10,000 gu cave were taken aback. Zhang Churu said, the fact that the Demon King's corpse has not decayed for 500 years means that it still retains a lot of essence and blood, and I can also feel its resistance to the living corpse gu. Is this good or bad? A disciple asked. Zhang Churu smiled and said, of course it's a good thing. Once the living corpse gu I released has completely controlled the Demon King's body and absorbed all the remaining essence blood in it, the living corpse gu will be able to truly merge with the Demon King's body. At that time, I will be able to control this Demon King permanently. Permanent control? Upon hearing these 4 words, the others were even more shocked. If that's the case, then Zhang Churu will have a loyal henchman at the level of a Demon King by her side. The group couldn't help but gasp. Zhang Churu truly lived up to her reputation as the Grand Elder's personal disciple. She had wielded the living corpse gu with such incredible skill. Zhang Churu secretly sneered. This living corpse gu was the product of her master's 10 years of refinement, so it was naturally extraordinary. After fully controlling the Demon King's corpse, take out the Jinyuan pestle. In this way, the inheritance of Panglai Pavilion will be obtained. If she can also obtain the inheritance of the Black and White Sword Palace, then Zhang Churu will undoubtedly become the final winner of this Dark Beast Cave opening. Oh right, I remember there's a woman named Ling Qingzhu on Nirvana Peak, right? If she is also in the Black and White Sword Palace, then it's perfect to send her down to meet her junior brother. A sinister smile appeared on Zhang Churu's face.